Chapter 1. Friends from afar, though distant, must be punished. After the hour of the rooster had just passed, the sun showed no sign of descending. The afternoon had witnessed a light snowfall, resulting in a muddy blend of earth and remnants of snow, creating deep and shallow pits underfoot. A young maid, appearing to be a servant, dashed a few steps ahead and, upon spotting a stone marker in the distance, turned around with delight to beckon another girl of similar stature behind her. Princess, look, ahead lies the boundary of Liangzhou. A solitary stone marker, lightly dusted with snow, stood in the desolate winter landscape. Jinzhi, wrapped in the thick cloak she had hastily donned during her escape, resembled a little snowball in the frigid air. She hurriedly followed the voice of Tan Yun, taking a few quick steps before finally noticing the stone marker, slightly elevated above the snow. The two girls, as if they had discovered a life-saving straw, joyfully threw themselves into the snow, disregarding the biting cold. With their small hands, they brushed away the thin layer of snow atop the stone, revealing the engraved characters beneath Yongzhou. Yongzhou! The excitement on Jinzhi's face froze, swiftly transforming into terror. How could it be Yongzhou? 10 days prior, the bridal procession had departed from the capital of the Great Way, traveling for several days before entering the territory of Shenzhou. After the death of Emperor Wukong 8 years prior, his younger brother, Gu Yu, ascended to power and took control of the court. However, Gu Ye's rise did not win him the people's hearts in an attempt to secure allegiance from Shenzhou, which bordered the Great Way capital. He arranged for his only daughter, Gu Jinzhi, to be married to the aging king of Jinan, who was nearly 40 and had numerous wives and concubines. Jinzhi, unwilling to marry a man nearly the same age as her father, seized the chaotic moment of the wedding ceremony to bribe the general, escorting her to escape and seek refuge with her elder brother, who had declared himself a rebel in Liangzhou. Yet, after days of flight, how had she ended up at the borders of Yongzhou? Before she could ponder this further, the soldiers pursuing her had already closed in. Resolutely, she grasped Tan Yun's hand and dashed across the boundary between the two states. The expanse of snow in Yongzhou lay desolate and uninhabited, the wind howling, tearing through the sky. Jinzhi had eluded her pursuers, but before she could catch her breath, the eerie environment heightened her anxiety. Princess, what shall we do now? Tan Yun asked, trembling at Jinzhi, her teeth chattering from the cold and her mind dulled by the frigid air, bit her lip before managing to utter a response. First, we must find a farmer's home to take refuge. By now, dusk was approaching, and should they fail to find shelter, the merciless cold alone could bury her, a delicate and helpless princess, in this winter's grasp. Jinzhi lifted her gaze to the heavens, silently lamenting. Once her lamentations ceased, she could only continue onward with Tan Yun by her side. She had hoped to reach Liangzhou that very night, where her brother would provide sustenance and warmth. Yet, it seemed she must run further. Yongzhou was under the control of the formidable king Ding Bei, Xiao Heng. Rumors abound of his mercilessness and decisiveness in slaughter. He imprisoned his own mother and murdered his uncle and younger brother shortly after inheriting his title. In just 6 years of self-rule, he amassed an army of 200,000, and in recent years his iron cavalry has trampled across the lands, instilling terror wherever they trade. A veritable embodiment of the king of hell. Jinzhi quickly grasped her dire predicament. After a harrowing escape from Shenzhou, she found herself plunged into the depths of hell. As dusk descended, the landscape was enveloped in a vast expanse of snow. The two ran, their breaths labored, yet they found themselves ensnared in an unsettling cycle, unable to escape this sea of white. At the moment despair threatened to overwhelm Jinzhi, a heavy rumble echoed through the snowy terrain. The wind stung her eyes, and the thunderous sound grew nearer, the swirling snow blurring her vision. Once tranquility returned, a multitude of cavalry stood stark against the snowy backdrop, with a man clad in a black cloak commanding them, unwavering atop his steed amidst the howling storm. Before Jinzhi could discern his features, a voice beside him called out, "My lord, there are people over there." No sooner had the words left his lips than a soft whip cracked through the air, landing before her and stirring the snow into a haze. Startled like a young beast, Jinzhi instinctively recoiled, a whimper escaping her throat. She sensed the approaching threat and was taken aback by the rudeness and intimidation that greeted her. Before she could comprehend the identity of her assailant, the black-clad man's companion shouted, "Who goes there? What brings you into the territory of Yongzhou?" A sharp pang of anxiety struck Gu Jinzhi, and she quickly replied, "I am merely a girl seeking refuge with family in Liangzhou. The heavy snow has led me astray, and I inadvertently wandered into this place. We shall depart at once." Yet, as her words fell, the man at the forefront turned his head, letting out a mocking laugh, his tone cold and haughty. "Do you think this is your home? You come and go as you please. What else could it be? Is it a crime to have friends from afar?" Gu Jinzhi inwardly cursed, though the gravity of the situation compelled her to silently rebuke him in her heart. Xiao Heng, retracting the whip, approached her deliberately, his shadow elongating under the waning sun, gradually enveloping both her and her companion. As he drew near, Tan Yun trembled beside her, nearly losing her footing. Jinzhi steadied Tan Yun, but the latter's quaking set her own body shivering uncontrollably, both resembling a pair of rattled leaves. Seizing the opportunity as he neared, she discreetly scrutinized the man, only to be struck by his imposing height, forcing her to crane her neck to meet his gaze. Though fearsome, he possessed an undeniable allure. His features were chiseled and profound, exuding a ruggedness laced with an undercurrent of menace. As he looked down upon her, an air of disdainful authority surrounded him. Realizing her current position as prey, Gu Jinzhi adopted a facade of frailty and helplessness, her large, glistening eyes pleadingly fixed upon him. Perched upon his mount, the muscular contours of his concealed arm hinted at formidable strength, and his towering stature radiated a blatant aggression. He regarded her intently for a moment before suddenly letting out a scoff. "Who do I see but the little princess of the Great Way?" He actually recognized her at a glance. Gu Jinzhi felt a wave of confusion, yet there was no time to ponder the reason. She recalled that the man had just called him Lord. Could this individual be the ruthless and bloodthirsty king of Dingbei? Xiao Heng? In the grip of sheer terror, a sudden idea struck her, and she opened her mouth to wail dramatically. "Cousin, I have finally found you." Cousin, Xiao Heng thought. How could he, at the age of 24, suddenly have a cousin drop from the sky? Chapter 2. Uncle takes you out for a treat. Gu Jinzhi paid no heed to the sudden chill that swept over Xiao Heng's expression, nor did she notice Tan Yun's shock at her calling him uncle. In truth, it was a matter of historical record that Xiao Heng's great-grandfather had indeed married a certain princess and was later granted a fief in Yongzhou due to his military accomplishments. Though this was several generations past, seizing upon this tenuous familial connection, Gu Jinzhi was resolute in her intention to acknowledge this kinship. Otherwise, she might very well meet her demise that evening. A true gentleman must possess the ability to endure and retreat, for it is never too late to escape. With steely determination, Gu Jinzhi wept profusely, her emotions appearing strikingly sincere as she declared, "Uncle, I have come all the way to Yongzhou specifically to seek refuge with you." Her naturally fair complexion was flushed with a delicate hue at the tip of her nose as she cried, resembling a wronged little kitten, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. However, Xiao Heng's mouth twitched as he mercilessly exposed her lie. "You just mentioned Liangzhou." Gu Jinzhi, wiping her snot and tears, exclaimed through her sobs, "That is of no consequence." While she discreetly assessed Xiao Heng's expression, she redirected the conversation. "Uncle, I have been running for several days. Cold and hungry, hic." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden hiccup interrupted her. Oh no! Earlier that afternoon, having noticed that her pursuers were no longer in close pursuit, she had taken refuge with a farmer and consumed a roasted chicken, which evidently had yet to settle in her stomach. Looking up, she saw that Xiao Heng's demeanor had grown even colder, as though he were about to merge with the icy landscape behind him. Gu Jinzhi thought to herself, "This is disastrous. So you are both cold and hungry?" Xiao Heng replied with a sinister smile, suddenly bending down to grasp the collar of her garment, effortlessly lifting her onto the back of his horse, as though she were a mere quail. Tears still clinging to her cheeks, Gu Jinzhi frantically grasped the saddle, bewildered. What is happening? As Xiao Heng held her collar with one hand, the rough texture of the riding whip grazed her neck, eliciting a sharp sting. However, at that moment, Gu Jinzhi was oblivious to the pain, still trying to comprehend how the situation had escalated so quickly. when suddenly she felt the firm, broad chest behind her, followed by his chilling breath and his deep, frosty voice. "Steady yourself. Uncle will take you out for a good meal." His voice was gravelly, as if shaped by stones, imbued with an irresistible allure. Gu Jinji's heart trembled, and just as she intended to glance back at him, she found herself ensnared in his embrace, unable to move. Grasping the reins, Xiao Heng tightened his legs around the horse's belly, ready to depart. "Take her along," he commanded, referring to Tan Yun. At that moment, a handsome deputy quickly followed suit, hoisting Tan Yun onto his own horse. Tan Yun let out a startled scream, nearly tumbling from the saddle as she flailed about. Before she could steady herself, she witnessed her princess being whisked away by the newly acknowledged uncle, galloping into the distance. The sky had yet to fully darken, and snow was kicked up by the pounding hooves, the biting cold wind carrying snowflakes that struck her face like sharp ice blades. Gu Jinji sat directly before him, caught unawares by the gust of wind. The tears on her face, still fresh and unwiped, were instantly frozen, rendering her delicate features stiff and as if they belonged to another, while inwardly chastising him for his reckless disregard for her fragility. She hastily pulled his black cloak to shield her face, fearing the ruin of her flower-like visage. Xiao Heng glanced down, observing the petite figure nestled within his cloak, completely concealed without a hint of exposure, meticulously safeguarding herself. Her diminutive form merely created a slight bulge beneath the fabric, so subtle that one could easily overlook the presence of another. Amused by the sight, he urged his black steed forward with a crack of the whip, which propelled him ahead like a dart. Immediately, he felt the small figure collide against his chest, prompting her to instinctively shrink back. Despite this, she managed to keep every strand of hair hidden, fiercely protecting her tender face. Noticing her effective self-preservation, Xiao Heng did not reduce his pace. Rather, he quickened their advance. The jolting motion of the horse made Gu Jinji cling tightly to his garment to avoid being thrown off. In her flustered state, she felt a sharp sting at the nape of her neck and, upon touching it, discovered that he had inadvertently caused her to bleed with a careless flick of his whip. This brute! Gu Jinji felt an urge to bite him in her frustration. As darkness enveloped the sky, a horde of cavalry, like tumultuous black clouds, descended upon the camp, halting just before the tents. With the wind now dying down, Gu Jinji cautiously parted the cloak just enough to peek out, resembling a curious little hamster, surveying her surroundings with a mix of anxiety and wonder. Her emergence caught the attention of the soldiers in the camp, who noted that their lord seemed to have returned with a young lady. Although they dared not stare directly, fleeting glances were cast upon Gu Jinji, filled with intrigue. When had a lady ever graced the military camp? This was indeed a first. What manner of person could inspire their lord to bring her back on horseback? Curiosity rippled through the ranks. Xiao Heng, aware of the inquisitive gazes that fell upon her, impatiently pressed her head back down into the cloak. How could this delicate creature, so seemingly young, draw such attention? It was astonishing that, during her childhood, they had not realized how she would blossom into such a captivating figure. Gu Jinji instinctively retracted her neck, sensing that not all the glances directed her way were benign, and thus retreated back into his embrace for warmth. As night fell, a light snow began to descend, making the air even colder than before. Yet, his chest felt like a small furnace, radiating warmth that shielded her from the chill. Gu Jinji warmed her small hands against him, then heard the cacophony around them, as the soldiers began to remove their armor in preparation for rest. As Xiao Heng dismounted, he deftly lifted her from the saddle, then, feigning ignorance to her plaintive gaze, handed her over to his adjutant. "She is yours now," he declared. Gu Jinji stumbled into another chest with a soft thud, a flicker of confusion and grievance crossing her mind, struggling to lift her head while leaning against the man's sturdy chest. She found herself gazing into a strikingly handsome face. Gu Jinji thought to herself, "Oh my, this man is extraordinarily beautiful." The man opposite her was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Wei had not anticipated that the lord would toss such a delicate little princess into his arms. At the moment their eyes met, an unspoken awkwardness lingered between them. How did this little princess end up in my care? Xiao Wei lamented silently. Xiao Heng offered no explanation and quickly strode into the camp. One of the purposes of his journey was to inspect the border troops. This area marked the convergence of the three states of Yong, Shun, and Liang, a historically contested territory, particularly in recent years as Liangzhou had been closely monitoring it. With the onset of cold weather, vigilance often waned, presenting an opportunity for the enemy. With his departure, Gu Jinch had no choice but to follow Xiao Wei into the main camp, where she soon spotted Tan Yun amidst the crowd. Tan Yun, having been led by Xiao Wei on horseback, appeared disheveled from the wind, her cheeks flushed. Upon seeing Gu Jinch, she rushed over, wrapping her arms around her and weeping copiously. "Princess, you haven't suffered, have you?" Gu Jinch mused that her experience hadn't been all that dreadful. After all, although her false cousin lacked the tenderness one would expect, he did provide warmth. She nestled comfortably in the great cloak, and had it not been for the jolting of the horse, she might have even taken a pleasant nap. Gu Jinch waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. However, upon noticing the armored deputy standing beside her princess, Tan Yun immediately pulled Gu Jinch behind her for protection, exclaiming, "Umph, you foul man! How dare you lay a hand on my princess?" Xiao Wei could only blink in disbelief. "If it weren't for the Lord tossing her to me, I would want to deal with this, you know." He rolled his eyes and prepared to walk away. Gu Jinch hastily reached out to stop him. After running for so long, her earlier roasted chicken had nearly digested, and she was eager to procure some food from the deputy. Before her father, the emperor, passed away, he often advised her that a girl should know how to act coy and feeble, as it would soften a man's heart. Thus, Gu Jinch gazed pitifully at Xiao Wei, feigning a frail and helpless demeanor, and sweetly inquired. Esteemed Sir Xiao Wei's lips twitched as he interrupted her. "I'm a woman." Gu Jinch. "Danjun, a woman? You must be joking." Gu Jinch's mind was flooded with incredulity. This imposing rider, galloping like the wind, was telling her she was a woman. Stunned for a moment, Gu Jinch thought to herself that it was no wonder the sensation of leaning against her chest had felt somewhat peculiar. Just as Xiao Wei's expression was about to darken, she quickly adapted, saying with a flourish, "Might I request, dear lady, that you provide us with something to eat to fill our bellies?" The womanly warrior, Xiao Wei, remarked, Chapter 3, "We haven't even had the chance to run yet." Though she was at a loss for words, she dutifully took it upon herself to fetch something for Gu Jinch to eat, as instructed by Xiao Heng. As she departed, Gu Jinch turned to Tan Yun in disbelief, asking, "You rode alongside her the entire way and didn't realize she was a woman?" Tan Yun, feeling quite innocent, shrugged helplessly and remarked, "Who would have thought there could be a female general in this world? Moreover, her physique is remarkably robust, hardly resembling that of a woman." Gu Jinji remained silent for a moment, still finding it hard to believe, and couldn't help but express her disdain. "But the tactile differences between men and women are so pronounced. Can't you feel it?" Tan Yun raised her gaze cautiously and replied, "Is that so? I find it quite similar. Perhaps the Prince of Dingbei is also a woman?" Gu Jinji was momentarily speechless, opening her mouth in disbelief and exclaiming, "How clever of you! Why didn't I think of that?" In the military camp, there was little to eat, as Xiao Wei had only brought them 2 buns and a jug of water. Gu Jinji was not one to be picky. She intended to nibble on the bun with the water. Yet before the food even reached her lips, the overly protective Tan Yun gasped in shock and snatched it away. "Is this fit for a person to consume? Our princess, born of noble lineage, should never stoop to eating such coarse fare." Without waiting for Gu Jinji to react, she disdainfully tossed the bun onto the ground. In Tan Yun's eyes, her little princess had been cherished and pampered, and it was inconceivable for her to be reduced to consuming such hard and unyielding bread. Although her status had diminished significantly since the late emperor's passing, Guyi remained her close imperial uncle. Furthermore, with the new emperor ascending the throne to showcase his benevolence, Gu Jinji was not deprived of her needs. Thus, even at 15, she remained the beloved little princess of Dawei. However, at that moment, as Gu Jinji faced the prospect of starvation, she helplessly watched the pristine bun fall into the muddy snow. "I truly feel like dying," she lamented inwardly, thinking that as a princess of noble birth, She was on the verge of starvation and should not be overly concerned with trivial details. Yet, with the bun discarded on the ground, Xiao Wei, with her arms crossed, observed them with keen interest, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Little princess, I assure you, I am not intentionally mistreating you. Without the Lord's command, we cannot discern whether you're friend or foe." She spoke a truth that could not be denied. Jinzhi and Tanyun had intruded into Yongzhou, a region that had declared its independence 6 years prior and no longer pledged allegiance to the Wei. With tears streaming down her face, Jinzhi gazed at the pitiful bun lying in the snow and insisted, "It's nothing. Once my uncle is finished with his business, I will explain everything to him." The sincerity of her distress was genuine, stemming solely from hunger. Hearing her repeatedly refer to him as uncle, Xiao Wei could not fathom why such a delicate and pretentious niece would belong to someone as stoic as Xiao Heng. With a cold huff, she departed to report back to him. Once Xiao Wei left, Jinzhi hurriedly retrieved the bun, brushed off the mud, and took a large bite. Tanyun watched in astonishment. "Princess." Jinzhi no longer cared about appearances. Her priority was survival, and she refused to become the first princess of the Wei to perish from starvation on her very first day of captivity. Moreover, if she did not eat a bit more, how would she muster the strength to escape later? After concluding his discussions with his subordinates, Xiao Heng finally remembered Jinzhi. Xiao Wei lifted the curtain and entered. Several generals had just exited, leaving only Xiao Heng and his close guard Zhao Guan within the military tent. Upon hearing the sound of the curtain being lifted, Xiao Heng raised his head from the sand table and inquired, "Has the little princess been settled?" Xiao Wei paused for a moment before truthfully reporting, "The princess is quite delicate. She even picks at the steamed buns, claiming they are mere scraps unworthy of her royal status." Listening to this, Xiao Heng maintained a faint expression, returning his gaze to the sand table. This aligned with his expectations, for she had once been the cherished little princess of Emperor Wukong. It was only natural for her to exhibit such delicacy. However, Xiao Wei, unable to contain her curiosity, pressed on, "My lord, is this little princess truly your cousin?" Xiao Heng glanced at her, his eyes seemingly conveying a message of disbelief at her naivety. The Xiao family had risen to prominence in Yongzhou through military merit. Indeed, generations ago, a grand princess had married into the Xiao family, yet he had no desire to establish any connection with that foolish emperor in the court. Letting her call him cousin was merely a playful jest. It was inconceivable that he would acknowledge such a delicate and cunning cousin. Zhao Guan, who had been by Xiao Heng's side the longest, cleared his throat twice in an attempt to provide a subtle hint, but Xiao Wei remained oblivious, continuing to ask, "If she is not your cousin, how did you recognize her so readily? How could one possibly fail to recognize her?" Xiao Heng inwardly mocked himself with a wry smile. Today he found himself unusually patient, and thus he looked at Xiao Wei and replied slowly. She arrived from Shenzhou, declaring her intention to seek refuge with relatives in Liangzhou. Which individual, currently being pursued in Shenzhou, has ties to Liangzhou? Xiao Wei's eyes lit up with realization. Recently, the marriage of the princess of Dawei to the Duke of Jianan in Shenzhou had been the talk of the town. However, even more astonishing was the news that broke on the very first day of the wedding. The princess had fled, following a night of chaos in the Jianan residence. The guards had been dispatched in pursuit, although they did not explicitly state whom they were chasing. The whispers within the residence inevitably let slip the news of the princess's elopement. As for the search towards Liangzhou, it was because the current ruler there was none other than Gu Jinzhi's second brother, Gu Shan. After the death of the late emperor, the current throne was occupied by Gu Yu, the late emperor's younger brother. The first order of business for Gu Yu was to strip his nephew of military power. In a bid for self-preservation, Gu Shan had revolted with Liangzhou. When the announcement of Gu Jinzhi's impending marriage was made, Gu Shan had boldly declared that if Gu Yu insisted on marrying off his sister against her will, Liangzhou would send troops to intercept the wedding. However, before Liangzhou could mobilize, Xiao Heng unexpectedly invaded, catching Gu Shan off guard and seizing the fleeing little princess. Listening to this, Zhao Guan could not help but comment on the Duke of Jianan's audacious behavior in marrying the young princess, exclaiming, "Isn't the Duke nearly 40? How could he possibly pursue a girl barely in her teens? What a lecher!" Xiao Wei echoed with a disapproving click of her tongue, stating, "A girl of such tender years. I could never bring myself to do such a thing." Zhao Guan replied, "Indeed, it is utterly despicable and shameless." Xiao Heng was about to speak when suddenly a thought struck him. He turned his head toward Xiao Wei and, in a low voice, inquired, "What are you still doing here?" Xiao Wei, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh?" Xiao Heng's tone grew serious as he replied, "Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on her?" Xiao Wei smacked his forehead, his face turning pale. "Oh no." Gu Jinzhi was exceptionally beautiful. Just 15 years of age, with fair and delicate skin, exquisite features, and a pair of round, sparkling eyes that conveyed innocence and charm. Even before she came of age, she had already gained fame as a renowned beauty in the Great Way. Aware of her natural advantages, she adeptly utilized them to her benefit. Within merely half an hour of Xiao Wei stepping away, she had already engaged in lively conversation with the surrounding soldiers, deftly gathering information about which horse was obedient and which direction led to the Zhuangzi. Feigning innocence and charm, coupled with her innate beauty, the officers harbored no suspicions towards her. Moreover, having heard General Xia refer to her as a princess, they assumed she must be a distinguished guest of the Lord, thus readily answering her inquiries. Gu Jinzhi successfully gleaned the escape route and, with Tan Yun, concealed herself beside the stable. They planned to stealthily steal 2 horses under the cover of night and flee. The general responsible for her wedding was an old subordinate of her father, and when she had escaped from Shenzhou, she had been under the protection of the general leading the wedding procession, who had bestowed upon her some silver coins. If they could procure horses tonight and reach Liangzhou to seek refuge with her second brother, she would no longer have to endure such a life of trepidation. Gu Jinzhi felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Night fell swiftly, and, as the soldiers guarding the stable returned to the camp for rest, Gu Jinzhi anxiously clutched the hem of her garment and slipped into the stable. Tan Yun, trembling behind her, nervously asked, "Princess, do we really have to escape this way? What if we get caught along the way?" They were not far from the border of Liangzhou. As long as they successfully stole the horses and crossed into Liangzhou, Xiao Heng would undoubtedly be unable to pursue them across the border. Just as Gu Jinzhi was about to reassure her, the outer door of the stable was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Upon seeing the tall figure at the entrance and the faint smile playing on the visitor's lips, Gu Jinzhi despaired and closed her eyes momentarily. After a pause, she turned to comfort Tan Yun, saying, "It will be fine. Look, we haven't even had the chance to run before being discovered." Tan Yun responded, "Thank you. I feel somewhat comforted." Chapter 4. Are we to coexist in this room? The light within the stable was dim, but as the door swung open, a faint moonlight seeped in from behind the visitor. Xiao Heng immediately spotted the 2 young women hiding on the ground. He stepped inside, crouched before Gu Jinzhi, his eyes cold and piercing. With an air of indifference, he scoffed. "What are you hiding here for? Planning to escape?" Geu Yinshi had schemes laid border. Felt a pang of despair within, but maintained an outward facade of a pitiful, submissive demeanor. "Cousin, I am cold. The wind outside keeps me awake." Xiao Heng was not swayed by her feigned innocence. Through their interactions, he had come to realize that she was far from the docile persona she portrayed. Women, he mused, were often both troublesome and hypocritical beings. He reached out, grasping the collar of her garment, and unceremoniously lifted her up. "Is it cold?" He suddenly switched hands, hoisting her over his shoulder, her head dangling down, and as he strode outside, he declared, "I shall take you to a place where it is warm enough for slumber." Gu Jinzhi flailed a couple of times on his shoulder, blood rushing to her head. However, Xiao Heng's strength was immense. Carrying her was as effortless as a breeze. After several futile attempts to free herself, Gu Jinzhi surrendered with a soft whimper. Xiao Heng carried her to the entrance of his military tent, where several of his deputy generals and guards, upon seeing him with a delicate young lady in his arms, were momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed themselves, discreetly averting their gazes and allowing him passage. With a firm kick, he pushed aside the curtain and strode confidently into the tent. Before Gu Jinzhi could discern her surroundings, she was unceremoniously deposited onto the bedding. Although it was termed a mattress, It was merely a thin layer of padding atop a wooden board. The rigors of military life afforded little luxury. Yet Gu Jinzhi, raised as a pampered princess, felt as though her very bones had been rattled by the fall. Curse that old dog, she thought. Couldn't he have been a tad gentler? Her lovely face nearly met the fate of a pancake. Suppressing her pain, she tenderly rubbed her face before sitting up, casting him a mournful glance. Her petite frame made her appear even smaller on the bed. As Xiao Heng beheld her woefully crumpled expression, an inexplicable surge of emotion flickered within him. He had never encountered anyone as delicate as she, and though he was unsure if others were equally as fragile, that fleeting tenderness dissipated before he could fully grasp it. He flung himself onto the bed beside her, closing his eyes with a lack of sincerity, and said, "Sleep. It is warm here." Gu Jinzhi was taken aback. Is it proper for us to share a room and a bed? After all, she was his distant cousin, and while they were not related by blood, given her incessant calls of uncle throughout the day, a modicum of decorum was in order. She touched her nose, contemplating another attempt to reason with him. Yet, sensing her desire to escape even with his eyes shut, Xiao Heng curled a leg over the edge of the bed, blocking her path, and coldly warned, "If you do not sleep, I shall send you back to Shenzhou." Those who recognize the times are wise. At the mention of Shenzhou, Gu Jinzhi promptly lay down beside him, hastily adjusting her blanket to shield half of her face. As long as I lie down quickly, life cannot overwhelm me. She played the role of the meek and compliant quail convincingly, for her very fate rested in his hands, and the threat of being returned to Shenzhou loomed large. Thus, she wrapped herself snugly, nestling beside him. Xiao Heng initially intended to intimidate her, but he did not anticipate her swift capitulation, which rendered the encounter somewhat tedious. Lacking any semblance of integrity, she appeared timid as a mouse. The little princess of the Great Way was hardly more than this. Yet, despite his disdain, he found himself glancing at her once more. Gu Jinzhi had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes falling like a delicate fan. Though Xiao Heng had little interest in women, and thus no concrete notion of beauty, upon closer inspection, he recognized that Gu Jinzhi was indeed strikingly lovely. Her skin was fair and delicate, so much so that it seemed almost fragile up close. Her petite nose and mouth were exquisitely formed, lending her an air of charming innocence, unmistakably the mark of a natural-born princess. However, a woman was still just a woman, no matter how beautiful. He turned away, closing his eyes and resolutely preparing to rest. Yet, he had never before encountered such beauty. Perhaps just one more glance. Xiao Heng turned his head again, only to find that Gu Jinzhi, feigning sleep from exhaustion, was simultaneously opening her eyes. Surprised to be caught in her ruse, their gazes locked for a fleeting moment, and she quickly lowered her head, pretending to be deeply asleep. Xiao Heng found this rather amusing and turned to face her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Despite her closed eyes, Gu Jinzhi sensed the piercing attention locked onto her. What was so fascinating? Had he never seen a young girl asleep? She was filled with questions, yet dared not reveal her thoughts. She remained stiff, feigning slumber, but unexpectedly, genuine drowsiness began to envelop her, her body gradually relaxing, her breathing softening and becoming rhythmic. Xiao Heng observed her sleeping visage, growing increasingly intrigued. This young lady, though delicate and troublesome, was undeniably endearing. No wonder the old bull, Prince Jianan, foolishly yearned for tender grass. With a soft chuckle, he turned away and closed his eyes, soon succumbing to sleep. Outside, the wind howled, and the snow began to fall more heavily. In the middle of the night, as Xiao Heng slept soundly, he suddenly felt a furry little creature burrowing beside him. Having spent years in battle, his alertness was keen, and he slept lightly. Sensing movement nearby, he swiftly turned, pinning the fluffy little thing beneath him with the speed of the wind. His strong, wide frame was undeniable in its dominance. Gu Jinzhi, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the sudden pressure, her eyes flying open. Was she being haunted? Upon awakening, she found Xiao Heng looming above her, gripping her wrist tightly. Gu Jinzhi thought to herself, is this strange uncle not suffering from some grave illness? Cousin, she managed to gasp, struggling futilely against his grip. Only then did Xiao Heng seem to awaken from his daze and loosen his hold. With his release, Jinzhi finally found the freedom to move. Her little face flushed with a mixture of tension and embarrassment. Who would have thought that during her first night sleeping beside him, she would not only preserve her innocence, but almost lose her life instead? Xiao Heng observed the red marks he had left on her wrist, fully aware of his culpability. Yet he stubbornly scolded her, insisting that she should simply sleep soundly and not throw a tantrum. Otherwise, he would cast her out to sleep in the snow. Jinzhi, why had she not been sleeping soundly? Before she could comprehend the situation, Xiao Heng abruptly yanked the blanket away and turned his back to her, lying down once more. Chapter 5. Only 15? Surely she is not still drinking milk? Jinzhi was indeed not the model of tranquility in slumber. Primarily, she was afraid of the cold, and the bedding in the military camp was rather sparse. Not long after she settled down, she instinctively sought the warmth of the only heat source nearby, Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had yet to fall asleep when he felt a soft little presence pressing against his back. Familiarity breeds comfort. Without turning his head, he knew it was that delicate little creature, Jinzhi, snuggling up to him once more. He closed his eyes, resting his tongue against his jaw, and endured for a moment. Xiao Heng was accustomed to sleeping alone, and the sensation of someone pressing against his back made him feel irritable and uncomfortable. Should he simply kick her out of bed? He pondered how to deal with this little troublemaker. Unbeknownst to the blissfully oblivious Jinzhi, who was still blissfully dreaming, she continued to nuzzle against his back like a persistent little hamster burrowing into its hole, aggravating Xiao Heng further. At last, unable to bear it any longer, he threw off the covers, sending the little figure behind him tumbling into his blanket. He then left the tent before dawn to practice. With his departure, Jinzhi was left bereft of warmth. She futilely burrowed for a while, but to no avail, and eventually opened her eyes, groggy, only to realize she was alone in the vast bed, having spent all that time in solitude. The bed was cold and hard. She could barely sleep when close to Xiao Heng, but now that he was gone, sleep eluded her completely. Outside, dawn had begun to break, and the soldiers who had been on watch the previous night were changing shifts, their footsteps crunching on the snow and mud, creating a cacophony of sound. Jinzhi stifled a long yawn, her small hand breaking free from the covers to rub her face vigorously, attempting to rouse herself. Early to bed and early to rise is healthy, while late nights and late mornings can lift one's spirits. Yet Jinzhi, having gone to bed late and rising early, found her mood quite dismal. Because of the frigid night, her sleep had been restless, and upon rising, she felt utterly lethargic. Even when Xiao Heng returned to the tent after his training to partake in breakfast, her spirits remained low. Xiao Heng, who led troops into battle without many formalities, typically dined with his deputy generals and guards. However, today, after his training, he found himself recalling the amusing sight of Jinzhi vigorously nuzzling against him last night. It was bothersome, yet oddly entertaining. Thus, he decided to have the meals brought to his military tent. As he entered, lifting the curtain, he found Jinzhi still seated on the bed, her expression one of lingering drowsiness. Xiao Heng, accustomed to little sleep, could not fathom how she could still lack vitality at this hour. He cast a glance her way, mockingly inquired, "Aren't you coming down to wash up and eat? Are you waiting for me to serve you?" Jinzhi, just awakening, found both her mind and body sluggish. She sat on the bed and cast a glance at Xiao Heng, noticing that he was engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Only then did she slowly rise from the bed, obediently wash up, and proceed to breakfast. The fare in the military camp was quite simple, consisting of thin porridge, steamed buns, and a few side dishes. As Jinzhi gazed at the watery congee and buns, she reflected on her past life, where she had been untouched by hardship, and now found herself in a situation where food was scarce and warmth was a luxury. Unable to suppress a sigh, she lamented her circumstances. However, Xiao Heng remained oblivious to her thoughts. Noticing her scrunched-up face, which appeared to express disdain, he lifted his chin and mockingly asked, "What's wrong? Is this food beneath you? If you feel wronged, then don't eat it." With that, He pretended to reach for the bowl in front of her. Gu Jinzhi quickly clutched her bowl tightly, exclaiming, "No, no. I love kanji and buns." She understood that if she displayed even a hint of reluctance, this formidable man would not hesitate to deprive her of her meal. Valuing her life, she obediently lowered her head and began to drink the kanji, her small face nearly buried in the bowl. As she became compliant, Xiao Heng found her demeanor rather uninteresting. He stared at her slightly parted lips for a moment before inquiring, "How old are you this year?" Gu Jinzhi paused, then honestly replied, 15. Just after reaching the age of maturity, she had been hastily offered as a gift to the old Prince Jinan by her eager uncle. Xiao Heng chuckled softly, recalling the faint scent of milk that lingered on her from their shared night. He decided to tease her further, mischievously asking, "Only 15? Are you still drinking milk?" Gu Jinzhi retorted, "What of it? Am I drinking your family's milk? How else can I grow?" Standing shorter than her peers, she was acutely aware that Tang Yun, who was the same age, was nearly half a head taller than her. Thus, she diligently consumed milk each day, hoping to seize the chance to grow a little taller. Height was her sore point. Although she wanted to retort, she soon realized that even while seated, he towered over her. Gu Jinzhi was left speechless, seeing her silence. Xiao Heng mistakenly assumed she was sulking and, in a rare display of kindness, ceased his teasing. Instead, he pushed a large bowl of milk towards her, playfully saying, "All right then, drink up. I wouldn't want to be accused of depriving you and hindering your growth." Gu Jinzhi shot him an exasperated glance, thinking, "I will speak up. I will." After all, the matter of her height would forever be blamed on him. After finishing breakfast, the troops had assembled and were prepared to set off again. Xiao Heng was pressed for time on this inspection of the border camp. In recent years, tensions between Yongzhou and Liangzhou had escalated, and conflict could erupt at any moment. Once his inspection was complete and defenses were arranged, he intended to return home. The Yongzhou provincial capital was in Yongcheng, requiring a swift journey of half a day. But with a considerable number of infantry and supplies in their ranks, they would need at least 2 or 3 days to reach their destination. "Let us depart promptly. My troops shall not be burdened by any encumbrances. Those who hinder the army's progress shall be discarded," he observed Gu Jinzhi lingering in the camp, and thus deliberately issued a warning. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi's eyes brightened. Discarded? It seems like an opportune moment to escape. On the road back to Yong City, Gu Jinzhi rode alongside Xiao Heng, as usual. Xiao Heng was well aware that this little princess was far from the obedient facade she portrayed. One moment of inattention could lead to her flight. Her exquisite visage was beguiling, and entrusting her to another would be unwise. Thus, he kept her on his horse, personally overseeing her safety. Gu Jinzhi had yet to find an opportunity to flee. Nestled within his large cloak, she could not help but murmur softly, "Cousin, why are you taking me to Yong City?" Xiao Heng parted the cloak slightly, revealing her perched atop the horse, only the tip of her head visible. Her eyes shimmering as if veiled by a layer of water, reflecting his image. He gazed at her lustrous eyes and nonchalantly remarked, "Who says you are of no use? Your brother has been quite troublesome for me lately. Keeping you as a hostage serves my interests quite well." The border between Yongzhou and Liangzhou was extensive, with frequent exchanges of goods. Harmony should ideally be maintained to promote prosperity. However, maintaining troops required provisions and weaponry. Presently, the power of the Great Way was waning, while both borders remained robust, leading to friction during trade that could erupt in a conflict. Xiao Heng's encounter with Gu Jinzhi was not merely coincidental. Retaining her held significant advantages. Hearing the word hostage made Gu Jinzhi's heart skip a beat. Growing up in the palace, her second brother had doted on her, often bringing delightful treats from outside the palace. Despite the 9-year age gap, their bond was the strongest. However, now she found herself under Xiao Heng's control, needing to feign indifference towards her brother, severing their relationship entirely. "I'm not familiar with him. He used to bully me when we were children. Now, he certainly wouldn't sacrifice Liangzhou's interests for me. Keeping me is of no use." Xiao Heng observed her flickering gaze and feigned regret as he replied, "We shall see. If you prove truly useless, I shall return you to Shenzhou, back to that old man, the Prince of Jinan, as his wife." Gu Jinzhi thought, "Are you delighted at the prospect of me being that old man's wife. At your age, he already has children, yet you are still without a bride. She inwardly raged. Yet, she genuinely feared being returned to Shenzhou, setting aside the prince of Jinnan's age, which could make him a father to her. The mere fact that she had been abducted by Xiao Heng muddied her reputation. Realizing this, Gu Jinzhi understood that her only escape lay in seeking her brother in Liangzhou, contingent upon Xiao Heng's willingness to let her go. Why must you send me back to Shenzhou? I have not offended you. Why must you make my life difficult? Why not leave me here to fend for myself? It wouldn't hinder your affairs, would it? Gu Jinzhi whispered, attempting to negotiate. Who says you have not offended me? Xiao Heng sat composed on his horse, not sparing her a glance, responding with an air of calm. Gu Jinzhi asked him, Have I? Is this not our first meeting? She was perplexed, and the arm that supported her waist suddenly tightened. Then, a deep breath brushed past her ear. Little princess, to be untrustworthy is to risk losing one's head. Gu Jinzhi. When had she ever been untrustworthy? Chapter 6. How much is the princess of the Great Way worth? Gu Jinzhi could not recall ever having encountered this man before, nor did she remember any past grievances with him. However, Xiao Heng seemed to lack the patience to explain. Their conversation was sparse, and they remained silent for the remainder of the journey. Gu Jinzhi, tucked within his grand cloak, muttered softly in frustration, but the howling wind outside rendered her words inaudible to Xiao Heng. It seemed they were in a hurry, as Xiao Heng did not allow the party to pause for respite. Though Gu Jinzhi's delicate skin suffered from the friction of the saddle, she found solace in the warmth of Xiao Heng's cloak, which shielded her from the biting wind and snow. Nestled within, she dozed off, only to awaken in the evening. This time, they did not set up camp in the wilderness, but instead entered the city directly. Xiao Heng's horse came to a halt before a residence that exuded the grandeur of a wealthy household, complete with 2 stone drums at the entrance, large enough for 2 children to sit upon. The moment he dismounted, someone approached to greet him, leading him with a smile into the abode. The one guiding the way was the steward of the estate, bowing deeply in reverence. This place was a manor. Yongzhou was renowned for its medicinal herbs, and its southern regions boasted salt and copper mines. Consequently, Yongzhou was affluent, though it lacked sufficient grain. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Xiao Heng from establishing himself as a local power. As soon as Gu Jinzhi dismounted, she intended to seek out Tan Yun, having not seen her all day, as she needed to discuss their escape plan. However, just as she lifted her foot, Xiao Heng's gaze swept over her. Where are you going? Gu Jinzhi paused, thinking to herself, So you're keeping an eye on me, are you? I haven't even moved yet, and you already know. She pouted, feigning innocence. Uncle, I urgently need to relieve myself. Surely, one cannot deny a person access to the restroom? If I cannot go, I shall simply relieve myself on your bed tonight. Xiao Heng regarded her for a moment, unable to discern whether her urgency was genuine or feigned. Nevertheless, he called for Xiao Wei to escort her. Gu Jinzhi never expected that even a trip to the lavatory would be under surveillance, making it impossible to communicate her escape plan to Tan Yun. She would have to rely on her wits and adapt as the situation unfolded. Since they passed through this area, Xiao Heng decided to stop by the accounts office to review the ledgers. This year, he had engaged in several skirmishes with Liangzhou, yet had gained little advantage. The conflicts had delayed the spring planting, jeopardizing the military provisions for the upcoming year, all of which required his decisive intervention. Bringing Gu Jinzhi along served a strategic purpose. Xiao Heng understood that Gu Jinzhi was the cherished younger sister of Gu Cheng. By using her as leverage, he aimed to temporarily cease hostilities with Liangzhou, thereby securing time for the spring planting. Hence, he acted swiftly to take Gu Jinzhi away before Gu Cheng could intervene. Though he intended to retain Gu Jinzhi as a means of controlling Liangzhou, he had no intention of mistreating the little princess. He remembered that she had been jostling on horseback for days without a bath, and as a delicate young lady, it was likely that she could no longer endure such discomfort. Xiao Heng issued his orders accordingly. The caretaker led her into the room, where a maid promptly brought her water and a set of clean garments to change into. The bathing area was enclosed by a screen within the inner chamber. Gu Jinzhi, preferring her own independence, luxuriated in a soothing bath for a while before emerging clad in a fresh dress. Though hastily procured, the attire, while not extravagant, was clean and soft, fitting her well. The steward, perceptive as he was, recognized that Gu Jinzhi had arrived on horseback alongside Xiao Heng, indicating her likely significance in the eyes of their lord. He treated her with due respect, even arranging for a fur coat to keep her warm. The coat, crafted from silver mink, featured a fur collar that appeared quite cozy. Gu Jinzhi touched the fabric, feeling a twinge of regret, for she had no use for it that night. She intended to be a burden to Xiao Heng, the kind he would discard, thus creating an opportunity to seek out her second brother in Liangzhou. After indulging in a refreshing bath, Gu Jinzhi hurried to find Xiao Wei in search of food. As the snow ceased in the evening, Xiao Wei was seated in the courtyard, preparing to dine with several generals and advisors. Upon seeing the newly attired Gu Jinzhi, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. In their previous encounters, Gu Jinzhi had just escaped from Shenzhou, undoubtedly having endured considerable hardship, leaving her little time for grooming. However, upon her arrival at the estate, the steward had not only provided her with water for washing, but also offered her feminine cosmetics. Gu Jinzhi dabbed some honey-dew on her face and applied a light blush to her lips. The dress she donned was a delicate pink ensemble, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure, complemented by a flowing shawl that danced around her as she ran, resembling a youthful fairy. Xiao Wei, being a woman herself, could not help but admire the enchanting young lady, and neither could the other generals and advisors. These seasoned warriors, accustomed to the rigors of battle, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of such beauty. One older gentleman's gaze remained fixed upon her until she darted past, exclaiming in admiration, "This young lady is remarkable. No wonder our lord has brought her along." Another beside him nudged his arm, chuckling, "She is none other than a princess of the Great Wei, almost betrothed to the former King Jianan. Yet, I believe the current emperor is rather foolish. Who other than our lord could possibly appreciate such beauty?" The elder, being Xiao Heng's maternal uncle and a figure of considerable renown among his subordinates, scrutinized Gu Jinzhi once more, disdainfully remarking, "The Great Wei has long since withered. What value does a princess hold? To match her with our lord would be a lofty aspiration indeed." The other man fell silent. They all perceived that although Xiao Heng had brought this young lady along, he had not overtly expressed any interest in her. None could foresee whether she might eventually become their sovereign. Gu Jinzhi, accustomed to such gazes, felt no discomfort as she swiftly approached Xiao Wei, offering her a charming smile and a bid for favor. Xiao Wei reined in his astonished gaze, swallowed hard, and nonchalantly inquired, "What do you want from me?" Gu Jinzhi, with a charming smile, sweetly replied, "General Xia, I am hungry." Xiao Wei, she perplexed, crossed her arms, her eyes shimmering with impatience and confusion. "Are you seeking me just because you're hungry? Am I your father or mother?" After all, she was a vice-general, adept at leading troops in a battle. When did it become her responsibility to cater to this little princess's whims? Yet, Gu Jinzhi innocently blinked her eyes and earnestly declared, "You are my benefactor." Xiao Wei, I'm not quite inclined to assume that role. Nevertheless, it was challenging to refuse such a delightful young lady as Gu Jinzhi. Despite his reluctance, Xiao Wei begrudgingly made his way to the kitchen to fetch her something to eat. Gu Jinzhi followed him like a little squirrel on the hunt for food. The provisions on the estate surpassed those in the military camp by far. The cook was busy preparing dishes inside, with various side ingredients and seasonings displayed in porcelain bowls. The iron pot was sizzling with stir-fried bamboo shoots, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, tempting one to indulge. Xiao Wei greeted the cook and asked her to prepare a bowl of clear soup noodles for Gu Jinzhi before he promptly departed. In Chapter 7, not to freeze to death on his bed, the cook prepared noodles for Gu Jinzhi, adding 2 large eggs and roasting some chestnuts for her to enjoy. The chestnuts, roasted over charcoal, were powdery, sticky, and sweet, prompting Gu Jinzhi to indulge in several more. As the saying goes, a full stomach is essential for embarking on a journey. Tonight, she had significant matters to attend to. She needed to fill her belly first. After satisfying her hunger, Gu Jinzhi wandered around but could not find Tan Yun. Hearing that she had been taken to rest with the maidservants, she returned to her room to lie down. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng was finalizing accounts, which had now reached the midnight hour. One of the salt mine ledgers had discrepancies. The overseer had embezzled a substantial amount of salt tax, unaware that one day his misdeeds would come to light. Xiao Heng despised betrayal above all else. He ordered his subordinates to pin the man down in the snowy courtyard and delivered 50 lashes. His subordinates, all skilled in martial arts, inflicted such punishment that the overseer's lower body was drenched in blood, rendering him unable to stand. From that day forth, he would lose the ability to care for himself. The overseer's intermittent wails silenced the crowd, instilling a deeper fear of Xiao Heng. It was merely a case of tax evasion. Yet the punishment was so severe as to break a man's legs. Moreover, this steward had been at his side for many years. The onlookers bowed their heads, each feeling a sense of trepidation. After dealing with the matter, Xiao Heng emerged to find everyone still present, including Xiao Wei, who stood among the crowd. His brow furrowed as he coldly asked, "Where is she?" The entire courtyard stood at attention, respectfully and cautiously saluting him, "My lord." Xiao Wei quickly realized the inquiry was about someone specific and stepped forward to report, "She is in the back courtyard." However, there was no sound from the back courtyard. It seemed everyone had already settled down. How strange that she had not heard the commotion from the front yard. Did she really not come out to join the commotion? Could this truly be her? Such meekness and compliance hardly seemed characteristic of her. Could it be that she was plotting something against him? Xiao Heng pondered for a brief moment, convinced that with Jinzhi's delicate and fragile demeanor, she could hardly cause any upheaval in his presence. He clicked his tongue and proceeded towards the rear courtyard. The steward had initially arranged separate rooms for them, mindful of the distinction between genders, especially since Jinzhi addressed him as uncle, indicating a relationship that hardly warranted sharing a bed. Upon seeing Xiao Heng heading straight for Jinzhi's room, the steward's jaw dropped in surprise, and he hurried to follow. However, he was promptly halted by Xiao Wei. The steward blinked in confusion and asked, "Is the lord going to stay with that young lady?" Xiao Wei scoffed lightly, patted his trousers, and squatted down again. This was not their first encounter of this nature. The hall was dimly lit by a solitary candle. It seemed the occupants of the inner room had already retired for the night, as there was no sound when he entered. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain and maneuvered around the screen, first glancing at the bedside. The room was devoid of candles. Jinzhi lay on her side, eyes tightly shut, with her lashes gracefully resting against her cheeks. Her small frame only created a slight bulge beneath the thin quilt, appearing otherwise unremarkable. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Heng's mind. A man accustomed to the unpredictable chaos of the battlefield often finds himself on high alert in the face of tranquility and normalcy. Yet, having observed her timid demeanor over the past few days, with her propensity to tear up at the slightest provocation, he momentarily set aside his suspicions. Xiao Heng proceeded to the bathroom for a wash, contemplating what kind of mischief Jinzhi might concoct tonight. Upon finishing his bath and donning fresh attire, a sudden realization struck him. Was she not afraid of the cold? Why was she only covered with a thin blanket? Although a charcoal brazier was provided, it had been deliberately placed at a distance. He swiftly returned to the bedside, feeling the mattress, which was indeed cold. He immediately sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to touch Jinzhi's forehead. It was burning hot. Had she truly feigned illness in an attempt to escape? Amused yet infuriated, he glanced at the shivering figure nestled in the covers, her cheeks flushed from fever, and chose to suppress his irritation for the moment, promptly sending for a physician. The doctor, having already retired, hastily arose at the summons of a noble patron, rushing over without properly putting on his shoes. Upon entering the room and catching sight of Xiao Heng's icy expression, he shuddered, fearing that the person in bed was gravely ill. Fortunately, Jinzhi's fever had been discovered early. The doctor took her pulse and determined it was merely a case of catching a chill. Thankfully, it had been caught early and, with a couple of doses of medicine, she would soon recover. The doctor wrote a prescription, and a maid was dispatched to prepare the medicine. As Xiao Heng had never cared for anyone before, he summoned Tan Yun to attend to her mistress. Tan Yun, holding the bowl of medicine, gently propped her up, seeing her face flushed with fever. Her heart ached for a princess, and she couldn't help but harbor resentment toward Xiao Heng. That reckless oaf. She could hardly care for the princess, and after merely 2 days in his company, she had already fallen ill. If the princess were to accompany him to Yong City, who knows how much suffering awaited her? Unbeknownst to her, this illness was a ruse meticulously crafted by Gu Jinzhi herself. Awakening in a haze, she noticed a room full of people, her mind foggy from her supposed ailment. Yet she clung to her ulterior motive for feigning sickness. She needed to make Xiao Heng perceive her as a burden, compelling him to abandon her here. Otherwise, upon their arrival in Yong City, there would be no escape from the jaws of danger. As she weakly sipped her medicine, she feigned frailty and addressed the scowling Xiao Heng beside her. "Cousin, I fear this illness will not be resolved anytime soon." Xiao Heng's face resembled a frozen wasteland. It was merely a slight cold, yet she spoke as though she were on the brink of death. Aware of her cunning intentions, he maintained a stoic expression, indulging her performance with a sardonic smirk. What a predicament we find ourselves in indeed. In her heart, Gu Jinzhi silently criticized him, yet she continued to project an air of self-sacrifice. Lying weakly in Tan Yun's embrace, she coughed and suggested, "Perhaps you should all ignore me. The journey is of utmost importance. Please do not delay your return to Yong City tomorrow." The implication was clear. Hurry along, so I may make my escape come morning. However, Xiao Heng was not so easily fooled by her little schemes. He chuckled softly, lifting his chin with a casual air, and mercilessly unveiled her deception. "It's not that dire. This medicine will surely cure you." Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi thought, could the medicine be that miraculous? What if it worked immediately? Would I not have suffered for nothing? Just as she pondered this, she heard Xiao Heng languidly state, "Well, if it can be treated, we shall treat it. If not, you shall be sent back to Shenzhou. I will not harbor idle individuals, nor shall I support the old Duke Jinin's young bride." Gu Jinzhi promptly snatched the medicine from Tan Yun's hands and downed 3 bowls in quick succession. Tan Yun, taken aback, hurriedly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief while soothing her. "Your Highness, it's nothing to worry about. The doctor said it's merely a slight chill. You will recover swiftly." Gu Jinzhi, her complexion pale, nodded weakly. It was just a small cold. She was robust as a young bull, and she understood her body well. Yet, she genuinely feared that Xiao Heng would return her to be the old Duke Jinin's bride. After a long night of turmoil, she finally had the chance to rest. Though her fever had not entirely subsided, she fell into a drowsy slumber as soon as she lay down. As Xiao Heng settled beside her, the little one, feeling the warmth, instinctively snuggled closer. Wasn't she pretending to be ill to escape? How could she still have the audacity to approach him now? Xiao Heng pressed his finger against her forehead, gently pushing her away. His deep voice in the night resembled a predator poised to capture its prey as he slowly opened his eyes. "Do you not relish being ill? If you are so unwell, why come closer?" Gu Jinzhi winced under his touch, her forehead throbbing with pain. She whimpered slightly, struggling against his disdainful push, her lips pouting, eyes closed, and brows furrowed on the verge of tears. Her delicate skin, tender and soft, bore faint marks after being pressed by Xiao Heng. Observing her pitiful expression, he felt an inexplicable irritation. Furrowing his brow, he remarked in confusion, "It is not I who made you ill, yet you appear so aggrieved?" He gazed at her for a moment, feeling somewhat reluctant to concern himself with her. However, as he closed his eyes, sleep eluded him. Ultimately, he extended his hand, retrieving a thick blanket from the side and tossing it over her. He could not allow the precious young woman he had so painstakingly acquired to perish from the cold upon his bed. Moreover, he still had matters to settle with her. Chapter 8. I might as well let you fall to your death after consuming 3 bowls of medicine. Her fever subsided significantly, and Gu Jinzhi fell into a deep slumber. After days of tension, she unexpectedly found herself dreaming. In her dream, Gu Jinzhi returned to the age of 7. During her father's reign as emperor, it was the Lantern Festival, and the emperor hosted a grand banquet in the palace, inviting royal relatives, distinguished families, and loyal ministers. The palace walls were adorned with snow, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur, and even the bustling corridors of the palace radiated an indescribable pressure. The palace eunuchs briskly ushered the noble families and their ladies into the hall to take their seats. Little Jinzhi, merely 7 years old, was brought out from the inner palace just before noon. She donned a silver-white cloak over a pale yellow embroidered palace gown, intricately adorned with elegant depictions of swallows and poppies. On her feet were newly crafted embroidered shoes made of snow satin, and as sunlight kissed her face, she appeared almost luminescent, radiating charm. The maid led her to the banquet, where she was seated beside her mother, while her elder brothers sat opposite them, mingling with a host of esteemed nobles. Beside her second brother sat a somewhat familiar young man clad in dark robes. His features were strikingly chiseled, carrying an air of aloofness, yet he possessed an undeniable allure that captivated Gu Jinzhi's attention momentarily. While the banquet was ostensibly to entertain the nobility, its true purpose was to select a bride for the crown prince. During the gathering, the emperor arranged a marriage for the prince and also selected a concubine for the robust Jin Wang. Gu Jinzhi was disinterested in the selection of brides, her focus instead drawn to the young man in dark attire diagonally across from her, as a lingering sense of familiarity tugged at her memory, though the mist of her dream rendered her recollections hazy and elusive. Unbeknownst to the young Gu Jinzhi, he was the legitimate son of the renowned General Xiao, famed throughout the Wei dynasty. Due to the Xiao family's numerous victories in battle, he had been brought to the capital at the tender age of 10, serving as a strategic pawn placed by the Gu family to keep the Yongzhou region in check. At that moment, he sat amidst a backdrop of melodious songs and graceful dances, seemingly detached from the festivities. For reasons she could not comprehend, Gu Jinzhi sensed a hint of loneliness and desolation about him. Was it because her father had not arranged a marriage for him? Such matters were beyond her understanding. As the banquet concluded, she encountered him once again by the palace wall. He stood alone, with the fallen crimson petals of the red plum tree drifting onto him. Yet they could not overshadow the aura of despondency that surrounded him. Gu Jinzhi, wrapping her silver-white cloak around her, broke free from the maid's grasp and ran toward him. He stood amidst the snow, the sunlight casting a hazy glow upon his features, as he observed a silvery snowball bounding towards him from afar. The chill in the air enveloped her, prompting her to dress warmly. As she raced forward, she resembled a lively bundle of cotton, her accompanying maid trailing behind, left in her wake. In the prolonged stillness, the once solitary expression on his face seemed to soften in the glow of the light. The young girl, significantly shorter than him, had to tilt her head to meet his gaze. With her youthful features and plump cheeks, she sweetly inquired, "Are you unhappy, big brother?" The youth blinked, his lashes fluttering, yet remained silent. Gu Jinzhi assumed his melancholy stemmed from not receiving a marriage proposal from the king, and thus she gently reassured him, "Don't be too sad. When I grow up," suddenly, something fell upon her head with a thud. Gu Jinzhi was abruptly yanked from her reverie, her dream dissipating. She lifted her hand to grasp the object that had landed atop her, struggling to free her head, only to discover it was a thick quilt. Blinking in confusion, she felt the dream had been strikingly vivid, as if it had truly occurred, though she could no longer recall who the person was or the words exchanged in that dream. Xiao Heng, having been nudged by Gu Jinzhi throughout the night, arose with faint shadows beneath his eyes. The first thing he did upon waking was glance at her. Her small face glistened with perspiration, indicating that her fever had subsided. Given her condition as a patient, he refrained from admonishing her and proceeded to wash and dress. They needed to continue their journey that day, and if fortune favored them, they would reach Yong City by afternoon. Once the group was organized, Xiao Heng instructed Tan Yun to rouse her for washing up and breakfast. With her fever broken, Gu Jinzhi appeared more spirited, even managing to consume a bit more of her morning meal, a stark contrast to her near-death state the previous night. Due to her recent illness, the steward of the estate provided her with a cloak which had been sewn for his daughter before her marriage at 17. Left unused as it had become too small. Now draped over Gu Jinzhi, it trailed on the ground. Xiao Heng lifted her onto his horse. Noticing her lethargic demeanor as she nestled into the large cloak, he couldn't help but find it peculiar. It was only early winter, yet she seemed so sensitive to the cold. How would she endure the depths of winter? Yet, Gu Jinji genuinely was cold-sensitive. The capital of Dawei, being closer to the south, was not as frigid as Yongzhou in winter. Fortunately, Xiao Heng radiated warmth, and the cloak shielded her from the biting wind. She settled comfortably, retrieving the roasted chestnuts the cook had prepared, peeling and eating them. At that moment, she felt less intimidated by Xiao Heng. Despite his frequent threats to return her to the old King Jianan, he continued to bring her along, suggesting that she was of some temporary utility to him. But what value did she hold for him? Given the ongoing conflict between Yongzhou and Liangzhou, perhaps she was indeed intended as leverage, a pawn to negotiate with her second brother. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Jinji felt a twinge of concern. She had shared a close bond with her second brother during her childhood, and if her presence were to hinder Liangzhou's dealings with Yongzhou, she would be overwhelmed with guilt. After embarking on their journey, they traveled for the better part of the day, finally arriving in Yong City by dusk. Yong City, the capital of Yongzhou, is where the Dingbei Wangfu is situated. It appeared that word had reached ahead regarding their master's return, as the gates were wide open, and the steward, along with a host of servants, awaited their arrival. The steward, affectionately known as Ibo, had been serving in the Wangfu since the time of Xiao Heng's father. Now in his 50s, he remained industriously engaged in the household's affairs. As Xiao Heng reined in the horse at the entrance, Gu Jinji, akin to a tumbling doll, tilted her little head and emerged from within. He quickly supported her head to prevent her from toppling over. "What is this young lady doing here?" Ibo inquired, for their master had never before brought a woman into the estate. The crowd harbored many questions, yet none dared to meet Gu Jinji's gaze, as her relationship with their master was shrouded in mystery. Xiao Heng glanced down to find his fine robes dusted with remnants of chestnuts, clearly the handiwork of the slumbering child in his arms. While he had been tirelessly inspecting the borders and reviewing accounts, Gu Jinji seemed to be enjoying a leisurely excursion, indulging in food and sleep, entirely oblivious to her status as a hostage. A sense of imbalance stirred within Xiao Heng, prompting him to pinch her little face with a hint of irritation. "Wake up." Gu Jinji's face distorted from the pinch, and she drowsily opened her eyes. Initially, she was met with Xiao Heng's stern countenance. Then she noticed the towering gates behind him, adorned with the inscription Dingbei Wangfu. "Oh, we've arrived." Gu Jinji shook off her stupor, brushed away the crumbs from her attire, and straightened up on the horse, anticipating Xiao Heng to assist her down. However, she extended her hand for quite some time, only to be met with solitude. Xiao Heng dismounted and stood by, arms crossed, observing her with interest, showing no inclination to assist. Feeling the weight of scrutiny from those around her, Gu Jinji blushed and softly implored, "Cousin, won't you lend me a hand?" The horse towered above her, and she worried about the potential fall. Aware of her own stature, she resolutely opted for his support. Xiao Heng smirked, teasingly responding, "Do you truly require this prince's assistance? Is not the little princess of Dawei quite formidable?" Gu Jinji was perplexed as to how she had offended him. But if he insisted on leaving her to her own devices, she could not remain atop the horse indefinitely. Thus, she mustered her courage to plead, "Cousin, I am so frightened." The first rule of survival in the harem is to cry, create a ruckus, or even threaten to hang oneself. Having grown up in the confines of the harem, Gu Jinji had mastered this art from a young age. With a mere blink, her eyes brimmed with tears, as if they were moments away from spilling over. Xiao Heng, all too familiar with her theatrics, sighed in impatience before she could shed a single tear. "What are you crying for? If you fall, so be it." As the story unfolds, he instinctively reached out and lifted her down. Towering in stature, he held Gu Jinji as if she were a mere child, effortlessly. To her surprise, Gu Jinji had not anticipated him to embrace her so suddenly, causing her to gasp and instinctively clutch his neck, only to be swiftly dismounted from the horse. As she was roughly set down, she couldn't help but think that her father had indeed spoken the truth. Women must be charming to lead fortunate lives. Chapter 9. Serve this king well, and you shall be freed. Xiao Heng set her down, his demeanor reverting to a distant one, as though the man who had just held her was a stranger. Gu Jinji found nothing amiss. Instead, she gazed curiously at the Duke of Dingbei's residence. Behind them, Ibo was momentarily astonished, sensing that the interaction between the Lord and this young lady seemed overly intimate. Moreover, he was astonished by how obedient Xiao Heng was towards her, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Before he could unravel the nature of their relationship, Jinzhi had already been led deeper into the inner courtyard by Xiao Heng. Hebo, assisting several generals with their cloaks, struggled to suppress his curiosity and could not resist whispering to Xiao Wei, "What is the background of that young lady? Why is she so close with the Lord? She even calls him cousin." Having served at the Duke of Dingbei's residence for most of his life, Hebo had never heard of the Lord having a long-lost cousin. However, Xiao Wei, lacking insight, simply responded with confusion. "Clothes? Wasn't the Lord scolding her just now at the door?" Hebo, caught off guard by her retort, found himself in a state of uncertainty. Did he scold her? "I didn't hear that." Xiao Wei nodded firmly. "Didn't the Lord say it would be better if she fell to her death?" Hebo cleared his throat twice, adopting the tone of one who has seen it all, and patiently explained that scolding is not the same as what you think. "Do you not understand the nuances of playful banter?" Xiao Wei, bewildered, shook her head. "Why would a valiant and single female general like me understand flirtation? How would knowing that help me on the battlefield?" Hebo realized that explaining further would be futile, so he waved it off and hurried inside to attend to his duties. The Duke of Dingbei's residence spanned an expansive area, and Xiao Heng led Jinzhi through the corridors toward the rear courtyard. She followed closely, her curiosity piqued as she almost had to jog to keep up with him. Throughout her journey, she scarcely encountered any maidservants until they entered a room where two attendants were tidying up. Upon seeing their entrance, the attendants promptly retreated. Jinzhi surveyed her surroundings. The courtyard was spacious, featuring a small pond at its center, complete with a quaint bridge and flowing water, and adorned with a rockery. The landscape was connected by a winding corridor, embellished with flowered windows and intricate carvings. The overall design exuded a tasteful elegance. In her fascination with the surroundings, she failed to notice when Xiao Heng halted, and with a sudden thud, she bumped into him, wincing in pain. Was this man made of iron? How could he be so solid? Xiao Heng gazed at her, seemingly at a loss for words, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. He merely tilted his chin towards the adjacent room, impatiently stating, "You shall reside here for the time being," noting that Xiao Heng was assigning her a place to stay. Jinzhi suspected he had no intention of letting her go. In a moment of panic, she blurted out, "How long must I stay here before you release me?" Xiao Heng studied her, and for reasons unknown, a twisted sense of delight welled up within him. Jinzhi was undeniably beautiful, her delicate and youthful appearance rendering her impossible to harm. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, his tone irritable as he replied, "Serve me well, I shall set you free." Jinzhi thought to herself, "You old dog." After all, she was still a princess, despite her misfortunes. Silently cursing his ancestors, she maintained a fade of submission, humbly inquiring, "What must I do to please you?" It was impossible to serve like a beast of burden, and given his youthful vigor, it was likely he would expect her to share his bed. Confronted with such a compromising situation, Jinzhi felt her fate was sealed, and she would not gamble her life for the sake of so-called virtue. After all, living was of paramount importance. She could only hope that Xiao Heng harbored no perverse inclinations, and that once he was satisfied, he would allow her to leave. However, Xiao Heng was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He simply observed her in silence for a brief moment. What would please him? He himself was uncertain. His gaze lingered on Jinzhi's delicate, fair face, noting the faintest of downy hairs, rendering her appearance irresistibly youthful. His eyes traveled down her features, first resting on her petite, exquisite nose, and finally landing on her soft, pink lips. In his memory, Jinzhi remained that cherished little princess, pampered beyond measure. The last time he had seen her, she was a 7-year-old girl, donned in a delicate pink palace gown, draped in a silver-white snow fox cloak. Her smile adorned with 2 shallow dimples, akin to a tiny sun capable of melting winter snow. Such a beloved princess, one could only imagine had never faced hardship. What would she look like when she cried? Xiao Heng found himself inexplicably curious. With a languid smile, he playfully inquired, "Do you cry?" Jinzhi, taken aback, responded, "Huh? Why don't you try crying for me? Perhaps if you shed a tear, I might just make you happy." At his words, Gu Jinji's face scrunched in displeasure, and in a fit of indignation, she slapped her palm against his chest, exclaiming, "Pervert! What kind of sickness is it to enjoy watching others cry?" Xiao Heng, however, seized her hand, pulling her closer and gazing down at her. "Oh," he arched an eyebrow, seemingly amused. "Such a temper? I had thought you were still the weeping little kitten from my memories, but it seems you've grown rather wild." Gu Jinji was momentarily at a loss. Recalling that her life was still in his hands, her anger could not find an outlet, and she could only feign a look of grievance while glaring at him. Xiao Heng was well aware that she was undoubtedly cursing him inwardly once again. However, he found it beneath him to bicker with a mere child. Releasing his grip, he issued a stern warning, advising her not to play tricks, for if he were to find amusement in her antics, he might let her go. Gu Jinji, whose mind was fraught with schemes, felt a twinge of guilt as she nervously fiddled with her fingers, her gaze evasive. Fine, fine, she conceded. She had never truly believed that Xiao Heng would agree to her release. Yet, regardless of his consent, her legs were her own, and she could flee on her own accord. Upon his recent return to Yong City, proclamations began to rain upon the Duke of Dingbei's residence like snowflakes. The news of Gu Jinji's elopement from Shenzhou swiftly spread, and reports from pursuers indicated that she had taken refuge within the borders of Yongzhou. Consequently, Yongzhou became the target of widespread condemnation. Initially, a proclamation from the Great Wei denounced him for forcibly abducting the princess, accusing him of flouting the law and committing an unforgivable crime, with an extensive diatribe aimed at him. However, since Gu Yu ascended to power, the treasury of the Great Wei had been depleted. Xiao Heng was well acquainted with such empty threats and hollow bluster. Thus, after perusing the document, he cast it into the brazier without a second thought. Next came a proclamation from Shenzhou, which pompously demanded his immediate return of the princess, threatening military action to subdue Yongzhou if he failed to comply. Xiao Heng dismissed this proclamation as well, for Shenzhou lacked the military might to wage war over a powerless princess left by the late emperor. Their forces were weak, reliant on Yongzhou for trade with the western regions, rendering their threats mere bluster. Now commanding an army of 200,000 elite soldiers, Xiao Heng held dominion over the north, prepared to confront any who dared to oppose him until they were subdued. However, the final proclamation ignited a fury within him. It was sent by Gu Jinji's elder brother from Liangzhou. This proclamation bore a similar tone, first vehemently berating him, then demanding the swift return of Gu Jinji to Liangzhou, lest he be met with hostility. In truth, the past years had seen frequent skirmishes between Liangzhou and Yongzhou, sparked by issues concerning a shipment of weapons. 6 years prior, following the late emperor's death, both Yongzhou and Liangzhou declared independence, breaking free from the control of the Great Wei. Liangzhou, devoid of copper mines, relied on trade with Yongzhou to equip its army. 2 years ago, a shipment of weapons sent from Yongzhou to Liangzhou encountered unforeseen difficulties, resulting in Liangzhou receiving a mere assortment of scrap metal. The ensuing disputes led Liangzhou to take the first step in hostilities, launching an attack on Yongzhou. This conflict had persisted, and on the day of Gu Jinji's wedding, Yongzhou had unexpectedly assaulted Liangzhou from behind, even without the lingering grievances over the armaments. The abduction of Gu Jinji would likely provoke her brother into military action against him. After reading Gu Cheng's proclamation, Xiao Heng tossed it into the brazier. He soon received military reports indicating that Liangzhou's standing army had already commenced an assault on Yinping, a border area between the two provinces. Should Liangzhou capture this strategic location, it would effectively breach Yongzhou's southern defenses, allowing enemies to invade Yong City at any moment. He rose, gripping his sword, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the room. "Xiao Wei, assemble the troops," he commanded, just as Xiao Wei was about to rise. Xiao Heng abruptly altered his decision, turning to another older general within the chamber. "Xiao Wei remains, while Meng Jinghe accompanies me." He often preferred to take Xiao Wei with him when he deployed troops, for although she was a woman, she possessed an audacious spirit, frequently catching the enemy off guard. However, with Gu Jinji now in the residence, Someone had to remain behind to keep an eye on her. The other companions were men, which made it inconvenient. So it was fitting to leave Xiao Wei. Aware of his intentions, Xiao Wei nodded in acquiescence. Meng Jing, he merely cast a glance at Xiao Wei without uttering a word, then turned to mount his horse alongside Xiao Heng, galloping toward the training grounds outside the city. Chapter 10. You are the little princess from the Great Way. Meng Jing, he was Xiao Heng's uncle. Having remained by his side since the passing of the former king of the north, he was known for his fiery temperament and was not easy to deal with. Nevertheless, he commanded great respect among the troops after 2 decades of military service in Yongzhou. Xiao Heng's decision to take him along for the campaign against Liangzhou was not without its reservations. Xiao Heng spent only 1 night in Yong City before departing the next morning with 5,000 elite soldiers from the training grounds. With his departure, the Duke of the North's residence suddenly buzzed with life. He's off to battle my second brother, Gu Jinzhi exclaimed, awakening to the delightful news from Tan Yun, springing from her bed in excitement. Before leaving, Xiao Heng had instructed Tan Yun to attend her needs. As Tan Yun helped her dress, she nodded enthusiastically. With Xiao Heng absent, they were finally free from having to constantly appease his moods. Gu Jinzhi was filled with exhilaration, contemplating that if her second brother proved himself and vanquished the tyrant Xiao Heng, she could return to Liangzhou and resume her role as her brother's little princess. Even if her brother were to lose, it mattered not. As long as he could delay Xiao Heng, it would suffice. Gu Jinzhi meticulously calculated that with Xiao Heng gone, he would not return for at least 10 days to half a month. His absence was an opportune moment for escape. In her elation, Gu Jinzhi's appetite surged. She could consume 3 large buns at each meal, leaving even Xiao Wei in awe. The cook in the residence, affectionately referred to as Zhao de Jiao, heard of the arrival of a girl with a prodigious appetite. Before her curiosity could peak regarding this girl, Gu Jinzhi took the initiative to befriend her. While others might be considered treasure girls, Gu Jinzhi simply aspired to be a satiated girl. Life was already arduous. Why should she deny herself the pleasures of good food? Furthermore, despite the Duke of the North's residence appearing sparsely populated, it was not lacking in delicacies, including many mountain treasures that Gu Jinzhi had not tasted in ages. Zhao de Jiao, charmed by the soft and adorable girl, was further encouraged by Xiao Heng's previous instructions not to be harsh with her, and thus she prepared an array of delectable dishes, from bird's nest soup to matsutake lamb, filling the table to the brim, nearly emptying the entire pantry of the Duke of the North. Gu Jinzhi wished for nothing more than to have an extra mouth to devour the feast before her. Days passed in a haze of indulgence, and Gu Jinzhi had become quite plump. She mused that Xiao Heng must have reached the front lines and engaged in battle with her brother, and thus she began to prepare for her escape. However, before her plans could take flight, an unexpected guest arrived at the residence. On a fine day, Gu Jinzhi instructed Tan Yun to set a small dining table at the kitchen door, and, as mealtime approached, she eagerly pulled Xiao Wei over to share in the meal. Xiao Wei was initially practicing in the courtyard when she noticed the arrival of a certain individual. Promptly sheathed her blade. After becoming acquainted with Gu Jinzhi, she would naturally follow her to the kitchen whenever she saw her light figure darting out from the house. Do not inquire further. It was simply a matter of this glutton feeling hungry again. Xiao Wei harbored concerns that her lord's accumulated wealth over the years might be entirely consumed by this individual. However, during this period of surveillance at the estate, she observed that Gu Jinzhi spent her days indulging in idle consumption, seemingly devoid of any intention to flee. Thus her vigilance had somewhat diminished. The two settled at a small table, where Zhao Dajiao presented today's dishes. On the menu were braised deer tendons in chicken broth and stewed snow pears with lilies, along with a roasted pig's knuckle and sweet rice cakes purchased from outside. Deer tendons were a rarity, although she still held the title of Princess of the Great Way. Since her father's passing, such delicacies had become infrequent. Gu Jinzhi suspected that Zhao Dajiao was nurturing her like a daughter, and if this continued, she would be reluctant to leave. With delight, she reached for the deer tendons with her chopsticks, but before she could touch the meat, Xiao Wei, seated opposite her, suddenly spotted someone rushing in from outside the courtyard. Her expression changed abruptly, and she stood up in a flash. "Miss Meng, The Lord said you. A person burst in, carrying a bucket of water, forcefully pushing aside the servants that obstructed her. Before Gu Jinzhi could turn to discern who it was, a clear, arrogant voice rang out. Are you the little princess from the Great Way? Tan Yun, fiercely protective of her charge, instinctively stepped in front of Gu Jinzhi. At that moment, Xiao Dajiao also recognized what the newcomer was carrying. Her face turned ashen, and both women almost simultaneously shoved the only capable fighter, Xiao Wei, forward as a shield. Caught entirely off guard, Xiao Wei found herself confronting Meng Qingyan, who doused her with icy well water before she could even let out a cry. Her eyes widening in shock as the frigid water drenched her from head to toe. The sudden chill left her pale and shivering. What an utter misfortune! After realizing her blunder, Meng Qingyan's face paled in shock. General Xia. Gu Jinzhi was equally dumbfounded. General Xia? Yet, the general was no longer the same as before. She had now become General Xia Luoshui. Xiao Wei, her hair and cheeks dripping with water, clenched her teeth, managing to utter a few words through chattering jaws. I am fine. Seizing the moment of bewilderment, Gu Jinzhi finally caught sight of the newcomer. Though unfamiliar with Meng Qingyan, she recognized a striking resemblance to a deputy she had seen beside Xiao Heng. Meng Qingyan, of similar age but taller by half a head, wore a flowing red satin gown. Noticing Gu Jinzhi's gaze upon her, she swiftly turned, a cold and haughty smile curling her lips as she sauntered closer. So, it is you, little princess, she scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. Having wed the old Jianan king, yet you still come to Yongzhou searching for my cousin. What? Is one man not enough for you? Gu Jinzhi frowned slightly and had yet to utter a word when Tan Yun, indignant, rushed forward to shield Gu Jinzhi. Her face flushed with anger. How dare you speak to our princess in such a manner? Adhering to the philosophy that it is better to avoid conflict, Gu Jinzhi calmly replied, I believe you may be mistaken. I have no connection with Xiao Heng. Meng Qingyan let out a derisive laugh, her gaze laced with contempt and mockery. No connection? Do you take me for a fool? Little princess, it is quite impressive that at such a tender age. Your cunning is already so pronounced. I heard you rush to my cousin's side and wasted no time sharing the same bed. While it was true that they shared a bed, the urgency was not as she claimed. After all, it was Xiao Heng who insisted on confining her to his quarters. As Meng's words grew increasingly harsh, Gu Jinzhi resolved not to endure the insults any longer. Observing her with a discerning eye, she furrowed her brow and said with a hint of disdain, Who exactly are you? Did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the restroom? I have never encountered such a foul tongue. Meng Qingyan, much like her father, possessed a fiery temper. Incensed, she retorted defiantly, You think I genuinely care about calling you little princess? Have you even considered your current predicament? A discarded item sent to be a concubine for an old man, and you still have the audacity to entice my cousin. At the mention of enticing, Gu Jinzhi, with keen perception, discerned that this person was likely an admirer of Xiao Heng, mistakenly viewing her as a rival for his affections. Nevertheless, Gu Jinzhi was no pushover. Although she had no ties to Xiao Heng, she refused to passively accept such slander. Stifling a laugh, she mused that since Xiao Heng was absent, he would remain oblivious to whatever was said. Thus, she decided to play the role of the innocent, deliberately responding with feigned naivete. What can I say? He simply has a preference for my type. Meng Qingyan, what are you blabbering about? Who are you trying to charm? This is infuriating. You weren't saying that just now. Did you not claim you had no connection with him? Gu Jinzhi replied, Do not concern yourself with what I said earlier. Do you know what your current behavior resembles? It's as if the heavens and earth were reversed. Meng Qingyan, momentarily perplexed, only realized she was being insulted upon seeing Tan Yun and the others stifling their laughter. In a fit of rage, she lunged forward, intent on grabbing Gu Jinzhi. Meng Qingyan, taller and more tempestuous than Gu Jinzhi, posed a significant threat. Fearing that the delicate princess might be harmed, Xiao Dajiao promptly pushed Xiao Wei forward to intervene. Xiao Wei, caught unawares by her newfound role as a shield, suddenly felt the weight of the situation bear down upon her. As she attempted to protect Gu Jinzhi, she was tugged hither and thither by Xiao Dajiao and Tan Yun, while Meng's grip on her arm tightened painfully, forcing her to wear a mask of agony. Blast it! I've faced heavier blows on the battlefield. Chapter 11. Did you touch her? Enough! Xiao Wei suddenly exclaimed, shivering as she shouted. The four women halted simultaneously, turning their gazes toward her in unison. Xiao Wei was drenched, his backhand reddened from the grip of Meng Qingyan, and a scratch from her nails marked his face, stripping away any semblance of the formidable general he once appeared. Indeed, a place teeming with women proved far more daunting than the battlefield. Frustrated, Xiao Wei tousled his wet hair and darkly reminded Meng Qingyan, Miss Meng, our lord expressly instructed that you are not to step into the inner courtyard. Should he return and discover this, it would surely lead to inquiries directed at both you and your father. Meng Qingyan, the sole daughter of Meng Jinghe, who served as the deputy general to Xiao Heng, was accustomed to being treated with deference in Yongzhou, raised with an air of arrogance. She momentarily recalled Xiao Heng's prior warning upon Xiao Wei's admonition. Although Xiao Heng was her cousin, he had never treated her as such nor shown her any particular care. It was only due to her father's distinguished military achievements over the years that she occasionally had the privilege to visit him in the mansion. With indignation, Meng Qingyan stood tall, provocatively chuckling. General Xia may protect you for a time, but he cannot shield you forever. Even when my cousin returns with my father present, he will think twice before crossing me. As for you, as long as you remain here, I shall ensure you see a different side of me. Gu Jinzhi smiled faintly. Very well. This provoked Meng Qingyan's ire as she shot her a piercing glance. You just wait. Seeing her take this seriously, Gu Jinzhi could not help but chuckle and shake her head. Youthful exuberance can be quite foolish. Why would I wait for you? I, the princess, shall take my leave tonight. You can entertain Xiao Heng at your leisure. Where has that scoundrel Xiao Heng gone? Gu Chun, casually leaning against the watchtower with a blade of grass between his lips, gazed intently towards Yongzhou. He was a tall figure, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, exuding an air of nonchalance, while his eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade, misleadingly suggesting a carefree attitude. Beside him stood the young deputy, Xiao Heng, who, a few years his junior, replied succinctly, "Scouts report traces of an army 15 miles to the northeast." Gu Chun clicked his tongue, spitting out the grass. He is rather swift, isn't he? With the Yongzhou troops yet to arrive, Gu Chun could not resist teasing him. Tell me, if a man is this quick, will he ever find a bride? At that moment, Xiao Heng, riding towards them, inexplicably sneezed. Was that the delicate Gu Jinzhi at home, cursing him again? Xiao Heng stifled a laugh beside Gu Chun. Choosing silence, Gu Chun, undeterred, continued his playful jibe. No wonder he is in his 20s and still unmarried. Who knows which unfortunate girl will endure this misfortune in the future? Xiao Heng struggled to contain his amusement, lowering his head to pick at the crevice in the wall, pondering how Gu Chun, too, was in his 20s and yet remained single. Once Gu Chun finished his mockery of Xiao Heng, he adopted a more serious demeanor, fixing Xiao Heng with a steely gaze. Ensure tight security tonight. If he dares to come to battle, I shall take his head as a trophy. Mention of Xiao Heng ignited Gu Chun's ire. Ever since his father's passing, he had heard that his elder brother, consumed by grief, had followed suit shortly thereafter. At the tender age of 7, Gu Jinzhi found herself abandoned in Zhongdu. On the surface, Gu Yu feigned benevolence, treating his niece with a semblance of kindness. Yet he was eager to marry her off to the aging King Jianan, who was already 40, notorious for his numerous concubines and lasciviousness. Although Gu Yu had a daughter of his own, he was unwilling to use her as a pawn in political machinations, which is why he chose to send Gu Jinzhi instead. On the day of Gu Jinzhi's wedding, Gu Cheng had already prepared to storm Shenzhou to rescue her. However, unexpectedly, that scoundrel Xiao Heng launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard and forcing him to redirect his troops towards Yongzhou. Just as he mobilized his forces, the troops from Yongzhou inexplicably retreated, not only mocking him, but also thwarting his opportunity to save his sister. The thought of this infuriated Gu Cheng, who glared towards the direction of Yong City, unable to suppress a spittle of contempt. The winter wind was biting, and the night was draped in darkness. The soldiers on night watch, clad in heavy armor, squinted from the watchtower, their eyes scanning the horizon. By late November, the nights were frigid, devoid of even the faintest starlight. As one soldier yawned and prepared to sit down, he suddenly noticed a strange white mist swirling in the northeastern winds. After observing for a moment, his eyes widened in alarm, and he raised his drumstick, striking it vigorously. The sound of the drums erupted, awakening the soldiers in the camp, who sprang into action, hastily donning their armor. Gu Cheng, lying on his bunk, abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up and throwing on a heavy cloak before flinging back the tent flap. "Has that dog Xiao come?" He took the dagger handed to him by Xiao Heng and strode outside. Xiao Heng confirmed that the cavalry from Yongzhou had indeed arrived. The Yongzhou cavalry was renowned for its formidable prowess, having gained fame throughout the realm under Xiao Heng's command. However, Gu Cheng chuckled lightly. His grandfather had been waiting for him for a long time. He mounted his horse, and, as he burst forth from the camp, he caught sight of the Yongzhou banner fluttering in the faint morning light. Recent snowfall had left the ground coated with ice shards, and the sound of hooves crunching on the frozen earth awaited the command to commence. Xiao Heng, astride his horse, towered like a giant, flanked by a solid formation of 5,000 cavalrymen. The mist from his breath enveloped his visage as he gripped the hilt of his sword, glancing over at Gu Cheng with a smirk. "Are you here waiting for me, my lord?" Gu Cheng, brandishing his dagger at a distance, defiantly raised his chin. "Xiao Heng, you scoundrel! How dare you come to face me after stealing my sister?" Both men stood tall, evenly matched. Yet the troops from Yongzhou were clearly unprepared for a protracted battle, having only brought 5,000 soldiers. Xiao Heng, with his imposing figure overshadowing the battlefield, commanded the advancing cavalry like a dark cloud. "I have no time for idle chatter," he declared, drawing his gleaming sword, its blade glinting ominously at Gu Cheng. He was pressed for time. After dealing with Gu Cheng, he needed to return, lest that little wildcat Gu Jinzhi take the opportunity to flee in his absence. At that moment, Gu Cheng also unsheathed his dagger with a swift motion. The two had engaged in numerous encounters, becoming well acquainted with each other's combat styles. Although he lacked the physical prowess of Xiao Heng, his knife skills were fierce and exceptionally formidable. He wielded a whip, urging his steed onward as he charged at Xiao Heng. The clash of blades occurred in an instant, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal colliding, as the two forces collided with sheer brute strength. Meanwhile, a cacophony of battle erupted behind them, soldiers on both sides clashing with swords and spears, igniting a fervor in the air. Xiao Heng's tactics were unpredictable, while Gu Cheng possessed an innate strength. As they exchanged blows on horseback, neither managed to gain the upper hand. Seeing the stalemate, Gu Cheng feigned a retreat, deliberately exposing a vulnerability. The moment Xiao Heng advanced, Gu Cheng swiftly brought his blade to Xiao Heng's neck, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he provocatively declared, "If you cannot prevail, you might as well kneel and call me father. I shall spare you." Xiao Heng responded with a hearty laugh, forcefully deflecting Gu Cheng's blade and retorting with equal mockery. "Your sister still calls me cousin. By lineage, I am your superior." The impact of Xiao Heng's thrust caused Gu Cheng to lean back, narrowly avoiding the blow, only to swiftly regain his position atop his steed. "Cousin." Gu Cheng was bewildered by this address. However, upon noticing the mischievous grin on Xiao Heng's face, a sudden realization struck him, sending a jolt of alarm through him. He immediately swung his blade, locking it against Xiao Heng's. Summoning all his strength, he yanked both himself and his horse toward Xiao Heng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, dare you speak of my sister in my presence?" He was nearly nose to nose with Xiao Heng, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Have you touched her?" Chapter 12. If not now, when at that moment, Xiao Heng was almost face to face with him, his mind racing to assess whether his actions could be construed as having touched her. After all, it was true that they had shared the same bed for several nights. However, he had never laid a hand on her, as she had been quite cold, often seeking warmth against him. Gu Jinzhi was merely 15 years old. He was not like the old King Jianan, who was despicably predatory enough to lay hands on a girl of such tender age. Yet, in the fleeting moments of his hesitation, Gu Cheng misinterpreted his uncertainty as guilt over having wronged Gu Jinzhi. With a sudden surge of force, Gu Cheng pressed his blade against Xiao Heng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You watched my sister grow up, and yet you dare to lay a hand on her." Fueled by rage, Gu Cheng flipped his blade and leapt from his horse, striking down at Xiao Heng's face. Xiao Heng, caught off guard, could only evade a fatal blow, but was struck on the left shoulder, blood gushing from the wound and trickling down his armor. Xiao Heng glanced at his injury, seemingly unfazed by the pain, and with a slight smile, remarked, "You've improved." As he was wounded, his guard Zhao Guan swiftly broke free from the entanglement with the Liangzhou soldiers, racing over to protect his master. However, Xiao Heng had already taken the initiative, raising his hand to block while using the hilt of his blade to strike Gu Cheng's chest. The warhorse whinnied, and shards of ice swirled in the wind, as the breaking dawn was pierced by the sharp clang of blades, scattering light in a dazzling display. Gu Cheng, feeling a sharp pain in his chest from the collision, still did not relent. He flicked the droplets of blood from his blade and swung it again, forcing Xiao Heng's steed to take a step back. His gaze burned fiercely, as if flames surged within him. With a commanding tone, he barked, "Return my sister intact, and I shall spare you today." This was but a fool's dream, thought Xiao Heng. Gu Jinzhi held significant value for him, and there was no possibility of returning her at this time. However, Xiao Heng was disinclined to prolong the conflict. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as he forcefully overturned Gu Cheng's blade, subsequently striking his arm with the sheath, sending him tumbling from his horse. He pressed the tip of his sword against Gu Cheng's neck, speaking with an audacious arrogance. "How can I easily relinquish someone in my grasp?" Gu Cheng was taken aback by the sheer strength of his opponent, suddenly finding himself unseated, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth as he glared up at Xiao Heng with crimson eyes. Yet, Xiao Heng had no intention of taking his life. Though he held the upper hand, he reined in his horse, intending to retreat. Meng Jinghe, having repelled the attacking troops from Liangzhou, galloped over, panting, "My lord." Xiao Heng did not plan to assault Yinping. His objective was solely to diminish the morale of Liangzhou's forces, preventing further incursions. He cast a glance at Meng Jinghe and commanded, "Withdraw." Initially eager to pursue, Meng Jinghe begrudgingly pulled back on the reins upon hearing Xiao Heng's order. The horse pawed the ground in frustration before turning to follow. Sensing the opportunity, Gu Cheng swiftly mounted his horse again, ready to chase, but Xiao Heng suddenly turned back. "Warning, dare to advance again, and do not blame me for being ruthless towards your sister." Gu Cheng was momentarily daunted by his words. Though he was not one to concede easily, his sister was in Xiao Heng's clutches, and that scoundrel was exceedingly cunning. Who could say whether he would truly harm Gu Jinzhi? Damn it, if he dared to lay a hand on her, he would ensure that the dog's head would roll. Gu Cheng spat blood and watched helplessly as the cavalry from Yongzhou vanished into the snowy expanse of the northeast. Xiao Heng rushed over, sheathing his sword, and gasped, "My lord, shall we pursue?" Gu Cheng spat again, fiercely retorting, "Pursue what? Jinzhi is still in his hands." As the commander, Xiao Heng's orders were absolute. Meng Jinghe could not defy them. Yet, upon their return to the camp, Meng Jinghe could not restrain himself, removing his helmet in frustration. "My lord, we clearly had the chance to press our advantage." "Why?" Xiao Heng, changing horses in front of the camp, replied without looking back. "At present, his sister is in our possession, so there is no need to worry about his retaliation. However, once winter passes and Liangzhou's troops are well rested and replenished, they may strike again. Why not seize this opportunity to conquer Yinping and deal a significant blow to their morale?" Finally, Xiao Heng lifted his gaze to meet Meng Jinghe's, his expression inscrutable. "It seems you have a penchant for a life-and-death struggle with Liangzhou." Meng Jinghe froze, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow from Xiao Heng's nonchalant remark, and he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, that was not my intention." Xiao Heng sumai fai li, extending a hand to assist him. "I naturally trust my uncle." The moonlight over Yong City was bright and clear, casting a gentle glow upon the ornate eaves of the Dingbei Wangfu. Beside the gable wall of the backyard, the crooked tree, stripped of its leaves, trembled faintly, appearing to be merely caressed by a gentle breeze upon closer inspection. Gu Jinzhi, filled with trepidation, crouched against the trunk, peering cautiously outside, her heart fluttering with apprehension. Was the wall not exceedingly high? Who was it meant to keep out? Hesitation gripped her. Had she known earlier, she would have brought out 2 bedding sets to avoid the risk of a painful fall. Just as she wavered, Tianyun timidly climbed up behind her, lowering her voice to urge, "Princess, are we truly going to flee?" Jinzhi, her small face scrunched in worry, delicately extended her legs and seated herself atop the wall. If not now, then when? Should she wait for that old dog Xiao Heng to come and collect her remains? Xiao Heng was off to confront her second brother, a formidable fighter whom Jinzhi had witnessed overpowering multiple grown men in his youth. What if Xiao Heng, in a fit of humiliation, returned to take out his fury on her? Thus, Jinzhi resolved that she must escape tonight. However, upon seeing the height of the wall, Tianyun hesitated, stammering, "But it's far too high, and what if he returns and discovers us?" Jinzhi, already poised to leap, countered by the time he returns. "I will be well on my way to Liangzhou. What reason would I have to fear him then?" Though Tianyun found her reasoning compelling, a sense of danger loomed over her. In that moment of hesitation, they heard a voice behind them, Xiao Wei, calling out sharply, "Who goes there?" Startled, Jinzhi lost her grip and tumbled forward off the wall. "Princess!" Tianyun's heart raced in terror as she scrambled to peer over the edge. Jinzhi had already fallen. In that moment of weightlessness, the wind billowed her clothing, obscuring her vision with fluttering sleeves. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact she anticipated would come. However, instead of the expected violent collision, she heard the sound of galloping hooves, accompanied by a rush of wind that lifted her into the air. With a resounding thud, she landed in an embrace that radiated warmth. Chapter 13. 7 Days Apart. As if a week had passed before Jinzhi could open her eyes, she was jostled upward, a strong hand roughly brushing aside the strands of hair from her face. Noticing her pale countenance and tightly shut eyes, Xiao Heng, burdened by a sense of urgency, instinctively shouted her name. Jinzhi, gripping his shoulder tightly, she finally opened her eyes in a daze upon hearing his low, urgent call. The night was dim, and for a moment, she struggled to comprehend the situation, until her gaze met Xiao Heng's cold, fierce expression. A jolt of fear coursed through her. How could he return so swiftly? How could he come back so soon? She gaped in shock, her expression frozen in disbelief, as if turned to stone, unable to respond for what felt like an eternity. Xiao Heng's expression was shrouded in darkness, his chest rising and falling. The breath he exhaled forming a mist that was particularly distinct in the night. Upon seeing that she was unharmed, his demeanor suddenly turned frigid, and with a slight relaxation of his grip, Jinzhi fell to the ground with a thud. Jinzhi exclaimed, "What is this? Are you practicing the Sichuan opera's face-changing?" Before she could rise, she noticed Xiao Heng slightly bending forward, his gaze menacing as he asked with a smile concealing malice, "What are you doing here? Waiting to throw yourself into my arms?" Jinzhi retorted, "Why don't you soar with the wind? Ascend to the heavens with 100,000 miles of grace. With such vanity, why not just take flight?" However, at that moment, she could hardly afford to indulge in her inner musings about him. She quickly sprang to her feet, discreetly rubbing her backside, and forced a smile that was awkward yet polite, saying, "I was admiring the moon." The height difference between them was stark. Even as Jinzhi stood as straight as her petite frame allowed, she still had to tilt her head to meet his gaze. She was clad in a water green, chest-high RU skirt, topped with a slightly oversized rabbit fur vest. When she fell, his arm had tugged at her, revealing a small patch of her fair skin at her neck. Xiao Heng glanced at the delicate flesh for a fleeting moment, then impassively shifted his gaze to her now rounder face, his voice flat as he remarked, "It seems you have been living quite well in my absence." Jinzhi thought to herself that it was indeed a fortunate turn of events, without his sour face to behold in the household. She had been enjoying a delightful life alongside Zhao Dajiao, relishing in the comforts reminiscent of the days when her father was still alive. Yet, she found herself puzzled by Xiao Heng's words, fearing that her contentment might incite his jealousy. Thus, she hastily flatteringly replied, "Uncle, I have missed you dearly. Her voice carried a hint of youthful sweetness, and coupled with her tender age, it rendered her utterly disarming, making it difficult for anyone to harbor anger towards her. Xiao Heng observed her with a measured calm, wondering how long she would continue this charade, and thus played along, asking, "How much did you miss me?" Jinzhi offered him an innocent smile and obediently replied, 7 days apart feels like a week." Noticing his expression darken, she promptly diverted the conversation, feigning surprise as she inquired, "Uncle, how did you return so quickly? It's quite unexpected. No wonder you struggled to find a wife." She chuckled, though internally she lamented. Xiao Heng lifted his chin, speaking in a teasing tone, "If I did not return swiftly, would you not run away?" Jinzhi quipped, "Are you a worm in my stomach, able to calculate so precisely?" Just as she was about to awkwardly defend herself, Xiao Wei popped her head over the wall with an expression of delight, exclaiming, "My lord, you have returned." Who knows what she had endured during this time? Not only had she to keep an eye on the delicate little princess, but she also had to prevent any altercations between her and Meng Qingyan. If Xiao Heng did not return soon, she feared she might be the next to flee. Xiao Heng had intended to seek her out upon her unexpected arrival. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and in a low, grave tone, he inquired, "This is how you were watching over him at my command?" Xiao Wei was taken aback. Hastily leaping down from the wall, bowing her head in submission, this subordinate acknowledges her mistake. Unmoved, Xiao Heng commanded, "Go down and receive your punishment." He was known for his unwavering authority. Xiao Wei immediately kowtowed, preparing to retreat and accept her penalty. Seeing Xiao Wei about to suffer due to her actions, Jinzhi rushed forward to stand in front of her, exclaiming, "It is not her fault. It was my own decision." Xiao Heng glanced at her, his voice icy and unyielding. "Is it your place to make decisions in this manner?" Jinzhi was momentarily speechless, quickly realizing that this was Xiao Heng's domain. And indeed, it was not her place to speak. However, she could not allow Xiao Wei to suffer unjustly because of her, so she stubbornly stood her ground, declaring, "Then punish me instead." Xiao Heng, seemingly amused by her audacity, licked his back teeth and replied, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to discipline you?" He would not shy away. Jinzhi thought otherwise, well aware of Xiao Heng's ruthless reputation, and presumed he would show no mercy to a woman. Nevertheless, she had instigated the trouble, and should he choose to punish her, she would have to accept it. Noticing her lowered gaze, her delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, and for a fleeting moment, Xiao Heng felt a hint of softening. Yet, recalling her cunning nature, he tossed the reins to Xiao Wei and coldly instructed, "Very well. Xiao Wei, fetch the whip." After issuing this command, he shot a cold glance at Jinzhi, ordering, "You come with me." A chill ran down Jinzhi's spine as she realized he indeed intended to unleash his wrath upon her. She let out a small "oh," her palms damp with sweat, but obediently followed him into the room. Xiao Heng's return was abrupt. No one anticipated his swift victory. In truth, he had just finished a confrontation with Gu Cheng and had hurried back without pause, running for an entire day and night, only to catch sight of Jinzhi leaping from the wall. At that moment, a cold sweat drenched his back, and he urged his horse forward, leaping to catch her securely. Once he had her in his grasp, he calmed down, only then realizing that his palms were clammy and his heart was racing painfully within his chest. After securing her, Xiao Heng belatedly recognized that he had overreacted. It was peculiar. Jinzhi was not of any personal significance to him, and her potential fall should not have concerned him at all. Why was he so anxious? He maintained a stern expression as he walked ahead, hearing Jinzhi's footsteps hurriedly following behind. An inexplicable irritation blossomed within him, as though someone had seized hold of his very essence, leaving him feeling unervingly unsettled. 6 years prior, he had dominated the north, vanquishing all foes, precisely because he desired nothing, was merciless, and left no vulnerabilities for his adversaries. Yet, upon merely hearing her name mentioned by Gu Cheng, he had faltered for the first time in confrontation. Chapter 14. The prince desires a bath. Upon returning to the room, Xiao Heng slammed the door shut, forbidding anyone else from entering. Jinzhi was startled by the voice, her small hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing as she cautiously maintained a certain distance, standing straight like a child awaiting punishment. She had no doubt that this time he was genuinely intent on reprimanding her. With her head bowed and fingers tugging at her garment, she stole a glance at him, only to immediately avert her gaze when she noticed his eyes upon her. Xiao Heng had no true desire to strike her, yet an air of hostility surrounded him. The thought that if he had returned, even a moment later, this little fox might have slipped away, filled him with an oppressive chill as he gazed at her. "Stand straight," he commanded fiercely. This was the first time in her life that Jinzhi had been scolded in such a harsh tone, and she blinked in confusion, her expression one of innocence and vulnerability. Xiao Heng's sharp features appeared especially cold and ruthless when devoid of expression. He positioned Jinzhi before him while he took a seat, placing the soft whip on the table as if preparing for an interrogation. "What have you been doing while I was away these past few days?" Jinzhi was intimidated by his penetrating gaze. She licked her lips nervously and stammered, I didn't do much, just ate a little deer tendon and bird's nest." Xiao Heng, unable to hear clearly, inquired again, "What did you eat?" Jinzhi replied, "Thin porridge and steam buns." Xiao Heng was rendered speechless, rubbing his forehead, his gaze gradually settling on her slightly rounder face. It was hard to believe that such a physique could result from merely consuming thin porridge and steam buns. Although he recognized that Jinzhi was adept at spinning tales, the memory of how soft her hand felt when he caught it earlier made him twitch the corners of his mouth, struggling to maintain his aloof demeanor as he remarked, "During my absence, were you planning to consume all my provisions?" Jinzhi, naturally skilled in flattery, noticed a slight softening in his tone and gathered her courage to murmur, "Yongzhou is vast and abundant. Surely, I am not a burden for such a region." Xiao Heng leaned forward in his chair, his voice languid as he replied, "Indeed, Yongzhou is rich in resources, but the grain of Yongzhou is meant to sustain its people." Immediately seizing on this point, Jinzhi smiled sweetly and said, "Then calling you Uncle shouldn't disqualify me from being considered a citizen of Yongzhou, right?" Before she could finish, Xiao Heng interrupted impatiently, "What did you just call me?" In her mind, Jinzhi thought to herself that she might as well call him an old dog, but constrained by the circumstances, she furrowed her brow and quietly said, "Uncle?" Xiao Heng scoffed, lifting her chin with his hand and casually stroking it. His tone clipped as he said, "I cannot accept the title of uncle. Your brother even claims he wants to call me grandfather. Moreover, I am not even married. I cannot allow that old man from Shenzhou to raise a young wife in vain." Jinzhi failed to grasp the implication behind his words, merely nodding in confusion. "Oh, then I shall eat less in the future." Xiao Heng's gaze abruptly shifted, locking on her clear, glistening eyes. "Are you admitting that you are that old man's little wife?" "What? Is my acknowledgement enough to make it true? I could just as easily claim to be your father, you unfilial child." Jinzhi seethed with impotent fury internally, yet responded with a facade of composure, stating earnestly, "That is not the case." She had fled immediately after the wedding ceremony. Thus the marriage was not consummated, rendering it incomplete. Therefore, Jinzhi felt justified in her stance. However, Xiao Heng seemed lost in thought, his gaze heavy as it bore into her for an extended moment. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on her chin, compelling her to lift her head, and with an inscrutable emotion, he inquired, "Has he touched you?" Jinzhi, "Touch you in what way?" Realization dawned upon her. Jinzhi found his audacity utterly appalling. Who would so bluntly pose such a question to a young lady? Her cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and indignation prompting her to swat his hand away as she retorted with annoyance, "What business is it of yours?" Xiao Heng, unfazed by her dismissal, continued to scrutinize her for what felt like an eternity, as if to ascertain the veracity of her response. After a prolonged silence, he withdrew his hand and reclined back in his chair, his long legs slightly apart, his imposing form languidly leaning against the chair's backrest. Whether he jested or spoke earnestly was indiscernible as he stated, "No, I was merely curious. The old man is not young anymore. I wonder how his stamina holds up." Jinzhi's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected him to discuss such a matter so candidly. She thought to herself, Mind your own business regarding his stamina. With your pettiness and vengeful nature, it is evident that your stamina must be lacking. Internally, she berated Xiao Heng, yet could not suppress her curiosity. Uncle, why do you care about his stamina? What about you? Why have you not married? Is there something you cannot disclose? Of course. She dared not voice the latter half of her question. Gu Jinzhi was uncertain of Xiao Heng's age, but he was undoubtedly much older than her, likely around the same age as her second brother. The absence of a matriarch in the household, or even a concubine, struck her as peculiar. Xiao Heng leaned against the backrest, his eyelashes slightly lowered, seemingly dismissive of her inquiry as he replied in a nonchalant tone. He is still a child who needs to be nursed. Why bother with such matters? Gu Jinzhi, why are you so fond of ginseng chickens? Though stung by his cold mockery, witnessing Xiao Heng's apparent disregard for her earlier intention to escape ignited her curiosity, and she eagerly attempted to engage him. Uncle, what is your ideal type? Given that you have provided for my meals and lodging during this time, when I return home, I shall have my brother keep an eye out for you. The thought of returning home lingered in her mind. Xiao Heng, with an inscrutable expression, absently traced the jade ring on his finger, diverting his gaze from her face and letting out a low chuckle. Seemingly unconcerned, he remarked, "Isn't your brother also unmarried?" Gu Jinzhi's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly exclaiming, "Do you wish to settle for him?" Xiao Heng, what a remarkable interpretation. He regarded her with incredulity, about to respond when he heard Gu Jinzhi mumble in a conflicted tone, "That won't do. Our Gu family relies on my second brother to carry on the lineage, and you cannot bear children for him." Xiao Heng, does our Xiao family not require heirs as well? He believed that if Gu Jinzhi lingered here any longer, he would be driven to the brink of exasperation. Thus, with a wave of his hand, he impatiently commanded leave. Gu Jinzhi immediately responded with a startled, thinking he had forgotten to dismiss her, and began to lift her skirt in preparation to flee. However, before she could take more than a few steps, he seized her by the collar and yanked her back. "Where do you think you're going?" Gu Jinzhi replied in confusion. "Didn't you tell me to go out?" Xiao Heng let out a cold snort, slowly articulating his next demand, "Go fetch me the medicine." Just as Gu Jinzhi was about to respond, her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Did my second brother injure you? How impressive!" She mused internally. Xiao Heng seemed to discern her thoughts, his expression darkening into a more sinister glare. He fixated on Gu Jinzhi's cheerful countenance, gritting his teeth in a half-smile, and ordered, "Have someone prepare water. I wish to bathe." Gu Jinzhi responded, "Oh." Chapter 15. The handsome man's bath. Xiao Heng hurriedly made his way to Liangzhou, having dealt with Gu Cheng, and returned without a moment's respite, leaving no time for a bath. He had instructed her to attend to him. Yet when a servant delivered water to the bathroom, he did not summon Gu Jinzhi to enter. Instead, he directed her to fetch his garments while he entered the bathroom first, removing his boots and clothing and placing them on a nearby rack. The bathroom was separated by a screen, and as Gu Jinzhi stood behind it, clutching the clothes he was to change into, she chanced a glance and instantly felt her cheeks flush, hastily lowering her gaze. Behind the screen, Xiao Heng was in the process of undressing, the steam enveloping him, rendering his figure somewhat indistinct yet still discernible. Through the haze, she could see the fabric sliding down his body, revealing the contours of his muscular waist. A practitioner of martial arts, his physique was taut and robust, exuding a powerful masculinity. Gu Jinzhi had never encountered such a sight. A swift glance ignited a burning heat upon her face, and a surge of embarrassment compelled her to flee. Yet her feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to take a step. Should she steal another glance? Such a rare opportunity to witness a handsome man emerging from a bath might never present itself again. After all, no one would ever know. In her internal struggle, instinct ultimately triumphed over reason. She tentatively shifted her toes, gradually inching closer to the screen, peering through the gap to steal a glance. This time, without the obstruction of the screen, her gaze penetrated the mist, and the scene within became vividly clear. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Heng had already settled into a wooden tub. Immersed in the warm water, his back turned to the screen, revealing his solid back and slightly raised shoulders. His back bore numerous scars, remnants of past battles, ranging from deep to shallow. Only one wound on his left shoulder was still raw, the gash so severe it nearly reached the bone, a rather gruesome sight. However, for one accustomed to the battlefield, such injuries were hardly remarkable. So, with a coarse cloth in hand, he casually wiped his body. As the hot water flowed over his wounds, the stinging sensation caused his muscles to tense momentarily. The undulating contours of his physique cascaded downwards, ultimately vanishing into the rim of the wooden tub, concealing a breathtaking display of desire. Is this the embodiment of masculinity? Jinzhi found herself momentarily enraptured. She had not anticipated that Xiao Heng, despite his fierce demeanor, possessed a certain allure. In that fleeting moment, her throat felt parched. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon his back, her thoughts ensnared by the temptation of his alluring form, momentarily rendering her speechless. Just as she was lost in her reverie, Xiao Heng suddenly turned, jolting her back to reality. She involuntarily gasped, retreating 2 steps and colliding with the wooden rack behind her. The creaking sound shattered the ambience that had become tinged with intimacy. Simultaneously, her heart raced uncontrollably. Then, she heard a soft chuckle emanating from within. Although separated by screen, their emotional states diverged drastically. The commotion outside did not escape Xiao Heng's keen ears. He lifted his gaze towards the screen, a smirk playing on his lips, his voice laced with a mischievous allure as he said, "If you wish to see, then come in." Jinzhi was indeed curious, yet dared not enter. At merely 15 years of age, she possessed the desire but lacked the courage. Clutching her garments tightly, she stood outside in silence, her heart racing as if she were caught spying on someone bathing, a sensation fraught with guilt. But could she truly be blamed? As a princess of noble lineage, had he not commanded her to remain and serve during his bath, she would have been comfortably nestled in bed, far removed from the opportunity to sneak a glance at him. Her small hands clutched her clothes anxiously as she hid behind the screen, torn between the urge to flee and the dilemma of staying put. Suddenly, a commanding shadow enveloped her from the front. The warmth of steam still clung to him, and as he approached, his presence enveloped her. It was a crisp, clean aroma that evoked images of Kunlun-esque snow, transcending the mundane world. However, just as Jinzhi prepared to lift her gaze, she was startled by the sight of his chest still glistening with droplets of water. Jinzhi! How could he emerge without any clothing? Where should her eyes wander now? Was this a scene to be witnessed for free? In a flurry, she pivoted. Her heart, which had only just begun to settle, now raced anew. She felt like a frightened creature wishing to escape. Yet the hunter behind her pursued with an air of nonchalance, the essence of manhood enveloping her completely. Xiao Heng, bare from the waist up and clad only in trousers, droplets cascading down his muscular form and disappearing into his waistband, regarded her blushing silhouette with interest for a moment before lazily reaching out to pat her shoulder, commanding, "Hand it over." Jinzhi, huh? Hand over what? Confusion clouded her mind. Could he possibly be desiring her here? The thought startled her. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the Duke of Jinan, was she now to fall into the hands of this tyrant? As she felt her delicate face flush crimson, Xiao Heng finally ceased his teasing. He leaned closer behind her, reaching into her embrace to retrieve his clothing. "What are you thinking? Give me my clothes." Jinzhi was taken aback, only then realizing that her anxiety had caused her to crumple the fabric in her arms. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" She nearly feared for her virtue. Quickly, she uttered an "oh," silently apologizing for her uncharitable thoughts about his intentions, and relinquished her grip on the garment, handing it to him without daring to look back. Xiao Heng stood leisurely behind her as he dressed. The fabric whispered softly in his large hands. In recalling the earlier scene, Jinzhi felt her cheeks ignite once more. She wondered if she could somehow vanish into a tiny crevice, pondering the exhaustion that might accompany such an endeavor. With her head slightly bowed, her mind wandered uncontrollably. However, Xiao Heng's gaze traced along her neck to the rosy tips of her ears. It was the first time he had witnessed her manifest such shyness, and the inherent mischief of a man briefly overwhelmed him, compelling him to tease her. He leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "Do I look good?" With her back to him, Jinzhi instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes. "I wasn't peeking. The one peeking was her eyes." "What does it have to do with me?" Jinzhi. Xiao Heng, considerably taller than her, stood behind her, his gaze easily falling upon her. He noticed the crimson hue blooming on her small ears, trailing down to her fair, elongated neck. Her nape was smooth, but there was a small red mark, seemingly a fresh wound. They had spent nearly all their time together recently, yet Xiao Heng could not recall when she had sustained the injury. It struck him as oddly glaring, evoking an inexplicable urge to bite her. Jinzhi, oblivious to the exposure of her nape, was completely unguarded. The more unaware she was, the more defenseless she appeared. If he wished to take a bite, all he would need to do was reach out and catch her, and she would surely be unable to escape. Yet, Xiao Heng snapped back to reality in an instant. Had he lost his mind? How young was this girl? After all, Chapter 16. Does your shoulder still hurt? Xiao Heng licked his slightly parched lips and hastily averted his gaze, quickly adjusting his clothing. "Go fetch the medicine." He fought to suppress his desires, but when he spoke, he found his voice had turned hoarse. Jinzhi, unaware of his unusual tone, softly acknowledged him and hurried outside to retrieve the medicine that Zhao Guan had sent. Xiao Heng had already seated himself on the bed, his collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his well-defined collarbone. When he heard her return, he lifted his gaze. As Jinzhi was about to place the small vial into his hands, she suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, reminiscent of the joyous atmosphere at the Lantern Festival banquet, where she had sat alone amidst the clinking of cups, gazing at the enigmatic youth in dark robes. His solitary figure on the bed bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from her dream. Solitude, chilliness, and desolation. These emotions are strikingly similar, evoking a profound sense of empathy that softens the heart. In truth, Jinzhi's inner sentiments aligned with those of her second brother. She fervently wished for his victory over Xiao Heng, longing for her own liberation. However, having indulged in the comforts of his household for several days, she felt a twinge of moral conflict, akin to the notion of being beholden to those who have offered her kindness. Should she express her concern for him? Jinzhi found herself uncertain. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Xiao Heng consistently addressed her with cold remarks and veiled threats. Yet, ever since she dreamt of that serene young man, she could not help but be reminded of him. The image of the dreamlike youth, solitary, aloof, and proud, was strikingly reminiscent of Xiao Heng's demeanor, leaving Jinzhi grappling with emotions that were neither pure sympathy nor resentment. In this moment of hesitation, Xiao Heng's gaze swept over her, and he inquired with a dispassionate tone, "What are you still doing here?" Observing him grasping the medicine bottle, poised to tend to his own wounds, Jinzhi felt an involuntary softness in her heart. She hesitantly asked, "Does the injury on your left shoulder still pain you?" As Xiao Heng prepared to remove his clothing, his movement faltered upon hearing her voice. He turned his head slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he retorted ambiguously, "Didn't you claim not to have seen anything?" "I merely caught a glimpse," she stammered, her cheeks flushing with warmth, "just a fleeting glance, albeit a lingering one." Despite her feigned bravado, her face grew increasingly crimson. Xiao Heng regarded her with a steady gaze, choosing not to provoke her further. Instead, he let out a soft click of his tongue, stating matter-of-factly, "Your brother truly seeks my demise." Jinzhi was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to formulate a retort. After all, the gory wound on his shoulder was indeed a testament to a fierce altercation. Yet, even in this moment, her allegiance to her second brother prevailed. She mused, "There are countless who desire your life, and what is my brother in comparison?" As she chastised him internally, she recalled her earlier indiscretion of spying on him while he bathed, realizing she had taken considerable advantage of the situation. With her remaining conscience, Jinzhi took a few steps closer and, in an unexpected show of initiative, offered, "Allow me to assist you with the medicine." Having been raised by her mother in a nurturing environment, Jinzhi had developed a gentle disposition. She could not bear to ignore the plight of abandoned animals, let alone a wounded human like Xiao Heng. Her words elicited a flicker of surprise in Xiao Heng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, masking his reaction. Without a word, he tossed the medicine bottle into her arms and turned his back, shedding the garment from his left shoulder. As the fabric fell away, revealing the broad expanse of his back and the taut musculature beneath, Jinzhi licked her lips and cautiously approached him. She opened the bottle and poured the medicinal liquid, gingerly applying it to his wound. Despite having glimpsed the alluring sight behind the screen moments earlier, she found herself unprepared for the proximity of his exposed back. The wound was ghastly, and she endeavored to tend to it with utmost care. However, due to her inexperience, her palm inadvertently brushed against the raw edges of his injury several times, prompting her to soften her touch to spare him discomfort. Xiao Heng had initially faced away from her with his eyes closed, but after a prolonged period of her administering the medicine, her delicate, almost ethereal fingers glided across his back, evoking an unfamiliar sensation. It was neither pain nor discomfort, nor was it comfort. It felt as if a honey-coated blade was languidly tracing his back, subjecting him to both exquisite torment and temptation. He was, after all, at an age brimming with youthful vigor. To claim one's heart is untroubled would be an utter fallacy. Enough, he suddenly exclaimed, pulling his garment to shield his back. Evading her touch, Jinzhi did not discern the husky undertone of his voice and promptly withdrew her hand. She gently rubbed the remaining ointment between her fingers, took a cloth from the bedside, and wiped her hands clean. "Cousin, I shall take my leave now. Rest well, and call for me if you need anything." Xiao Heng lay down on the bed, deliberately bending one leg to obscure her view. Jinzhi assumed he was fatigued and felt relieved that she need not linger. So she exited the inner chamber quietly, thoughtfully closing the door behind her, her demeanor exuding a desire to be unobtrusive. The residence of the Northern King was a sprawling compound with 3 entrances and 5 courtyards. The front yard, aside from the main hall, boasted a grand garden adorned with meandering water features. Ever since the late king's passing, the back courtyard had housed only him. It was not until Jinzhi was brought back that she was assigned to reside in the eastern wing of his quarters. Xiao Heng had little fondness for extravagance. Thus, the courtyard was adorned merely with clusters of bamboo, casting enchanting shadows under the winter moonlight, evoking a serene ambience. Reclining on the bed, with the collar of his shirt loosened to avoid contact with his injury, he was not particularly averse to the cold, even as winter had set in. Hence, the palace had yet to commence the use of charcoal for warmth. His chamber was spacious and simply furnished, lacking any superfluous adornments aside from the essential furniture. Living alone rendered it starkly desolate. For years, he had existed in this solitary manner, yet tonight, the lingering presence of her essence filled the space. Although he understood the futility of it, the subtle traces of her existence only intensified his desire to grasp at the ephemeral. Jinzhi possessed a faint fragrance, neither a typical floral scent nor that of spices, but rather an innate aroma that seemed to emanate from her very being, soft and innocent, akin to her character, capable of disarming one's vigilance. As Xiao Heng lay on the bed she had occupied, he felt her essence wafting around him, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within. Since his return from the capital, the palace had remained enveloped in a dismal quietude, with only He Bo attending to his daily needs. This simplicity was devoid of drawbacks. Yet, with her presence now, a new layer of complication had emerged. Was it truly wise to keep her in his palace? Xiao Heng found himself uncertain, tossing and turning. Sleep eluded him, and as dawn's light began to break, he rose to practice martial arts. Chapter 17, Brother He. When will we begin to burn charcoal in our manor? In the early hours of the morning, after a heavy snowfall, Jinzhi, feeling the chill, could not sleep and eagerly sought out butler He with a charming smile. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this delicate little princess had suffered from the cold the previous night. It was hardly surprising, for it was already November. Most families in the northern regions, capable of affording charcoal stoves, had already prepared for winter. However, Xiao Heng, who was not averse to the cold, and the majority of the household, consisting of burly men, had never deemed it necessary to arrange for charcoal ahead of time, leading butler He to overlook the matter. Seeing the petite young lady shivering in the manner, butler He felt a pang of sympathy and promptly assured her, "If you're feeling cold, I shall have someone bring a charcoal," stove to your room tonight." Gu Jinzhi, known for her sweet tongue, immediately beamed with delight and flattered him. "Butler He, you are truly kind. No wonder the Lord trusts you so much. Entrusting such a grand manor to your care is no small feat. I doubt anyone else could manage it as well." Butler He was flattered by her praise, scratching his head bashfully. Look at her sweet words. No wonder she can so easily win the Lord's favor, he thought, considering it merely a matter of a charcoal stove. However, when he casually mentioned it to Xiao Heng later that evening, Xiao Heng raised his head from his paperwork and responded nonchalantly. "Since when has our manor begun providing charcoal for heating this early?" Butler He was taken aback, perhaps not expecting Xiao Heng to have an objection. Typically, he spent little time in the manor, allowing Butler He to manage most affairs, rarely interjecting. Yet today, for some reason, even a matter of charcoal became a point of contention. Rubbing his forehead in uncertainty, Butler He tentatively explained, "Many families of means have already begun burning charcoal in winter. With the princess residing in our manor, she ought not to suffer from the cold." Xiao Heng lowered his gaze back to the document in hand, his voice cold and detached. "She is here as a hostage, not to enjoy luxuries." Butler He pondered the tone of that statement, sensing that the Lord did not harbor any particular fondness for the young princess. Cautiously, he ventured. Then, Xiao Heng, uninterested in elaborating, dismissed him. "Carry on with your duties." Butler He understood. This was a clear directive against providing the princess with a charcoal stove. He was uncertain what Gu Jinzhi had done to displease his master. But Xiao Heng was undoubtedly his rightful lord, and since he had not acquiesced to the request for a charcoal stove, it would be inappropriate for Butler He to act against his wishes. As he contemplated how to explain the situation to Gu Jinzhi, he began to withdraw from the study. Just as he was about to step out, he heard Xiao Heng's deep voice issue a command. "Bring the charcoal to my room tonight." Butler He, being perceptive after years of service in the manor, he understood that although the Lord claimed it was not yet time to provide charcoal, he had instructed him to send a stove to his own quarters. Thus, while explaining to Gu Jinzhi why he could not provide her with a stove, he casually mentioned that there was already a charcoal stove in the Lord's room. Gu Jinzhi never anticipated that Xiao Heng, a grown man, would use charcoal for himself so early yet refused to share even a bowl with her. Her eyes widened in disbelief at such parsimony. That night, as she lay in bed, clutching her quilt, shivering in the cold, she could not help but join Tan Yun in cursing him and sending ill wishes to his entire family. Unfortunately, Xiao Heng's family was sparse. In his immediate family, he was the sole survivor, along with his mother, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. The following morning, Gu Jinzhi awoke with dark circles under her eyes, feeling utterly dispirited. She had been unable to warm her bed throughout the night, and with the cold, hard bed beneath her, her hands and feet felt like ice upon rising. Tan Yun brought her breakfast, but she had no desire to leave her bed and instead pulled a small, low table closer to eat while still seated. Outside, hurried footsteps passed by, likely belonging to Xiao Wei, who was probably on his way to report something to Xiao Heng. Before she could finish her meal, an unexpected silence enveloped the courtyard. When she finally ventured out, she saw that the people standing there had their heads slightly bowed, with only Meng Jinghe storming away, his face dark with anger, as if he were rushing back to unleash his fury on someone. Aside from Xiao Wei, Gu Jinzhi was unfamiliar with the other deputy commanders beside him. Witnessing this scene, she assumed Xiao Heng had reprimanded his subordinates again and did not take it to heart. In the main hall, individuals came and went to report and discuss various matters concerning Yongzhou with Xiao Heng. As Gu Jinzhi sat in her room, the muffled sounds began to lull her into drowsiness. Eventually, her head drooped, her eyes closed, and she drifted into slumber against the armrest of the couch. Tan Yun entered to fetch her a blanket, just as she emerged with a small coverlet. She noticed Xiao Heng had finished his discussions and was now standing beside the couch, gazing intently at Gu Jinzhi's sleeping face. Xiao Heng's reputation outside was decidedly unsavory. Rumors portrayed him as a bloodthirsty tyrant. Although Tan Yun had never witnessed his methods firsthand, his imposing stature radiated an unsettling aura that made her heart quiver. She hurriedly bowed, attempting to mimic Gu Jinzhi's address, "My lord." Xiao Heng turned his gaze toward her, and upon noticing the blanket in her arms, he extended his hand, stating, "Give it to me." Tan Yun understood his intent and hesitated, casting a glance at the still sleeping Gu Jinzhi. This seemed inappropriate. Their princess had never been served by a man, not even by the eunuchs in the palace. However, upon meeting Xiao Heng's chilling gaze, what she meant to say transformed into a simple, "Very well." With great awareness of the situation, Tan Yun relinquished the blanket into Xiao Heng's hands, mentally reiterating, "I am not betraying my mistress. This is from the heart." As she exited the room, she discreetly closed the door behind her. Xiao Heng settled beside the couch, intending to drape the blanket over her, when he suddenly heard her murmur in her dreams, "Big brother." He halted mid-motion. Gu Jinzhi had two biological brothers, Gu Lang and Gu Cheng. During their time in Zhongdu, Xiao Heng often mingled with them. Yet Gu Jinzhi had always referred to them as big brother and second brother, never as little brother. A flicker of emotion flashed through his eyes, only to quickly revert to clarity as he draped the blanket over Gu Jinzhi. Gu Jinzhi, genuinely sensitive to the cold, felt the warmth of a blanket enveloping her, and, mistaking it for Tan Yun, instinctively curled up and murmured softly, "It's so cold." Xiao Heng reached out and brushed her fingertips, asking gently, "Is it cold?" Her small hand felt as chilly as a snowflake. With just a brief touch, he realized that this delicate princess, so fearful of the cold, would likely struggle to survive a winter in the north. Yet, he wished for her to endure, for only in living could he settle accounts with her. He then grasped her fingertips, his voice low as he proposed, "Come sleep in my room. I have a brazier." Gu Jinzhi, having not slept the previous night, was now deeply engrossed in slumber, her eyes remaining closed as she mumbled drowsily in response. Consequently, Xiao Heng slipped his hand beneath her knees, lifting her along with the blanket, and proceeded to carry her into his room. Chapter 18. When did this prince ever claim to favor you? In the courtyard, Zhao Guan stood beneath the eaves conversing with Xiao Wei when he inadvertently glanced over and nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Xiao Wei, unaware of the unfolding scene, turned to see Zhao Guan staring intently behind her. Perplexed, she inquired, "What is going on? Are you seeing ghosts in broad daylight?" Zhao Guan watched in astonishment as Xiao Heng carried Gu Jinzhi inside, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was he hallucinating? He managed to steady his jaw and swallowed hard, thinking that nothing could be as startling as this. Xiao Wei, confused, turned her head only to find that Xiao Heng had already entered and closed the door, leaving her even more bewildered. What on earth was happening? Zhao Guan remained in a state of disarray, questioning his own perception. Ever since Gu Jinzhi arrived in Yongzhou, he had noticed a change in his lord. While others were unaware of Gu Jinzhi, he recognized her. He had been by Xiao Heng's side since the latter was a hostage in the central capital. Zhao Guan had intended to voice his thoughts, but as Xiao Heng's bodyguard, he refrained from gossiping behind his lord's back, thus suppressing his inquisitive nature. Gu Jinzhi was placed on the grand bed by Xiao Heng. Initially, he thought she might struggle with the unfamiliar surroundings, yet to his surprise, she rolled into the bed, burying her small face in his pillow, inhaling the scent of his quilt, and quickly drifted back to sleep. Her face was indeed petite. Xiao Heng mused that he could easily encompass it within his palm. Perhaps it would take another 2 years for her to fully blossom, he thought absent-mindedly. Gu Jinzhi slept soundly for quite some time, while Xiao Heng chose not to disturb her, opting instead to sit in the outer room, quietly reviewing documents, while listening to the subtle sounds of her shifting on his bed. After about an hour, Gu Jinzhi finally awakened. Disoriented, she sat up with the blanket draped around her, taking a moment to realize that this was not her own room. "Tan Yun? Tan Yun?" She called softly, confused as to how she had somehow changed locations during her slumber. However, Tan Yun did not appear. Instead, it was Xiao Heng who came forth. Xiao Heng entered the room and found her sitting dazedly on the bed. Approaching her, he inquired, "Have you slept well?" Gu Jinzhi, still enveloped in the remnants of slumber, looked bewildered and asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Heng, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "This is my chamber." Gu Jinzhi was momentarily perplexed. "Then how did I end up here?" With a narrowing of his eyes, he casually stated, "I brought you here. You were afraid of the cold, weren't you?" The assertion was so confidently made that Jinzhi momentarily failed to grasp the subtle absurdity of the situation. His room, equipped with a charcoal stove, was indeed warmer, and considering her aversion to the chill, it seemed perfectly reasonable for him to have carried her over. She uttered a soft "oh" and was about to throw off the covers to get out of bed when a sudden realization struck her. This was his chamber, his bed. By all accounts, they had shared a night together. Jinzhi was momentarily flustered, on the verge of articulating her thoughts when Xiao Heng interrupted her. "I heard that someone troubled you in my absence?" His words diverted her train of thought. Realizing he referred to Meng Qingyan, Jinzhi calmly lifted the covers and, while putting on her shoes, replied, "With General Xiao present, I was not at a disadvantage. Besides, isn't she your cousin's cousin?" Xiao Heng queried. "What does that have to do with anything?" Jinzhi held no significant animosity towards Meng Qingyan. After all, the hostility stemmed from the misconception that she harbored feelings for Xiao Heng. Thus, she retorted, "One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. I possess that much grace." Xiao Heng chuckled softly, his tone laced with leisure. "You are quite magnanimous. However, when did I ever express a fondness for your type?" Jinzhi's thoughts spiraled into chaos. What? She had merely intended to provoke Meng Qingyan. Though she was indeed a princess, she was self-aware enough to know that, having been married and with her brother as his rival, he would hardly find her appealing. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, only to hear Xiao Heng's teasing laugh as he remarked, "Stop embellishing your own image. Do you truly believe I would desire someone like you? Besides, you are but a child still needing milk. Do you even comprehend what it means to like someone?" Jinzhi replied, all right, you know best. You are the master of understanding." She huffed, refraining from further comment, fearful that the conversation might drift further away from her control. Unexpectedly, at the mention of milk, her stomach let out a loud growl in perfect synchrony. In that instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Am I a pig?" she thought. Awake for merely a moment and already famished. "Pigs don't eat as much as I do." Xiao Heng chuckled lowly, articulating her unspoken thoughts. "Are you a pig, Jinzhi?" Embarrassed, she licked her lips. Indeed, she was born in the year of the pig. But could she be blamed for that? Her mother had not consulted her before her birth. Xiao Heng's gaze swept over her pitifully cute face, seemingly amused, as he leaned down, chuckling softly. "Your imperial uncle is eager to marry you off. Is he afraid you will deplete the royal treasury in Zhongdu?" Jinzhi shot him an indignant glare. Unwilling to concede, "Zhongdu is not Yongzhou. The treasury is prosperous enough that I could not possibly exhaust it. Moreover, how much can she truly eat? Does the old dog not find satisfaction unless he incessantly provokes her?" Yet, Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, teasing her further. "Oh, are you planning to devour all of Yongzhou?" Jinzhi continued to glare at him. If only she had a larger mouth, she would certainly reduce Xiao Heng to a state of utter destitution. Observing her indignant yet timid demeanor, Xiao Heng felt a surge of delight as the servants finally brought forth an abundant spread of food. Wealthy as he was, his household boasted many fine delicacies, and he was not overly parsimonious with her, laying out a lavish feast for lunch. "Eat heartily. The debts you incur during your meals here will be settled with your second brother later." Jinzhi scolded him for being miserly as she reached for the dishes with her chopsticks. No wonder he remains a bachelor. Who would marry such a miser? Jinzhi was most diligent in her eating, sitting at the table with a small bowl in hand, her mouth opening and closing in a constant rhythm. Once she finally satiated her little belly, she contentedly set down her bowl and recalled a matter of great importance. "By the way, cousin, who won when you fought my brother this time?" Xiao Heng set down his chopsticks and regarded her with a calm gaze. "Whom do you wish to win?" Jinzhi's heart sank. She suddenly realized she had posed a perilous question. This inquiry bore a striking resemblance to the dilemma of whom he would save if both she and her mother were drowning. Regrettably, there is no remedy for hindsight. To express a desire for Xiao Heng's victory would be insincere. What was their relationship? Merely a few nights of innocent companionship. Guchun, however, was her biological brother, her closest kin. Only if Guchun triumphed could she hope to return home. aware that any attempt at cleverness would lead to unfavorable outcomes. Gu Jinzhi candidly declared, "I hope my brother wins." Chapter 19. Xiao Heng fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes darkening slightly, revealing a hint of an elusive chill. In his youth, Yongzhou had repelled external invasions with repeated victories, garnering accolades that overshadowed the ruler, prompting the capital to send for one of his father's sons. At that time, he was merely 10 years old, with a younger brother just 2 years his junior. Yet, his mother unhesitatingly sent him to the capital. Thus, from the age of 10, Xiao Heng lived in the capital, devoid of support for 8 long years. Accompanied only by Zhao Guan, a loyal guard. He had never been the chosen one, whether in the past or present. Xiao Heng curled his lips into a slight smirk, a trace of disdain illuminating his features. Indeed, sibling affection runs deep. Gu Jinzhi did not refute him. She had always shared a special bond with her second brother. Despite their 9-year age difference, he willingly included her in all his amusements. The recollection of once being a cherished little princess, doted upon by her father and brother, now imprisoned in Yongzhou by this obstinate man, left her momentarily disoriented, and she pouted on the verge of tears. Xiao Heng, perplexed by her sudden urge to cry, observed her reddened eyes and could not help but reach out to wipe away a tear. "Why are you crying? Have I wronged you by bringing you along?" His tone, though gruff, bore an undertone of helplessness and gentle coaxing. Gu Jinzhi was engulfed in sorrow, oblivious to the shift in his tone. With a voice thick with tears, she stammered, "Cousin, when will you take me to negotiate with my brother?" Xiao Heng cast his gaze downward, his response tinged with indifference. "What did I ever mention taking you to negotiate?" Surely, he wasn't unkind to her. He provided her with food and drink. Why did she always contemplate leaving? Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi paused, bewildered. "Aren't you keeping me here to negotiate with my brother?" Xiao Heng arched an eyebrow, his demeanor audacious and carefree as he replied, "Is it necessary? Whatever I desire, I can achieve through a confrontation with him." His words only deepened her confusion. She tilted her face upward, a look of perplexity etched upon her features. "Then why do you keep me here?" Xiao Heng smirked, a teasing glint in his eyes. "I thought you would know." Gu Jinzhi was at a loss. How could she possibly know? Furrowing her brow, she sensed an underlying meaning in his words. Yet, Xiao Heng seemed fixated on keeping her confined here, fully aware of her lack of utility, yet still choosing to care for her. Gu Jinzhi began to suspect that perhaps he had grown weary of being unmarried, fearing solitude in his old age. Hence he kept her around for future companionship. Noticing her silence, Xiao Heng reached out, brushing his fingers against the corner of her lips. His touch was neither too gentle nor too forceful, yet it carried an inexplicable allure. Gu Jinzhi snapped back to reality, astonished. He revealed his hand, showcasing the sauce he had just wiped off. Despite knowing he was merely cleaning a smudge, her ears flushed, feeling the ambiguity of his gesture. After lunch, Xiao Heng, with rare leisure, remained in the residence to rest. Initially, Gu Jinzhi intended to return to her own quarters, but he would not permit her departure, insisting she sit beside him to massage his legs. As she contemplated cursing him in her mind, a thought crossed her. His chamber had a charcoal brazier. Rather than returning to her own frigid room and risking becoming a frozen statue, it would be wiser to stay here for warmth. Surely, she would not suffer for it. Thus, she acquiesced, kneeling obediently beside him, her small hands rhythmically tapping against his legs like drumsticks. Though she had never served anyone before, her demeanor was respectful, clearly eager to please him. Despite her royal upbringing, Gu Jinzhi had not developed a sense of entitlement. Following her father's death, she had grown up under the care of her uncle, mastering the art of adaptability. She understood her current predicament, temporarily dependent on Xiao Heng, with no means of escape. Clinging to him was her only chance of returning home. Thus she approached him with a newfound warmth and friendliness. Although she lacked knowledge of massage techniques, her hands were soft and pliable, providing him with a surprisingly comfortable experience. Before long, he had pulled a blanket around his waist and closed his eyes in a deep slumber. Gu Jinzhi instinctively glanced at the area concealed by the blanket, noticing an unusual bulge. What precious gem could be so cherished that one would carry it even in sleep? Gu Jinzhi remained perplexed. She had been tapping and kneading Xiao Heng for quite some time, and by the end of it, her hands felt sore. After a brief respite, she noticed Xiao Heng's eyes were tightly shut, indicating he was deep in slumber. Gu Jinzhi tiptoed to the edge of the bed, preparing to rise. Unexpectedly, just as she reached the bedside, the man, still lost in dreams, suddenly grasped her wrist. His large, powerful hand easily enveloped her delicate wrist, yet he exerted just the right amount of pressure, as if he were cautiously handling a rare treasure. Gu Jinzhi thought she had awakened him, her body tensing, and she dare not move. However, Xiao Heng did not open his eyes. He merely tightened his grip on her wrist and gave it a gentle tug. As Gu Jinzhi knelt on the bed, her balance faltered and she stumbled forward, her forehead colliding directly with his chin. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as she braced herself against Xiao Heng's chest in an attempt to sit up. Yet he swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her naturally into his embrace. Gu Jinzhi found herself pressed against his chest, unable to rise. For a moment, she was dazed, contemplating how to free herself from his hold, when she suddenly heard him murmur her name in a dreamlike tone, Jinzhi. Her movements halted, and she looked up in bewilderment at his sleeping face. Xiao Heng's eyes remained closed, his breathing steady and deep, suggesting he was not merely feigning sleep. Had she misheard? Gu Jinzhi felt a flicker of doubt. Jinzhi was her childhood nickname given by her parents, a name only those close to her would use. After her parents and elder brother passed away, and with her second brother far away in Liangzhou, she had not heard anyone call her that in ages. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, they had known each other for only a short time, and he could not possibly know her nickname. She dismissed the thought and quietly extricated herself from his embrace. However, as soon as she lifted her head, she found herself staring into Xiao Heng's slightly unfocused, sleepy eyes. Chapter 20. Are you really concerned for me? In the 11th year of Wukong, the Xiao family from Yongzhou sent their legitimate son to the capital. At the age of 10, Xiao Heng was accompanied only by a personal guard, remaining in the capital as a pawn to restrain Yongzhou's influence. The second prince of the Wukong emperor, Gu Cheng, was of the same age. The two boys, close in age, quickly became friends after initially clashing. Without any relatives in the capital, Xiao Heng relied on Gu Cheng, who visited him daily, providing companionship during his otherwise bleak and lonely youth. One day, Gu Cheng came to invite him, saying the palace would host a birthday banquet for his little sister, who had just turned one, and he wanted Xiao Heng to join the festivities. Xiao Heng had already received an invitation to this banquet, as the Wukong emperor, having welcomed a daughter at nearly 40, intended to celebrate grandly. Entering the palace together, Xiao Heng did not stay long at the banquet. Gu Cheng soon concocted an excuse to leave the table, pulling him along to sneak a look at the little princess. The Wukong emperor had few offspring, 6 sons and 1 daughter, of which the eldest and second princes and the newly turned 1-year-old princess were born of the empress, while the other 4 sons were sired by various concubines. When Xiao Heng and Gu Cheng sneaked into the inner palace, Gu Jinzhi had already finished her milk and fallen asleep, while the attending ladies had retreated, leaving the wet nurse temporarily absent. Gu Cheng, known for his audacity, seized an opportune moment when the room was empty to sneakily pull Xiao Heng through the window, eager to showcase his younger sister. Xiao Heng, lacking any interest in infants and constrained by his status from freely entering the inner palace, was about to urge Gu Cheng to depart when, to his astonishment, Gu Cheng boldly lifted the swaddled baby from the crib, proudly presenting her. Look, this is my sister, Gu Jinzhi. The infant Gu Jinzhi, who had been peacefully slumbering, was abruptly disturbed by her brother's rough handling, and she immediately scrunched her face before bursting into tears. Adorned with a silver bell bracelet on her tiny wrist, she furiously waved her arms, the bracelet jingling in protest. Gu Cheng was taken aback. His secretive entrance could be jeopardized. If Gu Jinzhi's cries attracted the attention of the maids, he would surely face his father's wrath, and Xiao Heng would inevitably share in the punishment. In a flurry, Gu Cheng began to gently rock the distressed infant, attempting to soothe her. Yet, Gu Jinzhi showed no mercy to her elder brother, wailing loudly with a red face in his arms. What to do? Gu Chun fretted, helplessly shaking the little one, panic rising within him. Xiao Heng, lacking patience for children, was about to advise Gu Chun to set the princess down and leave when, in a moment of desperation, Gu Chun thrust the crying infant into his arms. You must calm her down. At that very instant, Xiao Heng found himself cradling a soft, squirming little princess. Having never held such a small baby before, his arms stiffened, unsure of how to manage this hot potato. To his surprise, the once wailing infant halted her cries upon being held by him, gazing up with wide, innocent eyes, full of curiosity. Her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary beauty, round and glistening, reminiscent of pristine glass. Perhaps sensing that the young man cradling her was far more reliable than her second brother, little Jinzhi quieted, blinking her large eyes at him. Noticing his nervousness, she suddenly erupted into a fit of giggles. Xiao Heng, momentarily taken aback, forgot to set her down. Gu Chun had informed him that his sister was named Gu Jinzhi, affectionately called Jinzhi. She was the precious gem of their family. Jinzhi. Xiao Heng silently repeated the name in his mind. The sons of Emperor Wukong were all named with regal significance. The eldest prince, Gu Lang. The second prince, Gu Chun, along with the following 4 princes. Yet, the sole daughter was bestowed a name as fresh and delightful as a flower, indicating a wish for her to lead a life of innocence and joy. As he pondered, Gu Chun, hearing voices from outside, tugged at Xiao Heng's sleeve, whispering urgently, "We must go. Someone is coming." With a nod, Xiao Heng carefully returned the rosy-cheeked infant to the crib and followed Gu Chun as they slipped out through the window. When the nurse returned, the room was serene once more, with no trace of their presence. Noticing the little princess awake and gazing around, she gently lifted her into her arms, rocking her soothingly. Xiao Heng had already turned to leave when he instinctively glanced back. He saw that Xiao Jinzhi had been lifted from the cradle once more, her little head drooping against the nurse's shoulder, her chubby face squished into a bun. Eyes closed as she yawned and drifted back to sleep. Xiao Heng felt a soft sensation in his arm stir, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Gu Jinzhi was struggling to escape from his embrace, and upon noticing that he had awakened, she propped herself up on his chest, her ears slightly flushed. "Cousin, you're awake." Xiao Heng remained silent, quietly observing her as if still lost in a dream. "Cousin?" Gu Jinzhi waved her hand in front of his eyes. His gaze shifted to her, and he naturally grasped her fidgeting little hand, an imperceptible emotion swirling in his eyes. Gu Jinzhi glanced at the hand he held, her fingertips twitching as she prepared to speak, but Xiao Heng had already released her hand effortlessly, pulling back the covers and sitting up. "What time is it?" he inquired. Gu Jinzhi peered outside at the sky. "It's nearly the hour of you." Xiao Heng acknowledged with a hum, rising to dress. Noticing his intention to leave, Gu Jinzhi asked, "Cousin, where are you going?" Xiao Heng turned his head to look at her, a roguish smile playing at the corners of his lips. "To the flower house. Care to join?" Gu Jinzhi replied, "Aren't you afraid of catching a flower disease?" Nevertheless, she casually responded, "Oh, then I won't go. Just remember to drink less." Xiao Heng pinched her cheek playfully, his tone teasing. "You're concerned about me?" Gu Jinzhi retorted, "Not at all. You can drink as much as you like. If you drink yourself to death, it's none of my business." Naturally, Xiao Heng would never take a young lady to the flower house. He was merely jesting with her. He gazed at her cherubic face and solemnly instructed, "Children shouldn't concern themselves with such matters. I want to be returning tonight. If it gets cold, sleep in my room." Gu Jinzhi nodded vigorously, sending him off like a harbinger of misfortune. Indeed, Xiao Heng was headed to the flower house. That evening, he had organized a banquet at the Baiwa house to reward his soldiers, with various high-ranking officers in attendance. These generals, accustomed to the battlefield, often found themselves unmoored, and even those who were married enjoyed venturing out. After all, human desires are not easily quelled when not engaged in military drills. These robust men often flock to taverns in search of entertainment. Men are drawn to the allure of such establishments, and the literati, as well as the noble families, are no exception. Xiao Heng was ruthless with his close kin, but surprisingly lenient towards his subordinates. After victories, he would bring them here to unwind, though he himself refrained from engaging with any of the women. As Xiao Heng arrived that night, the ladies of Baiwa House adorned themselves splendidly, bedecked with pearls and jewels, elegantly awaiting his arrival at the steps. Upon seeing the esteemed guest, the matron of the flower house greeted him warmly, aware of Xiao Heng's aversion to physical contact with women. Thus, she refrained from touching him, instead skillfully linking arms with Zhao Guan, smiling sweetly as she said, "It has been quite a while since our lord has visited." Zhao Guan accompanied Xiao Heng inside. "Our lord is quite busy." The young ladies lifted the beaded curtains and presented exquisite delicacies and fine wines, with nearly every general accompanied by 2 maidens at their side. Only Xiao Heng and Xiao Wei sat apart, indulging solely in their drinks. As a female general, Xiao Wei naturally had no interest in the maidens. While everyone was well aware of Xiao Heng's steadfast aversion to women, so no one dared to intrude upon him, since it was a celebration to reward the soldiers. Spirits were high, and soon laughter and bold banter filled the air. Some jested with risque jokes, while others, emboldened by drink, attempted to take liberties with the maidens, prompting shy giggles from them. One general, perhaps finding mere drinking insufficient for revelry, called out to the matron, "Madame Hua, find me a maiden for the night." A nearby, inebriated companion teased him, "Maidens are dull. Such matters require experience to truly appreciate. Don't you agree, my lord?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hush fell over the crowd. Everyone understood that Xiao Heng's distaste for close female companionship rendered such inquiries inappropriate. The once boisterous general sobered considerably, his face paling in realization. To their surprise, Xiao Heng merely chuckled, reclining with a relaxed posture, his eyes half closed, a roguish smile playing on his lips indeed. The allure of a maiden is captivating. This statement momentarily stunned everyone before they collectively sighed in relief and began to cheer. "Indeed, our lord is knowledgeable. He understands far more than you do." "I care not. I simply fancy maidens," Xiao Wei quipped, nudging Zhao Guan, who was being fed grapes by one of the ladies, her brow furrowing in confusion. "So, our lord has a taste for such things?" Zhao Guan, with grape still in his mouth, mumbled, "After being with our lord for so long, can't you discern when he speaks in riddles?" As a single, straightforward woman, Xiao Wei found herself in a realm of ignorance regarding such nuances. After pondering Zhao Guan's words, she suddenly grasped his meaning, exclaiming, "Oh, our lord also likes maidens." Xiao Heng, seated at the head of the table, silently poured himself drink after drink, observing his subordinates reveling with the maidens. He did not allow anyone to touch his wine jug, yet he lost track of how much he consumed, feeling an unsettling nausea churning within him. As the night deepened, the revelers became inebriated, collapsing in disarray. Xiao Heng closed his eyes, inexplicably recalling Gu Jinzhi, nestled cleanly and softly upon his bed. Yet as this thought surfaced, he abruptly opened his eyes, seemingly intent on dispelling the notion from his mind. How could he entertain such thoughts of her in this sordid and vile place? She was young, pure, and beautiful, cherished and nurtured by her parents and brothers. In contrast, he was filled with rage and darkness, his hands stained with blood, known to all as a tyrant. With bloodshot eyes, Xiao Heng poured himself another drink, as if attempting to drown his thoughts of her. Yet, just as the cup approached his lips, he recalled her parting words, "Do drink less." He furrowed his brow slightly, suppressing his emotions as he set down the cup and closed his eyes heavily. The winter wind howled fiercely, yet it could not disperse the absurdity of the tender night that had just passed. After noon, the streets began to bustle once more, and it was at this moment that Xiao Heng returned to the manor on horseback. He had not slept well the previous night, and dark circles adorned his eyes. He was greeted by Uncle He, who stepped out in a robe to welcome him. Just as he entered the courtyard, he happened to catch sight of Gu Jinzhi, clad in a fluffy white wool vest, appearing round and cuddly. She was in the process of moving a small table to sit on the porch, where Zhao Dajiao had prepared boiled chestnuts for her to peel and enjoy. The chestnuts, freshly boiled and steaming, tempted Gu Jinzhi to reach for one. However, She was scalded slightly and instinctively pinched her ear before eagerly attempting to grab another, resembling a gluttonous little squirrel. Hearing Uncle He's voice, Gu Jinzhi looked up and spotted Xiao Heng walking into the courtyard. "Cousin, you're back," she exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she stood up to greet him, her demeanor excessively obsequious. Xiao Heng had intended to approach her, but suddenly recalled the lingering scent of powder and alcohol on himself, fearing it might offend her. Thus, he halted his steps and turned to enter his own quarters. Gu Jinzhi, puzzled by his apparent disregard, soon heard Uncle He instructing the servants to bring water inside, indicating that he intended to bathe. "Why is he bathing now?" Gu Jinzhi curiously turned to inquire of Tan Yun. Tan Yun, sitting beside her and assisting in peeling the chestnuts, lowered her voice to explain, "After engaging in such activities, one certainly needs to cleanse themselves. I've heard that some vigorous individuals may require several baths in a single night." Gu Jinzhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Wouldn't they wear themselves raw? Before her marriage, the palace matrons had provided her with a cursory education on matters of the bedchamber, yet they had not delved into the subject deeply, leaving her with only a superficial understanding. Thus, Tan Yun's comment piqued her curiosity. Feeling bashful, Tan Yun stumbled over her words. "How would I know? Your Highness, such topics should be approached with delicacy. After all, we are still young ladies." Gu Jinzhi, dismissive, retorted, "What being a young lady? Men indulge in all manner of debauchery outside, yet here we cannot even speak of it." Tan Yun, a year her senior and serving as the princess's attendant, had undergone the customary pre-wedding trials the night before. Consequently, she possessed a greater understanding of such matters than Gu Jinzhi. Blushing, she quietly clarified, "It's not that we cannot speak of it. Rather, such conversations should only occur after your Highness marries a suitable husband, when the intimate secrets of the boudoir can be shared." As the two exchanged bashful whispers, Xiao Heng emerged from his bath. Gu Jinzhi and Tan Yun immediately fell silent in unison. Freshly cleansed, he carried the scent of soapberry, and, unusually, he donned a striking red garment embroidered with python patterns, accentuating the depth and brilliance of his features. Indeed, he appeared as one who had just emerged from a realm of tenderness, his visage radiating with the joy of spring. Gu Jinzhi marveled in silent astonishment, unable to suppress her curiosity about how many times he had indulged in the night, as even now his eyes appeared shadowed. Xiao Heng settled beside her, pulling a small chair to sit on, prompting Tan Yun to promptly rise and step aside. As he casually peeled and munched on the chestnuts before him, he teased her with a smirk. "So, while I am away, you freely indulge in my provisions?" Gu Jinzhi paused in her task of peeling chestnuts, her brows knitting together as she retorted in a hushed tone. "It's not as if I willingly came to dine at your home. Besides, I've only had a few chestnuts. Must you chide me for that?" Xiao Heng gazed at her delicate visage, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "No worries. Eat to your heart's content. After all, your expenses here will be charged to your brother, Gu Jinzhi." It was the first time she had heard that being a hostage also came with financial responsibilities. After consuming a few chestnuts, Xiao Heng noticed her disinterest and, brushing off the crumbs from his attire, stood up to take a stroll. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you taking me along?" Xiao Heng jested. "Not you. I'm bringing a pig for a walk instead." Gu Jinzhi, Chapter 22. If we're to walk, why must we hold hands? Aware of his playful sarcasm regarding her appetite, Gu Jinzhi rolled her eyes, her expression betraying her displeasure, yet her actions contradicted her mood, as she swiftly darted back inside to change her attire. Although Xiao Heng was a formidable lord known for his military prowess, he maintained a low profile in Yong City. Despite his past victories that expanded the territory of Yongzhou, his reputation suffered due to familial betrayals. To avoid attracting attention, he refrained from bringing attendants, opting for an understated dark green attire, and took Gu Jinzhi out. The most vibrant thoroughfare in Yong City was West Street, adorned with red lanterns and bustling with cultured scholars and elegant guests, rivaling the splendor of the capital. Having been sheltered within the palace, Gu Jinzhi was seldom exposed to the lively scenes of the marketplace, and she reveled in the novelty and excitement, her eyes darting about in wonder. Xiao Heng, wary of her slipping away, closely followed her. Today, she wore a simple water-green embroidered gown, topped with a white fluffy shawl, and her hair was adorned with a modest white jade peach blossom hairpin, devoid of any airs of royalty. The garments, crafted by Yibo, were naturally not on par with palace attire, yet Jinzhi did not mind. Comfort and fit were all she desired. This was Xiao Heng's first outing with her, and as he trailed behind, he suddenly realized just how petite she was, barely reaching his chin. Even the new dress made for her by Yibo nearly swept the ground, revealing only the tips of her small shoes. The common folk of Yongzhou, unaccustomed to seeing Xiao Heng, hardly recognized his identity. However, many curious onlookers cast admiring glances at the pair, for both possessed striking appearances, particularly Jinzhi, whose beauty was truly captivating. At merely 15, she was blossoming into a graceful young woman, her slender waist appearing delicate enough to encircle with a hand, and her skin radiant and fair as snow. Xiao Heng followed closely behind her for a while, and witnessing her allure attracting attention from others stirred an inexplicable restlessness within him. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist, pulling the spirited little figure closer to his side. Jinzhi, who had intended to observe the sugar figurine artist, was taken aback by his sudden grip. Instinctively, she turned her head back, puzzled, and inquired, "My lord, what is the meaning of this? We can walk without holding hands." As she turned, her gaze met Xiao Heng's, and for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable warmth from his stare. Nevertheless, Xiao Heng appeared entirely nonchalant, holding her hand as they proceeded forward, his tone resolute. "Do not wander off. Do you think this prince is unaware of your desire to flee?" Jinzhi rolled her eyes internally. While she did contemplate escape, she had no intention of acting on it today. After all, she was all too aware of her own limitations. She could not possibly outmatch Xiao Heng, let alone attempt to flee under his watchful gaze. Thus, she raised 4 fingers with her other hand, earnestly declaring, "Cousin, I swear I will not run again. If I do, I shall swear once more." Xiao Heng glanced down at her, his tone languid and casual. "No worries, you may run." Jinzhi was taken aback. Had he truly changed his stance and permitted her to escape? However, her momentary joy was short-lived as she heard him continue with a teasing tone. "But should I catch you, your leg shall be broken." Jinzhi exclaimed, "You cunning old dog, can't you finish a thought in one breath? You truly confound me." After delivering his threat, Xiao Heng continued to hold her hand, completely oblivious to the inappropriateness of the gesture, showing no intention of releasing her. Jinzhi was momentarily stunned, instinctively lowering her gaze to the hands entwined together. His large hand was warm and enveloping, encasing her slender wrist. The palm of a martial artist bore a slight roughness, and she felt the sensation at the point of contact, akin to being brushed by fine sand, which was slightly ticklish, prompting her urge to break free. Seizing an opportunity when Xiao Heng was distracted, she feigned interest in a trinket by the roadside and withdrew her hand from his grasp. Upon sensing her small hand slip away, Xiao Heng glanced down but did not insist on holding her, instead asking with an even demeanor, "What would you like to eat tonight?" Jinzhi, pretending to admire some earrings, perked up at his words. Had the moment arrived for her to contemplate her meals once more? "Are you treating me?" she questioned, skeptical of his newfound generosity. Xiao Heng regarded her, noticing that the young girl bore no suspicion towards him, looking up at him with a docile demeanor. Her dark, round eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of her infancy. An inexplicable softness washed over him, prompting him to tease her further. "Didn't you call me cousin? What is wrong with treating my niece to a meal?" Yet, he added, "But by calling me cousin, you've inadvertently lowered your second brother's status," nearly driving him to madness. Jinzhi responded, "At that time, I did not think much of it. I merely wished to draw closer to him." "Then what should I call you?" she inquired cautiously. Xiao Heng replied, "Call me whatever you wish." "Is it truly the casual?" she asked, testing the waters. Xiao Heng gazed at her with an impassive expression, challenging her to make a move. Jinzhi felt a lump in her throat, thinking how perilous this situation was. She hesitated to call him cousin, as it would diminish his status, rendering him akin to Meng Qingyan. After pondering for a moment, she softly addressed him as Your Excellency, a title used by Xiao Wei and others, believing it to be appropriate. Xiao Heng cast her a sidelong glance, neither affirming nor denying, and simply remarked, "So you call me Your Excellency?" Jinzhi licked her lips, uncertain if it was acceptable. An enigmatic smile played on Xiao Heng's lips as he cryptically stated, "Very well, but henceforth you shall be under my supervision." Huh. This phrase struck her as somewhat peculiar. Surely, calling him Your Excellency did not entail surrendering herself to him. Xiao Heng took her to Fan Lu for a meal, and by the time they emerged, night had fully descended. Jinzhi initially presumed he would escort her home. However, to her surprise, Xiao Heng was brimming with enthusiasm and insisted on taking her to the night market. The bustling West Street was even more crowded at night, with vendors offering a myriad of delectable treats and entertaining diversions, while street performers captivated the attention of numerous children eager for excitement. Jinzhi thought that given his stern demeanor, he would shy away from throngs of people and instinctively sought to steer clear of the crowd. Yet, she discovered that Xiao Heng was utterly captivated by the array of trinkets on display. He approached a stall selling various jewelry and baubles, picking up a silver bracelet adorned with bells, examining it with earnest concentration. The bracelet appeared to be intended for a child, appearing delicate in his large hand. Jinzhi heard him inquire, "How much is this?" The elderly vendor, noticing his interest, promptly approached with enthusiasm, stating, 2 taels of silver. The item was not particularly expensive, resembling a child's charm for safety. Jinzhi assumed he was merely inquiring out of curiosity, but to her astonishment, Xiao Heng produced the silver and casually handed it to the vendor, then extended the bracelet towards her. "For me?" Jinzhi questioned, unable to believe her ears. Xiao Heng affirmed with a nod, instructing, "Put it on." Jinzhi hesitated, reluctant to accept it, muttering, "Only children wear this." "But are you not a child?" Xiao Heng teased, half-jokingly, adding, "You still drink milk, little one." Jinzhi retorted in Chapter 23, "Drinking milk is no issue. It's not as if I cannot afford it." After being playfully mocked by him about her milk-drinking habits multiple times, she could no longer suppress her embarrassment and indignation, declaring, "I didn't drink any today." In truth, ever since Xiao Heng instructed the kitchen, Zhao Dejiao had prepared a bowl of milk for her each morning. However, she had overslept today and missed the opportunity to drink it. Xiao Heng observed her flushed cheeks, a softness emerging in his gaze unbeknownst to him. He reached out to stroke her fluffy hair, casually remarking, "All right then. Drinking milk is no burden. I can afford to provide for you." Jinzhi glared at him defiantly. "Who needs your support? Besides, did he not mention that all her expenses here would eventually be settled with her second brother? Rounding it up, does it not still equate to her second brother supporting her? This individual truly possesses a remarkable talent for self-aggrandizement." Xiao Heng feigned ignorance towards her resentful and defiant gaze, directly seizing her hand and sliding the bracelet onto her wrist, while gently advising her to wear it properly. The bracelet, intended for a child, surprisingly fit her as if custom-made. Once he secured the bracelet, he gazed at her slightly pudgy little hand, unable to resist playfully jingling the small bell attached to it. The bell, crafted from silver, emitted a cheerful tinkling sound with his touch. With a hint of mischief, he leaned closer to her ear and lowered his voice menacingly, threatening, "If you attempt to flee in the dead of night, I shall be swift enough to come and break your legs." Jinzhi found herself reluctantly adorned with the jingling silver bracelet. Just as she was about to feign politeness and engage him in conversation, a sudden gasp from the crowd interrupted her. The bustling West Street was alive with performers, jugglers, and street vendors, among whom a fire breather lost his grip, causing flaming oil to splatter into the throngs of onlookers. The searing sparks startled the crowd, prompting them to scatter in panic. Amidst the rising screams, Jinzhi felt a shove that sent a sharp pain across her instep. Instinctively, she grasped Xiao Heng's arm, expecting him to disdainfully push her away. She was instead surprised as he swiftly encircled her waist, lifting her off the ground with one arm and pivoting to evade the chaos. Clinging to him like a little squirrel would a tree trunk, She tightened her grip around his neck, causing a flush to rise on his face. "Let go." Xiao Heng glared at her. Jinzhi quickly responded with an "oh," and released him, landing on her feet just as the pain in her foot intensified. Looking down, she discovered that her shoes and stockings had been splattered with flaming oil, which had scorched the fabric and left a small blister on her skin. Attempting to walk, she gasped in discomfort. "Can you walk?" Xiao Heng followed her gaze and noticed her injury. She could indeed walk, but the blister was irritated by the friction of her clothing, making each step painful. Jinzhi furrowed her brow and feigned strength, asserting, "I can walk." "You're not as delicate as I thought," Xiao Heng teased, his tone laced with mockery. Jinzhi understood his implication. To everyone else, she appeared to be a pampered princess, spoiled and whimsical. Yet, since her father's passing, she had long ceased to be the beloved little princess of the harem. The palace was filled with cunning individuals, where the art of climbing the social ladder and trampling the less fortunate was commonplace. Presently, her uncle occupied the throne, and as the princess left behind by the late emperor, her status had diminished significantly. Reflecting on her situation, Jinzhi suddenly fell silent, her desire to speak fading. Xiao Heng, as if attuned to her emotions, who had been mocking her earlier, now half squatted before her, his tone softened. "Come here." Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at his broad back, realizing that he intended to carry her. "My lord, are you really going to carry me back?" she asked in astonishment. This was not an action one would expect from a tyrant such as him. Xiao Heng's Adam's apple seemed to bob slightly as he disregarded her question and effortlessly lifted her by her knees. The man's back was wide and firm. She could feel his warmth and sense his presence. As Jinzhi nestled against him, it felt as though his shoulders were custom-made for her. Although her body had not yet fully matured, Xiao Heng only perceived her petite frame and was surprised by how light she felt in his arms. With incredulity, he jostled her slightly to gauge her weight. Sensing that it required little effort, Jinzhi forgot her earlier discomfort and playfully swung her feet. Her voice bright with youthful exuberance. "My lord, am I very light?" Xiao Heng noticed her restless legs swinging beside him and maliciously remarked as they walked, "Jinzhi, you've gained weight." Jinzhi, the most sensitive topics for women: age, weight, and marriage. That night, she had already endured Xiao Heng's jibes about her age and weight. Encountering him was indeed her misfortune. While mentally berating him, she suddenly heard him teasingly add, "If you keep eating like this, be careful not to remain unmarried." Jinzhi. How astutely he struck at her vulnerabilities, missing none of the three sensitive subjects. She simmered with indignation, thinking, "At least I've been married once. You have never even courted anyone." Yet, being married was not exactly a source of pride, and Jinzhi dared not voice her anger, feeling as if her head might burst from suppressed frustration. Xiao Heng, unable to turn his head or free his hands while carrying her, sensed the discontent radiating from the small figure behind him. He jostled her gently, a smile lurking in his tone. "Are you angry now?" Jinzhi, being young, had her moments of temper. After enduring his relentless teasing, she buried her head against his back, her voice muffled as she said, "You confine me in the manor, forbidding me from seeking my brother. And yet you mock me every day. If you dislike me so much, why not just let me go?" Xiao Heng paused, glancing down to see her delicate feet clad in embroidered shoes hanging by his side, momentarily at a loss for words. He sighed almost silently, his voice softening. Though still feigning a fierce demeanor for the sake of his status as a governor, he insisted, "I do not dislike you. I cherish you." Although she knew he was being sarcastic, Jinzhi felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. His words were undeniably flattering, but why would he seek to flatter her? She sensed her heart being tugged by an invisible thread, beating with an uncomfortable rhythm. Noticing her continued silence, Xiao Heng jostled her once more, conceding, "Let us pretend I never said those things, shall we?" Indeed, she was not heavy. Nestled against him, she felt light and soft. Xiao Heng found himself grappling with conflicting emotions. Though she initially wished to witness her playful antics, upon observing her genuine displeasure, he could not resist the urge to console her. Jinzhi, satisfied at last, felt her inner fox-like pride swell as she pouted, asserting, "I am not fat at all." At this moment, Xiao Heng refrained from provoking her further, merely responding with a low murmur of agreement, steadying her by supporting her thigh. Chapter 24, Gently, my lord. Gently as Xiao Heng carried her for a stretch, they were nearing the royal residence. Suddenly, Jinzhi tilted her head back against him, as if struck by a revelation, and exclaimed, "My lord, from this angle, you somewhat resemble my second brother." Upon hearing her mention Gucheng, Xiao Heng fell silent. Their relationship was complex, evidently. She had no recollection of it. However, Jinzhi's curiosity about him had been piqued. Having spent considerable time with Xiao Heng, it was improbable for her to remain entirely oblivious to his circumstances. Eager to forge a closer bond, she inquired, "My lord, what is your zodiac sign?" Xiao Heng did not turn to face her, casually replying, "Tiger." A tiger, which meant he was 9 years her senior. Jinzhi's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Then you are the same age as my second brother." Of course, Xiao Heng was aware that he shared his age with Gucheng, but before he could respond, a restless little hand suddenly pinched his face from behind, accompanied by her puzzled murmurs, "You aren't actually my second brother in disguise, are you?" Xiao Heng's expression remained impassive as he warned her, "If you continue to be so mischievous, I shall put you down. You are a real villain." Jinzhi retracted her hand and conceded, "All right, I know you are definitely not my second brother. He treats me exceptionally well and would never speak to me so sternly." Jinzhi reminisced about her childhood, recalling a time when she accompanied Gucheng to see the lanterns outside the palace. They returned late, and she, feeling drowsy, refused to walk, ultimately being carried back by him. She must have been around 4 or 5 years old then. Upon returning to their mother's palace, she was nearly asleep. Gucheng laid her upon the grand bed, and the nurse, mistaking her for ill, was about to summon the physician. In her drowsy state, she heard her second brother laughingly explain, "It's nothing. She's just tired from walking, indulging in laziness." Thinking of her brother, Jinzhi's spirits sank once more. She missed him dearly. Since their father's passing, she had not seen him and wondered if he would ever come to her rescue again. Lost in her melancholic longing for family, she was already being carried into the residence by Xiao Heng. That night, the moonlight shone brightly, casting a serene glow upon the bamboo groves in the courtyard, creating a tranquil yet evocative ambience. When Jinzhi first arrived, she found the place excessively desolate, devoid of vibrant flowers or greenery, with only withered bamboo and a lifeless rockery pond. Thus, she had little fondness for this courtyard. Nevertheless, she was merely a transient guest here, lacking the authority or standing to critique Xiao Heng's tastes. Bo approached, noticing that Jinzhi was being carried by Xiao Heng, and his heart skipped a beat, fearing she had been injured. He quickly followed, expressing his concern, "My lord, what has happened to the princess?" Xiao Heng let out a light scoff, casually remarking that he was tired and taking a break. His 6 nonchalant words floated into her ears like a sudden clap of thunder. Jinzhi was momentarily stunned, her drowsiness dissipating as she abruptly lifted her gaze to his profile. This was a phrase she used to share with Gucheng during her childhood. Could it truly be a coincidence after a decade? In that fleeting moment, Jinzhi felt an odd sensation, as if Xiao Heng had been possessed by Gucheng. "If you've been kidnapped, just blink," she thought. Yet, Xiao Heng maintained an expression so tranquil, so characteristic of him, as he effortlessly carried her into his room. His calm demeanor seemed genuine, casting doubt in Jinzhi's mind. Had she misheard, or was it merely a coincidence? The charcoal brazier in the room burned brightly, radiating warmth, and upon entering, Jinzhi found herself reluctant to leave. Although sharing a room with him was not ideal, it was not their first time, and in comparison to the prospect of freezing to death, she preferred to survive in his company. Of course, if they could avoid any intimate encounters, that would be even better. Jinzhi had meticulously arranged her escape plan. Xiao Heng placed her gently on the large bed and summoned Tan Yun to assist her with a bath. In the past, when she lived in Zhongdu, she bathed daily even in the depths of winter, yet the chill of Yongsheng compelled her to bathe only every other day. Due to an injury on her instep, Jinzhi opted not to immerse herself in the wooden tub. Instead, she allowed Tan Yun to dampen a cloth and wipe her down. Once she had freshened up, Xiao Heng re-entered the room, Noticing that Gu Jinzhi was seated on the bed, he approached and crouched down before her. Gu Jinzhi instinctively prepared to kick him, suspecting his intentions, but Xiao Heng's strength was evidently far superior. He easily grasped her ankle, his voice low and commanding as he cautioned her not to move. With deftness, he removed her wooden clogs and examined the small blisters on her injured foot. His large hand, radiating warmth, pressed against her delicate sole. Her feet were small, tender, and pale, cradled in his grip like exquisite porcelain. The area he held was intensely warm, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment as she attempted to pull away, only for Xiao Heng to tighten his hold, leaving red marks on her instep. Old lecher, Gu Jinzhi silently lamented. However, it seemed that Xiao Heng had no ill intentions. He merely inspected her injury before reaching into the small cabinet by the bedside to retrieve a box of ointment. "Why are you hiding?" he chided, tightening his grip on her foot. With his long fingers, he scooped out a dollop of ointment to apply to the blisters on her instep. It was only then that Gu Jinzhi realized he intended to treat her wound. All right then, she thought, realizing she had overreacted. Despite Xiao Heng's fierce demeanor, he was not a lecherous scoundrel. Otherwise, sharing a bed daily would surely lead to trouble. With that reassurance, Gu Jinzhi felt at ease, lowering her gaze to inspect the injury on her foot. In truth, her injury was not particularly severe. It was merely that her delicate skin made the blisters appear especially alarming. Although Xiao Heng was hesitant to apply pressure, the slightest contact with her wound still sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through her. Gu Jinzhi gasped softly, enduring the discomfort while weakly imploring him, "My lord, be gentle. It hurts so much." Xiao Heng paused momentarily, tightening his grip on her foot, his tone tinged with impatience. "Endure it. Otherwise, others might think I have harmed you." Despite his words, he softened his movements, fearful of causing her further pain. Having been scolded by him, Gu Jinzhi could only bite her lip, though involuntarily, soft whimpers escaped her throat. Xiao Heng. Why does it sound even stranger? Outside the room, on the porch, Zhao Guan and Xiao Wei exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they had just heard. Xiao Wei turned to Zhao Guan, his face a mask of shock and confusion, and asked, "Did you hear that?" Zhao Guan feigned a gaze towards the sky, his expression almost inscribed with the words, "I am not dirty." Yet he stammered, I didn't hear anything." "Xiao Wei, you're not going to say it, huh? Well then, I won't either. Let us keep it to ourselves." The two had pressing matters to report that night, and could not afford to wander elsewhere. They remained silent, listening to the vivid sounds emanating from within. After a considerable pause, Zhao Guan finally could not contain himself any longer and leaned closer to Xiao Wei, whispering, "That little princess used to call him uncle, and now she calls him my lord. Do you know what that implies?" Xiao Wei, bewildered, shook his head. "What does it imply?" Zhao Guan coughed awkwardly, his tone slightly weakened. "It indicates that the Lord is aware that recognizing relatives in bed is rather perverse." Xiao Wei, after imagining that scenario, he nearly succumbed to nausea. Yet, listening to the suppressed moans from inside, he found his thoughts spiraling uncontrollably. Could it be that the Lord had truly laid hands on that little princess? The two fell into a silent reverie, and suddenly, Zhao Guan recalled something of even greater significance. "When we first met this little princess, did we say something we shouldn't have?" Xiao Wei blinked, perplexed. "What did we say?" Zhao Guan's complexion turned ashen, his voice growing faint. "We remarked that the old King Jian and could take advantage of young girls." Xiao Wei remembered, adding with a hint of disdain, "That old lecher. Zhao Guan, so despicable. Xiao Wei, so vulgar." The two reminisced about their youthful indiscretions, as if performing a comedic dialogue, and simultaneously inhaled sharply. Chapter 25. Rise and drink milk. After Xiao Heng finished applying medicine to Gu Jinzhi, he noticed her eyelids drooping, on the verge of sleep. He stood up and instructed, "You should rest now." Upon entering, he had seen Xiao Wei still lingering in the porch, presumably to report something important. Gu Jinzhi understood he was about to head to the study and obediently replied, "Oh." Having played outside for a while, she could no longer endure his absence. She shed her outer garments and pulled the thick quilt from the bed, lying down. though there was a charcoal basin in Xiao Heng's room. The night air was chillingly cold. Gu Jinzhi's body gradually warmed beneath the thick quilt after a considerable struggle. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng had retreated to his study, where Xiao Wei and Zhao Guan awaited him. Upon his entrance, the two men promptly bowed in unison, standing respectfully before his desk. "Is there any news from the barracks?" Xiao Heng inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wei. Still reeling from the recent tumultuous auditory sensations, Xiao Wei, caught off guard by the mention of his name, quickly responded, "My lord, rumors have circulated in the camp these past days, suggesting that you, for the sake of a young princess from the Great Wei, have adopted an ambiguous stance towards Liangzhou. Consequently, the morale is wavering, and whispers abound that this king is infatuated with beauty, allowing desire to cloud his judgment. I apologize to the brothers who have fought valiantly on the battlefield these past 2 years." Xiao Wei lowered his head, brushing his nose with his fingertip. The chatter within the camp mirrored his words, though there were far more scathing remarks. It was insinuated that Gu Jinzhi was, in fact, his distant niece, and that he had succumbed to carnal desires, disregarding familial ethics. Xiao Heng lightly touched the jade ring on his thumb, a thin smile playing on his lips. It seems the old man has grown restless these past 2 years. Clearly, there were those attempting to sow discord among the troops, aiming to diminish his standing as their commander. Standing nearby, Zhao Guan observed Xiao Heng's inscrutable expression and lowered his voice, "My lord. General Meng appears to be seizing this opportunity to sever ties with Liangzhou completely." Xiao Heng was not oblivious to his intentions. From the moment the faulty weaponry had emerged, suspicion had lingered regarding the presence of a spy among his ranks. Yet, Meng Jinghe was his own maternal uncle. Since the conflicts surrounding his ascension, where he had dealt with his uncle and younger brother, his reputation in Yongshang had suffered greatly. Without concrete evidence, taking action against his uncle could provide fodder for gossip yet again. He was not particularly concerned with public opinion. However, Meng Jinghe had been a loyal general for over a decade, and he could not act solely on suspicion without potentially alienating his other subordinates and further tarnishing his own reputation. Xiao Heng let out a cold laugh, seemingly unfazed by the matter, and responded leisurely, "Let's keep a close watch on him. Report any signs of unrest immediately." After concluding discussions with Xiao Wei and Zhao Guan in the study, Xiao Heng returned to find a small, gently rising mound beneath the covers on the bed. Gu Jinzhi had cocooned herself within the quilt, completely hidden from view. Was it truly that cold? Xiao Heng found it difficult to comprehend. He bent down, initially intending to check if the delicate figure was still chilled, but reconsidering the propriety of such an action. He refrained and simply nudged Gu Jinzhi further into the bed before lying down in the spot she had vacated. The unoccupied bed was cold and hard, causing Gu Jinzhi to shiver anew, instinctively inching towards the warmth beside her. With his back turned to her, Xiao Heng felt her persistently pressing against him, and he decided to allow her to continue, as her efforts were akin to a gentle tickle against his back. Thus, the night passed in peaceful slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Xiao Heng arose early. He needed to inspect the barracks to prevent Meng Jinghe from further inciting discord behind his back, potentially transforming his troops into the Meng family's army. As Xiao Heng lifted the quilt, a chill breeze seeped in from outside. On such a frigid day, rising from bed became a true test of willpower. Yet, Gu Jinzhi remained blissfully ensconced in her own cocoon, having wrapped herself snugly like a plump chrysalis against Xiao Heng's back throughout the night. Her cheeks still bore a faint rosy hue, suggesting she had enjoyed a restful slumber. Xiao Heng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had seized Gu Jinzhi as a hostage, yet here she was luxuriating in the comforts of the residence, seemingly a half-master of the household, living a life far more indulgent than that of a governor. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of unfairness, he pinched her cheek with a hint of irritation, gruffly announcing, "It's time to wake up." Gu Jinzhi groggily opened her eyes, meeting his icy gaze. Upon realizing that dawn had yet to break, she instinctively frowned and attempted to burrow back under the covers. However, Xiao Heng would not allow her to retreat into slumber. With a stern expression, he yanked the quilt away. Gu Jinzhi gasped in shock, jolting upright, her hair standing on end. What does he think he's doing? Trying to freeze me to death, she thought, casting a pitiful glance at the quilt in his hands. With her small fingers clutching the edge, she desperately struggled to stay asleep for just a little longer. Understanding that one must adopt a gentle approach with someone as outwardly stern as Xiao Heng, she feigned compliance, regardless of the harsh words swirling in her mind. Xiao Heng was somewhat appeased by her soft and yielding demeanor. With a playful lift of his brow, he draped the quilt back over her, pinching her cheek once more as he teasingly declared, "Rise and shine for your milk." Jinzhi was left speechless. Xiao Heng had taken Zhao Gu into the barracks, leaving Xiao Wei behind to keep an eye on her. When Tan Yun arrived at Xiao Heng's quarters to deliver milk, she was already aware of the commotion that had transpired the previous night. Her expression was one of astonishment and trepidation, as she seemed unable to comprehend the reality that her princess had succumbed to a pig. Concerned that she might blurt something inappropriate upon entering, Xiao Wei quietly advised her outside. Mind your tongue once inside. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions. How could Tan Yun possibly remain silent? Shocked yet somewhat unsurprised, she mused that given her princess's charm, it seemed inevitable that she would fall into the hands of a man like Xiao Heng. With difficulty, Tan Yun swallowed hard and couldn't help but inquire, will the princess be living in the same room as the lord from now on? Having experienced the events of the previous night, Xiao Wei had regained her composure. After a moment of silence, she earnestly explained, it is quite normal. It is human nature to be attracted to the unfamiliar. Tan Yun was taken aback. Wait, is the princess already facing the prospect of infidelity right after losing her virtue? Noticing her incredulous expression, Xiao Wei added, what's the big deal? When a man sees a beautiful woman, he naturally wants her to move in. That's just how it is. Tan Yun retorted, are you taking advantage of my lack of education? After a brief moment of silence, she begrudgingly complimented, General Xia truly is a paragon of both martial and scholarly excellence. Xiao Wei failed to discern the underlying meaning of her words, interpreting them merely as a compliment to himself. Pleased with himself, he patted her shoulder and gestured with a tilt of his chin, indicating that she should bring in the milk. Chapter 26. The young lady. The sky was still early, and the entire Wang residence was enveloped in tranquility, with only a few servants tidying up the courtyard. Jinzhi was puzzled as to why that old dog, Xiao Heng, had roused her so early. She assumed he was unable to sleep in and, feeling envious, sought to stir her from her slumber as well. With an injury to her foot making it difficult to walk, she was assisted by Tan Yun in completing her morning routine. Taking a seat at the table, she let out a prolonged yawn before sipping the warm milk in small gulps. Her shoes had been burned through by an oil fire the previous night, and Tan Yun had lent her a pair of her own to make do for now. As Jinzhi changed into the borrowed shoes, she caught sight of Xiao Wei standing at her doorway, prompting her to rise enthusiastically. General Xia. Xiao Wei turned to see Jinzhi hobbling towards him, her eyes bright and her expression cheerful. Observing her struggle to walk, he momentarily paused, recalling what he had heard the night before. His expression shifted to one of bewildered admiration. How formidable their lord was. How many times had he taken her last night? The little princess could hardly walk now, suggesting that the previous night's encounters had been even more intense than they had overheard. Internally, Xiao Wei marveled at his lord's stamina. Yet he found himself engulfed in confusion. How was he to address this young lady? Should he call her little princess? Their lord had mentioned that she was no longer the little princess of the Great Way, but rather a hostage of Yongzhou. Or should he call her young lady? He hesitated, pondering whether the lord merely viewed her as a pretty diversion, with no intention of taking responsibility for her. After all, many men are capable of such behavior. After much internal conflict, he finally managed a smile that resembled more of a grimace, which he hoped sufficed as a greeting. Unaware of his turmoil, Jinzhi was about to invite him in for some chestnuts when a commotion outside interrupted her. Xiao Wei recognized the familiar footsteps, his expression darkening as he immediately dashed towards the front courtyard. Before he could step through the moon gate, a servant was unable to stop Meng Qingyan, who barged in unimpeded. Miss Meng. Xiao Wei placed himself firmly in front of her, blocking her access to the rear courtyard. Under normal circumstances, he might have let it slide, but given that the little princess had just undergone a taxing night, she would surely not be a match for Meng Qingyan now. If she were to suffer another injury, their lord's enjoyment that evening would be compromised. Thus, Xiao Heng felt it was his duty to safeguard his lord's happiness. Meng Qingyan's face was a mask of fury as she ground her teeth, declaring, "I demand to see that little vixen." Gu Jinzhi, having overheard the ruckus behind her, realized Meng Qingyan was coming for her. However, she had no intention of stepping out to endure unwarranted scolding, so she retreated to her soft couch, comfortably warming herself by the fire while indulging in chestnuts. "Why are you hiding like a turtle? Aren't you quite the talkative one? Come out this instant." Meng Qingyan's shouts echoed from outside, while Gu Jinzhi remained unfazed, savoring her treats. Tan Yun, feeling her own temper rise upon hearing the commotion, found it difficult to comprehend Gu Jinzhi's indifference. "Your Highness, shall we simply allow her to insult us?" Gu Jinzhi's words were somewhat mumbled as she ate. "What other choice do we have?" Tan Yun, with an expression of defiance, glanced outside and couldn't help but exclaim, "Though this is not the capital, you are still a princess. Why should we fear her?" Gu Jinzhi smiled faintly and offered her 2 chestnuts to soothe her. Tan Yun, passers-by in the street instinctively avoid dog waste. It is not fear, but rather disdain for its foulness. Tan Yun was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Outside, chaos continued to reign. Xiao Heng, tall and strong, swiftly pulled Meng Qingyan back just as she was about to step into the courtyard. Previously, she had protected Gu Jinzhi merely because Xiao Heng had instructed her to do so. Now, after last night, Gu Jinzhi had become somewhat of a master to her. Xiao Heng understood precisely where her loyalties lay and unceremoniously pushed Meng Qingyan out of the moon gate, her expression cold as she warned, "Miss Meng, the last time you trespassed into the courtyard, the Lord reprimanded your father. If I were to allow you in again today, your father would likely face punishment once more." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingyan disregarded her modesty and let out a wail. "You all only know how to threaten me with my father." The grievances she had suffered in life had all stemmed from Xiao Heng. After she intruded into the courtyard, Xiao Heng had scolded her father in front of many subordinates. Meng Jinghe had returned the reprimand and vented his frustrations on her. Originally, she was meant to reflect on her actions in solitude, but today, upon learning that Xiao Heng had gone to the military camp, she could no longer suppress her anger and came to make trouble for Gu Jinzhi. Meng Qingyan's infatuation with Xiao Heng was no secret within the household. However, Xiao Heng had never regarded her with any interest, so no one took her seriously. Thus, as she cried and raged, no one intervened, allowing her to unleash her emotions in the courtyard. "I have a genuine bond with my cousin. What is she, Gu Jinzhi? Just because she has a bit of beauty, she climbed into my cousin's bed, and now everyone treats her like a master?" While Gu Jinzhi munched on chestnuts indoors, the noise of Meng Qingyan's outburst gave her a headache. How melodramatic. She never expected that Xiao Heng, despite not marrying, would still attract numerous unwanted romantic entanglements. Yet, Meng Qingyan stubbornly believed that this forcibly returned little princess was her greatest rival. Thus, Gu Jinzhi felt compelled to write to her second brother, urging him to devise a way to bring her back. If she didn't perish at Xiao Heng's hands, she would inevitably be driven to madness by Meng Qingyan. After a while of weeping and wailing outside, Gu Jinzhi resolutely remained indoors, refusing to show her face. Eventually, it was unclear what method Xiao Heng employed to send the troublesome girl away. However, Gu Jinzhi, agitated by the commotion, decided to take action. Seizing the opportunity, while Xiao Heng was absent from the residence, she requested ink, paper, and a brush from Xiao Heng and nestled on a small couch to write a letter to her brother. It had been nearly 8 years since she last saw him, and she wondered if he would still protect her as he once did. Thus, she spent the entire morning composing her letter. She had an abundance of words she wished to share with her second brother. However, upon finally putting pen to paper, she realized that the two had been apart for far too long, leaving her at a loss for how to begin. Gu Jinzhi penned a letter with great difficulty, taking considerable time to organize her thoughts. Once completed, she solemnly folded the letter and tucked it into an envelope. The letter was written in the morning, and by afternoon, Gu Jinzhi implored Xiao Heng to assist her in sending it. Xiao Heng, now regarding her as a semi-master, naturally did not refuse. After all, the Lord had not forbidden her from writing to Liangzhou, and sending a letter was merely a gesture of goodwill towards her future sovereign. Chapter 27. If only she had a childhood brother in the evening. The crimson clouds blazed across the horizon. Xiao Heng left the military camp, but did not hastily return to the residence. Instead, he rode his horse to West Street. This street bustled with life, housing numerous taverns and tailoring shops. Zhao Guan assumed he was headed for a drink, only to be surprised when he stopped in front of Chang Shengyang, a renowned old-established tailor in Yongzhou. This tailor was famed for being the first to offer the latest fabrics and styles, selling silks and crafting garments, making it quite popular among the local ladies. At this time, the shop was filled with female patrons, and upon seeing the tall and handsome Xiao Heng enter, they all cast astonished glances in his direction. Lord Zhao Guan, puzzled by the scene, noticed the women's gazes were almost devouring his master, prompting him to dismount and follow him inside. Xiao Heng, with a steadfast gaze, walked straight in. He had never entered such a shop before. His clothing and needs were typically arranged by Hebo, who would even send someone to measure him for seasonal garments. This was his first foray into a tailoress shop, and the array of fashionable fabrics failed to capture his interest. Instead, he headed directly for the prominently displayed embroidered shoes. He selected a pair of snow satin embroidered shoes adorned with pearls, the surface a light beige, embellished with delicate floral patterns stitched in colorful threads, with tiny pearls adding a touch of liveliness and charm. Holding the shoes, which were scarcely larger than the palm of his hand, he recalled Gu Jinzhi's appearance last night in her RU skirt, with only the tips of her shoes visible, causing an involuntary smile to tug at the corners of his lips, unnoticed by himself. Upon returning home that evening, Xiao Wei faithfully reported to him the day's events, including Gu Jinzhi's letter to Liangzhou. As for her correspondence, Xiao Heng remained indifferent. After all, she was under his protection, and even if she sought assistance from Gu Chan, the latter would be unable to intervene for the time being. However, upon hearing that Meng Qingyan had intruded into the rear courtyard again, he paused in unfastening his cloak, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, transforming his previously calm demeanor entirely. He removed his cloak, which Zhao Guan caught behind him, then stood vigil at the porch, watching as his figure disappeared into the inner chambers. Tan Yun, who had been waiting at the porch, prepared to pay her respects and withdraw upon Xiao Heng's return. However, Zhao Guan discreetly exchanged glances with her. Before she could react, he stealthily slipped a silk pouch into her hand, his ears flushing red, but he quickly regained his composure, resuming his role at the porch. Tan Yun was momentarily taken aback, her palm tightening around the silk pouch as she hesitated to raise her gaze to him. Her cheeks faintly flushed as she retreated to her chamber. Gu Jinzhi, feeling rather bored over the past few days, had requested Xiao Wei to procure some books for her to read. The main hall was dim, with only the flickering candlelight from the inner room illuminating the space. At that moment, she was seated beside a small table at the head of her bed, engrossed in her reading, when she noticed Xiao Heng entering from outside. He took a seat opposite her at the small table, still carrying the chill of the outside air, maintaining a respectful distance. Gu Jinzhi set her book down, blinking as she instinctively addressed him, "My lord." Xiao Heng shifted the candlelight aside, creating a space between them to better observe her. "What is it?" His voice, soft and calm, was rendered gentler by the candlelight, enhancing the contours of his features. Gu Jinzhi casually inquired, "Why have you returned so late?" The moment the words left her mouth, she was struck by a sudden realization. Wait, why was she asking this? His comings and goings were hardly her concern. Such a question made it seem as though she had been eagerly awaiting his return, akin to a newlywed couple entwined in affectionate intimacy. Xiao Heng, perceiving her awkwardness, teasingly played along. "What's the matter? Do you miss me?" Gu Jinzhi was momentarily stifled. Fearing that her lies might come back to haunt her, she fell silent. Xiao Heng did not genuinely believe she would miss him. After all, he regarded her as a little white-eyed wolf kept in the manor, merely a source of amusement. He cast a glance at the book in her hands, which was titled Essentials of Agriculture and Sericulture. The mountainous terrain of Yongzhou was scarce and flatland, with only the limited southern plains cultivated for farming. However, the soil was not fertile, and even in years without famine, self-sufficiency in grain was a rarity. Thus, despite the legendary prowess of the cavalry from Yongzhou, they seldom took the initiative in battle due to insufficient provisions. He was unaware of her interest in such subjects. Did you spend the entire day reading at the manor? Did you do nothing else? Jinzhi assumed he was merely checking up on her. To demonstrate that she indeed had no plans to escape that day, she proactively informed him, I had no other matters to attend to, so I just read. However, Meng Qingyan came by this morning. Her visit was not intended to lodge a complaint, yet Meng Qingyan's frequent interruptions had become a nuisance. Moreover, she wished to gauge Xiao Heng's feelings towards her. During her time residing in the manor, Jinzhi had subtly sensed the complexity of Xiao Heng's sentiments regarding Meng Qingyan, which seemed to be fraught with contradiction and intrigue. Xiao Heng glanced at her, his voice becoming even more subdued, infused with a hint of restraint. I see. Has she troubled you again? Jinzhi shook her head. A few disparaging remarks were hardly worth her concern. If one were to become incensed and seek a fierce confrontation over mere insults, how would that differ from the behavior of a common street brawler? Propping her chin in her hand, she feigned ignorance and queried, Aren't you childhood friends? She seems quite fond of you. The underlying implication was clear. What about you? Do you harbor feelings for her? Xiao Heng perceived her underlying calculations and refrained from answering, instead posing a counter-question. Does being childhood friends necessarily imply mutual affection? This implied a denial of any romantic interest. Jinzhi effortlessly translated his words into a negative affirmation. On the surface, Jinzhi feigns innocence, yet harbors a bold conjecture within. From the moment she first encountered Meng Qingyan, it was evident to Jinzhi that Meng Qingyan harbored unrequited feelings for Xiao Heng. Conversely, Xiao Heng merely tolerates her out of respect for her father. Jinzhi remains uncertain of what it truly means to love someone, but she is certain it is not akin to the way Xiao Heng regards Meng Qingyan. However, one who can be ruthless towards his own brother and uncle, why would he exhibit such patience towards an uncle and a cousin? This indicates that her father still holds some utility for him, allowing him to endure and refrain from acting out. Upon realizing this, Jinzhi felt a flicker of sympathy for Meng Qingyan. With her eyes lowered, she absent-mindedly remarked, having grown up together, it must be easy to develop feelings for one another. As soon as she spoke, she sensed a slight flicker in Xiao Heng's eyelashes. However, when she looked up at him, he wore his usual cold and indifferent demeanor, as if the shift in his emotions had been merely her illusion. After a brief pause, an enigmatic smile danced in his eyes. Perhaps, but she does not. Oh, does she not? Jinzhi recalled what Xiao Wei had mentioned. That Meng Qingyan had been enamored with him for 6 years since she was 12, frequently drawing close to him for no particular reason. Wasn't it the essence of childhood sweethearts? Moreover, his words seemed to imply that his childhood sweetheart was someone else entirely. Noticing her skepticism, Xiao Heng unusually took the time to explain, only those who grew up together could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, I had already returned to Yongzhou at the age of 18. It seemed he had become lost in contemplation of the past, his tone growing light and unanchored, his gaze drifting away from her to some void beyond the screen. Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, she recalled that Xiao Wei had mentioned Xiao Heng had been sent to Zhongdu at the age of 10, residing there for several years. Yet at that time, she was too young, spending most of her days within the palace walls and likely never encountering the spirited young Master Xiao Heng of that era. The royal families and noble clans of Zhongdu were numerous, and many young ladies of similar age surrounded him, who then could be considered his childhood sweetheart. As she pondered this, she was unexpectedly jolted by Xiao Heng's inquiry, what about you? Have you ever liked anyone? Jinzhi was momentarily stunned. Me? At her age? The concept of liking someone felt rather distant. However, Xiao Heng remained relentless in his gaze, seemingly demanding an answer from her. Jinzhi struggled to articulate a response, contemplating for a moment before saying, I grew up in the palace, and, as a child, only my elder brother and second brother could accompany me. If only I had a childhood sweetheart of my own. If she had such a figure, he would likely protect her as her brothers did in their youth, preventing her from being wed to that old Duke Jianan. A trace of self-mockery flickered in Xiao Heng's eyes, yet he remained silent. turning his gaze towards the snow drifting outside the window. Indeed, she had forgotten everything. Yet he remembered it all. This is the cruelest aspect of time. Chapter 28. After all, he watched me grow up outside the window. The snow began to fall more heavily. Jinzhi sat on the bed, and upon witnessing the snowfall, she immediately kicked off her shoes, eager to climb to the window to observe the winter wonderland. Growing up in the southern region, witnessing a substantial snowfall was a rare delight for her. The only time she recalled such a heavy snow was during the winter of the year her father passed away. Xiao Heng glanced at the embroidered shoes she had discarded, which were clearly the style worn by the maids and ill-fitting for her. He had assumed she was quite delicate, but she seemed unconcerned. For some reason, as he observed her petite feet, he couldn't shake the suspicion that this young lady had grown since she was 7 or 8 years old. How could she appear so small? Xiao Heng sat on the bed, watching her as she leaned against the windowsill, lost in the beauty of the snow. They both quietly indulged in their respective fascinations until, after a considerable time, Xiao Heng leaned over and closed the window. "What's wrong?" Jinzhi asked in confusion, as the snowy scene outside was obscured from her view. Casting a glance at her reddened nose, Xiao Heng replied brusquely, "You'll catch a cold if you stay there too long, and then I'll have to summon the physician." What a hassle! Having grown accustomed to his disdain, Jinzhi nonchalantly responded with an "oh," before returning to her previous position. She stretched her foot to retrieve the shoes she had just kicked off, only to find another pair of exquisitely crafted embroidered shoes adorned with small pearls resting on a footstool. These shoes were clearly new and bore the most fashionable embroidery patterns of the moment. Jinzhi paused, not reaching for them, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are these for me?" Leaning against the low cabinet at the head of the bed, Xiao Heng maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, narrowing his eyes with amusement. "There are only the two of us in this room. If not for you, are they for me?" Jinzhi blinked, extending her toes to reach for the shoes before bending down to put them on. To her surprise, they fit perfectly. How did he know her shoe size? Had he secretly tried on her shoes in the middle of the night? Xiao Heng was oblivious to her errant thoughts, noticing her momentary daze, and suddenly asked softly, "Do you not like them?" He had never purchased such items for a girl and was unaware of current styles. He merely assumed that since these shoes were prominently displayed, they must be the most popular choice, thus ensuring he wouldn't err in his selection. Jinzhi looked up, still wearing the new shoes, momentarily forgetting to take them off. "I like them," she replied hastily, feeling warmth flush her cheeks. Though the shoes he bought could not compare with the finely crafted ones from the palace. They felt more comfortable and affectionate on her feet than any pair she had owned before. Seeing her still wearing the shoes without a rush to take them off, Xiao Heng felt his unease dissipate. He subtly withdrew his gaze, no longer watching her, and his typically stern expression softened slightly. For some inexplicable reason, sitting together in that small space by the bed, they both sensed a delicate shift in the atmosphere. Jinzhi's feet dangled above the bed. The burn on the dorsum of her foot had faded somewhat, yet pressed against the shoe's surface, it still throbbed with discomfort. She wiggled her toes, gently easing her heel out of the shoe, balancing it precariously on the tips of her toes, acutely aware of the shoe's weight, as if it bore the heft of 1,000 burdens. Why had he taken the trouble to buy her shoes? It was evident that her needs were already arranged by Hebo. Purchasing shoes for a girl felt akin to toying with her feet, imbued with an inexplicable air of intimacy. The two sat in silent stillness, Jinzhi pondering whether she ought to utter something to break the silence, to dissipate the lingering ambiguity. Yet before she could conjure a topic, Xiao Heng, seemingly unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, rose first. "I shall take a bath," he murmured. Avoiding her gaze, just a few steps away, he turned his back to her and added, "You should rest." Jinzhi softly replied in acquiescence. Watching his silhouette exit the room, her tense toes finally relaxed, and the dainty shoe fell with a soft thud onto the footrest, echoing as if it had plummeted into the depths of her heart. That evening, Xiao Heng, as per custom, did not suggest escorting her back to her own quarters, clearly intending for her to remain by his side for the night. This was not Jinzhi's first night spent in his bed, yet tonight felt remarkably different. When Xiao Heng returned from his bath, Gu Jinzhi had already settled down. She faced the interior of the bed, swathed in a thick quilt. Her petite form curled up like a tiny shrimp, rising and falling gently with her breath. In truth, she had not yet drifted into slumber. Although her back was turned to him, the moment he settled onto the bed, she caught the crisp scent of soap that clung to him. She remained perfectly still, eyes tightly shut, feigning sleep. In the darkness, she sensed Xiao Heng lying beside her, yet he made no move, as if the recent intimacy was but a solitary tumult in her heart. Gu Qingrong had suffered a defeat at the hands of Xiao Heng and returned to the prefecture still smoldering with indignation. Over the past 2 years, he and Xiao Heng had clashed numerous times, with victories and defeats being commonplace in their rivalry. However, this particular loss was one he found difficult to swallow. It was not that he was incapable of besting Xiao Heng. On that day, Xiao Heng had brought merely 5,000 elite troops. Had he managed to hold his ground and draw the enemy in, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, bound by Gu Jinzhi's presence under his command, he dared not pursue further. A maidservant brought him tea just as Xiao Heng entered with a newly arrived letter. Gu Qingrong cast a glance at the writing, which bore the elegant inscription to my dear elder brother, causing him to abandon the tea and clumsily tear open the envelope. The letter from Gu Jinzhi was brief, spanning only 2 pages. The first half reminisced about their deep sibling bond, while the latter half beseeched him to retrieve her from Yongzhou. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Qingrong had already been contemplating ways to facilitate her return. As for the first half, he scoffed softly, wondering if his sister had been rendered foolish by their uncle Gu Yu over the years. Even without such a letter, would he, as her elder brother, allow her to languish in Xiao Heng's care? Although Xiao Heng could not see the contents of the letter, he could easily surmise its essence. He had spent considerable time by Gu Chen's side, and today, seeing the smile in his eyes, he felt emboldened enough to initiate a conversation. "My lord, the princess's letter indicates that Xiao Heng has not yet made things difficult for her. However, we must devise a plan to bring Jinzhi back expeditiously." Gu Chen's expression appeared slightly more favorable than before. The fact that a letter could be sent from Yongzhou suggested that Xiao Heng had not placed her under house arrest or mistreated her. Gu Chen felt a significant sense of relief. He neatly folded the letter again, but his thoughts soon turned dark, and not for any other reason than Xiao Heng. As Gu Chen gazed at Gu Jinzhi's handwriting, memories of her, as a small, delicate child, flooded back to him. She had barely learned to walk, yet was always eager to cling to him for play. At that time, Xiao Heng had already gone to the capital, forming a close bond with Gu Chen. Often, Gu Chen found himself at a loss, as he had to take her along when visiting Xiao Heng. They were of the same age, just youthful boys at that time. Gu Chen cherished Gu Jinzhi for the bond of blood shared between them, as their father had blessed him with only one sister. However, Xiao Heng was different. He had no blood relation to Gu Jinzhi, and being a mere boy of about 10, he lacked the patience to deal with a little girl. Each time he saw Gu Jinzhi by Xiao Heng's side, his face was a portrait of helplessness and irritation. As Gu Chen recalled this, his anger surged anew. How could Xiao Heng, who had once shown disdain for his sister, now keep her close? After all, Gu Jinzhi had grown up under his watchful eye, and everyone in their family knew she was a treasure. Yet, Xiao Heng had seized the opportunity to abduct her without a thought for their past brotherly bond. How foolish he had been in his youth to consider Xiao Heng a trustworthy friend. What purpose does that scoundrel Xiao Heng have in retaining my sister? Gu Chen muttered through clenched teeth. For the past 2 years, that rascal has done nothing worthwhile. Now, being in his 20s, instead of seeking a proper marriage for himself, he has taken my sister. What is he scheming? Xiao Heng, observing the situation with clarity, could not help but silently critique the matter. The beautiful princess in the hands of a man like Xiao Heng. What could his intentions possibly be? Noticing Gu Chen's ire, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Perhaps he is fond of the princess. Gu Chen, being straightforward in nature, turned his head and spat dismissively. Fond? Impossible. How old is Jinzhi? I have watched her grow from a chubby little girl into a lovely young lady. Although I was granted the title in Liangzhou and could not be there for her growth, she remains, in her brother's eyes, just a child. Xiao Heng cleared his throat and quietly reminded him, she will grow up in time. Gu Chun shot him a glare. Even if she does, it's certainly not for him. That scoundrel Xiao Heng thinks he can marry my sister? He is dreaming. Xiao Heng kept his gaze downcast, careful not to provoke Gu Chun's wrath. However, she could not help but fidget with the tip of her nose, pondering that it would indeed be quite commendable for the princess to marry the king of Dingbei. He was formidable in battle and still youthful, far superior to being wed to the aged Wang Jianan, who had an abundance of offspring. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he felt a merciless blow to the back of his head from Gu Chun. If he is so admirable, why don't you marry him yourself? Gu Chun retorted with a hint of malice. Besides, he has known Xiao Heng since childhood. How could he not be aware that the dog is far better than this? Xiao Heng, clutching his head, was on the verge of tears. My lord, I'm a man. Gu Chun shot him an exasperated glance and teased him further. Who knows if that scoundrel has a penchant for youthful boys? Perhaps he might fancy you. Upon uttering this, his eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon a significant revelation, surveying the handsome Xiao Heng anew. Of course. How could I have overlooked this? If I were to present you to him, might he spare Jinzhi? Xiao Heng exclaimed, what a misfortune. Yet, Gu Chun was already lost in his whimsical thoughts. What purpose could Xiao Heng have in keeping his sister around? He neither sought to exchange her for cities nor made any demands, which only indicated his lust for beauty. Although Jinzhi was indeed lovely, she was still merely a young girl, hardly versed in the intricacies of romance. Gu Chun reasoned that Xiao Heng's prolonged bachelorhood suggested he frequented brothels and engaged in the frivolities favored by men. Therefore, whether his preference lay with men or women, it was likely that he favored those with substance. Although uncertain about his specific inclinations, Gu Chun was convinced that if he prepared well enough, Xiao Heng would not escape his grasp. In the following days, Xiao Heng prepared to head to the training grounds. Before his departure, he entrusted Gu Jinzhi to Xiao Wei. Previously, they had shared a room, and everyone assumed it was merely a fleeting whim of Xiao Heng's. Little did they know, once he allowed Gu Jinzhi to reside in his quarters, he had no intention of having her move out again. This quickly became the talk of the household. The servants remarked that it was the first time the Lord had brought a woman into his chambers. Perhaps the little princess was destined to become their lady. However, a few elder household members hesitated to alter their opinions, as Xiao Heng's affection for her was undeniable, yet he was still entangled with his cousin, Meng Qingyan. Although Meng Qingyan was not as beautiful as Gu Jinzhi, her father was the highly esteemed general whom Xiao Heng relied upon. No one could predict who would ultimately secure his favor. Naturally, these musings were mere gossip among the servants, unbeknownst to the primary figures involved, who had unwittingly become entangled in a triangular relationship. Yongzhou, rich in resources and strategically located at the heart of the Central Western trade routes, was bustling with vibrant markets. If one were to disregard Xiao Heng, it would be quite a pleasant place to reside. Gu Jinzhi had spent over 10 days in the manor without receiving any correspondence from Gu Chun, growing increasingly restless. Was her second brother truly abandoning her? Feeling vexed and disheartened by her confinement, she could not resist seeking out Xiao Wei to accompany her on an outing. Previously, without Xiao Heng's permission, Xiao Wei had refrained from taking her out, fearing that the little princess might wander off, a loss for which he could not afford to pay. However, before he departed this time, he had instructed that as long as she was kept within sight, she could go wherever she pleased. Thus, Xiao Wei accompanied Gu Jinzhi as she ventured outside. It was a rare occasion for Gu Jinzhi to be out, and her spirits soared. The moment she stepped through the gate, she dashed towards the bustling street, gravitating towards the throngs of people. One moment, she was amidst a crowd watching a monkey performance, and the next, she was off to witness sugar figurine artistry. Tanyan closely followed her, seizing a moment when Xiao Wei was distracted to whisper beside her, "Your Highness, are you planning to escape again?" Gu Jinzhi, captivated by an elderly man crafting sugar figurines, turned her head at the sound. Who said that? If I were to run away, wouldn't I be putting General Xian in jeopardy? Although the thought of escaping had crossed her mind, she did not wish to burden anyone. It was perhaps wiser to patiently wait and see if there were any developments from her second brother's side. However, considering the time that had passed, if her brother truly intended to rescue her, she would have expected news by now. Why had she not received any word? With a sigh, Gu Jinzhi was misunderstood by Tan Yun, who thought she was anxious about evading Xiao Heng's grasp. Thus, she softly reassured her, "Your Highness, do not fret too much. Once the second prince receives the letter, he will certainly find a way to come to your aid. The recent silence might just mean he is making arrangements." Gu Jinzhi responded with a subdued hum, feeling it best to wait a little longer. After all, her second brother had shown her much affection in her youth. Lost in her thoughts, she caught a glimpse of something red in Tan Yun's hand, a new coral bracelet. Without much thought, she inquired, "Where did you get that bracelet? It looks lovely." Tan Yun's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she pulled down her sleeve to conceal the bracelet. Responding somewhat uneasily, "I bought it." This statement stirred a flicker of doubt in Gu Jinzhi's mind. Where had she found the money for such a purchase? Although the bracelet did not appear particularly valuable, it could still be worth several taels of silver. They had fled from Shun Prefecture in haste, and their funds were limited. Before Gu Jinzhi could press further, Tan Yun suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming with delight, "Your Highness, there are candied hawthorns with sesame." Gu Jinzhi's attention immediately shifted. While candied hawthorns were common, those adorned with sesame were a rarity, and she particularly adored those with sesame on top. Gu Jinzhi was caught in a dilemma over her lack of funds when her gaze abruptly landed on Xiao Wei, who was leisurely trailing behind them. Entirely unaware of the predicament he was about to find himself in, it was only when Gu Jinzhi directed him to purchase candied hawthorns, osmanthus cakes, dragon beard candy, and pea pudding that Xiao Wei belatedly realized he had unwittingly shouldered the entire burden. No wonder Xiao Heng had recently increased his salary. It seemed he expected him to support such a gluttonous little princess. Gu Jinzhi, unencumbered by any royal pretenses, relished the sweets. Her lips sweet as honey as she affectionately leaned against him, her tone endearingly obedient. "General Xia, you are truly wonderful. If I were a woman, I want to marry you." Xiao Wei's lips twitched as he looked at the arm she had clung to, somewhat speechless. "Aren't you a woman?" Gu Jinzhi quickly corrected herself. "I misspoke. If you were a woman," Xiao Wei interjected. "I am a woman. I thank you." Gu Jinzhi, having indulged in sweets, spoke in a sticky manner. "Would you care for some candy?" she offered. Xiao Wei pondered that since it was her own money being spent, it would be foolish not to partake. Thus, while holding back tears reminiscent of wide noodles, she took a bite of the candied hawthorn that Gu Jinzhi had presented to her. In Chapter 30, Gu Sheng is reliable. Even a sow can climb a tree. The trio engaged in lively banter, as Gu Jinzhi displayed none of the airs of a princess, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Observing her seemingly good spirits, Xiao Wei couldn't help but inquire, "When you last wrote to your second brother, were you contemplating staying here?" Caught off guard, Gu Jinzhi fumbled her bite of hawthorn, which tumbled to the ground. Staring in disbelief, she exclaimed, "How could you think that?" Xiao Wei, uncertain why such a reaction had ensued, hesitated to reveal what she knew, instead obfuscating her words. "Given how close you are with the Lord, do you really intend to leave?" Gu Jinzhi was baffled. "What do you mean by that? What have I done with Xiao Heng? He merely gifted me a pair of shoes and a bracelet. Surely, that cannot imply anything more?" After a moment's contemplation, she decided clarity was essential and asked earnestly, "General Xia, what do you mean by that?" General Xia recoiled slightly, stammering, "It's merely the gossip around the estate. I'm not the one saying it." Gu Jinzhi tilted her head in confusion. "What does the gossip say?" Initially reluctant to shatter the delicate fade, Xiao Wei, upon noticing Gu Jinzhi's genuine bewilderment, nervously touched her ear and, feigning interest in a shop, stuttered. "It said that since you two have been sharing a bed for so long, it's only natural that you would desire, well, certain things." "General Xia," Gu Jinzhi interrupted, "what exactly are you trying to convey? You're stumbling over your words like a child." Xiao Wei's mouth twitched. After all, she was a woman. What did it mean to sound like one? In her urgency, she let slip the truth of her thoughts. "Are you saying that since you've been intimate with our Lord, you intend to remain here?" Gu Jinzhi was taken aback, while Tan Yun's jaw dropped in shock. Tan Yun was not privy to the extent of Gu Jinzhi and Xiao Heng's relationship. During the day, Xiao Heng permitted her to stay in the room to attend to the princess, yet he never allowed her to serve at night. Gu Jinzhi had never shown signs of distress in her presence, leading Tan Yun to believe that their relationship was merely innocent slumber. Seeing the astonishment on both their faces, Gu Jinzhi quickly retorted in a hushed tone, "It's merely sharing a bed. There's nothing untoward." She meticulously pointed out the inaccuracies in Xiao Wei's insinuations. Xiao Wei remained unconvinced. "I heard it myself the other day. Soft whispers, you know. The kind of sounds one makes during intimate moments. Though I haven't experienced it myself, I am an adult. Does this really need further explanation?" An explanation only serves to conceal the truth. Xiao Wei assumed that Gu Jinzhi was attempting to evade responsibility, thus adopting a demeanor of solemnity as he declared, "Princess, although it may be presumptuous of me to say this, I must remind you that you cannot sleep while our lord still wishes to flee." Gu Jinzhi's immediate reaction was one of bewilderment. Who had slept with whom? It was clearly that old hound Xiao Heng who insisted on carrying her into his chamber. She, a delicate little princess, could hardly be said to have been forcefully taken by him. Moreover, they had done nothing of the sort. When they spoke of sleeping, it was merely in the literal sense of rest. Each had their own bed, sleeping separately. However, such matters are often impossible to clarify except to those directly involved. Gu Jinzhi's attempts to defend herself transformed in the ears of Xiao Wei and Tan Yun into rumors of a bashful princess, new to worldly affairs, reluctant to admit her circumstances. Thus, Gu Jinzhi became acutely aware of what it meant to suffer in silence, with grievances left unspoken. She endured a tumultuous day, losing her desire to even shop. Yet, upon returning home, she was greeted by He Bo, who awaited her at the entrance with a letter in hand. Upon seeing the envelope, Gu Jinzhi's spirits lifted. Disregarding her royal decorum, she hurried over and eagerly inquired, "He Bo, is this letter for my second brother?" He Bo smiled as he handed her the letter, confirming, "Indeed, it is correspondence from Yangzhou." Filled with excitement, Gu Jinzhi was ready to open it. However, noticing He Bo and Xiao Wei standing nearby, fearful they might glimpse its contents and report to Xiao Heng, she restrained herself, tightly gripping the envelope and offering a polite smile. "Thank you, He Bo. I shall return to my room now." Without waiting for Tan Yun to follow, she darted into the backyard. Knowing Xiao Heng was cunning, she suspected his spies might be watching her from the courtyard. Once inside her room, she firmly shut the door, ensuring no one could enter, before eagerly tearing open the letter. Gu Chen's writing was even simpler than her own, and his handwriting particularly unsightly. In his youth, he had little love for study, and the mere sight of written words would give him a headache. His academic performance was abysmal. Consequently, the late emperor had discerned early on that he was unfit to inherit the throne, granting him a fief at the age of 16, allowing him to live as a leisurely prince in Liangzhou. Gu Jinzhi swiftly read through the letter, where Gu Chun concluded with assurances of having a plan, instructing her not to worry. Yet, he provided no details, merely promising to find a way to save her. His words, however, did little to soothe her anxieties. Gu Chun was as reliable as a sow climbing a tree, a phrase her father had often used during his lifetime. Days later, Gu Jinzhi would come to understand the wisdom behind her father's words. On a rare, sunny winter day, she awoke early, completed her morning routine, and sat with Xiao Wei in the courtyard, basking in the sun while enjoying breakfast. Xiao Heng had yet to return from the military camp, and no one mocked her for still wanting milk. Thus, Gu Jinzhi, with a carefree spirit, indulged in 2 large bowls of milk, blissfully squinting her eyes as she nestled into her chair, savoring the sun while reading. It wasn't long before Xiao Heng returned. Sounds echoed from the main hall, likely Mr. He attending to him, and soon footsteps could be heard approaching the courtyard. Upon his arrival, the servants in the courtyard instinctively withdrew. Just as Gu Jinzhi turned her head, she caught sight of him stepping through the moon gate. Xiao Heng handed his sword to the approaching Xiao Wei and unfastened his cloak, which Mr. He caught behind him, and both men discreetly stepped aside. Having not seen him for several days, Gu Jinzhi felt indifferent at first, but now that he had suddenly returned, the ambiguous scene from that night surged back in her mind. She bit her lip and, feeling somewhat uneasy, inquired, "Why are you back?" Xiao Wei had clearly informed her that something had occurred at the military camp, and Xiao Heng would likely not return for some time. Xiao Heng gave her a sidelong glance, his voice still carrying the warmth of having just ridden back. With an enigmatic tone, he replied, "You would have to ask your second brother that." Gu Jinzhi. Huh? What did her second brother have to do with it? Xiao Heng leaned closer, resting his elbow on the low table, and fixed his gaze upon her eyes. What exactly did you write in your letter to your brother? Under his intense scrutiny, Gu Jinzhi felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over her. She touched her nose, avoiding his gaze, and ambiguously replied, "Just some intimate words between siblings. I cannot disclose them to you." Xiao Heng continued to stare at her, the corners of his lips curling into a cryptic smile. He raised his hand and waved, and immediately a throng of people entered, led by none other than the Vice Commander Xiao Heng, who had always been by Gu Cheng's side. Gu Jinzhi's expression morphed into one of bewilderment as she watched dozens of meticulously groomed young men and women being ushered in, standing in 4 neat rows before her, as if awaiting her favor. Chapter 31. If you wish to reclaim the princess, come speak to me. Xiao Heng gestured meaningfully, stating, "These individuals have come from Yangzhou. Your second brother directly sent them to the military camp to seek me out." From the moment she spotted Xiao Heng, Gu Jinzhi sensed trouble brewing. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, she heard Xiao Heng leaning against the low table, idly twisting his fingers as he asked, "While I can understand the gift of beauties, what does it mean to send handsome men?" A chill ran through Gu Jinzhi. She feared her second brother was in for a world of trouble. Moreover, it seemed she might be dragged into the fray as well. Who on earth sends handsome men to a man? What was her second brother thinking? Was he losing his mind? Why else would he conceive such a scheme to rattle her? With tears of frustration welling in her eyes, she turned to Xiao Heng, who stood at the front, and recalled that he was the vice commander who had always accompanied Gu Cheng. With a pained expression, she implored him, "You tell me, what does my second brother mean by this?" Xiao Heng, a man of integrity, respectfully saluted her before turning to Xiao Heng and politely stating, "Our Lord's intention is to offer these 40 handsome men and beautiful women to Master Xiao in exchange for our princess's return." Gu Jinzhi interjected, "You performed admirably, but such actions must not be repeated." Setting aside whether Xiao Heng had an inclination towards men, even 20 beautiful women would be ample for him. Was Gu Cheng truly intent on leading him to his demise? Gu Jinzhi felt a chill run down his spine at Gu Cheng's thoughts and cautiously stole a glance at Xiao Heng, amused by the remark. Xiao Heng lounged in his chair, legs stretched out, and with a casual air remarked, "You might as well fetch 20 pig heads from the kitchen to exchange for a new brain for Gu Air." If Xiao Heng had 2 brains, he would indeed have suggested such a course of action to his lord. However, he did not possess that luxury. Thus, he cleared his throat and adopted a more courteous tone, saying, "Master Xiao, our lord has expressed no desire to oppose Yongzhou. As long as you are willing to return the princess, any conditions can be discussed." Xiao Heng, reclining with an air of nonchalance, cast a sidelong glance at Gu Jinzhi and asked meaningfully, "Any conditions?" Xiao Heng thought it improbable, but maintained a respectful demeanor, "As long as the demands are not excessive, our lord will consider them." Xiao Heng nodded. "You certainly possess a degree of sincerity." He then turned to Gu Jinzhi, a smirk dancing on his lips, and inquired, "What do you believe your worth to be?" Gu Jinzhi mused that she was priceless, yet fearing that Xiao Heng might make an outrageous demand, she could only mutter submissively, "I am not worth much. Let my second brother bring some silver to trade instead." Xiao Heng chuckled, pinching her chin and teasing, "The late emperor had but one little princess like you. How could you not hold value?" Gu Jinzhi winced at his grasp, her brow furrowing in discomfort. Internally raging against him, yet outwardly compliant, "It is true that my father has only one daughter, but my uncle has many daughters. Besides, as my uncle is in power now, I am but an uncherished princess of little significance." Observing her scrunched face, Xiao Heng smirked knowingly. "Why so pitiful? If you are not favored upon your return, perhaps you should remain here with me." Gu Jinzhi gazed at him imploringly. "My lord, I wish to go back." Xiao Heng remained silent, his piercing gaze appraising her face as a hawk would its prey. After a moment, he released her chin and settled back into his chair. Suddenly addressing Xiao Heng, return and inform Gu'er that if he wishes to reclaim the princess, he must come to negotiate with me personally. Xiao Heng was taken aback. Biting his lip, he hesitantly responded, Master Xiao, asking Gu Cheng to come to your territory for negotiations is, in itself, improper. Moreover, no one can guarantee that Xiao Heng would not lay a feast of betrayal for him. Xiao Heng, perceiving his thoughts, lifted his chin and, with a haughty yet playful laugh, stated, Is it not he who seeks something from me? Should he not first demonstrate his sincerity? Xiao Heng's words served as both a challenge and an expulsion. Xiao Heng, unable to make a decision, could only return to report to his lord. Gu Jinzhi discerned that he had no intention of letting her go, and her heart sank, prompting her to remain silent. Once Xiao Heng had departed, she feigned discomfort and retreated to her room to rest. She harbored a flicker of hope that Gu Cheng would come to her rescue. Yet she also feared that his arrival would ensnare him in Xiao Heng's trap. The conflicting emotions of a young girl were tumultuous and tangled. Seated on her bed with a book in hand, she found herself unable to focus. Ultimately, she lay down, covering her eyes with the book, and gradually succumbed to drowsiness, drifting into slumber. In her sleep, she lost track of time. At some point, Tan Yin seemed to have entered to bring her a meal, but Gu Jinzhi, suffering from a severe headache and an uneasy stomach, refused to rise, prompting Tan Yin to take the food away. By evening, Gu Jinzhi awoke, her stomach in discomfort. The sky outside had darkened significantly, and she could hear voices in the courtyard. Lying on her bed with a hand on her abdomen, she listened for a moment, but could not recognize the speaker. Suddenly, Xiao Heng entered, lifting the curtain. Have you been asleep all day without stirring? He stood before the screen, his back to the fading light outside, rendering his expression indistinct, visible only as a shadowy silhouette. Gu Jinzhi, enduring abdominal pain, sat up, only to feel a sudden warmth beneath her. Realization struck her. Her monthly cycle had begun. When she had first menstruated at 13, her parents had long since passed, leaving her without guidance, and she had developed a painful condition that plagued her each month. As the gravity of her situation dawned on her, her complexion paled. Yet, Xiao Heng approached her, oblivious to her distress, and was soon standing directly before her. Gu Jinzhi quickly turned her head away, anxious that he might perceive her embarrassment. Having never married nor cared for a young lady, Xiao Heng had no inkling of her plight. He merely sensed that her prolonged slumber was peculiar. Moving closer, he peered down at her. Why are you silent? Gu Jinzhi, already feeling unwell, was further unsettled by his proximity and fearful of revealing the bloodstains beneath her. She shifted slightly, silently blocking his gaze. Xiao Heng assumed she was sulking due to his dismissal of her brother's envoy, and he leaned in closer, his sharp eyes scrutinizing her. Is it because I sent your brother's man away? Gu Jinzhi shook her head, gritting her teeth to withstand the abdominal cramping. Could you please step outside? Unaccustomed to her typically docile demeanor, Xiao Heng hesitated, then reached out to pinch her cheek, his tone tinged with displeasure. Why won't you speak? Why such a temper, little lady? Gu Jinzhi, feeling weak and lacking the strength to swat his hand away, allowed him to pinch her face while her eyes reflected a hint of anguish. Once she had escaped, she vowed to sever his hand and feed it to the dogs. After a moment of pinching, Xiao Heng suddenly sensed something amiss. Normally, she would not endure such treatment passively. There was an inherent pride and delicacy befitting her royal status. Yet today, she seemed lethargic and offered no resistance to his teasing. His hand stilled. Gu Jinzhi, Xiao Heng suspected that she was feigning illness again. He furrowed his brow and reached out to touch her forehead. Gu Jinzhi evaded his touch, yet he forcefully pulled her back, placing the back of his hand against her brow to gauge her temperature. There was no fever. Was she attempting to deceive him once more? However, Gu Jinzhi was so infuriated that she felt like biting him. She was merely experiencing her monthly cycle, not a sickness. What use was it to touch her forehead? As Xiao Heng grasped her, her body shifted forward by an inch, inadvertently revealing the blood-stained bedding beneath her. Xiao Heng's gaze flickered, and Gu Jinzhi quickly pulled the quilt over to shield herself. But it was too late. He had already seen it. Chapter 32. Brother Xiao should not be stern with you. Gu Jinzhi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she bit her lip, attempting to push him away. Under normal circumstances, she would not possess the strength to move Xiao Heng. Yet today, weakened by her discomfort, she managed a feeble push, and to her surprise, he retreated 2 steps, silently leaving the bedside. He had not anticipated that she was enduring her monthly cycle. It was no wonder he had not thought deeply about it. There were no young ladies of her age in the residence, so he naturally lacked understanding. Moreover, in his eyes, Jinzhi was still a child in need of care. Who could have fathomed such matters? Wishing to spare her any discomfort from his presence, he quietly exited. Shortly thereafter, Tan Yun hurriedly entered. Your Highness, upon seeing her pallor, Tan Yun instantly disowned the situation. She promptly assisted her in changing out of the soiled garments, helped her wash up in the rear bathroom, and then brought her a warm ginger soup from the kitchen, gently feeding it to her. The soiled bedding had been replaced, and an attentive maid had thoughtfully provided a thicker, softer mat, ensuring her comfort. As Gu Jinzhi lay on the bed, she noticed 2 additional braziers in the room. Uncertain if it was Xiao Heng's directive, she lacked the energy to ponder it further. Her pale face tightly closing her eyes as she silently endured the occasional pangs of pain in her abdomen. Tan Yun had served Gu Jinzhi for several years and was well acquainted with her body's responses. She knew the severity of her discomfort during this time and anxiously squatted beside her, gently massaging her abdomen. Women experiencing their monthly cycle often felt weak and cold. Wrapped in thick blankets, Gu Jinzhi curled up, yet her back became damp with sweat. The room was illuminated by a single oil lamp, casting a dim light. Gu Jinzhi found the quilt burning hot, while her body felt like a stone, unable to warm against the creeping chill that seeped from beneath her skin. She gritted her teeth, grasped the corners of the quilt tightly, her eyes reddening from the effort, yet she could not summon the strength to cry out. Time passed, and eventually, she exhausted her endurance, slowly closing her eyes, allowing fatigue and weariness to lull her into a brief slumber. It was around this time that Xiao Heng returned. Tan Yun, surprised that he had not yet retired, quickly rose to pay her respects. I shall take over, he spoke to Tan Yun, yet his gaze remained fixed on the small figure on the bed. No one dared to defy his wishes, and Tan Yun, understanding his intent, discreetly stepped aside and exited. Xiao Heng approached the bedside slowly, hesitating to sit down, bending slightly to observe her furrowed brow, his heart inexplicably pricked as if by a needle. A slight ache and a hint of swelling troubled her. He crouched beside her, observing her discomfort as she turned restlessly. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand beneath the covers, mimicking the gentle movements of Tan Yun as he had just witnessed, and pressed softly on her lower abdomen. The girl's belly was soft and warm beneath the blankets. His palm rested lightly upon it, cautious, as if fearing she might dissolve away at any moment. The curtains hanging on either side obscured much of the moonlight, leaving her in shadow while he remained in the light. Their skin, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, brushed together, igniting a spark that left his palm ablaze with warmth. Guilt surged from the depths of his heart, infiltrating his reason with relentless tenacity. He had been too harsh with her moments before. After all, she was merely a 15-year-old girl, alone without family, suffering discomfort while he had scolded her in anger. Even if she displayed a hint of temper, what harm would it be to indulge her just this once? Xiao Heng's lips pressed tightly together, a pang of sorrow swelling within him as he gazed upon her frail shoulders turned away from him. He lowered his eyelashes and spoke softly, tinged with regret. Jinzhi. Gu Jinzhi, perhaps unaware of his words, furrowed her brow slightly. Her sweat-drenched face bathed in a soft glow from the moonlight, pure and delicate like a blooming gardenia. A line from a poem unexpectedly came to his mind. The person by the stove resembles the moon, with a wrist as fair as frost and snow. His throat involuntarily tightened, his hoarse voice nearly swallowed by the moonlight. Brother, Xiao should not have been harsh with you. Crouching beside her, he held her warmth within his palm. Never had he imagined that he would lower himself to such a degree for a girl. The little figure on the bed remained blissfully unaware that the hand soothing her belly had changed. She murmured softly in her half-conscious state, turning once more, unintentionally drawing his hand along with her. This new position was quite uncomfortable, he had to lean slightly forward, striving to avoid pressing against her back. Xiao Heng caught a faint whiff of her perfumed ointment, a spellbinding aroma that stirred him, and when he suddenly regained awareness, he found himself lying behind her, his large hand still resting on her lower abdomen. With the slightest exertion, he could pull her into his embrace, but he dared not move further. From his vantage point, Jinzhi's profile glistened with beads of sweat, remnants of her struggle against pain, her hair clinging to her delicate face, appearing so fragile that it stirred an innate desire to protect her. Xiao Heng felt a tightness in his throat, a heaviness in his heart. He should not have scolded her. The moonlight danced across the bed curtains, capturing the unspoken thoughts of the restless, shifting from one side to another before returning to the original place. He refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability, lying a half-fist distance behind her. With patience, he continued to massage her abdomen, unknowingly softening his own heart in the process. As he drifted in and out of sleep, his hand accidentally brushed against something cold, producing a tinkling sound that jolted him abruptly from his dreams. He lowered his head and noticed that she had turned around at some point, her small hand playfully clenched into a fist against his chest, the silver bell bracelet on her wrist inadvertently brushing against him. The coolness of the contact startled Xiao Heng awake, banishing his slumber, and he grew concerned that Jinzhi might snuggle closer, leaving him in a state of unawareness should he inadvertently take advantage of her. Thus, he decided to rise and summon Tan Yun to assist her in changing out of her sweat-drenched garments. By the time Tan Yun had helped her with a fresh change of clothes, dawn was breaking. Xiao Heng had not returned after stepping out. He simply washed up in the study before mounting his horse and departing. Xiao Wei assumed he had gone to the military camp and did not follow him. To her surprise, he returned within the hour, holding a jade wind chime, instructing her to hang it beneath the eaves at the entrance. After giving his instructions, he hurried off, this time genuinely heading to the military camp. Although Xiao Wei found his behavior peculiar, she refrained from inquiring further and obediently complied. Chapter 33. Is he truly not planning to let her go? Jinzhi did not rise until midday. In the early morning, Tan Yun had helped her change clothes. But after falling into a deep sleep, she broke into a sweat again, compounded by the discomfort of her monthly cycle. Thus, upon waking, her first request was for Tan Yun to assist her in cleansing herself once more. "Where's the master?" Jinzhi inquired with curiosity as she shed her undergarments. She had not seen Xiao Heng before she fell asleep the previous night, and upon awakening, there was no trace of him beside her. Had he perhaps gone out drinking again? Tan Yun, with a cloth dipped in warm water, gently helped her wash, softly explaining, "The master has gone to the military camp." "Oh," Jinzhi responded nonchalantly, not giving it much thought. She had heard there were numerous matters to attend to at the camp lately, which would necessitate his prolonged absence. At that moment, a servant inadvertently brushed against the wind chime in the corridor, producing a melodious, tinkling sound. "What is that noise?" Jinzhi asked, perplexed. Tan Yun replied, "That is the wind chime that the master instructed General Xia to hang." "A wind chime?" Jinzhi, momentarily forgetting about her washing, hurriedly asked Tan Yun to dry her off and help her dress, eager to see it. Under the porch, the wind stirred the jade, creating a continuous tinkling. Jinzhi gazed at the exquisite wind chime for a prolonged moment, and for some inexplicable reason, her mind drifted back to the previous night when someone had carried a similar wind chime, its sound weaving through her dreams. The discomfort of her monthly cycle, coupled with the lethargy of winter, led Jinzhi to spend several consecutive days mostly indoors, engrossed in her books. Compared to Gu Cheng, who was of little help, she had always been bright, having begun her education early alongside her elder brothers in the study. Unfortunately, after her uncle ascended to power, he forbade princesses and princes from studying together. It was not until she was nearly 10 that she began learning the basics of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with her uncle's daughters under the guidance of female officials. With the new year approaching, Xiao Heng had been absent from the residence for several days, and news from Liangzhou had yet to arrive. Jinzhi felt a sense of unease creeping upon her, unable to turn a single page of the book in her hands for what felt like an eternity. Tan Yun brought her favorite delicacies, the sweet rice cake and honey pastry. Gu Jinzhi placed the warming pot on the table, rubbing her nearly frozen little face with her small hands. Just as she was about to reach for the treats, she suddenly spotted General Xiao Wei squatting in the porch, idly polishing her knife. General Xia. Gu Jinzhi called her in to join the snack. Among the residents of the Wangfu, Xiao Wei had cared for her the longest. Yet Gu Jinzhi bore no airs of a princess. Their relationship resembled that of friends rather than that of a master and servant. Thus, Xiao Wei entered without hesitation, crossing the threshold and settling down opposite her at the low table. Seizing the moment, Gu Jinzhi inquired, "Has the Lord not returned yet?" Xiao Wei had initially assumed Gu Jinzhi merely wished for her to partake in the food, and was taken aback by the question. She exchanged a glance with Tan Yun, silently revealing a hint of embarrassment, and stammered, "It should be in the next couple of days." Gu Jinzhi sighed softly. The new year is approaching. In recent days, Hibo had been bustling about, organizing the servants to clean the Wangfu and hang lanterns, creating an atmosphere that hinted at the festive season. Yet here she was, stranded in a foreign land, unsure of when she might return. Observing Gu Jinzhi's melancholic expression, Tan Yun knew she was filled with homesickness. But it was evident that Xiao Heng intended to keep her here for the holidays, as he had yet to voice any plans for her return. As for Xiao Wei, she had initially wanted to speak favorably on behalf of her lord, but knowing of the rift between them, and that he had instructed her not to speak too freely in front of the princess, she resigned herself to silently enjoying the pastries. Before noon, Hibo ushered in two elegantly dressed women. All three in the room looked up, and Hibo promptly introduced them. "This is the manager of Chongqing and Madame Zhu, here to make new garments for the princess." Gu Jinzhi, puzzled, asked, "Why make new clothes?" Hibo chuckled knowingly. "A piece of fine leather has arrived from Changzhou. The Lord has instructed that it be reserved for you to make a cloak, perfect for wearing during the new year." Gu Jinzhi blinked in bewilderment. Had Xiao Heng lost his senses? When had he ever been so considerate? And for wearing during the new year? Was he truly not planning to let her go? Suddenly, her appetite for the treats vanished, and a hint of despondency clouded her small face. Gu Jinzhi was indeed unreliable. It had been days without a word from him. She wondered if he still intended to come to Yongzhou to rescue her. With a sigh, Gu Jinzhi was attended by the manager and Madame Zhu, who measured her for new garments to be prepared for the upcoming festivities. Days passed, yet Xiao Heng showed no intention of returning. The Duke of Dingbei's residence was bustling with activity as the new year approached, with visitors arriving in droves to deliver gifts and greetings. Initially, Hibo managed the guests in the courtyard, but when uncertain matters arose, he sought her counsel. Gu Jinzhi, bewildered, replied, "This is not my Duke of Dingbei's residence. How could I possibly make decisions?" Hibo, somewhat awkward, dared not meet her gaze. With the lord absent, there was no one to take charge. Considering the princess's esteemed status, perhaps she could offer some guidance. In truth, this was precisely what Xiao Heng had instructed him to say. Although Hibo was initially unclear about the intentions behind Xiao Heng's actions, it was evident that he aimed to elevate her status within the household. How many days had it been? Would Xiao Heng ever return? Gu Jinzhi, in her impatience, called out his name. This man was truly remarkable. On the day she felt unwell, he had teased her, and though she had not settled the score with him, he had vanished for several consecutive days. Did he intend to abandon the grand estate, planning to hand it over to her directly? As Gu Jinzhi cursed him silently in her mind, she nonetheless assisted Hibo in managing the visiting guests and gifts. In the evening, Gu Jinzhi was in the courtyard, checking the list of gifts that had been delivered, while Tan Yun attended to her and inquired about her dinner preferences for the night. Gu Jinzhi had lost her appetite in recent days and planned to have a light meal, intending to ask Tan Yun to prepare the same dishes as the previous night. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a child crying from outside. Her gaze traversed the corridor, just in time to see Hibo directing the servants to usher people away. What was happening? Gu Jinzhi asked Xiao Wei, who had just returned from outside. Xiao Wei explained that many refugees had arrived from Shenzhou in recent days, surprisingly seeking alms at their estate. Shenzhou? Gu Jinzhi was taken aback. Wasn't that the place she had almost married into? "I'll go take a look," she said, lifting her skirt to step outside. However, Xiao Wei blocked her path, advising, "Your Highness, you should not go out. Those people are desperate and may resort to anything. It is better to wait for the Lord's return before making any decisions." Jinzhi was uncertain when Xiao Heng would return, but she recognized that the starving refugees could easily cause trouble. She then inquired, "Have there been refugees in previous years?" Xiao Wei replied, "Honestly, not every year, but there are more during times of disaster. However, it is rare to see such a large number coming from Shenzhou. Shenzhou is predominantly flatland. Logically, the granaries should be quite abundant, even in years of disaster. It should not lead to such widespread displacement of the populace." Jinzhi glanced outside and saw a woman, disheveled and gaunt, kneeling at the entrance with a crying infant in her arms, pitifully pleading for food. Jinzhi felt a pang of compassion and, after a moment of contemplation, instructed, "Have Bo arrange for a porridge shed outside the city. We cannot allow people to crowd into the city any longer. Otherwise, chaos will ensue." Xiao Wei understood that the Lord valued this young princess, and she held a significant voice in the household matters, promptly taking her orders to make arrangements. Jinzhi also had someone fetch food for the woman and child. The woman repeatedly bowed in gratitude, but Jinzhi remained worried as she looked outside. In the past year, many regions had suffered from drought, yet the noble families continued to indulge in extravagance and excess. Even during her time in the palace, she had heard reports of many starving people in certain areas. The arrival of these refugees from Shenzhou indicated that this year had been particularly disastrous for them. In such a trying time, the Prince of Jinan still had the thought to spend lavishly on marrying a secondary consort, revealing a lack of compassion for the common folk. It was fortunate that she had found an opportunity to escape. Chapter 34. It is my fault. Please do not be angry, as midnight approached. Xiao Heng hastily returned from the military camp. He had been shuttling between two locations in recent days, often returning home late at night, merely to cast a fleeting glance at Jinzhi before retreating to the study for a brief rest and leaving again before dawn. It wasn't that the camp was overwhelmingly busy. Rather, he was uncertain whether the delicate Jinzhi was still upset and unwilling to see him. However, just as he was about to retire to the study, Xiao Wei hesitated and quietly spoke from behind him. "My lord, the princess has relented today." Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, feigning indifference as he asked, "What did she say?" Xiao Wei, touching her nose and attempting to act as a mediator between the two, stammered, "She mentioned how you hadn't returned for so many days and that she missed you." Xiao Heng let out a scoff. "The last 3 words were your addition, weren't they?" Xiao Wei, caught off guard by his quick retort, paused momentarily and was about to respond when Xiao Heng interrupted, "That little white-eyed wolf. Does she truly think of me? She would rather I perish on the battlefield, so she could return to Liangzhou and seek her second brother." Xiao Heng spoke with an air of nonchalance, though a hint of helplessness lingered in his tone. Had this been just a few days prior, he might have considered negotiating with Gu Cheng to return her, to prevent her from constantly devising plans to escape from him. However, since that fateful night, the circumstances had shifted significantly. He had initially kept Jinzhi close to him merely to counterbalance Gu Cheng and to seek retribution for her childhood deception. Yet now, he was genuinely reluctant to let her go, hoping she would still remember her promises to him. Xiao Heng removed his heavy cloak and lingered at the door for a moment before finally lifting the curtain, maneuvering past the beaded drapes and screen, and entering the inner chamber. Jinzhi had already retired for the night. Since Xiao Heng had stopped staying overnight, she had taken possession of the entire bed, despite her small stature, leaving no space for him, even though her chin barely reached the edge. Xiao Heng sat at the edge of the bed, tugging down the thick quilt to reveal her small face hidden beneath. He knew she was sensitive to the cold. The room held 2 braziers. Yet she still insisted on cocooning herself in layers, curling up for warmth. At that moment, her eyes were tightly shut, her little face damp with sweat from the warmth of the quilt. Unintentionally, as he wiped her brow with the back of his hand, she stirred, her eyes fluttering open, revealing that she had not been in a deep slumber. Xiao Heng had not anticipated her awakening. His hand remained suspended on her forehead for a moment before he awkwardly withdrew it, asking, "Are you awake?" having not seen him for several days. Gu Jinzhi momentarily thought she was dreaming as she stared at him in bewilderment. After a while, she propped herself up on her elbows. Her expression dazed as she asked, "My lord, you have returned?" For some inexplicable reason, Gu Jinzhi felt that his gaze upon her tonight bore a different quality, reminiscent of a hungry wolf spotting its long-awaited prey. Was there truly no meat to be had at the military camp? Was the fare so poor as to leave a dignified commander in such a state of hunger? Xiao Heng let out a soft sound of acknowledgement, noticing that she was dressed in undergarments. The movement of her sitting up exposed a glimpse of her collarbone, her fair skin gleaming strikingly in the dim night. He discreetly averted his gaze, his voice low and slightly hoarse in the quietude of the night. "Are you still angry?" He had been too harsh with her that day, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. At dawn, he rode into town, sifting through various items until he finally purchased a wind chime, hoping to bring her some cheer. Concerned that his presence might remind her of past grievances, he concocted an excuse to visit the barracks instead. However, Gu Jinzhi, still groggy from sleep, failed to notice the unusual rasp in his voice and replied somewhat unhappily, "Even if I were angry, there is no need for you to stay away. This is your home after all. If others find out, they might think I've taken over." The moonlight streamed in once more, and she gazed into his eyes, which reflected his entire figure. Xiao Heng swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper, laden with an ineffable coaxing quality. "That day, I was in the wrong. Please don't be upset." Gu Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected such an apology from someone so prideful. Since falling into Xiao Heng-esque grasp, she had endured countless instances of his wrath. If she were to take offense at every slight, she would have no time for anything else but to be perpetually angry. She blinked drowsily and murmured softly, "I've long since stopped being angry." Observing her dazed expression, Xiao Heng sensed she was being truthful and breathed a sigh of relief. A forgiving lady was indeed easy to soothe. He gently pinched her cheek, careful not to apply too much pressure. "Get some rest. I'll go to the study." Yet, despite his words, he remained seated, his gaze seemingly glued to her. Even in her foggy state, Gu Jinzhi grasped his underlying intent. The study lacked a brazier, and he must have been reluctant to face the cold. So, she graciously offered him an out, saying, "The study is too cold. Why not sleep here, my lord?" Upon hearing this, she noticed the corners of Xiao Heng's mouth subtly lift. Indeed, he preferred not to venture to the study. Impressed by her perceptiveness, Gu Jinzhi shifted further into the bed, patting the spot where she had just lain. "My lord, please sleep now. I've warmed the bed for you." Satisfied, Xiao Heng smiled slightly before rising to change his clothes. Usually, he would avoid changing in her presence, but perhaps due to the late hour, he stood at the foot of the bed and undressed without retreating behind screen. This was not the first time Gu Jinzhi had seen his physique, yet she was still taken aback. Instinctively, she pulled up the blanket to shield her view, fearing Xiao Heng might misconstrue her reaction as an attempt to take advantage of him. Nevertheless, even without looking, the proximity allowed her to hear the faint rustling of fabric as he disrobed, the soft sounds tantalizingly seductive. As the corner of the blanket was slightly lowered, Gu Jinzhi squinted her eyes, surreptitiously observing his physique through the narrow gap. Xiao Heng happened to be standing in the moonlight, the silvery glow casting intricate shadows across the rippling muscles of his back. They had shared a large bed for some time, yet had maintained separate covers, never experiencing any physical contact. Gu Jinzhi had grown accustomed to this arrangement, failing to perceive any impropriety in it. However, witnessing him change clothes so nonchalantly in their shared bedroom sent a wave of heat flooding to her cheeks. This seemed to be a scene reserved for married couples, and Gu Jinzhi suddenly realized that she had previously underestimated the significance of sharing a bed. Yet, before she could dwell on her regret, Xiao Heng had donned his undergarments and settled down beside her. The soft mattress amplified the slightest movements, making every sound more pronounced. Gu Jinzhi quietly turned away from him, desperately trying to erase the recent imagery from her mind. How foolish of me, she thought, overwhelmed by a sense of temptation. If her elder brother did not hasten to take her away soon, she would inevitably find herself ensnared by Xiao Heng's allure. Chapter 35. The tyrant's affection will leave you with no escape at dawn. Xiao Wei returned to the manor to report to Xiao Heng about the previous day's disaster relief efforts. Although there were many refugees this year, thanks to Jinzhi's arrangements, most had gathered outside the city, preventing any major disturbances within. Xiao Heng wiped his hands with a clean cloth and remarked indifferently, "In the future, if I am not present, please consult with her regarding such matters." After tossing the cloth back into the basin, he paused momentarily and added, "This year is unlikely to be peaceful." With Xiao Heng's return, the affairs of the front courtyard once again fell upon his shoulders. Following the establishment of Yongzhou, although it was deemed a rebel state in the eyes of the Great Wei, its abundant copper and salt mines and strategic location prompted several neighboring provinces to discreetly send envoys with gifts to maintain normal trade relations. The closest, Changzhou, first dispatched a batch of exquisite silver fox fur, from which Xiao Heng selected the finest 2 pieces to fashion a cloak for Jinzhi. Subsequently, a pair of natural jadeite fortune bean earrings arrived from Gaochang, their quality exceptional. Previously, with no women in the manor, Xiao Heng would typically leave such items untouched for Hebo to store away. However, this time he stopped Hebo, taking the small wooden box containing the earrings and placing it on the book Jinzhi was reading that very evening. As Jinzhi was engrossed in her book, a delicately crafted wooden box suddenly appeared before her, causing her to look up in confusion. "What is this?" she asked. Without meeting her gaze, Xiao Heng casually remarked, as if tossing her a trivial trinket. "It was sent from Gaochang, just a trinket for you to wear." "A trinket? Then why gift it to her?" Jinzhi, filled with skepticism, opened the box and was instantly dazzled by the exquisite jade inside. The priceless jade earrings, of what use are they? Merely for her amusement? Although Jinzhi is a princess, she rarely encountered jade of such exquisite quality during her time in the palace. The only piece that could rival this was a jade bracelet once worn by her late mother. Momentarily taken aback, she found it hard to accept the gift. However, Xiao Heng had already risen to head to his study, leaving no opportunity for her to refuse. One does not receive rewards without merit, nor favor without virtue. Gazing at the earrings before her, Jinzhi felt a profound unease, fearing that Xiao Heng had devised some hidden trap within this gesture. Just then, Xiao Wei, armed with a sword, stood guard at her door. Jinzhi called her in and presented the small wooden box for her inspection. Upon seeing it, Xiao Wei gasped in astonishment. The Lord is truly generous towards this little princess. Such exquisite jade is a rarity, even in the jade-abundant region of Gaochang. Yet the Lord so casually bestowed it upon her. Noticing the surprise in Xiao Wei's eyes, Jinzhi lowered her voice to inquire, "General Xia, what do you think it signifies that the Lord is suddenly so kind to me?" Xiao Wei thought to herself that the way he looked at you was almost palpable. What else could it mean? However, as his subordinate, she dare not speak freely and could only awkwardly suggest, perhaps it's because he himself does not have pierced ears. Jinzhi, upon hearing this, found it quite plausible. Indeed, since he has no ear holes, it would be better to gift it to her than let it languish unused, thus earning a favor from Gucheng for future encounters on the battlefield. With this thought, she began to comprehend. Regrettably, Xiao Heng was rather straightforward. Although he could not wear it, he seemed unaware that he could simply keep it for his future wife. With a sigh, Jinzhi closed the box solemnly, preparing to return it to him when she departed. Xiao Wei remained nearby, having been tasked with watching over Jinzhi while also managing military provisions in the barracks. At around 20 years of age, she exhibited a poised demeanor and efficient manner, embodying the essence of a general. Jinzhi, observing her striking visage, suddenly felt a pang of realization. Such a formidable deputy would be a loss to Xiao Heng. Unable to resist, she mused about helping her second brother win her over. "General Xia, you are truly astute. When I return to Liangzhou, I shall certainly recommend you to my brother. Should Xiao Heng treat you unfairly, you can always seek refuge with him. Serving under him would surely be no less advantageous than under Xiao Heng." Xiao Wei's mouth twitched slightly as she half-heartedly responded, "Oh." Yet, she thought to herself that whether she would go to your second brother was uncertain. What was certain was that you might not return to Liangzhou at all, for the tyrant's favor would undoubtedly make your escape impossible. On New Year's Eve, the shopkeeper of Chongqingyong delivered a newly crafted silver fox cloak for Gu Jinzhi. The fluffy silver fox fur billowed around her, making her resemble a little snowball. The couplets in the residence had yet to be hung, as they were traditionally pinned by Xiao Heng himself. Today, Hebo delivered the neatly cut red paper to the study, where Xiao Heng was about to reach for a brush when he suddenly noticed Xiao Wei playing in the snow in the courtyard. Upon stepping outside for a closer look, he discovered that she was not alone. Gu Jinzhi was also there, dressed in a snowball-like outfit. When crafting this cloak for her, Xiao Heng had specifically instructed the embroiderer to replicate the style of a garment Gu Jinzhi wore in her childhood, as he remembered it. Now as she donned it, it astonishingly resembled her attire from years past. Her youthful cheeks remained untouched by time, and her delicate features exuded softness. Xiao Heng gazed at her, inexplicably struck by the illusion that the bygone days were unfolding before his very eyes. Gu Jinzhi and Xiao Wei were thoroughly engrossed in their snowball fight, drawing the attention of numerous servants who gathered to watch, filling the courtyard with laughter and cheer. In times past, the servants would never have dared to behave so freely in his presence. Yet Gu Jinzhi possessed the unique ability to engage with anyone, earning their admiration and loyalty effortlessly. Xiao Heng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Had this spoiled girl forgotten whose domain she was in? Observing the crowd frolicking in the courtyard while he, the rightful master, sat alone and cold in the study, he felt a surge of profound imbalance. He bent down, scooped up a handful of snow, and leisurely molded it into a snowball. At last, a keen-eyed servant noticed his emergence and quickly bowed respectfully, but Xiao Heng gestured for silence. With her back turned, Gu Jinzhi was in hot pursuit of Xiao Wei, hurling snowballs when suddenly, a snowball struck her squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. She yelped in surprise, immediately clutching her forehead, which was now tinged red. Nearby, some onlookers stifled their laughter at her adorably soft demeanor. However, upon recognizing the identity of her assailant, they promptly fell silent, bowing respectfully, "My lord." Xiao Heng squinted at the little girl, her forehead reddened by the impact. She glared at him with indignation, but the moment their eyes met, her expression shifted to one of pitiful dismay as she muttered, "You old dog. Your strength is truly formidable. You almost knocked me to my knees." Xiao Heng smiled, finding amusement in her mix of anger and helplessness. He ordered her, "Come inside and work." Gu Jinzhi, bewildered, responded, "What work? I'm a princess." How dare he command her? Though she wished to continue playing in the snow, before she could refuse, Xiao Heng had already retreated indoors. Seeing that he was not jesting, she hurriedly followed him inside, only to find him standing before the desk, contemplating the red paper with a brush in hand. Was she to grind ink, or lay out the paper, or perhaps was she meant to write? Although Gu Jinzhi was uncertain of Xiao Heng's intentions, she understood the importance of careful consideration before undertaking any task. Could she possibly refrain from doing it? Could it wait until tomorrow? Could someone else handle it? She was contemplating giving up when, unexpectedly, Xiao Heng spoke. "You write." "Me write?" Gu Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback. She was hardly a calligraphy master. Although her father had once hired a tutor to teach her writing in her childhood, that endeavor was short-lived once her uncle assumed power, leading to a neglect of her studies and the cessation of her lessons. In truth, her handwriting was not ugly, but the thought of writing in front of him filled her with a sense of pressure and unease reminiscent of being scrutinized by a teacher. Hesitating, Gu Jinzhi touched her ear tip, and upon seeing his serious expression, she reluctantly picked up the brush and glanced at the draft paper beside the inkstone. The couplet had already been conceived by Xiao Heng. Before she began, she took a moment to memorize it. Fragrant plum welcomes spring, lanterns adorned. Joy enters the home as the moon reaches fullness. TSK, TSK. The prose was quite commendable, but where was this recent joy entering the home? Chapter 36. It seems you've written the character for joy incorrectly. Gu Jinzhi internally scoffed, then composed herself, gripping the brush with determination. Writing couplets required a large brush, which felt cumbersome in her small hands, making it somewhat challenging. Xiao Heng initially stood beside her, observing, but soon reached out to adjust her grip on the brush. Gu Jinzhi, already struggling to hold it, was irked by his interference, snapping, "Don't move my brush." Xiao Heng merely chuckled, his palm sliding down to cover her hand, firmly enclosing her small hand within his. "Apply a bit of strength. Have you not eaten?" Noticing her difficulty, he enveloped her hand with his, guiding her movements across the paper. The contact between their skin caused her heart to flutter. Gu Jinzhi was momentarily dazed, suddenly realizing he was teaching her how to write. However, his chest nearly pressed against her back, his warm and crisp breath fanned against her neck. Their hands were openly intertwined, with Xiao Heng's hands, those of a trained martial artist, easily encompassing hers. To accommodate her height, he had to bend slightly, almost cradling her in his embrace. Gu Jinzhi's mind was clouded by this unexpected intimacy, leaving her momentarily disoriented as he guided her, stroke by stroke, writing several characters. When they reached the character for joy, whether intentional or not, he inadvertently wrote instead of. Gu Jinzhi stared at the character for a moment, swallowed nervously, and in a daze inquired, "My lord, are you getting married?" Xiao Heng paused slightly, his gaze lingering on her slightly flushed ear tips, his deep voice resonating like a whisper upon her shoulder. "Why do you ask that?" Although Gu Jinzhi did not turn around, she could feel the heat of his intense gaze behind her. She suspected her lack of sleep the previous night was to blame for her muddled thoughts, as she could hardly comprehend the weighty, husky timbre of his voice. Gu Jinzhi gazed at the character and hesitantly remarked, "Otherwise, it seems you have written this auspicious character incorrectly." Xiao Heng followed her gaze and lowered his head, yet his eyes were fixed on their intertwined hands. Her hand was as soft as if it lacked bones, cradled in his palm like clouds drifting on the horizon. And he harbored a lingering suspicion that should he apply even a modicum of pressure, she would float away effortlessly. After a moment, as if he had just grasped the situation, he replied in a subdued tone, "It is indeed a mistake." With that, he casually withdrew the red paper beneath and tossed it aside without a trace of regret. Gu Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback, witnessing him release her hand as if nothing had occurred. The couplets were eventually affixed to the grand entrance by Hebo. As the new year approached, throngs of visitors trampled upon the threshold, aware that Xiao Heng had taken a young mistress, hoping to ingratiate themselves with Gu Jinzhi for future favors. However, once Xiao Heng truly returned, the household gradually fell into a serene quietude. The Xiao family had seen its lineage diminish by Xiao Heng's generation. His only younger brother had met his demise at his hands within the confines of a prison, and other relatives, fearing his wrath, understood his aversion to commotion, thus refraining from approaching him directly, most opting to send lavish gifts well before the new year. During this rare period of leisure, Xiao Heng found himself uncharacteristically idle. Shi and Zhou had been dispatched to procure provisions for the festival, leaving only Hebo and Zhou to assist within the manor. With fewer inhabitants, the estate took on an air of desolation. Gu Jinzhi, still possessing a childlike spirit, could not remain still in such emptiness. Hearing the crackling sounds of firecrackers outside, she instructed Tyn to fetch a ladder and lean it against the nearby wall, peering over the top to observe the festivities. Tyn, supporting the ladder from below, anxiously cautioned, "Princess, do not look too long. Come down." Gu Jinzhi acknowledged with a soft sound, stretching her neck to gaze a little longer. Outside, several children around 5 or 6 years of age were tossing firecrackers, but soon enough, their alarmed parents hurriedly whisked them away. What kind of presents did the Duke of Dingbei's residence hold in Yingching? Who would dare to frolic nearby? Only these oblivious children would possess such audacity to play in proximity. With the children gone, Gu Jinzhi's amusement dissipated. Just as she was about to descend the ladder, she suddenly heard Zhou's anxious voice from behind. "Over there." The startling exclamation startled Gu Jinzhi, causing her to tremble. In an unfortunate turn of events, her foot slipped from the ladder, accidentally kicking it away. In that fleeting moment, she clung to the wall, shifting her body upward. But before she could fully comprehend the unfolding situation, she caught sight of Xiao Heng storming toward her, flanked by servants. His expression was terrifyingly grim, as if he intended to devour her whole. Gu Jinch had never witnessed him in such a state during their time together, and the prickling sensation at the nape of her neck rendered her motionless. When Xiao Heng reached the base of the wall, he forbade Tyn from handing her the ladder, and standing beneath her, he demanded fiercely, "What are you doing?" Gu Jinch felt inexplicably guilty under his stern gaze, her confidence waning. "I didn't do anything," she protested. "I merely climbed the wall to watch the children play with firecrackers. Is that not allowed?" Xiao Heng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Upon seeing that familiar expression on his face, Gu Jinch quickly clarified, "I didn't intend to escape. I just wanted to go out and have some fun." She was not foolish. Xiao Heng was currently residing in the manor, and even if she managed to sneak out, it was only a matter of time before he brought her back. Her words were sincere and earnest, devoid of deceit. Xiao Heng's expression softened slightly. He had been attending to urgent matters in his study and hadn't anticipated that she would vanish in such a short time. He mobilized everyone in the manor to search for her, finally locating her by a secluded low wall. Relieved that she had not gone far, his tone softened, though it remained authoritative. "Come down." "Oh," Gu Jinch quickly responded, casting a pleading glance at Tan Yun, signaling her to bring over the ladder. However, Xiao Heng stood precisely where the ladder had been placed, refusing to budge. Swallowing hard, Gu Jinch managed to say, "I need the ladder to get down," implying that he should kindly step aside. Yet, Xiao Heng remained unmoved, teasingly suggesting, "Jump down, and I shall catch you." Gu Jinch thought to herself, "What if I jump and he steps away?" Her trust in his character was not absolute. After all, the saying goes, "You can rely on a man as much as a pig can climb a tree," and Gu Cheng was a testament to that. "I don't want you. I want the ladder," she insisted stubbornly. However, Xiao Heng had lost his patience. He reached out, grasping her ankle, and with a gentle tug, she was swept off her balance, plummeting down softly like a feather caught in the wind. Gu Jinch gasped. Before her voice could fade, she landed perfectly in his embrace, her small hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. His sturdy chest cradled her, while her hair, dancing in the wind, brushed against the nape of his neck. Chapter 37. Rgg is still young. There is no rush to marry the young girl as delicate and silky strands of hair wound around his neck, lightly grazing his skin. Xiao Heng felt a tickling sensation at the core of his being. He supported her head with one hand, gently lowering her to the ground, but not immediately releasing his hold around her waist. Not far off, a few servants observed their intimate exchange, stifling laughter behind their hands. Ever since this little princess arrived at the manor, their aloof master had softened considerably, even engaging in playful banter with her at times. It appeared he was now much easier to please than before. Out of the corner of her eye, Gu Jinch noticed others laughing, which filled her with embarrassment and irritation. She angrily pounded her fist against his chest, exclaiming, You are truly insufferable." Here she was innocently enjoying the lively scene outside, and he had to rudely intervene, causing her to become the subject of ridicule. So consumed by her indignation, she failed to realize that she had audaciously struck him. After their encounter, still unsatisfied, she shyly pushed him with some force, only to find that Xiao Heng remained unmoved, causing her to stumble backward and nearly fall. He quickly wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting his palm a few inches to bring her back closer, and with a resigned expression, he remarked, "After the new year, you will be another year older. At your age, others already have children. Why do you still yearn to play?" Gu Jinzhi, cradled in his embrace, wore an indignant expression upon hearing his words. Growing older by a year during the new year, and again on her birthday, by his calculations, she should already be 31 this year. In reality, even if she aged another year, she would only be 16, an age when most girls were just beginning their journeys into marriage. How could it be that they already had children? Did he truly think her a naive child, easily deceived? With a glare directed at him, she reluctantly murmured, "My father said that daughters are the jewels of their parents and should not rush into marriage and motherhood. According to her father's wishes while he was still alive, he intended to keep her unwed until she was at least 18, carefully selecting a suitable husband who would ensure her happiness and prevent her from suffering after marriage. If it weren't for her uncle's governance, how could she have been married off to an elderly man as a secondary wife just after coming of age. Moreover, why did he persistently dwell on her age? He himself was already 24, and not only did he lack a primary wife, but he also had no concubines, spending his days wandering the flower houses. It was said that as men aged, their vitality waned. Was he anxious about that himself? Xiao Heng loosened his grip and subtly stepped back, increasing the distance between them. Her words did not surprise him, considering Emperor Wukong's affection for his youngest daughter. It was unlikely she would be married off too early to endure the trials of childbirth. His recent days spent in her company, carefully nurturing her, had led him to develop unrealistic fantasies. However, the mention of marriage brought him back to reality, reminding him that she was merely on the cusp of maturity. With a composed demeanor, he averted his gaze and began to lead her towards the backyard, playfully inquiring, "So, Jinzhi, when do you plan to marry?" Jinzhi halted, her head snapping up in disbelief, almost convinced she had misheard him. "What did you call me?" she asked, trailing half a step behind him, her voice tinged with incredulity. Xiao Heng turned back, observing her astonished expression, and with a smile at the corners of his lips, he repeated, "Jinzhi, you don't like me calling you that? Jinzhi?" She couldn't quite articulate her feelings on the matter. It wasn't about liking or disliking. Rather, she wondered why he would address her in such a manner. Jinzhi found it difficult to decipher the meaning behind his smile. It was just a name, yet he elongated the syllables, and as their eyes met, the two characters seemed to twist and turn, becoming an unresolved ambiguity. She licked her lips, inexplicably retreating under his gaze. While he remained calm, her heart raced. Uncertain whether his use of her childhood name was intentional or unintentional, she eventually regained her composure. It was impossible. He could not possibly know her nickname. It had been years since anyone had called her that, and considering how little time Xiao Heng had known her, he could not have known. Jinzhi could only interpret his words as a mere slip of the tongue, mistakenly calling her by her childhood name, and she resolved not to take it to heart. Noticing her silence, Xiao Heng paused, patiently awaiting her response, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Jinzhi turned her face away and softly murmured, "It's just a name. You may call me as you wish." A knowing smile graced Xiao Heng's lips as he regarded her with a meaningful look. "Then I shall call you that from now on." Jinzhi continued to meet his gaze, catching the half-serious, half-teasing tone in his voice as he lowered it deliberately. "But you haven't answered my question yet. When do you plan to marry, Jinzhi?" At that moment, the evening glow cascaded over the wall, casting a fiery hue upon his garments, reminiscent of a groom adorned in ceremonial attire, standing dignified as he awaited his bride. Jinzhi gazed up at him, inexplicably interpreting his ambiguous query as, "When do you plan to marry me?" Suddenly, she snapped back to reality. "Xiaoji, have you lost your senses?" She inwardly scorned herself for being bewitched by his charm and promptly redirected her frustration towards Xiao Heng. Why was he so frivolous? Why did he persist in posing such ambiguous questions? With a sulky expression, Jinzhi retorted, "I want to tell you. You'll find out when the time comes." Observing her displeasure, which bore traces of youthful shyness, Xiao Heng could not resist teasing her further. Does Jinzhi have someone she fancies? Someone she fancied? Impossible. These past days, she had been confined within the manor, with the only men she encountered being the already married Hebo and him, with no other men around. How could she possibly develop feelings for someone? Jinzhi continued to gaze at him with a forlorn expression, attempting to reason with him emotionally. "If you allow me to leave, I could seek out someone to like." Xiao Heng simply acknowledged her with a dispassionate, "Oh," then turned away, declaring, "Never mind. I've reconsidered. Jinzhi is still young and has no need to rush into marriage." Chapter 38. My lord, do you wish to make a wish as well? Having languished in the Wangfu with Xiao Heng for several days, Jinzhi felt as though she might wither away. Fortunately, a flicker of compassion remained within Xiao Heng. Observing her despondency for being cooped up reading books every day, he feared that she might grow bored enough to attempt an escape when he least expected it. Thus, he decided, with a rare kindness, to take her out to enjoy the Lantern Festival on the night of the Yuanxiao Festival. To avoid disturbing the townspeople, they dressed in plain clothes, not even bringing a single guard. Before they left, Tianyun dressed her in a newly made feathered gown, draping over it a silver fox cloak crafted from the leather sent from Changzhou, and, concerned for her comfort, even provided her with a hand warmer. With a maternal reluctance, she watched as Xiao Heng led her out of the Wangfu. Yongcheng served as the most significant commercial hub in the entire Yongzhou, holding considerable weight across the northern territories. It connected the western regions with the central plains, and merchants from Liangzhou, Changzhou, and Shenzhou to the south needed to pass through here for trade with the west. Thus, the marketplace was filled with exotic novelties. Even the lanterns of the Lantern Festival were distinct from those in the central plains, with a throng of visitors bustling about. Jinzhi felt her previous melancholy dissipate as she joyfully immersed herself in the crowd. Xiao Heng lagged a step behind, leisurely following her. Observing the bustling street, adorned with various lanterns and the joyful laughter of the townsfolk, he, as the governor of the province, found his mood unexpectedly lightened. As evening fell, the lanterns were illuminated one by one, transforming the entire street into a luminous stream that meandered towards all corners of the city. Jinzhi's attention was instantly captured once more. In a moment of distraction, Xiao Heng was left behind, searching for her in the crowded throng until he finally spotted her agile figure weaving through the masses. He hurried after her, fearful that she might entertain thoughts of escape. However, Jinzhi did not venture far. She squeezed into a lively area along the riverside, where a man in middle age vocally beckoned passers-by, selling bamboo combs and wish lanterns made of red paper. These wish lanterns were typically crafted in the shape of hats, also known as Kongming lanterns. Yet, this man had creatively designed various forms, such as flower basket lanterns and carp lanterns, attracting many young ladies and children to gather around his stall. In Yongzhou, before releasing wish lanterns, it was customary to inscribe one's wishes on paper slips and attach them to the lanterns, allowing them to ascend into the heavens in the hope that their desires might be fulfilled. Xiao Heng found little interest in these traditions. If wishes held any power, the world would have no need for warfare. After a brief moment of observation, he grew bored, only to feel a small hand grasping at his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Jinzhi smiling sweetly at him, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "My lord, I want one of those too." Regardless of whether wishes could come true, it still represented a beautiful yearning. After all, what harm could a few coins do? However, Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Do you truly believe in this?" Jinzhi nodded with conviction. Amused by her naivety, he could not help but chuckle derisively. "Jinzhi, believing in this is less worthwhile than believing in me. Why not share your wish with me? Perhaps I could assist you in realizing it." Jinzhi, though young, was no fool. She knew well what her desires were, and he was certainly capable of fulfilling them. Yet, he had no intention of aiding her. Biting her lip, she sought confirmation. "If I tell you, will you really help me?" Xiao Heng narrowed his elongated eyes, feigning ambiguity as he replied, "Share your thoughts first. Who knows? I might be in a good mood and willing to assist you." Jinzhi immediately recognized his ploy. What mood could he possibly be in? He was merely teasing her, coaxing her into soliciting his favor. She wondered how he had developed such a penchant for teasing her. Princess Jinzhi, in a fit of temper, resolutely refused to plead with him, pursing her lips as she gazed at him. "No need. I can make my wish with this." Xiao Heng observed her tightly pressed lips and, fearing she might feel wronged later, let out a soft sigh of amusement. He took out a coin and purchased 2 wish lanterns for her. He removed the wish note from one lantern and handed it to her, while placing the note from the other lantern on the small wooden table. He reached for a brush from the vendor's stall, as if he too wished to inscribe his heart's desire. Curiously tilting her head, Jinzhi asked, "Lord, do you also wish to make a wish?" Without lifting his gaze, Xiao Heng pondered over the note, responding tersely, "Am I not allowed to have a wish?" Jinzhi exclaimed softly, "I thought you didn't believe in such things." Xiao Heng remained silent, seemingly still contemplating what to write. Not wishing to interrupt further, Jinzhi took a pen and, without hesitation, wrote the words "Go home." This was her most fervent desire at present. After completing her wish, she neatly folded the note and, without assistance, tied it to the lantern. Just then, Xiao Heng finished writing as well. He leisurely folded his note and handed it to the vendor, requesting that it be attached to his wish lantern. Turning back, he noticed Jinzhi was attempting to light the lantern with a match. Observing her struggle, he quickly snatched the matchstick from her. "What are you doing with that?" "Children playing with fire will wet the bed." Jinzhi retorted, "You wet the bed. Your entire family wets the bed." Reluctantly, she surrendered the match to him, content that someone was willing to assist. Once the resin was lit, the two wish lanterns soared into the night breeze, swaying gently as they ascended into the sky. Jinzhi gazed upwards, captivated by the flickering lights, filled with both nostalgia and hope. Xiao Heng glanced at her and suddenly inquired in a low voice, "What did you wish for?" Jinzhi, not wishing to conceal her desire, replied candidly, "To go home." Those two words were practically inscribed on her face. It was no secret. Xiao Heng merely acknowledged her with an "oh," then returned his gaze to the lanterns drifting further away. Jinzhi, expecting a reciprocal acknowledgement of his wish, found herself waiting in vain. Finally, she turned to him and asked, "Lord, what about you? What did you write?" With a sly smile, Xiao Heng replied, "It's also two words, but I shan't tell you. If I do, it won't come true." Jinzhi, exasperated, nearly shouted, "Then why even ask me?" Almost ready to tear apart his cunning words, she glanced at their contrasting sizes and could only suppress her frustration, shouting instead, "I want to write again." "Fine." Xiao Heng, this time, agreed with remarkable ease, tossing a few copper coins to the man and purchasing a new wish lantern for her. Jinzhi, suppressing her ire, reluctantly took up the brush to rewrite her wish. The moment she returned home, her desire had already been unveiled by him. Writing it again would render it ineffectual. Thus, Jinzhi, with a clever twist of her mind, astutely altered her wish to go to Liangzhou. Standing beside her, Xiao Heng, towering a head above, immediately discerned her ulterior motives. "Going to Liangzhou, has he consented to that?" Observing her meticulous strokes with the brush, a mischievous impulse to tease her arose within him. He playfully remarked, "Cover it up. If someone sees, it won't work." Jinzhi promptly raised her hand to shield the note, coldly huffing, then placed the brush down to fold the note carefully. With a flick of her little foxtail, she proudly patted his shoulder, declaring, "Rest assured, this time it will surely work." Xiao Heng smirked subtly behind her, rarely displaying such amiability as he assisted her in tying the note to the wish lantern, releasing it into the sky. Chapter 39. Will you miss me when I leave? After releasing the wish lanterns, they strolled along the river, admiring the lanterns for a while longer. By the time they returned home, it was already deep into the night. Along the way, Jinzhi found her hot water bottle had gone cold. Xiao Heng took it from her, intertwining his fingers with hers to warm her hands. However, Jinzhi withdrew her hand from his grasp almost immediately. Despite her youth, she sensed that something had shifted between them. It was inappropriate for him to hold her hand, as it might lead her to develop unfounded hopes, making her appear overly sentimental. Xiao Heng glanced down at his empty palm, saying nothing, attributing her reluctance to childishness and not letting it trouble him. Thibaut awaited them at the door, lantern in hand. Upon their return, he hurried forward, respectfully presenting a letter. Upon seeing the words Liangzhou written on it, Jinzhi assumed it was from Gu Cheng intended for her, and her face lit up with surprise as she reached out to take it, only to hear Thibaut address Xiao Heng with utmost reverence. "My lord, this letter is from Liangzhou for you." Xiao Heng lifted his gaze towards him, casting a sidelong glance at Jinzhi before accepting the letter. He lowered his eyes to read it while Jinzhi stood by, feigning innocence yet subtly observing his expression. The letter from Gu Cheng was brief, and Xiao Heng read it swiftly. Shortly after, a trace of disdain flickered across his face as he calmly refolded the letter and returned it to its envelope. Jinzhi, keenly attuned to his demeanor, sensed his mood was less than buoyant, prompting her to inquire softly, "What did my second brother say in the letter?" Xiao Heng regarded her with a measured expression, his tone neutral. "Your second brother is coming to Yongzhou." Jinzhi's eyes brightened. Indeed, the wish lantern proved to be effective. Who's smiling uncontrollably? "It's me. It's me." She was on the verge of joyful tears, but upon meeting Xiao Heng's icy demeanor, her lips instantly tightened in restraint. She hadn't intended for her lips to betray her. They seemed to have a mind of their own. Xiao Heng observed her with a half-smile. His tone cool and detached. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Why endure such hardship? Gu Jinzhi couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Who could possibly contain their joy over such a momentous occasion? While she reveled in her happiness, she also sought clarity. My lord, has my second brother mentioned when he will arrive? Xiao Heng's expression remained indifferent, betraying neither joy nor displeasure. It should be in the next few days. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi's delight was nearly overwhelming, yet she feigned calmness, elongating her words. Oh, my second brother is coming to fetch me. How wonderful! Her facade of composure couldn't last long. Fearing Xiao Heng might discern her excessive joy, she deliberately turned and hurried towards the courtyard to share the good news with Tan Yun. Xiao Heng tucked the letter away and followed her to the back. Though Gu Jinzhi's legs were certainly shorter than his, she darted ahead with remarkable speed, resembling a lively snowball, quickly disappearing from view. Left behind, Xiao Heng watched her as she ran farther and farther away until she was ultimately lost to sight. The walls of the Wang residence loomed high, akin to the palace walls of years past, a thin layer of snow blanketing their tops, while the winter sun melted a delicate surface layer, glimmering blindingly. He remembered standing beneath those walls, watching the 7-year-old Gu Jinzhi, bundled like a snowball, wobble towards him. She believed he was saddened by an unfulfilled engagement, and, with kind intentions, sought to console him. Yet before he could respond, her maid hurried over and swiftly escorted the little princess back to the inner palace. After witnessing this, Prince Gulang, then merely 20, stood before him, refined and gentle as jade, offering a low chuckle as he apologized on behalf of his younger sister. My sister speaks without restraint. I hope Master Xiao will not take it to heart. Xiao Heng politely inclined his head in acknowledgement, for he certainly would not hold a grudge against a mere child. However, as he reminisced that night, he sighed softly, realizing that he had indeed taken it to heart. In light of Gu Cheng's impending arrival in Yongzhou, Xiao Heng withdrew to the study for a while, attending to a backlog of official duties. The realm had been tumultuous in recent years, since Gu Yu ascended to power. His incompetence and favoritism towards sycophants had led to the dismissal of many elder statesmen from the previous dynasty, all in an attempt to reshape the court. Yet, such transitions often herald instability, with the northern Ruren and western Liang frequently invading and tensions simmering among the provinces. Under Gu Yu's governance, the Great Way felt like a precarious vessel amidst stormy seas. Gu Cheng's journey to Yongzhou would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire realm. The hearts of the ambitious were already stirred, all waiting for an opportunity to shift the balance of power. Once Xiao Heng finished his official business and returned to his chamber, he found Gu Jinzhi had already prepared herself, changed into her undergarments, and lay upon the bed. Noticing he had been in the study for quite some time, Gu Jinzhi, in high spirits, unusually softened and called to him, "My lord, come and sleep." Xiao Heng glanced at her. This delicate creature had wrapped herself snugly, obediently lying flat on the bed. With a sweet and soft tone, one might mistakenly think she was waiting for his affection. He withdrew his gaze and headed towards the bathroom, instructing her to sleep first. After uttering those words, he no longer glanced in her direction and proceeded to bathe. Gu Jinzhi pulled the quilt up to shield half of her face, feeling a mixture of confusion and unease. She couldn't shake off the feeling that Xiao Heng appeared inexplicably desolate tonight. Could it be that he was reluctant to see her go? Xiao Heng spent an unusually long time in the bathroom, leaving Gu Jinzhi yawning as she waited in bed. Nonetheless, she couldn't afford to sleep yet, as she needed to have a heartfelt conversation with him tonight, appealing to his emotions and reasoning. She intended to fortify his psychological defenses, making it easier for him to accept her departure when Gu Chang came to take her away. After all, who among mortals could remain unfeeling, having spent this time together? Even she sensed that Xiao Heng was less intolerable than before. Perhaps he harbored similar sentiments towards her. A good parting would pave the way for a pleasant reunion in the future. Gu Jinzhi wished to bid him a proper farewell. Eventually, she waited until the house fell silent before Xiao Heng emerged from the bathroom. Wasn't he usually quite swift with his baths? Gu Jinzhi was filled with questions. Yet she refrained from asking, her dark, glistening eyes fixed on him as he lay down beside her, clad only in a thin undershirt. He still bore the lingering warmth and scent of soap from his shower. Like a small hamster, she instinctively twitched her nose, realizing that she rather enjoyed the fragrance that enveloped him. She snuggled closer under the quilt, tilting her face toward him, unable to hide her cheerful inquiry, "My lord, my brother is coming to pick me up. Will you be reluctant to see me go?" Xiao Heng sensed her breath close to his ear, yet kept his eyes closed and replied tersely, "Do not flatter yourself. Besides, do you think Gu Cheng can surely take you away?" Gu Jinzhi thought to herself, what a stubborn man. Since he wouldn't miss her, there was little left to say. She curled deeper into the quilt, comfortably closing her eyes. Truly, a joyful occasion invigorates the spirit. Gu Jinzhi believed it was a great pity that such a momentous event could not be shared with anyone. However, being young and having a sound sleep quality, she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber despite her earlier regrets. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng found himself devoid of sleepiness. Lying beside her, he felt for the first time that the room was genuinely cold. No wonder Gu Jinzhi often sought warmth from him in the middle of the night. Noticing the stillness beside him for a while, he assumed she must have fallen asleep and finally opened his eyes to look at her. With the bed curtains drawn back, the moonlight spilled through the sheer window, illuminating the surroundings. Gu Jinzhi lay there bathed in light, her delicate features aglow, reminiscent of bygone days. A flutter stirred within Xiao Heng's heart, enchanted by her serene and beautiful visage. Unconsciously, he raised his hand, his warm fingertips brushing gently between her brows, gliding down her petite, elegant nose, and finally, with utmost care, he touched her soft lips. Chapter 40. Why are you holding on so tightly? Gu Jinzhi had a peculiar habit while sleeping, often cocooning herself in her blanket like a silkworm. When the night grew cold, she would wriggle about in search of warmth. As the weather had yet to fully warm after the new year, it was not long before she let out a soft, muffled hum, seemingly feeling the chill, and furrowed her brow as she stirred. Typically, they would sleep in separate blankets, but upon sensing the warmth of the person beside her, Gu Jinzhi would instinctively draw closer, wrapping her blanket around her as she nestled against him, thus sharing the night while maintaining a respectful distance. Devoid of any skin contact, Xiao Heng was well aware of her habit. Observing her drowsily closing her eyes and burrowing closer, he suddenly turned his head away, subtly fluttering his eyelashes as if by mere chance, lifting a corner of the blanket just slightly, and patiently awaited her next move. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a warm, soft little being nestled into his side. Gu Jinzhi, lost in her dreams, remained oblivious to the fact that she had snuggled into Xiao Heng's blanket, feeling that this source of warmth was more comforting than any other night. She contentedly smacked her lips and burrowed further in, finding a cozy position against the warmth to continue her slumber. Xiao Heng remained still, waiting until she was soundly asleep before he turned his head, lowering his eyelashes to gaze at the little figure resting peacefully against his shoulder. The distance was so close that he could clearly see the fine hairs on her face. With a slight tilt of his head, he could easily press a kiss to her forehead. A dryness and tightness gripped his throat as he listened to the heavy rhythm of his own breathing and the relentless pounding of his heart in the quiet of the night. Their breaths intertwined in the close confines of the blanket, and Gu Jinzhi's mere presence beside him stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Xiao Heng felt the blood coursing through his veins in a fervent rush, every pore clamoring for attention, while the instigator of this turmoil slept soundly, utterly unaware. In fact, she even pressed her small hand against his chest, forming a delicate fist. His breath became erratic. Suddenly, he turned to face her, his arm traversing the thick blanket to encircle her, pulling the drowsy Gu Jinzhi into his embrace. The softness and warmth of her body against him was so gentle it melted his heart. In winter, dawn arrives late. By the time the hour of Chun had arrived, the eastern sky had only just begun to reveal a hint of pale light. It was in this dim glow that Gu Jinzhi awoke. Blinking her sleepy eyes, she stretched luxuriously and inadvertently kicked the heavy blanket off her body. Usually, Xiao Heng would rise early, and when she awoke, she would find herself alone in bed. However, Just as she attempted to lift her arm, she felt an unusual heaviness pressing down on her, rendering her immobile. Startled, Gu Jinzhi opened her eyes wide and, upon raising her gaze, met Xiao Heng's equally sleepy eyes. Gu Jinzhi, wait. This progression feels a bit too swift. I need to reassess the situation. The weariness that enveloped Gu Jinzhi dissipated in an instant as she lowered her head to inspect her attire. Her clothing remained intact, and a thick blanket lay between her and Xiao Heng, suggesting that nothing unspeakable had transpired. Yet, how had she ended up in his embrace? Gu Jinzhi's bewildered gaze turned toward Xiao Heng, who wore an expression of guilt. However, the instigator had enjoyed 9 more years of life's comforts, and his thick-skinned demeanor had not been cultivated overnight. Noticing her questioning stare, he quickly adopted a serious facade and, with a blank expression, inquired, Gu Jinzhi, why do you look at me like that? Believing herself to be in the right, Gu Jinzhi was taken aback as he seized the upper hand, leaving her momentarily speechless. His bold questioning made her wonder if she was indeed the one who had taken the initiative. The very thought sent a wave of confusion and shock across her delicate features. She shivered slightly and stammered, "Then how do we end up sleeping together, my lord?" She hesitated, embarrassed to complete her question. However, Xiao Heng seemed to see through her thoughts, leisurely narrowing his eyes as he maintained eye contact, casually stating, "You came in by yourself last night." Gu Jinzhi. Rarely did she find herself defenseless against Xiao Heng's allure. Had she truly succumbed to his charms in the dead of night? Although panic-stricken, she managed to retain her composure and cautiously asked, "That's impossible. If I came in, wouldn't you have noticed? And I can't shake the feeling that you seem to enjoy it." Xiao Heng, reveling in her astonishment, leisurely lifted his gaze, a playful glint in his eyes as he replied, "Did I enjoy it? I simply found myself unable to resist. So I had no choice but to embrace it." Gu Jinzhi, observing his carefree demeanor, felt an urge to remind him to reflect upon his conscience. He was a towering figure. Could he truly be unable to resist a delicate maiden like her? Seeing her skepticism, Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow and pressed, "What? Don't believe me? You took advantage of me, and now seek to cast blame?" Gu Jinzhi, caught off guard by his relentless questioning, found her rationale crumbling. A flicker of despair crossed her mind. Was she truly the one who had been forward? Her second brother was on the verge of coming to her rescue. And yet at this moment, she feared she had sullied his reputation. If she were to leave now, would she not be condemned by the world for abandoning him after leading him on? Biting her lip in desperation, Gu Jinzhi closed her eyes. Her voice tinged with frustration as she demanded, "Then why don't you let go?" Xiao Heng's hand on her lower back hesitated for a moment, then, as if to prove his lack of guilt, he deliberately tightened his embrace, drawing her closer and raising an eyebrow with a meaningful smirk. "Why should I let go? You came to me, expecting me to uphold the virtues of a gentleman and remain unperturbed?" Gu Jinzhi, feeling pinned in his embrace, stared wide-eyed as his nose nearly brushed against hers, suspecting that he might be intent on kissing her. What other reason could there be for holding her so tightly? However, as soon as this thought emerged, Xiao Heng released the hold he had over her, snickering lightly, with such a frail frame. "Do you really think I would harm you? Do you assume that everyone is like the old King Jianan, who favors the young?" Gu Jinzhi replied, "Just shut up, you old dog." Chapter 41. Afraid I might kiss you? Gu Jinzhi felt inexplicably mocked by him, her irritation mounting as she had just risen. She watched Xiao Heng rise from the bed to freshen up, leaving her alone on the bed, and she couldn't help but grimace inwardly, throwing an imaginary punch at him. To her surprise, after washing up, he unexpectedly returned to the bedroom. Noticing her sulking on the bed, he approached with amusement. "Is it really that distressing to have spent a night in my embrace?" Gu Jinzhi stared at the bed, suppressing her irritation. Why shouldn't it be? "I feel soiled." Xiao Heng, utterly speechless, gazed at her, then suddenly leaned in, pretending to kiss her. "Since you feel dirty anyway, what's one more step?" Her heart skipped a beat as she turned her head to evade his kiss. However, just as she moved, she heard Xiao Heng chuckle softly. "What are you laughing at?" She turned back to find him standing a couple of fists away, his gaze fixed on her, teasing, "Afraid I might kiss you?" Gu Jinzhi retorted, "Not afraid. Whoever kisses is the old beast." Xiao Heng exclaimed, Who is the old beast here? He pinched her cheek playfully, no longer inclined to tease her, and turned to leave. Once he departed, Jinzhi felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that she had been overthinking? Perhaps he was merely toying with her? After all, he himself had remarked that only the old King Jinan would indulge in such predatory behavior. They had shared a bed for quite some time. Yet Xiao Heng had never laid a finger on her. Instead, he would go out to indulge in frivolities. It seemed he truly had no interest in her. The innocent chick. With this thought, Jinzhi calmed herself. She steadied her breath, suppressing the slight flutter of her heart, before finally lifting the covers and getting out of bed. Awakening in his embrace, coupled with Xiao Heng's half-serious demeanor, left her mind in a fog. Today, Tanyan seemed unusually oblivious, failing to hear their morning stirrings. After calling for her several times, she hurried in to attend to her. When Jinzhi finished her grooming and stepped out, she discovered that Meng Jinghe and several of the deputy generals had arrived, with Zhao Guan accompanying them to the study. Due to the impending visit from Gu Chun to Yongzhou, Xiao Heng was to discuss matters with them today. Upon seeing Jinzhi emerge from Xiao Heng's quarters clad in a new green skirt, several deputy generals regarded her with respect, while only Meng Jinghe ignored her completely, striding straight to the study. The study was adjacent to the main hall, where they typically held discussions, and the courtyard was off-limits to outsiders. However, ever since Jinzhi moved into the courtyard, Xiao Heng had shown no inclination for her to excuse herself whenever he went to the study. Thus, Jinzhi merely stood curiously on the porch, observing his several deputy generals and advisors entering in succession, until the bamboo curtain fell, obscuring the figures within. Zhao Guan brought them tea and then stood aside. Xiao Heng surveyed the room and spotted Jinzhi's petite silhouette standing at a distance outside, maintaining an impassive demeanor. He picked up the cup lid and scraped it along the rim, casually stating, "Gu Chang wrote to me a few days ago, expressing his intent to personally come to Yongzhou to escort the princess back. Based on the timeline, if he travels swiftly, he should arrive in the next 3 to 5 days." As soon as he uttered these words, the crowd below erupted into hushed whispers. The notion that Gu Chang would personally come to Yongzhou to retrieve the princess was, in itself, quite astonishing. After all, the two provinces had long been at odds. And given Xiao Heng's notorious ruthlessness, no one could ascertain whether he might set a trap for Gu Chang upon his arrival. Meng Jinghe, who enjoyed considerable respect within the military, was the first to voice his concern. "My lord, this matter concerns the princess's brother. Should we not ask the princess to step outside for a moment?" Everyone present was aware that Xiao Heng had taken the little princess, abducted from Shenzhou, into his household, sharing his bed with her each night. Yet this little princess was also a biological sibling to Gu Chang of Liangzhou. In these tense times, with swords drawn between the two provinces, no one could predict where her loyalties would lie. However, Xiao Heng slowly lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Meng Jinghe, his lips curling into a smile that belied an unsettling chill in his voice. "She is not an outsider. Why should she retreat?" These words rendered the study momentarily silent, as all contemplated the implications of their lord's statement. The princess was not an outsider, signifying that she was to be regarded as one of their own. The fact that they shared a bed would inevitably lead to this conclusion, a truth understood by all. Yet, the identity of the little princess was indeed a complication. She was not only Gu Cheng's younger sister, but also the Emperor of Dawei's niece. In a time when the realm was rife with conflict and the territories of Dawei were on the verge of fragmentation, the potential for a shift in power loomed ever closer, making it prudent to avoid any semblance of favoritism. Nevertheless, even Meng Jinghe's advice, as her uncle, was publicly dismissed, leaving others hesitant to voice their opinions. Xiao Heng's gaze swept across the room before returning to the cup lid in his hand, and he spoke in a measured tone. "Let's address the matter at hand." This statement indicated his desire to shift away from the previous topic. The collective focus of the assembly returned to the impending arrival of Gu Cheng in Yongzhou, one of Xiao Heng's subordinate generals, known for his forthright and fiery temperament, boldly declared, "Does Gu Cheng not fear that we might host a banquet of treachery for him at this time?" In the eyes of nearly all present, with foreign invasions and continuous turmoil ravaging the land, Gu Cheng's decision to come to Yongzhou seemed utterly ill-advised. Should we indeed set such a banquet? Xiao Heng inquired, looking at him as if seeking his counsel. Yubu cast a swift glance at Meng Jinghe, and upon meeting his gaze, they both understood each other. He then clasped his hands and said, "My lord, we have been engaged in this prolonged conflict with Liangzhou without gaining any substantial advantage. Perhaps we should seize the opportunity to detain him, compelling Liangzhou to cede land in exchange for his release." Chapter 42. Aren't all women essentially the same? The study was in close proximity to the main courtyard. Although Gu Jinzhi had not deliberately eavesdropped, she inevitably overheard snippets of conversation. She adjusted her cloak and reached for the pastries on the table, displaying no signs of the anxiety that might have gripped her elder brother. However, Tan Yun, attending to her, was apprehensive upon hearing discussions about strategies to deal with the second prince. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Princess, are you not worried about the second prince?" Gu Jinzhi took a bite of the sugar cake and sipped some hot tea to warm herself before responding nonchalantly. "If my brother dares to come, he must be thoroughly prepared. Even the most reckless individual would not venture forth without a care for their own safety." Nevertheless, Tan Yun remained unsettled by the recent events wherein Gu Cheng had sent a large contingent of handsome men and beautiful women, and she could not fathom why her princess had such unwavering confidence in him. After a moment of contemplation, she expressed her concerns. "Princess, should we not write to remind the second prince to exercise caution?" Gu Jinzhi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Although Xiao Heng is ruthless towards his kin, he is not foolish. If anything were to befall Gu Cheng in Yongzhou, he would have to contend with the 60,000 garrison troops of Liangzhou. Tan Yun was perplexed, but Yongzhou boasts a standing army of 200,000. The formidable cavalry of Yongzhou was renowned throughout the realm for instilling fear in their enemies. Gu Jinzhi, twisting a piece of sugar cake between her fingers, mused, "Then why, after so many years of conflict, has Liangzhou scarcely suffered any significant loss?" Xiao Heng visits the military camps almost daily, and it is evident that he is neither idle nor incompetent. With 200,000 troops at his command, one would expect Gu Cheng to endure some hardships. Yet, after years of warfare, he has rarely achieved a decisive victory, capturing only a few cities from Gu Cheng, while more often than not, the outcome has been a stalemate. Tan Yun was taken aback, just as Gu Jinzhi lifted her gaze, revealing a calmness that belied her youth, her eyes shimmering with an unusual clarity. Noting Tan Yun's lingering confusion, she explained with conviction, "If he lacks military acumen, then it must be a deliberate strategy to avoid victory." Tan Yun was momentarily astonished, yet still found it hard to comprehend. With limited education, having learned only a few characters from Gu Jinzhi, she struggled to grasp the deeper implications. Demonstrating rare patience, Gu Jinzhi offered her a piece of sugar cake from the small plate. Continuing her contemplation, "I surmise that Xiao Heng intends to keep my brother in play. If Liangzhou were to face a catastrophic defeat, regardless of whether my brother is captured or killed, Liangzhou would lack heir, and someone from the central court would undoubtedly be dispatched to take charge." Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Gu Jinzhi. She brushed the crumbs of sugar cake from her hands, rose to her feet, and glanced at the bamboo curtain hanging in the study. She whispered to Tan Yun, "Thus, if I were in his position, I would refrain from making a move against Gu Cheng in Yongzhou, ensuring that he remains safe from harm." In front of the study originally stood an artificial hill, surrounded by clusters of bamboo and low shrubs, slender and upright, exuding tranquility and serenity. The residence of the Prince of the North is situated in the northern regions, yet it is meticulously designed in the style of southern gardens. However, Xiao Heng, a man of considerable stature, harbored no inclination towards such refined aesthetics. Moreover, with few inhabitants in the estate, there was little concern for these matters, rendering it less exquisite and elegant than those in the Jiangsu region. Gu Jinzhi had initially regarded this place as a temporary abode, paying little heed to the scenery of the courtyard. Yet today, as she stood on the porch observing for a while, she suddenly realized that the backyard had been transformed at some point. The window screens had been newly replaced, and the corridor was adorned with newly acquired lanterns. The pond had frozen over and had not yet completely thawed, but beside it, clematis and hostis had already been planted. Once winter passed, these perennial plants would surely flourish, creating a vibrant tapestry of greenery and blossoms. If, in addition, the pond were to be graced with water lilies, the morning light reflecting upon the lake would indeed evoke a profound ambience. Unfortunately, she would soon be departing and would likely never witness it. Jinzhi sighed softly, realizing that despite her initial fervent desire to leave, when Chan finally came to fetch her, she found herself filled with a sense of reluctance. By the time Xiao Heng concluded his discussions, it was already midday. Several vice generals and aides remained in the residence for lunch, with predominantly male company. The dining atmosphere was rather unceremonious. The maidservants brought in the dishes, placing them on small tables before each individual. Xiao Heng preferred to eat without the need for attendance, and the other generals were similarly reserved, except for Meng Jinghe, who retained a maidservant to serve him. As Meng Jinghe was older and a senior to Xiao Heng, the latter voiced no objections, and everyone continued to eat quietly, accustomed to the routine. The meals in the residence were simple, largely consisting of home-cooked dishes. Xiao Heng, not accustomed to lavish feasts, recalled Jinzhi's fondness for sweets upon seeing a dish of sugar cake on the table. He summoned Zhao Guin and whispered a request for him to deliver a portion to the princess's quarters. Zhao Guin complied and departed, while the others feigned ignorance. For Xiao Heng had kept her by his side for an extended period, suggesting a degree of affection. Only Meng Jinghe spoke up, "My lord. The young princess has been here for a while. What are your intentions regarding her future?" Xiao Heng, calmly eating with wooden chopsticks, replied without haste. "Her second brother is arriving shortly. We'll take it one step at a time. There is no need to rush." The others were left perplexed by his words, uncertain of whether he intended to retain the young princess. They resumed their meals in silence, but the officer beside Meng Jinghe interjected, "If my lord truly favors her, keeping her here as a little lady would not be amiss. After all, what difference does it make if she is a princess? Women are all the same in essence." With a soft thud, Xiao Heng tossed the chopsticks onto the table. Raising an eyebrow, he shot a bemused glance in the direction of the speaker, retorting, "What do you mean by that?" The air in the room grew tense, as if crystallized in an instant. All heads bowed, avoiding his gaze, while the officer who had just spoken immediately knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, forgive me." The officer pressed his face nearly to the ground in submission. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the still chilly weather, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Xiao Heng, often burdened with a brutal reputation, was known by those around him to seldom lose his temper or be aggressive. Yet, it was precisely this calm demeanor that instilled a sense of trepidation and anxiety in others, leaving them trembling with fear. The room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. After a while, it was Meng Jinghe who broke the silence, appearing to smile lightly as he remarked, "The general merely spoke a truth. If the Lord does not wish to hear it, let it not weigh upon his heart." Xiao Heng's gaze swept over, his eyes icy, yet his voice laced with a hint of fragmented laughter. "Does my uncle share this sentiment?" Meng Jinghe, initially confident in his esteemed position within the army and his relation to Xiao Heng, believed that Xiao Heng, relying on him, would not humiliate him in front of his subordinates. To his surprise, Xiao Heng smirked and carelessly stated, "I have heard that my cousin harbors feelings for me. If that is the case, perhaps I should take her as my own to spare her from the anguish of longing. After all, are women not all the same?" This half-serious, half-jesting remark sent a jolt of alarm through Meng Jinghe, prompting him to immediately kneel. He had few children, and Meng Qingyan was his youngest daughter, the most cherished since childhood, which had fostered her willful and arrogant nature. However, the thought of marrying her off to a tyrant like Xiao Heng was utterly intolerable to him. "My lord, you jest," Meng Jinghe said, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fearing that Xiao Heng might genuinely intend to marry his daughter. Xiao Heng's notoriety was well known, and Meng Jinghe was compelled to align with him. He could not possibly sacrifice his beloved daughter. Xiao Heng let out a cold laugh, fully aware of Meng Jinghe's apprehensions, yet feigned a leisurely demeanor as he said, "Uncle, please rise. It was merely a jest, do not take it to heart." Not to mention, he had no affection for Meng Qingyan. Simply due to her father, Meng Jinghe, he would never consider her as a wife. Raising his cup, Xiao Heng drank deeply, and noticing that Meng Jinghe remained nervously kneeling, he casually remarked, "Come now, let us share a few drinks together." Chapter 43. The soft and warm fingertips of a young girl due to the impending arrival of Guchun. The entire residence of the Prince of Dingbei became bustling with activity. Xiao Heng intended to have him stay directly at his palace. Having him under his watchful eye was far more reassuring than allowing him to reside elsewhere. However, it was certain that Guchun would not arrive alone. His troops stationed in Liangzhou were unable to enter the city and could only camp outside. Even without entering, the presence of the Liangzhou troops outside posed a significant threat to Yongzhou. Thus, all arrangements needed to be meticulously planned in advance. In recent days, Xiao Heng had been stationed at the military camp, and Xiao Wei was reassigned, leaving only Zhao Guan to occasionally return, overseeing the training of the palace guards to bolster their defenses. The weather had yet to fully warm, yet the gentlemen, upon commencing their drills, were soon drenched in sweat. During breaks, they would remove their shirts, sitting at the sidelines to cool down while engaging in casual conversation. Bored, Gu Jinzhi took Tan Yun to sneak a glance at their martial training. On that day, Zhao Guan happened to be ordered to remain at the palace for drills. Dressed in a fitted black uniform, he stood under the sunlight, hands clasped behind his back, inspecting the ranks as he patrolled the formation. Having lingered by Xiao Heng's side for an extended period, he exuded a similar aura, imbued with an inherent sharpness that made him stand out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Gu Jinzhi, initially merely passing the time, stood on the periphery watching them spar, but soon felt the urge to depart. However, upon calling out to Tan Yun a couple of times, she was jolted back to reality and hastily trotted to catch up. "What are you doing?" Gu Jinzhi inquired, puzzled by Tan Yun's rare display of discomposure. Tan Yun pressed her lips together and mumbled, "Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night and felt a bit dizzy from the sun." Gu Jinzhi found this somewhat odd. The sunlight during this season wasn't particularly fierce. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further, merely nodding and graciously granting her a day off. "Then you should return and rest well today." Tan Yun complied, supporting her back to the courtyard. Just as they were about to exit the training ground, she couldn't resist glancing back. Coincidentally, she caught sight of Zhao Guan raising his arm to shed his shirt, revealing a broad, firm back. Her cheeks flushed, and seizing the moment while Gu Jinzhi was oblivious, she quickly turned back, pretending not to have seen, and hurriedly left with Gu Jinzhi. Xiao Heng returned on the fourth day, arriving in the dead of night. He had anticipated that Gu Jinzhi would be fast asleep, yet upon nearing the entrance, he noticed a soft light illuminating the bedroom. Gu Jinzhi sat beneath the candlelight, engrossed in a book. As Xiao Heng entered, their eyes met, and an inexplicable moment of synchronization occurred. "My lord, why are you back?" she asked, bewildered. He often vanished for days, leaving her uncertain of his return. As Xiao Heng approached, he carried with him the warmth of the night's gallop. Rather than an unpleasant odor, it was filled with a distinctly masculine essence. Gu Jinzhi involuntarily recalled the spirited young soldiers she had seen earlier that afternoon in the training ground, their sweat glistening under the sun, embodying both cleanliness and vigor. Xiao Heng effortlessly snatched the book from her hands, flipping it face down on the table, and remarked nonchalantly, "Do not read by candlelight. It is harmful to your eyes." Gu Jinzhi responded with an "Oh," rising from her couch, intending to retire to her bedroom for the night. However, noticing the fatigue etched across his face, her heart softened instinctively, prompting her to say, "My lord, you should wash up and then rest early." Xiao Heng regarded her with a light chuckle, teasing her in a playful manner. "Look at you, starting to concern yourself with me." Gu Jinzhi had no such intentions. Who could truly manage him? She couldn't help but roll her eyes. "My lord, an early night leads to good health. Just look at those heavy dark circles under your eyes. You ought to sleep sooner." Xiao Heng scoffed. "I don't need you to tell me." Despite his words, he had already moved toward the wardrobe to fetch some clothes. The bathroom lay just behind the inner chamber, separated by a screen. Yibo had arranged for hot water to be brought in, and Xiao Heng proceeded to bathe undisturbed. Typically, he returned late, and Gu Jinzhi was already asleep. Thus she found no issue with his bathing in the back. However, at this moment, as she listened to the gentle sound of water coming from the back of the house, and recalled the last time she inadvertently spied his bare back. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, as if Xiao Heng were right before her, washing himself in all his nakedness. Jinzhi found, for the first time, that having an overly sensitive sense of hearing could be rather unfortunate. Certainly, an overly vivid imagination could also lead to distress. For instance, the images conjured in her mind at this moment were enough to turn her face pale. She contemplated finding an excuse to step outside for a brief respite, and thus feigned nonchalance as she asked, "My lord, would you like some water? Shall I fetch some for you?" Upon receiving a simple acknowledgement from Xiao Heng, Jinzhi felt as if she had been granted a pardon. Hastily seizing the teapot from the table and rushing outside. The courtyard was eerily quiet, and to her surprise, Zhao Guan, who usually stood guard at night, was nowhere to be found. Jinzhi assumed he might be on watch beneath the eaves and did not dwell on it much. Carrying the water jug towards the kitchen to refill it. To reach the kitchen from their room, she needed to pass through the corridor in front of the courtyard. On her return, seeking a shortcut, she chose to circle around the stone bridge next to the rockery. Initially, she had merely sought an excuse to step out, so she walked briskly. However, in her haste, she failed to notice her surroundings. By the time she heard the faint sounds emanating from within the rockery, she had already crossed the bridge and stood at its base. The rockery had been constructed from stones gathered from the bottom of Biluo Lake, towering as high as 2 stories, complete with steps and stone paths leading to the top for a panoramic view. Yet, Xiao Heng was not one to indulge in such leisurely pursuits, and the servants would have no reason to wander up the hill, making the rockery a typically deserted place. Jinzhi was taken aback to discover someone inside at that moment. Unprepared, she was confronted with intermittent moans drifting from within. The sounds fluctuated in pitch, rising and falling. This was the first time Jinzhi had encountered such a situation. Momentarily stunned, she quickly realized the nature of the sounds. A cool breeze swept by, causing her to feel an uncomfortable embarrassment, her arms and calves prickling with goosebumps, her scalp tingling. Determined to adhere to the principle of not eavesdropping, she resolved to distance herself from this place of indiscretion. With her cheeks flushed crimson, Jinzhi cautiously treaded over the gravel underfoot, striving to make as little noise as possible. Just as she was about to make her quiet retreat, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of shadow on the ground. She turned abruptly and found Xiao Heng, clad in a robe hastily draped over him after his bath, standing just a few feet behind her. Xiao Heng seemed somewhat surprised by her furtive demeanor and was about to inquire what she was doing there when Jinzhi, fearing he might alert the two entangled within, quickly pulled him behind the rockery, tiptoeing and pressing her index finger against his lips, signaling him to remain silent. In her rush, she had not noticed how closely her body was pressed against his. The warmth of her soft fingertips against his lips startled Xiao Heng, who lowered his gaze to the flustered girl before him, his throat tightening. Jinzhi's heart raced, suspended in anxiety over whether the two inside would discover their presence. Fortunately, those within were engrossed in pursuits typical of adults, oblivious to the subtle sounds emanating from outside. Jinzhi was just about to exhale in relief, preparing to withdraw from Xiao Heng's embrace, when unexpectedly, a large hand suddenly enveloped her lower back, gently pulling her into his arms. Jinzhi. Chapter 44. Call him brother. Xiao. The hand resting on her lower back was warm and broad, the heat seeping through the fabric, leaving her skin tingling and her mind in a daze. Just as she was about to inquire about his intentions, she realized her fingertips were resting against his lips. His breath was scorching, the warmth cascading over her fingers. Jinzhi was taken aback by the sudden heat, instinctively retracting her hand, unsure where to place it, ultimately resorting to a hasty fist, barely resting against his chest. Within the artificial mountain, an enchanting spring scene unfolded. The intoxicating atmosphere seemed to be contagious, wafting out in delicate wisps, enveloping the two of them. Jinzhi's face burned with embarrassment, and she dared not lift her gaze. Her ears gradually suffused with a rosy hue. She softly reminded him that they needed to leave quickly. Otherwise, should the revelers within discover them eavesdropping. Even the most reasonable explanations would falter. Xiao Heng responded with a soft, almost imperceptible hum, his hand loosening its grip by a fraction. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on her slightly flushed ears. That tender little peach, it seemed, would soon ripen after the spring and summer. Xiao Heng took a step back, releasing her, casually taking the water bottle from her hand, entwining her small hand within his, guiding her out from beneath the rocky facade of the artificial mountain. His movements were strikingly natural, flowing seamlessly, leaving Gu Jinzhi no room for misinterpretation. The ambiguous tension that had just blossomed amidst the rocks seemed to dissipate, trampled underfoot by his calm demeanor, scattering into the night sky. Gu Jinzhi questioned whether she had recently taken the wrong medicine, as she found herself misinterpreting his unintentional gestures as signs of affection. Bewildered, she allowed Xiao Heng to lead her back to the room. And as they left the scene of their earlier intimacy, the indecent sound she had overheard faded from her mind. Xiao Heng placed the water bottle on the table before finally releasing her hand, extinguishing most of the oil lamp's light. In the dim glow, Gu Jinzhi turned to the side, slowly shedding her outer garments, and climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to shield her body. Before long, Xiao Heng joined her on the bed, but did not rush to sleep. Instead, he leaned closer, gazing at her small face with a teasing smirk. "Staying up late. Were you out eavesdropping on some springtime play?" Gu Jinzhi's face flushed. She hadn't anticipated he would bring it up again upon returning to the room. Embarrassment washed over her, and she couldn't help but retort, her cheeks reddening, "As if I wanted to hear that. How was I to know your courtyard concealed such clandestine affairs?" Xiao Heng chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch her cheek. "So this is my fault, is it?" Gu Jinzhi winced in pain as he pinched her, yet she solemnly nodded, suppressing her mischievousness while continuing to poke at him. It is often said that an unprincipled leader breeds undisciplined subordinates. When certain individuals harbor improper thoughts, those beneath them tend to follow suit, engaging in such absurdities. Xiao Heng. He propped himself up, gazing intently at her petite face for a moment before suddenly chuckling. "Did you fail to recognize who those two were?" Gu Jinzhi's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly sat up, her curiosity piqued. "You recognized them? Why didn't you say so sooner? Who were they?" Observing her excited expression, Xiao Heng paused, reflecting that he lacked any moral qualms. Deceiving a young girl was not a novel endeavor for him. Thus, he spoke without any burden of conscience. "Forget it, it's nothing. I didn't recognize them either. However, it is undoubtedly the master's improper thoughts that have led the subordinates astray." Gu Jinzhi. Wasn't that precisely what she had just stated? He was the only proper master in the Wang residence. Weren't those beneath him all his people? Wasn't he indirectly berating himself? How could he be so harsh as to scold himself? Gu Jinzhi grew weary of pondering this and lay back down, closing her eyes, yearning for a restful slumber. Noticing her eyelids flutter shut, Xiao Heng discreetly smirked, raising his hand to draw the bed curtain, shielding the flickering candlelight from their view. The bed was enveloped in dimness, yet he found sleep elusive. The sounds he had overheard near the rockery seemed to transcend the veil of the curtains, incessantly pricking at his nerves, causing him a slight agitation. He turned to glance at the now slumbering Gu Jinzhi. At her age, still in the throes of growth, her sleep was profound. She would fall into slumber almost as soon as her head touched the pillow, unlike him, who struggled to find rest. Xiao Heng studied her serene sleeping face for an extended period, feeling an insatiable desire to admire her. Though she was somewhat delicate, it must be said that she was blossoming beautifully. Her tiny nose and mouth, along with her petite face, combined to form a charming visage, exuding a youthful allure tinged with innocence. Xiao Heng tucked her blanket snugly around her. Gu Jinzhi sensed the movement beside her and instinctively nestled closer to him. This time, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Instead, he merely allowed her to lean against his shoulder, contentedly smacking his lips before slipping back into a deep sleep. The mingled scent of milk and honey emanating from her enveloped him, sweet and intoxicating, almost dizzying. After observing her for a while, Xiao Heng suddenly felt the surroundings begin to collapse. The bed frame, bookshelf, tea table, and wooden chairs all tumbled down in a chaotic heap. These cumbersome pieces of furniture formed a small mountain, layered with stone paths and steps. Where the clematis and hostas planted years ago had sprouted, blooming buds emerging, accompanied by sounds that left him blushing with embarrassment and ignited boundless imagination. In his moment of astonishment, just as he intended to step closer for a better look, he was abruptly pulled away and concealed behind the rockery. Before he could comprehend the situation, a warm finger pressed against his lips, and suddenly, a soft body collided into his embrace. Xiao Heng leaned against the rocky landscape by the lake, watching as the delicate young lady on her tiptoes drew closer, her finger gently resting on his lips. With a hint of panic, she whispered, "Don't speak." A surge of warmth enveloped his heart as he wrapped his arms around her, lifting her effortlessly as her body melted against him, as if devoid of bones. The faint scent of milk wafted from her, teasing his tightly wound reason and restraint. Jinzhi raised her head in his embrace, her small hand tugging at his neck as if fearful of being overheard, her voice as soft as a kitten's. "Master." "Call me Xiao Gij," she corrected him in a hushed tone. The young lady was obedient in his arms, her sparkling eyes gazing up at him, her voice pure and gentle, sweetly pleading, "Xiao Gij, let us go, shall we?" Xiao Heng heard himself respond with a soft but suddenly lowered his head, lightly capturing her lips. Chapter 45. More torturous than he imagined, the dreamlike scene felt palpably real. Yet Xiao Heng was acutely aware that he was ensnared in a dream, where everything was ephemeral and dubious. Nevertheless, his subconscious firmly rooted him here, as if he were unwilling to awaken. He pressed his forehead against hers, their breaths entwined. Hearing the rapid rhythm of his own heart, he instinctively held her tighter, fearing that upon waking, this dream would dissolve into an unattainable void. The sensation of the kiss was more tormenting than he had anticipated. As dawn broke and the room filled with light, he groggily opened his eyes, realizing that the kiss in his dream had lasted the entire night. Jinzhi still leaned against his shoulder, lost in a sleepy haze. Perhaps the morning light had intruded upon her slumber, for she furrowed her brow slightly, emitting a soft, irritated sound. Xiao Heng immediately raised his hand to shield her from the light. With his other hand, he reached for her handkerchief from the bedside cabinet, neatly folding it and placing it over her eyes. Feeling the unfamiliar silky sensation resting upon her eyes, Jinzhi instinctively lifted her hand to touch it. But he quickly grasped her small hand, tucking it back beneath the covers. "Sleep a little longer," he murmured soothingly. The morning air was still too chilly, and he feared this delicate creature would catch a cold. Jinzhi, half awake, responded with a soft though it was unclear if she truly heard him. After a moment of rustling beneath the blankets, she fell back into slumber. Feeling uncomfortable himself, Xiao Heng decided to rise, retrieving a set of garments from the wardrobe before heading to the back for a bath and a change. Jinzhi did not awaken until the day had fully brightened. When Tan Yun entered to assist her with her grooming, she bore faint dark circles under her eyes, indicating she had not rested well. Jinzhi regarded her reflection in the copper mirror and, noticing her pallor, inquired with confusion, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Tan Yun let out a soft exclamation, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety as she stammered, "Perhaps it is merely the cold weather these past few days." Jinzhi furrowed her brow slightly, appearing somewhat skeptical. Although spring had not yet arrived, the weather was indeed warmer than it had been earlier in the year. Furthermore, Xiao Heng was not harsh with the servants, and the household had always provided ample charcoal for warmth. After a moment of silence, she suddenly inquired, "Since you did not sleep well last night, did you hear any sound from outside?" Tan Yun, who was holding a jade hairpin to help adorn her, trembled at the question, nearly inserting it into Jinzhi's head. Jinzhi gasped in shock, almost feeling the pain resonate to her very soul. Seeing her face contort in discomfort, Tan Yun immediately knelt down, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, "Your Highness, forgive me." Jinzhi rubbed her head, summoning all her composure to convince herself that Tan Yun was not that kind of person. "Tan Yun, have you been under too much pressure lately?" Dan Yun, with her head bowed to the ground, dared not lift her gaze. The pressure was indeed immense. If Jinzhi were to marry Xiao Heng in the future, as her accompanying maid, she might have to share a bed with him before their wedding. In the past, that would have been one thing. But now that she harbored feelings for someone else, she was unwilling to give her first experience to Xiao Heng. Thus, she found herself in a moment of reckless folly. Tan Yun refrained from voicing her concerns to Gu Jinzhi, fearing that she might dismiss her in anger. Quivering on the ground, she remained silent, her trepidation palpable. Gu Jinzhi, initially only harboring slight doubts, suddenly felt as though her suspicions had been confirmed. Stunned, she found herself unable to trust completely. If one of the sounds she heard last night belonged to Tan Yun, then who could the other have been, having accompanied her for 6 or 7 years? Tan Yun had been by Gu Jinzhi's side since her father had ascended to power. Gu Jinzhi was no longer the sole favorite of her parents. The harem was rife with scheming individuals. Yet, Tan Yun had remained steadfastly loyal. Thus, their bond resembled that of sisters more than that of a mere mistress and servant. With a gentle sigh, Gu Jinzhi decided not to dwell further on matters lacking evidence, and bent down to help Tan Yun to her feet, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "I was merely asking casually, not intending to blame you. Why are you so frightened? Now, go check if the milk is warm. I am nearly starving." This was her way of providing an escape for Tan Yun. Understanding her meaning, Tan Yun quickly stood up and headed to the kitchen to fetch the milk. In the study, Xiao Heng received military reports indicating that Gu Chun had arrived in Yongzhou with 2,000 troops from Liangzhou. Although Xiao Heng commanded 200,000 soldiers in Yongzhou, only 10,000 were stationed in Yongcity. Gu Chun was evidently well acquainted with the defensive situation in Yongzhou. Seeing Xiao Heng's dark expression and silence, Zhao Guan tentatively spoke up. "My lord, should we consider recalling troops from the border camp for defense?" Xiao Heng turned to him, his demeanor unusually calm as he replied, "If we weaken the border camp, it is likely that Shenzhou will seize the opportunity to attack. And we must also remain vigilant against the northern ruin." On the day of the grand wedding of Prince Jianan, Gu Jinzhi fled to Yongzhou. And now tensions between Shenzhou and Yongzhou are at an all-time high. However, due to Yongzhou's formidable military might, Shenzhou finds itself compelled to endure the situation for the time being. If Gu Cheng were to station his army at the border of Yongzhou during this critical moment, the dynamics would shift dramatically. With Gu Cheng's 20,000 troops looming, should Shenzhou seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind, it would place Xiao Heng in a perilous predicament, caught between two formidable threats. Regardless of the circumstances, it appears essential for Xiao Heng to placate Gu Cheng. Otherwise, should conflict arise between the two states, the ensuing struggle may benefit a third party. Yet, Xiao Heng seems to harbor other intentions. He placed the military report back on the desk, contemplated for a moment, and suddenly raised his head to inquire, "Where were you last night?" Zhao Guan was taken aback, and before he could respond, Xiao Heng interrupted, "Your clandestine affairs of the heart have never concerned me. However, if you have entangled yourself with the princess, you must provide her with a proper explanation." Zhao Guan's face flushed crimson as he knelt, his voice trembling yet resolute. "My lord, my feelings for Lady Tan Yun are sincere. I implore you to grant your blessing." Chapter 46. He indeed has someone he fancies. Xiao Heng refrained from expressing his stance, just as Yibo entered from the front courtyard to report that a group of displaced citizens had gathered at the palace gates. Consequently, Xiao Heng diverted the conversation, instructing someone to summon Gu Jinzhi. Gu Jinzhi, engrossed in her reading in the main hall, donned a cloak upon hearing Xiao Heng's summons and made her way to the study. Her steps were light, and, as she approached the door, she overheard the gist of the discussion. The displaced citizens were restless, and should their discontent coalesce, it could easily escalate into a banditry that disrupts regional stability. Historically, rulers have adopted either appeasement or suppression in dealing with such matters. Before Gu Jinzhi even entered, she had already deduced the nature of Xiao Heng's inquiry. Upon her arrival, Xiao Heng requested Yibo to reiterate the details to her. "What is your perspective on this year's issue with the displaced citizens?" Gu Jinzhi had already formulated her response prior to Xiao Heng's question. With Gu Cheng poised to enter Yongzhou imminently, a forceful crackdown on the displaced could foster resentment among the populace. Should these individuals turn to Gu Cheng for refuge? Even if he were to arrive in Yongcity alone, They could become a weapon against Xiao Heng. Although Gu Jinji's heart leaned towards her second brother, she was reluctant to believe Gu Chang capable of such treachery. Nevertheless, when faced with self-interest, even familial bonds must be set aside, and no one could guarantee what choices he might make. Thus, Gu Jinji remained silent, deliberately omitting the notion of suppressing the displaced, and instead proposed an alternative approach. With the spring plowing season upon us, why not register them as households, reduce their taxes, and encourage them to cultivate the wastelands along the northern border? Upon hearing her suggestion, Xiao Heng's expression softened with approval. Noticing his demeanor, Gu Jinji felt a twinge of suspicion and instinctively exclaimed, "I merely suggested it. I did not intend to make decisions on your behalf." Xiao Heng chuckled softly, his tone laced with significance. "Jinzhi, your wisdom is truly remarkable. How did I not think of this myself?" Gu Jinji inwardly rolled her eyes. She acknowledged her cleverness, yet she remained unconvinced that he could be oblivious. Xiao Heng disregarded her subtle expressions and turned to Zhao Guan, instructing, "Did you hear everything?" Zhao Guan, understanding the unspoken command, set about to make arrangements. Soothing the displaced populace was a daunting task, but fortunately, the vast expanse of Yongzhou, coupled with the imminent spring plowing, alleviated concerns about finding suitable accommodations. Once the others in the study had departed, Xiao Heng beckoned to her. "What is it?" Gu Jinji, now wary of him, was skeptical that Xiao Heng summoned her merely to solicit her opinion on the plight of the refugees. Having spent considerable time with him, she understood that he was quite cunning, and it was prudent to remain vigilant. Indeed, the very next moment, she heard Xiao Heng lower his voice, his tone filled with astonishment as he inquired, "Jinzhi, with your remarkable intellect, why not remain and manage the household affairs for me?" Gu Jinji. His proposition was laden with implications. It was well known that managing household affairs was typically the domain of the lady of the house. A jolt ran through her heart, and she looked up at him in disbelief. Assuming he was jesting, she was taken aback by the unusual seriousness and calmness etched on Xiao Heng's face. Blinking in confusion, she resolutely declined. Managing the household should be the responsibility of the lady of the house. You should marry, and then you need not worry about who will oversee it. Xiao Heng, undeterred, chuckled lightly, "But I have yet to marry." His boldness momentarily swayed Gu Jinji, causing her to consider the validity of his request. However, a quick recollection brought her back to her senses. "Wait, my second brother has yet to marry as well. If I were to assist anyone, it should be him in Liangzhou." Xiao Heng retorted, "Why hasn't he married yet?" Gu Jinji's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that he, a perennial bachelor, could exhibit concern for Gu Chun. "Why do you care about him? Why don't you marry?" Both of them were of the same age, in their 20s, yet neither had taken a spouse. How could they look down upon each other? Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow. "If I desired to marry, would I not be able to?" Gu Jinji keenly sensed the nuance in his words. To her surprise, he had a romantic interest while sharing a bed with her daily, and she had not discerned it. The old dog was indeed adept at hiding his true feelings. A trace of astonishment and disdain crossed Gu Jinji's face, and she pondered seriously, "I suppose so. You command an army of 200,000 in Yongzhou. Even if someone were disinclined, you could undoubtedly compel a marriage." Xiao Heng. Compel a marriage? Is that even an option? He had not considered this. Gazing intently at Gu Jinji's earnest expression, he nearly wavered. However, he swallowed lightly, his throat moving with a subtle implication, "I do not appreciate forcing someone against their will. That would be quite uninteresting." When Gu Jinji heard this, she nearly choked on her disbelief. "You do not appreciate coercing someone, yet you keep me here? Did her conscience not ache when you utter such words?" Before she had the chance to retort to him, she overheard Xiao Heng elongating his tone, casually and playfully stating, "If I were to marry, she must also have feelings for me." Gu Jinji thought to herself, "Come on, isn't it merely about wanting to share a bed with the girl he fancies? Why make it sound so grand?" She rolled her eyes secretly, dismissively pondering the situation. It is often said that outsiders perceive clearly while those involved are blinded by their own emotions. Gu Jinji was indeed perplexed as to why Xiao Heng suddenly broached such a topic, but after spending so much time together, she felt it would be courteous, even if pretentious, to show some concern for him. Thus, she leaned in, lowering her voice to ask, "My lord, do you have someone you admire? Yet she does not reciprocate your feelings?" Xiao Heng gazed at her petite face that had suddenly drawn nearer. Her face was indeed small, as though a single hand could encompass it entirely. Her eyes were large, bright, and sparkling, reflecting his own image within them. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Heng was lost in thought. When did he realize he had developed feelings for someone? Was it from the moment she came into his life, or even earlier? He swallowed hard, giving a slight nod as an acknowledgement. Upon witnessing his tacit admission, Jinzhi's curiosity ignited within her. Indeed, he was enamored with someone. But who could it be that had captured the heart of someone like Xiao Heng? The thought was utterly intriguing. Jinzhi couldn't help but speculate. There were few women around Xiao Heng. Eliminating some possibilities led her to a few suspects. Secretly, she began counting on her fingers, considering the women Xiao Heng had encountered recently. Meng Qingyan was one, and she herself could be counted as another. The rest were the various courtesans from the flower house. However, it was evident that he held no interest in Meng Qingyan, and as for herself, well, she was well aware of her own standing. He had mentioned he disliked the notion of an older man pursuing a younger woman, and given their long cohabitation, if he were truly interested in her, he would have made his intentions known by now. By this process of elimination, it became glaringly obvious who Xiao Heng's affections lay with. It was the classic tale of a domineering prince falling for a courtesan, willing to forsake a life of grandeur for love. Jinzhi felt an urge to applaud his unwavering loyalty, undeterred by social status, wholly consumed by his devotion. Little did she know that beneath Xiao Heng's seemingly cold and indifferent exterior lay a heart filled with deep emotion. Alas, it was a case of unrequited love. Some affections, though close at hand, remained tantalizingly out of reach. Chapter 47. In the vast expanse of Yongzhou, all belongs to your family. Observing his melancholic expression, Jinzhi shook her head sympathetically, offering her rare kindness as she advised, "Falling for someone you shouldn't is not your fault. There are countless women in the world. If this one doesn't work out, simply move on. Moreover, what is unattainable always stirs desire, while those who are favored often act with audacity. Perhaps if you leave her be for a few days, she might come rushing back to you. Hey, I'm trying to console you. Why are you looking at me like that?" Xiao Heng's gaze upon her grew increasingly intense, yet he remained silent, seemingly contemplating her words. "Leave her be for a few days? Won't she just disappear?" he suddenly inquired, deep in thought. Jinzhi was taken aback by his unexpected insecurity. She exclaimed, "Run? The vast expanse of Yongzhou is all yours. Where could she possibly escape to?" She firmly believed that with Xiao Heng's resolute nature, if he wished to keep someone from leaving, he would employ a multitude of strategies to retain them. This was certainly not a matter a tyrant should ponder. Xiao Heng's gaze was fixated on her face, and as she finished speaking, a smirk curled at the corners of his lips, and he chuckled lightly. "That makes a bit of sense." Jinzhi, feeling triumphant, raised her chin and smiled confidently. "What I say always holds truth. As for you, stop fixating on wanting to sleep with her. First, nurture some feelings. Once you are wed, you can indulge in your desires as you please." Xiao Heng's expression suddenly faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his features as if his innermost thoughts had been exposed. Wait, when have I ever been fixated on sleeping with her? He acknowledged his feelings for her, yet he absolutely had no such intentions. How could he harbor such thoughts for a young lady who had just come of age? Did she truly think that he could desire her in that manner? However, the bewilderment and incredulity etched upon his face transformed in Jinzhi's eyes into sheer hypocrisy. She rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Be honest. If you weren't interested in her, why would you frequently visit the pleasure house?" Xiao Heng. At this moment, he finally sensed something amiss. "Pleasure house? Do you truly believe that is the kind of person I am drawn to?" Jinzhi furrowed her brow, perplexed by his sudden denial after he had just acknowledged his feelings. Isn't it just the courtesan? Since ancient times, heroes have struggled against the allure of beautiful women. I wouldn't mock you for it. Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of gloom. "Get out." Jinzhi, baffled by his abrupt change in demeanor, kindly urged, "Hey, why are you so flustered? It's perfectly natural for a man to harbor such thoughts about a woman. If he likes her, it's only natural to desire her. Oh, don't pinch me. I'm leaving. A grown man still cares about his pride. Xiao Heng. In the following days, Jinzhi discreetly observed Xiao Heng. With his beloved in the pleasure house, he should be unable to resist visiting her, right? Yet, it seemed that Xiao Heng had resolutely decided to sever this entanglement. Burying himself in his studies, embodying the image of a wise ruler who preferred the kingdom over beauty. Jinzhi found this remarkable, and upon seeing Xiao Wei emerge from his study, she could not resist stopping her to whisper, "General Xia, why hasn't the Lord visited the pleasure house lately? Could it be that he is truly heartbroken enough to forsake worldly pleasures? How could a mere woman wound the heart of the Lord?" Jinzhi was utterly astonished. Xiao Wei regarded her with disbelief. "Why would you wish for him to frequent the pleasure house? Do young people today really think so openly? Are you actively urging your future husband to visit such places?" Xiao Wei could not comprehend her perspective. Jinzhi sighed, lowering her voice with a hint of regret. "I merely hope that lovers eventually find happiness together." "Xiao Wei, isn't she the beloved of yours?" Jinzhi sighed and then walked away, leaving a perplexing enigma for General Xia. Xiao Wei gazed at Jinzhi, who returned to her room with a face full of regret, and he found himself in a daze, pondering if he had missed something significant during this time. Suddenly, a sound resonated from the study as Xiao Heng slammed the pen he had been holding. Xiao Guan, who was attending to him, paused momentarily before hastily bending down to retrieve the pen. Before he could lift his head, he heard Xiao Heng's icy voice emanate from the desk. "No need to pick it up. I shall visit the flower house." Xiao Heng departed as he pleased, accompanied solely by Xiao Guan. This was the first time he had inexplicably decided to visit the flower house. Not only was Xiao Guan bewildered, but even Mama Hua, who had come out to greet them, wore an expression of astonishment, smiling in an attempt to charm Xiao Guan. "What has prompted our master to be in such high spirits today?" Xiao Heng, with a stern countenance, made his way inside, and Mama Hua, being perceptive, dare not speak further. Xiao Guan, unable to discern Xiao Heng's intentions for this visit, noted his demeanor and suspected he might not return home that evening. Thus, he turned to Mama Hua and instructed, "Please arrange a window-side elegant seat for our master." Mama Hua responded affirmatively and then inquired of Xiao Guan, "Does General Xiao wish to have 2 young ladies to attend to him?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng cast a glance at Xiao Guan. Although no words were exchanged, Xiao Guan immediately comprehended his meaning. In the past, Xiao Guan had accompanied Xiao Heng to such establishments, adept at engaging in the customary flirtations by inviting a few lovely ladies to sing and serve drinks and fruits, which was the norm in such social gatherings. Yet, this had always been the extent of their interactions, never lingering in the gentle embrace of the ladies like some other married generals. Today, it was only the 2 of them who had come here, and with Xiao Heng having a beloved now, Xiao Guan dared not allow any ladies to attend them. He merely instructed Mama Hua to serve fine wine and delicacies before sending her away. Xiao Heng, seated on the soft couch by the window, poured himself wine, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a notably foul mood. Xiao Guan observed quietly, his breath held, uncertain why his master's demeanor had soured upon hearing that little princess mention a visit to the flower house. Xiao Heng showed no intention of conversing with him, pouring several cups of wine for himself, and instructed Xiao Guan to invite the servants to prepare the room, as he intended to rest there for the night. As night fell, the atmosphere at the 100 Flowers Pavilion became lively. The young ladies downstairs sang melodiously, their beauty captivating, and their flirtatious glances elicited applause from the patrons in attendance. Meanwhile, visitors occasionally ascended to the private rooms to seek their charming companions. Xiao Heng lay alone on the couch in the elegant chamber, listening to the chaotic sounds outside mingled with the sweet laughter of the ladies. After a considerable time, night deepened, and the moment of spring's embrace arrived, bringing a stillness to the outside. Yet, he found no inclination to sleep. The room was equipped with a charcoal stove, warming the space comfortably. Feeling a bit overheated, Xiao Heng casually tossed aside the blanket, suddenly recalling that Jinzhi was sleeping alone in his room tonight. He wondered if she would feel cold, considering this little delicate one always nestled close to him each night. The mere thought of Jinzhi stirred restlessness within Xiao Heng. Although the royal mansion was ostensibly his home, she insisted on dragging him to visit the flower house. Did she not mind his excursions to such places? He had not perceived her to be so magnanimous. Chapter 48. Returning after a drink, the more he pondered, the more suffocating his thoughts became. After tossing about for the better part of an hour, he could no longer contain his agitation and sat up abruptly. He retrieved his garments, dressed hastily, opened the compartment door, rapped on the adjoining one, rousing Zhao Guan from his slumber, and departed. Zhao Guan, still in a daze, hurriedly donned his clothing, even neglecting to fully insert his arms into the sleeves, only to find Xiao Heng standing by the railing, his gaze coldly fixed upon the empty stage below. "My lord, what troubles you?" Zhao Guan inquired cautiously, still bewildered. Xiao Heng averted his gaze and replied in a muted tone, "I am returning home. Are we leaving already?" "It is not yet dawn," Zhao Guan questioned, filled with curiosity but unwilling to probe further. He quickly descended to retrieve the horse for him. As they exited the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the first glimmers of light began to appear on the horizon. The morning air had yet to warm, and the chill of night clung to both man and beast. Though his hands, gripping the reins, felt stiff from the cold, Xiao Heng seemed oblivious, wielding the whip with urgency. They arrived at the estate just as the roosters crowed. The back courtyard lay in serene silence, with only a few servants bustling about. Jinzhi, of course, had not yet risen. Xiao Heng disrobed his cloak outside, his tall frame inadvertently brushing against the wind chime beneath the porch. He paid it no mind and proceeded directly to the bedroom. There remained some leather sent from Changzhou, and Xiao Heng had commissioned a small blanket for her, intending it for her rest. However, fearing the cold, Jinzhi had tucked it beneath her covers last night in his absence. Now, comfortably enveloped in the small blanket, she lay in bed when a sudden tinkling sound from the wind chime caught her attention, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Presumably, Xiao Heng had returned. At first, she thought little of it and attempted to drift back to sleep. Yet, with her keen senses, she detected the unmistakable scent of alcohol before even laying eyes on him. He had been drinking. In her half-awake state, Jinzhi suddenly grasped this reality. Though she had never witnessed Xiao Heng inebriated, she had heard tales of how men could dramatically alter in temperament and behavior under the influence, alarmed that he might engage in some reckless antics. She sprang from her bed, clutching the small blanket, and concealed herself within the wardrobe. Just as she managed to hide, she caught a glimpse through a crack in the cabinet door as Xiao Heng strode into the bedroom. Upon entering, he immediately noticed her absence from the bed and slammed the door shut, pacing the room in search of her. "Jinzhi," he called, fully aware she was within the confines of the room, having heard the jingle of the silver bell in her grasp. Jinzhi remained silent, holding her breath within the confines of the wardrobe. Had he truly visited the flower house last night? She could only speculate how much he had indulged. Seeking her out in his drunken state could only bode ill. The more he searched, the more her fear of him acting foolishly under the influence deepened, compelling her to remain hidden. However, the outside noise quieted suddenly after a while. Not looking for her anymore? Jinzhi assumed he had left and was about to push open the cabinet door, just as her small hand brushed against the mahogany door. It was suddenly yanked open from the outside, causing her to lose her balance and tumble out like a clumsy chick. Jinzhi exclaimed, "Oh no, how embarrassing!" Yet before she could recover from the mortification, her body was met with the solid chest of Xiao Heng, preventing her from making intimate contact with the floor. He glanced down at the astonished and flustered little figure in his arms, then effortlessly lifted her whole being, cradling her legs. Jinzhi struggled for a moment on his shoulder, but he hoisted her roughly and tossed her onto the pearwood bed. He then stood by the bed, looking down at her from above, and asked, "What were you doing hiding in the cabinet?" Meeting his slightly tipsy gaze, she felt a flutter of anxiety. "How much had he drunk?" "I was hiding in the cabinet to keep warm," Jinzhi lied casually. She couldn't very well admit she was afraid he might harm her. However, The moment her little foxtail began to twitch, Xiao Heng knew she was about to make a foolish remark. Having indulged too much in drink the previous night, he felt too lethargic to engage in idle chatter and simply raised his arms, blandly commanding, "Come here and help me change." Xiao Heng seldom ordered her around. Yet today he appeared to be in a rather foul mood. Jinzhi hesitated briefly, but then obediently climbed down from the bed, raising her hands to unfasten his belt. Having never assisted anyone in changing clothes before, and with Xiao Heng's stature towering over her, her small hands fumbled awkwardly for some time. Her forearms grew weary as she finally loosened the collar, and then she proceeded to untie his waist belt. Once the belt was undone, the neckline slackened completely, revealing his collarbone, which seemed to silently entice. Jinzhi inadvertently stole a glance and quickly averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt as she adjusted his belt. Her ears tinged with a delicate blush. In stark contrast to her bashfulness, Xiao Heng unabashedly focused on the rosy tips of her ears. They glowed like ripening little peaches, evoking an irresistible desire to taste them. "I went to the flower house last night," he suddenly remarked. Jinzhi's hands paused in their task, and she quickly lifted her eyes to meet his. Yet, she soon realized her reaction was inappropriate and promptly lowered her gaze, biting her lip as she murmured, "Oh, you seem quite proud of visiting the flower house." Jinzhi couldn't help but silently criticize him. Standing before her, he loomed tall, his voice in the dim light of the room taking on a cold and detached tone. "Were you happy about it?" he asked nonchalantly, with an air of casual indifference. Jinzhi was taken aback, instinctively looking up to find the corners of his elongated eyes arched in a teasing and haughty manner. She felt bewildered, responding, "What is there for me to be happy about?" Xiao Heng's expression remained inscrutable as he continued to gaze down at her. "Isn't it what you wanted me to do?" He towered over her, his emotionless demeanor exuding an undeniable pressure. Jinzhi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, stammering in her defense, "I did not." "Don't speak nonsense." Whether he visited the brothel was of no concern to her. However, his need to return and boast about it was somewhat excessive. With a slight furrow in her brow, she expressed her disdain, yet in the eyes of Xiao Heng, it was clearly a display of a petty tantrum. Suddenly, his mood brightened considerably as he reached out to pinch her chubby little face, softly inquiring, "Are you unhappy?" Jinzhi instinctively froze, blinking in confusion. Was she truly unhappy? In reality, she felt quite conflicted. Ever since she learned that Xiao Heng's beloved was a courtesan, her heart was filled with both astonishment and an inexplicable melancholy. When he mentioned spending the night at the brothel, she found herself feeling oddly envious. She couldn't help but wonder with which beautiful sister he had been intimately involved. The eagerness with which he returned to flaunt his experience struck her as rather trivial. Did a sexual relationship truly warrant such pride? Jinzhi thought indignantly. Chapter 49, Mun. Are you playing with fire? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't resist stealing a glance at him. Xiao Heng happened to be looking at her as well, and their eyes met, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Noticing her silence, he leaned in slightly closer, his voice low and husky from the wine, asking, "Are you unhappy?" Jinzhi stepped back a half step, murmuring quietly, "No, just a bit sour, nothing to be upset about." After all, even if she were unhappy, what could it change? Could he still comfort her? Perhaps all his patience and indulgence had already been bestowed upon the girl he spent the night with. In her preoccupation with guessing his feelings, she failed to notice that her tone had taken on a hint of bitterness. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng's spirits soared. It was clear that she still cared about his visit to the brothel. He reached out to caress her hair, lowering himself slightly, with a teasing lilt in his voice. "Jinzhi, if you admit you're unhappy, I want to go again." Jinzhi, however, paid him no mind. What was their relationship? What right did she have to be displeased? Looking at Xiao Heng's triumphant expression, a sudden pang of jealousy and grievance welled up within her. She forcefully pushed him away and feigned calmness, saying, "Why would I be unhappy? You're 24 now, and it's not every day you find someone you like. I should be celebrating for you." Xiao Heng was taken aback by her sudden push, gazing at her in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Jinzhi feeling somewhat guilty under his intense scrutiny, retorted defiantly, "Of course I am." His expression instantly darkened. Did she truly not care for him at all? The alcohol surged within him, creating an unbearable heat throughout his body. His gaze turned cold, yet it lingered on her delicate face, filled with a restrained intensity. Jinzhi possessed a slightly plump, oval face untouched by the passage of time, with delicate and exquisite features that exuded youthful innocence. Her skin, fair and tender, appeared almost translucent, resembling a meticulously crafted porcelain doll. Xiao Heng, feeling an uncontrollable urge that had long been restrained, suddenly pulled her towards him, grasping her wrist and pinning it against the bedpost beside them. A jolt of surprise coursed through Jinzhi as she instinctively balled her small hand into a fist, pushing against his chest with all her might. Xiao Heng had intended to kiss her, but her evasion caused his lips to merely graze the wisps of hair behind her ear. Nevertheless, where their skin made contact, a tingling sensation ignited. What? Is this man playing with fire? Jinzhi's heart raced, and she quickly clenched her fist, determined to create distance between them. However, Xiao Heng's strength was beyond her comparison. With little effort, he encircled her waist, lifting her off the ground as he leaned down to kiss her once more. This time, Jinzhi's reaction was swifter. As he lowered his head, she seized the moment, tilting her head back and playfully biting his chin. His chin, adorned with a stubbly growth, left a stinging sensation as her tongue inadvertently brushed against it. Startled, Jinzhi released her hold, left momentarily dazed. What a twist! Initially, he sought to kiss her forcefully, yet it was she who had inadvertently claimed a kiss. Flushed with embarrassment, Jinzhi felt an overwhelming urge to flee through the window. But as the sting on his chin registered, Xiao Heng suddenly sobered, realizing the gravity of his actions. He raised a hand to touch his chin, where a small bite had left a faint mark, glistening with moisture. A glance downward revealed the young woman's eyes were red-rimmed, seemingly anxious that he might continue his drunken antics. Her small hands anxiously clutched at his collar, wrinkling the fabric deeply. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, reflecting an uncertainty that struck Xiao Heng like a bucket of cold water, restoring his clarity and composure. What had he just done? Had he frightened her? He gently set her back on the ground, slowly loosening his grip and taking a step back, his gaze fixated on her reddened eyes with a hint of unease. A creeping sense of guilt and regret enveloped him, as the room fell silent, allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats and breaths. After a moment, Jinzhi's face felt as if it were ablaze as she timidly withdrew her hand and whispered, "Master, you've had too much to drink." Xiao Heng, his voice hoarse, murmured an acknowledgement, adjusting his collar, his gaze becoming distant and detached. "You should leave," he urged, fearing that her presence might provoke him to lose control once more. Without a second thought, Jinzhi fled the room, the beaded curtains swaying and casting fleeting shadows that shattered his thoughts. He had been on the brink of kissing her. But what would that have changed? Did he truly dare to claim her now? With tensions rising between Yongzhou and Liangzhou, and with his relationship with Gu Chen fraught with conflict, it seemed evident that the young woman remained blissfully unaware of the complexities of love. If he desires her, it should be under her willing consent, rather than seizing her in a moment of vulnerability. Jinzhi fled outside, leaving him alone in the room. Although he had loosened his garments, Xiao Heng had no intention of undressing further. He simply reclined on the grand bed, heavily shutting his eyes. The remnants of the wine lingered with a slight sourness, the after-effects constricting his heart with discomfort. Yet his mind was consumed by the image of her misty, bewildered gaze, filled with panic and uncertainty. Though she was in his embrace, the resistance in her eyes was unmistakably genuine. He had plotted this for a long time, while she believed him to be merely intoxicated and acting on a whim. The wind chimes danced incessantly in the breeze. After Jinzhi dashed out, she dared not return, fearing that Xiao Heng would awaken and realize she had just taken advantage of him. However, with nowhere else to go, she could only sit on the steps of the porch. The manor was eerily quiet. The servants had finished their chores and retreated to their quarters. And even Tanyan was absent at this hour. Only the occasional flutter of birds in the sky broke the silence, before everything returned to tranquility. Gu Jinzhi found a dry twig on the ground and absent-mindedly scratched in the dirt, her mind still occupied with a recent intimate encounter, her heart unable to find peace. She had just bitten him. It was a bite, not a kiss. He had made the first move, and had it not been for his drunken folly, he would not have sought to kiss her. Gu Jinzhi's thoughts were as muddled as a tangle of thick paste, her small hand gripping the twig as she suddenly realized she had inscribed the character in the earth. Startled, she hurriedly erased the markings with the twig, only to grip it too tightly, the sharp tip piercing her delicate palm. At that moment of pain, Gu Jinzhi nearly cried out, quickly discarding the twig. However, a crimson droplet of blood had already oozed from the wound, burning with a sharp sting. Now utterly distracted from thoughts of Xiao Heng, she hastily squeezed the blood from the wound, finding a clean patch of snow to wipe her hands, cleverly staunching the flow. The cut was not too deep, but the absence of medicine left her anxious about infection. Thus, Gu Jinzhi made her way to Tan Yun's quarters, hoping to procure some ointment, only to pause at the door, hearing rustling sounds inside, as if others were present. The servants in the manor were few, all residing in this row of side rooms. Tan Yun, her personal maid, typically occupied her own chamber alone. Who could be in her room at this hour? Curiosity piqued, Gu Jinzhi pressed her ear against the door, faintly discerning a quarrel unfolding within. I truly slept alone last night. The master was in the adjacent room. How could I dare to call for the young lady to accompany me? That was mere pretense before, it doesn't tea count. I want tea go again. Is that acceptable? In an instant, Gu Jinzhi recognized the voice. Zhao Guan. Chapter 50. He didn't even ask me to stay. Gu Jinzhi gasped in surprise. Before she could compose herself, the argument within seemed to have concluded, and the tone shifted, the conversation turning sweet and tender. It is entirely my fault for causing you distress. I assure you, it shall not happen again. The next time you visit the flower house, I shall remain outside and refrain from entering. I am not a fickle person. Having crossed paths with you, I shall take responsibility for you. Gu Jinzhi stood outside, both astonished and intrigued. Indeed, witnessing others in love is far more captivating. Yet, a twinge of melancholy soon enveloped her. If Zhao Guan vowed to be responsible for her, did that mean Tan Yun would remain here? Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled as the door swung open. Gu Jinzhi, caught off guard, hastily turned to face the wall, attempting to render herself invisible. Zhao Guan, equally surprised by the presence at the door, cautiously peered out, only to find Gu Jinzhi almost pressing her face against the wall. He immediately froze, his face flushing red. "Princess, what are you doing here?" Gu Jinzhi, still facing the wall, tried to diminish her presence, her voice muffled. "I happened to pass by, but you may consider me deaf and blind, knowing nothing." At that moment, Tan Yun heard the commotion outside and stepped out, instantly taken aback. "Princess." Fearing the atmosphere would become even more awkward, Gu Jinzhi decisively grasped Tan Yun's wrist and, without hesitation, pulled her into the room, slamming the door shut behind them. Inside, only the two of them remained, while Zhao Guan paced anxiously outside, worried that Gu Jinzhi might make things difficult for Tan Yun. After knocking several times without a response, he was left in a quandary, unable to shake his unease. He resolved to seek help urgently. "When did you and Zhao Jinwei become involved?" Gu Jinzhi spoke to Tan Yun in a tone of utmost seriousness for the first time. However, Tan Yun, bowed low, did not dare to respond, merely whispering for mercy, "Princess, please forgive me." Gu Jinzhi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue. Tan Yun had grown up alongside her, loyally accompanying her throughout the years. Even when Gu Jinzhi was to be wed to the Prince of Jinan, Tan Yun willingly consented to accompany her without a hint of complaint. Given the circumstances, Gu Jinzhi did not wish to blame her. Love is a natural human emotion. As a princess, she was compelled to marry for the sake of her people's stability and well-being. Yet, Tan Yun was different. She had served her faithfully for so many years, and Gu Jinzhi hoped for a brighter future for her. Therefore, she had previously contemplated finding a suitable match for Tan Yun upon her return to Liangzhou. She gently helped Tan Yun to her feet, softly inquiring, "So, do you intend to marry him?" Tan Yun, head bowed, dared not speak. She certainly wished to marry the one she cherished. However, as the princess's maid, if Gu Jinzhi did not grant her freedom from servitude, it would be impossible for her to wed Zhao Guan. Gu Jinzhi discerned her apprehension. Biting her lip in contemplation, she earnestly declared, "If you truly care for one another, I shall support your union. I will also speak on your behalf to my master. Yet, my second brother is soon to arrive in Yongzhou. One side apart, you will be left here alone, with no one to protect you." In an instant, Tan Yun grasped her meaning. This was her way of facilitating the bond between herself and Zhao Guan. She immediately knelt down again and bowed her head deeply to her, which Tang Yun understood. Gu Jinzhi helped her up and sighed softly, stating that as long as she was aware of her own heart, it was sufficient. After all, it was her own life, and she had chosen her own path. It is rare to encounter someone who genuinely cares for you, and I'm truly happy for you. Tang Yun noticed that she seemed burdened with thoughts and could not help but ask, "Princess, then why do you still wish to leave?" Gu Jinzhi returned to her senses, puzzled, and replied, "Why would I stay here?" Tang Yun stole a glance at her, stammering, "The Lord is actually quite good to you." As an observer, she clearly saw every action of Xiao Heng towards her princess. Xiao Heng, accustomed to being aloof, never spoke of his affections, yet his actions unmistakably revealed his feelings. If he were not deeply enamored, would he buy wind chimes and bracelets to make her happy? Would he use the finest materials to craft her a cloak? Would he carry her back after a tiring outing? Yet, the thoughts that occupied Tang Yun's mind were not unfamiliar to Gu Jinzhi. He was indeed quite kind to her. However, he had explicitly stated that he did not favor older women pursuing younger men. Besides, wasn't there already someone in his heart? First, there was the ambiguous childhood friend, and then a courtesan from a brothel. As Gu Jinzhi pondered these matters, a wave of bitterness surged within her, leading her to force a dry smile, suppressing her disappointment. Yet he never said he wanted me to stay. After spending a brief moment in Tang Yun's room, discussing serious matters and tending to her palm's injury, Gu Jinzhi planned to return to her own chamber. She rushed out, hastily leaving without donning a cloak, and, after merely a short stay inside, the chill of the wind penetrated her, causing her spirit to soar. Should she stealthily return to retrieve her cloak? The room was silent, likely still in slumber, and thus she feared no further absurdities from him. Gathering her courage, Gu Jinzhi cautiously pushed open the door. A beaded curtain separated the inner room from the outer hall. She lifted the curtain, careful not to disturb the beads, and once she nimbly slipped inside, she turned to gently lower the curtain. Her movements were slow and quiet, but just as she turned around, she was nearly startled into a scream. Xiao Heng, having risen unbeknownst to her, stood behind her, fastening his belt. His expression indifferent as he regarded the little thief who thought herself undetected. Gu Jinzhi exclaimed, "A living person awakens without a sound. How many years would one be sentenced for noise here?" Realizing that he had witnessed her cautious antics, her heart almost bled with embarrassment. To preserve her dignity, she pressed her lips together and explained nonchalantly, "It is cold outside. I came in to fetch a piece of clothing." Xiao Heng glanced down at her, and indeed, even her nose had turned red from the cold, resembling a little kitten who had been terribly bullied. He adjusted his Adam's apple, yearning to pull her into his embrace to warm her, yet fearing that it would frighten her away again. Instead, he merely cleared his throat and nodded towards the wardrobe, indicating that she should change into something else. Gu Jinzhi, still in a daze, blinked and asked, "Change what?" She had originally planned to wear the newly tailored lilac crossover dress, which accentuated her long legs with its high-waisted design, leaving her reluctant to change. Xiao Heng narrowed his eyes, the corners lifting slightly, his tone as languid as ever. "I'll take you riding." Upon hearing the words riding, Gu Jinzhi's eyes sparkled with delight, finally noticing that he was clad in a black patterned riding outfit. Why was he suddenly so kind as to take her riding? Confusion filled her mind, yet she saw that his expression was now clear, no longer the foggy visage of drunkenness from earlier. Perhaps he had indeed been drunk, and now that he was sober, he had forgotten everything. Since he had no recollection, she saw no need to bring it up, wishing to avoid any awkwardness between them. Thus, Gu Jinzhi contemplated for a moment before retrieving her own riding attire from the wardrobe. Her riding outfit had been crafted the previous year alongside a silver fox cloak. The fabric was a vibrant red, with a deeper crimson collar, intricately embroidered with the same subtle patterns as Xiao Heng's attire, the vivid hues enhancing her fair and delicate skin. Initially, Jinzhi assumed that going riding meant each of them would have their own horse. However, upon stepping outside, she discovered that Xiao Heng had only brought along his own black steed. "Don't I have a horse?" Jinzhi queried, standing on the steps. Looking at him in confusion, Xiao Heng took the reins with a chuckle and retorted, "Can you ride?" Jinzhi rolled her eyes, indignant. "Who do you look down upon?" As a child, she had been quite the wild spirit, recalling how she had procured a small black horse from her father, the emperor, when she was 4 or 5. Although she couldn't ride outside the palace, there was an equestrian area within, and she often spent her time there riding for pleasure. By her calculations, the horse had been with her for nearly a decade. What had Xiao Heng been doing at 5? Playing in the mud, perhaps? How dare he look down on her? Unbeknownst to Jinzhi, her defiant demeanor was endearing to him, appearing adorably fierce. He chuckled softly, mounted his horse, and extended a hand towards her. "Come up." Jinzhi, with great resolve, refused. "I want tea." They had nearly kissed moments ago. Even if he had forgotten after a nap, she was the only sober party involved and felt they should maintain some distance. However, Xiao Heng suddenly leaned down from his horse. "I've indulged you," with his impatient tone, before Jinzhi could utter a sound of surprise. He swept her onto the horse behind him. Chapter 51. Let us not leave, shall we? The first thing Jinzhi did upon being hoisted onto the horse was to clutch his cloak to shield her face. She vividly remembered the biting cold winds that had slapped her face the first time he took her riding back to Yongzhou. However, before she could make a move, Xiao Heng instinctively wrapped his cloak around her, enveloping her in his embrace, as if to shield her from the biting wind. Jinzhi felt his arm encircle her waist, and she instinctively flinched, but as he grasped the reins before her, contact was inevitable. The firmness of the man's muscular arm exuded an inexplicable sense of security and reliability. Jinzhi considered turning her head to ascertain whether he truly had forgotten that she had just bitten him, yet upon meeting his gaze, she felt as if scalded. Hastily averting her eyes, "Are you settled?" His husky, deep voice whispered near her ear, his breath warming the tips of her ears. Jinzhi replied softly. It seemed he genuinely had forgotten. Alcohol truly is a marvelous thing, she mused, allowing one to take advantage without a hint of guilt. Noticing she was steady, Xiao Heng tightened his legs around the horse's belly and galloped toward the outskirts of the city. The late winter landscape of Yong City remained draped in a silver shroud. As they passed through the city gates, the guards, recognizing their passenger, swiftly opened the heavy gates, permitting him to surge forth. The sound of hooves striking the ground resonated, and the wind rushed from all directions as Xiao Heng carried Jinzhi toward the grassy fields beyond the city. After what felt like an eternity, Jinzhi sensed her thighs beginning to chafe, only to realize that the wind outside had seemingly slowed. Yet, Xiao Heng did not halt his steed. He appeared intent on showing her something, remaining silent, as if to release pent-up emotions. The hooves beat rapidly, and the swirling wind tangled their cloaks. The snow on the grasslands had yet to melt, with yellowed, dried grass mingling with the silvery snow melt, stretching from their immediate vicinity to the horizon. Mirror-like lakes punctuated the scenery, while herds of cattle and sheep grazed in the distance. Xiao Heng urged her deeper into the grasslands until they reached a deep ravine, where he finally reined in the horse. As the wind quieted, Jinzhi peeked out from his embrace, instantly awestruck by the breathtaking panorama before her. This place was unlike the southern mountains. As far as the eye could see, it was a mesmerizing tapestry that stirred the heart. In that moment of wonder, Xiao Heng dismounted and led her, still seated upon the horse, into the fields. Jinzhi felt an odd familiarity in the way he guided the horse. Yet she could not recall where she had seen such a sight before. "Over there is the hunting ground," Xiao Heng suddenly spoke. Jinzhi snapped back to attention, following his gaze ahead. Noticing her interest in the scenery, he continued, "In 2 months, the hunting season will commence." His eyes seemed to transcend the wind and seasons. his expression softening with warmth, as if he were pouring all his emotions into this land, an affection she had never witnessed before. As Jinzhi observed him, listening to his leisurely words, he spoke of past spring hunts. If fortune smiles upon us, we might catch sight of black bears and clouded leopards. However, more often than not, we encounter hares and forest musk deer. They are swift. Sometimes we barely have time to knock an arrow before they vanish. He gestured toward a distant body of water. That is Bailu Lake. In summer, the winter snow from the mountains melts and flows into it. On clear days, it resembles a green gem. He pointed toward a mountain. Do you see that peak? It is still capped with snow, yet within lies a hot spring. I had a hut built beside me, where I could soak in warmth on winter nights while gazing at the stars. Listening to his vivid descriptions of this place throughout the seasons, Jinzhi could not help but gasp softly in wonder. Before her lay a desolate winter scene, yet he wielded a magical brush, painting the hunting grounds, lakes, hot springs, and stars upon a canvas, unfurling a breathtaking paradise before her eyes. Xiao Heng continued to gaze into the distant mountains and rivers. This land had been stained with the blood of his ancestors, ultimately entrusted to him. Yet now, his desire for her to witness its beauty stemmed from a hope that she would choose to stay. Jinzhi, still captivated by the distant hills and lakes, suddenly caught the unwavering gaze of Xiao Heng upon her. She turned her head, lowering her eyes in confusion, and asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" Xiao Heng extended his hand toward her, beckoning her to come down. After a moment's contemplation, Jinzhi obediently placed her hand in his, allowing him to half lift her down from the horse. The wound on her palm had scabbed over. When the scab brushed against his palm, he paused, then turned her small hand over to reveal the injury. "Where did you get this?" His gaze darkened momentarily, revealing a hint of unrecognized concern and tenderness. This girl was indeed delicate. Despite being under his watchful eye, she seemed to find ways to hurt herself. Jinzhi felt his reaction was excessive. The wound was no larger than a fingernail and had long ceased to pain her. Thus she softly explained, "Oh, I accidentally got it while playing with a twig this morning." Xiao Heng grunted in acknowledgement, holding her small hand firmly instead of releasing it. He began to rub it gently in his palm, his voice tinged with an inexplicable frustration. "I have been thinking these past few days. You have been living in the manor for some time, yet it seems I have not taken proper care of you. You have taken care of me well enough. It's a blessing you do not mistreat me," Jinzhi thought, tracing circles with her toes on the ground, quietly chastising him in her heart. She found herself puzzled by his sudden remark. However, after spending so much time together, she understood that although Xiao Heng appeared stern, he was far gentler with her than her own uncle. Yet, they were not related by blood, and having stayed for so long, she realized that if he were to release her, it would be time for her to depart. Thus, with a hint of bewilderment, she blinked at him as he carefully cradled her small hand in his palm, massaging it tenderly. "Zatsa," Xiao Heng suddenly called her name. The man stood against the setting sun, enveloped in a warm golden glow, casting an ambiguous aura upon his expression. Jinzhi responded with a soft tilting her head slightly to meet his gaze. Due to the backlighting, his features were partially obscured in the interplay of light and shadow, while his eyelashes shimmered translucently in the light. Such a seemingly hardened man possessed delicate, long lashes that, when lowered, shielded his eyes' coldness, imparting a sense of solitude and desolation. Xiao Heng continued to hold her hand, remaining silent, as if he were yet to find the words to speak. After a considerable time had passed, Jinzhi's hand had grown warm within his grasp. He suddenly called out to her again, his voice growing deeper and more hoarse. "Jinzhi." Jinzhi gazed at his lowered head, feeling a pang of loneliness and desolation, her heart inexplicably softening. She quickly replied, "I'm here." The crisp breeze of the meadow tousled her hair. Jinzhi suddenly recalled the refreshing scent that lingered around him. It was reminiscent of mountains and lakes. The vast expanse of the meadow unfurled behind him, the dry yellow grass swaying in the wind, carried away into the distance. In a far-off view, the lake shimmered like a mirror, with snowmelt cascading down from the mountain ravines. The surrounding wind grew faint and indistinct, as if a dream had reached its conclusion, rendering all scenes hazy and ethereal within the white mist. Jinzhi felt as though she remained ensconced in a dream. For the youth who had once appeared in her dreams seemed to step forth from this very tableau, his features gradually aligning with Xiao Heng's. Then, she witnessed him bowing his head to take her hand gently into his own. Moments later, a kiss landed softly in her palm. "Don't go, please?" he asked in a low, hoarse voice. Chapter 52. Always only you. At the sound of his words, the wind ceased its whisper. The surroundings fell into silence, the air crisp and invigorating. Yet her small hand, cradled in his palm, felt fervently warm. Jinzhi's mind swirled in confusion as she met his intense gaze, her heart racing wildly, yet she feigned calmness and replied softly, "You're not my brother. If I stay, what would I do here?" Xiao Heng looked at the bewildered young girl, his throat tightening slightly. He gazed at her unwaveringly. "I may not be your brother, but I can still take care of you." Surely, this would convey his intentions to her. However, Jinzhi fell silent. Her mind was muddled, yet her palm still burned with the kiss he had left behind. When he said he would care for her, did that imply he intended to marry her? Or was it merely a fleeting whim, a momentary flirtation? Moreover, had he not just confessed to having someone he liked? This man frequently frequented flower houses and indulged in wine, likely uttering the same sweet nothings to countless others. Previously, she had been detained in his residence, forced to engage in superficial exchanges. Even when he had taken her assertively, it had been merely a loss of innocence, not an entrapment of the heart. Now, when he urged her not to leave, he was prompting her to contemplate whether she truly desired to remain by his side, under his care. What then of the courtesan whom he admired? Though still young and somewhat trapped by his hold, she harbored aspirations regarding love. If it meant sharing him with another, she would rather embrace solitude for eternity. Jinzhi bit her lip, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she said, "Did you not mention before that you actually have someone you like?" Xiao Heng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped that she was referring to the courtesan she had whimsically conjured. He raised an eyebrow, speechless, and replied, "It is true that I have someone I like, but there has never been any courtesan." Jinzhi blinked in confusion, her gaze locking onto his affectionate eyes. Suddenly, an answer surged within her heart, yet she dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. Seeing her silent, Xiao Heng reached out and gently pinched the tip of her ear, his voice laced with helplessness as he coaxed, "Do you still not understand? The one I have always liked is you." Jinzhi felt a tremor in her heart from his touch and instinctively took a half-step back, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp. However, he held it tenderly yet firmly, leaving her no room for refusal. "Gigi," he called her softly, tightening his grip on her fingers and caressing the back of her hand gently. His voice grew husky as he confessed, "The one I have always liked is you." Jinzhi's eyelashes fluttered, her gaze fixed on him as he lowered his head once more, rubbing her hand affectionately, seemingly wishing to kiss it. Perhaps fearing he might startle her, Xiao Heng ultimately refrained from kissing her hand. When he lifted his head again, his eyes bore a calm seriousness as he patiently awaited her response. For Jinzhi, this was undoubtedly the most significant moment of her life. They often say that marriage is a serious matter, dictated by matchmaking and parental consent. Yet, with her parents gone, she was left with only her second brother in this world. If all went well, she would return to Liangzhou with him, and in a couple of years, he would surely seek out a suitable husband for her once more. Feeling a bit flustered, Jinzhi slowly withdrew her hand from his palm, gathered her thoughts, and tentatively ventured, "But you and my brother have been in a love-hate relationship for so many years, neither of you gaining the upper hand, and both remaining unmarried. Is it not your intention to remain entangled for eternity?" Xiao Heng, fully aware of her line of questioning, pinched her cheek with an exasperated expression and replied flatly, "Do not mention your brother in my presence. Our relationship is not of that nature. I do not fancy men, and my standards are far higher." "Oh," Jinzhi sighed in relief. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, she understood that today she must provide him with an answer, or he would not let her be. However, the notion of simply staying with him was not an easy decision to make. Jinzhi, still in the naive throes of youthful affection, found her feelings for Xiao Heng to be quite complex. Initially, she had been annoyed by him, feeling as though he had abducted her without purpose and often bullied her. Yet, over time, she realized he was not entirely ill-intentioned. Despite his tendency to bicker with her, he treated her well. But who falls deeply in love with someone after merely 2 months of acquaintance? Ultimately, it all seemed driven by mere attraction. Moreover, setting aside Xiao Heng's frequent visits to brothels, there was Meng Qingyan, who admired him, and an unnamed childhood friend, along with a plethora of unwanted advances. Who could say how genuine his intentions were when he insisted on keeping her by his side? Regaining her composure, Jinzhi quietly asked, "We have only known each other for 2 months, and you already intend to care for me for a lifetime?" Xiao Heng looked at her with an indescribable seriousness. Yet his tone was resolute as he replied, "Not just 2 months. Jinzhi." She blinked in confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. "Not just 2 months? Does that imply we met before in Zhongdu?" But even if he had seen her in Zhongdu, how old was she back then? It is said that he departed from Zhongdu at the tender age of 18, while she was merely 9, yet she holds no recollection of him. Observing her bewildered expression, Xiao Heng felt a slight chill in his heart, contemplating that this young girl, having been too young in the past and lacking a good memory, now finds herself in the throes of youthful innocence, still unacquainted with the sensations of affection. Thus, he fell silent for a moment, then tentatively spoke in a low voice. "Can you think carefully about it?" Jinzhi looked up at him, and in his dark eyes, she glimpsed her solitary reflection. Strangely, she always felt a warmth from his gaze, much like now, as his mere observation stirred her heart into a flurry of emotions. Is this the essence of liking someone? It felt both unfamiliar and subtle. Her heart raced, fearful of revealing any signs of shyness in his presence. Yet she was irresistibly drawn to his gaze, unable to refrain from looking at him. Jinzhi could not decipher the nature of her feelings toward Xiao Heng. Nevertheless, she understood the importance of tempering her words, lest she find herself regretting them later. After all, one would discover over time that Xiao Heng was not as disagreeable as he seemed. His unexpected plea for her to stay caught Jinzhi off guard, prompting her to ponder seriously before replying, "May I take some time to consider it?" Hearing her response, Xiao Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The absence of a direct refusal suggested the possibility of hope. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Chapter 53. The complexity of a man's mind. Jinzhi studied him intently as the breeze tousled her loose strands of hair. Xiao Heng gently tucked the wayward locks behind her ear, inadvertently brushing the tip of her ear. Jinzhi's ears were exceptionally sensitive. She instantly felt a rush of warmth coursing through her, instinctively recoiling from his touch and hastily asserting, "Even though I find myself in your grasp now, you must respect me. You cannot force me." Xiao Heng was amused by her earnest and endearing demeanor, unable to suppress a soft chuckle that is only natural. Seizing the opportunity presented by his agreeable disposition, Jinzhi pressed further, "Then I shall move out tonight and return to the East Chamber. Having endured your teasing for so long, it wouldn't be unreasonable to toy with your emotions a bit, would it?" Xiao Heng's expression faltered momentarily. Jinzhi, interpreting his silence as dissent, quickly added, "I haven't agreed to anything yet, and you expect me to share a bed with you? What if you drink too much again and try to kiss me?" Abruptly halting mid-sentence, she recalled how he had been intoxicated the previous night, likely forgetting the events that had transpired upon his return. It was perhaps best not to mention it, to avoid rekindling any intentions he might have already set aside. Xiao Heng gazed at the stammering young woman, amusement glimmering in his eyes. She assumed his prior drunkenness was the cause of his actions, unaware that he had been plotting this for some time. However, the tables had turned, and he found himself acquiescing to her wishes, conceding with a resigned tone, "Very well. After all, the East Chamber is not far away. Besides, you only mentioned moving to the East Chamber, not that I couldn't join you there." Xiao Heng chuckled softly to himself, gazing at her radiant visage, silently indulgent yet unable to conceal his cunning. By the time they rode back in the evening, their hearts were no longer in the same state as when they had set out. Jinzhi sat atop her horse, while Xiao Heng encircled her from behind. Previously, She might not have thought much of such a gesture, but now, as their relationship had evolved to this stage, even seemingly innocuous actions took on new meanings. Jinzhi instinctively tensed her body, unable to resist glancing down at her palm. It had just been kissed by him, and the mere thought of it made her feel inexplicably warm. She found herself somewhat distracted, frequently stealing glances at her hand. Although nothing tangible remained, it felt as though that kiss had transformed into something substantial, firmly imprinted on her skin. Lost in her reverie, Jinzhi was unaware that her subtle movements were observed by the instigator behind her. Noticing her preoccupation with her palm, Xiao Heng smiled faintly to himself, tightening his embrace around the innocent girl. "What would you like to eat for dinner?" he inquired as their horse entered the city. Jinzhi, at that moment, was not particularly hungry. She merely craved something sweet to soothe her mood, so she softly replied, "I would like some candied hawthorn." Xiao Heng acknowledged her request and asked, "Is there more?" He was well aware that Jinzhi had been indulging in culinary delights at home, often mingling with Xiao Dajiao in the kitchen to coax her into preparing delicious treats. Fortunately, he was financially well off. Otherwise, their household would inevitably be depleted by her appetites. Today, Jinzhi found him especially agreeable and resolved to reclaim all the losses she had previously endured at his hands. She directed Xiao Heng to first procure candied hawthorn and pea cakes for her on West Street. Then they proceeded to Changshengyang to select fabrics, and finally to Linglong Zhuang to choose a pair of earrings. Ever since she had moved into the residence, her clothing and supplies had been arranged by Hebo. Nearing 50, was hardly attuned to the current trends and the preferences of a young lady. Consequently, Jinzhi's garments were predominantly comfortable but lacked the refinement and novelty she desired. She had heard that recently, cloud brocade had become quite fashionable among the affluent ladies of Zhongdu. With a rare opportunity to venture out, Jinzhi wished to purchase items that truly pleased her. Xiao Heng followed behind her at the checkout, feeling somewhat perplexed and helpless. The styles of these garments appeared quite similar to those already in their home. "When will you wear so many?" He could not help but remind her, as the weather was soon warm. Jinzhi, unabashed in her shopping spree, boldly retorted, echoing his earlier frugal remarks to irk him further. "After all, you're the one who will be charging it to my brother. Xiao Heng Ziepli." He merely mentioned it in passing. This young girl holds grudges quite well. He playfully pinched the tip of her nose, his tone slightly irritated. "The Duke of Dingbei's residence is prosperous enough. Do I need to keep a ledger on your brother? Am I unable to afford your expenses?" "That is hard to say. Gold will eventually be spent by me," she teased back. Jinzhi, while savoring a candied hawthorn skewer, sat astride her horse, playfully thrusting verbal barbs at him. "But you previously mentioned that my voracious appetite would deplete Yongzhou's resources. If you fear that I will consume everything, it would be better for my brother to take me home. Furthermore, if you genuinely wish to keep me, why do you constantly bully me? It seems you do not truly care for me." Xiao Heng's expression froze at her words. He was acutely aware that he had merely been teasing her. Yet witnessing her apparent distress made his heart swell with unspoken emotion. Instinctively, he called her name, Jinzhi. The sudden use of her full name startled her, leading her to believe he was about to reprimand her, and she promptly fell silent. However, after calling her name, Xiao Heng fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he resumed his casual demeanor, nonchalantly stating, "Loving you and teasing you are not mutually exclusive. You understand?" Jinzhi was taken aback. "You love me yet bully me?" Truly, the male psyche is a labyrinthine enigma. Disinterested in further contemplation, she continued to relish her candied hawthorn. The tangy sweetness, sprinkled with sesame seeds, was her favorite texture, both sweet and crunchy. Delicious morsels are best saved for last. Jinzhi initially intended to save the largest piece for later, but eventually succumbed to temptation and took another bite. After spending the day outside, they returned home as night fell. Xiao Heng opened his cloak slightly, revealing that the little figure before him had already dozed off against his chest, her small hand still tightly clutching the skewer, which now bore only a half-eaten hawthorn. Knowing she was reluctant to consume it all at once, Xiao Heng couldn't help but smile, leaning down to nibble on the remaining half of the skewer from the spot where she had bitten. Hebo approached to lead the horse, ready to assist Gu Jinzhi, but Xiao Heng was quicker, supporting her waist and lifting her down from the horse. Gu Jinzhi stirred awake in his embrace. Just as she was about to look up, she heard him murmur softly in her ear, "It's all right, we are home." Drowsy and not fully comprehending the implications of his words, she murmured an indistinct acknowledgement and allowed herself to be carried into the courtyard. Chapter 54. She almost had to take responsibility for him. Xiao Heng proved to be a man of his word. Upon returning home, he instructed Yibo to arrange for the east wing to be tidied. When Gu Jinzhi first moved into the palace, she had resided in the east wing, so the contents had remained largely untouched, making the task straightforward. After escorting her to her room, Xiao Heng discreetly withdrew, allowing Tan Yun to attend to her bathing needs. By the time Gu Jinzhi was fully awake, she found herself seated in a wooden tub, enveloped in the warm, steamy embrace of the water. The entire bathing chamber was shrouded in a soft mist. As she soaked, a sudden thought struck her. Whatever happened to my candied hawthorn? She distinctly remembered there being a final bite left. Surely it hadn't been misplaced. Tan Yun, having entered to assist her, had not seen the skewer and, upon hearing her inquiry, looked perplexed. "I haven't seen it." Perhaps the princess, in her eagerness to indulge, simply forgot about it. After finishing, while Gu Jinzhi may forget many things, the delights of food are certainly not among them. She distinctly remembers leaving a piece of candy, anticipating that she could savor its sweetness before drifting off to sleep at her residence. To her astonishment, someone had audaciously pilfered her Tonghulu. Upon reflection, she surmised that it was most likely Xiao Heng who had stealthily snatched it while she was asleep. It was unfathomable that, at his age, he would still compete with a young girl for treats. His audacity was as thick as city walls. Gu Jinzhi fumed silently, while Tnyn found the situation oddly amusing. After all, it was merely a piece of candy. If the princess desired it, their lord could certainly procure another. Gu Jinzhi chose to remain silent, not truly vexed over a single Tonghulu. It was the fact that she had already bitten into it that gnawed at her. Did he not notice? Perhaps it was better that he remained oblivious. After all, that Tonghulu bore the imprint of her bite, which could be construed as an indirect kiss. Fortunately, he remained unaware. Otherwise, she might have found herself obligated to him in some manner. After her bath, Gu Jinzhi sat before her vanity, applying honey lotion to her face. The inner chamber of the eastern wing was smaller than Xiao Heng's quarters, yet it was significantly colder. By the time she finished applying the lotion, her feet felt nearly frozen, prompting her to hurriedly burrow beneath the covers, wrapping the quilt around her legs. Perplexed, she inquired of Tnyn, "Is there not a brazier in this room?" Tnyn, while adjusting the bedding, replied earnestly, "Princess, we have never had a charcoal basin in this chamber." It dawned on Gu Jinzhi that she had initially requested a charcoal basin from Yibo due to the chill, but Xiao Heng had insisted it be moved to his own room. Gradually, he had coaxed her into his quarters under the pretense of warmth, and before she knew it, she was residing there. This scheming rascal, could it be that his intentions toward her had been deliberate from that very moment? Gu Jinzhi fell into silence, attempting to unearth the details from the past to discern when Xiao Heng had begun to harbor feelings for her. Unaware of her contemplations or the events of the day, Tnyn assumed that Gu Jinzhi was merely fatigued from her outing. After she settled herself in bed, Tnyn drew the bed curtains and, as she exited, left behind only a solitary oil lamp. Lying on her bed, Gu Jinzhi pondered aimlessly. For deciphering Xiao Heng was no simple task. His words often danced between truth and jest, leaving no one the wiser as to which statements were sincere and which were but playful banter. Despite his claim of wanting to care for her, Gu Jinzhi felt a twinge of unreliability in his assurances. Before she could untangle her thoughts, a soft rustle of beaded curtains caught her attention. Mistaking it for Tnyn, she instinctively asked, "What is it?" The visitor remained silent, seemingly approaching the bedside. Gu Jinzhi swiftly sat upright, pulling aside the bed curtain, only to lock eyes with Xiao Heng, who was bending down with a pillow in hand, seemingly ready to join her. "What are you doing here?" Gu Jinzhi exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "You brought your own pillow?" How could he possess such audacity? Xiao Heng showed no signs of embarrassment, coldly responding with a scoff. It is my palace. Am I not entitled to choose my own chambers? With that, he lifted the bed curtain and made himself comfortable, asserting his position as the head of the household. Upon witnessing this, Jinzhi promptly remarked, "You just said you wouldn't coerce me." Xiao Heng maintained his facade of propriety, placing a pillow beside her and earnestly assuring her, "I promise not to touch you. You're just a young lady. Why do you always think in such a manner? If I truly wished to, I would have done so already." Yet, Jinzhi found it hard to trust him. With utmost seriousness, she rejected, "My mother has said that a man's words are unreliable. He even stole my candied hawthorn. Who knows what underhanded deeds he might contemplate in bed." However, Xiao Heng gazed around, fair-faced, and chuckled softly. "After sharing the same bed for such a long time, have I ever touched you? Besides, a man's words in bed are hardly trustworthy. Am I currently in bed?" Jinzhi thought, "How is he capable of such earnest nonsense?" Nevertheless, she was not so easily deceived. Tilting her face upward, she sought confirmation. "Are you certain you wish to sleep here?" Xiao Heng nodded with conviction. He had no intention of doing anything to her. Yet having her nearby allowed him a sense of security in sleep. Upon seeing his nod, Jinzhi swiftly wrapped herself in the blanket, clutching the pillow as she dashed outside. "Then you sleep here. I shall go to your room." His room was adorned with thick cushions and a charcoal stove. Fearing Xiao Heng might change his mind, Jinzhi scampered away with her short legs, and by the time he processed her departure, she had vanished without a trace. Xiao Heng pondered, wait, what did he intend when he moved the pillow over? Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would one day be left alone in a chamber by a spoiled little brat, clutching a pillow, feeling disheveled in the night wind. In his room, a charcoal stove still remained, and as Jinzhi entered, she felt a warmth akin to paternal love envelop her. Cheerfully, she placed her pillow on the bed, lying in her usual spot, comfortably closing her eyes. Indeed, his room was warm. Jinzhi felt her cleverness in trading rooms was commendable, and she soon fell into a cozy slumber. Perhaps due to Xiao Heng's sudden confession earlier that day, she drifted into a dream where he appeared once more. The scene was familiar, reminiscent of the Lantern Festival banquet when she was 7. The snow on the palace walls was still thick, and she wore a silver fox cloak, chasing the young man in blackout from the banquet, only to find him standing beneath the palace wall with a desolate expression. Jinzhi had always believed he wore a dark ceremonial robe that day. However, tonight's dream was particularly vivid, and she abruptly realized that his attire was actually black with a hint of crimson, much like his character, cold yet inexplicably fierce. In the dream, there should have been passers-by on the palace path, but she could not discern who they were by merely listening to the footsteps. The scene gradually blurred, leaving only the increasingly distinct features of the young man before her. Slowly, his visage transformed into that of Xiao Heng. Chapter 55. A man's upper body holds little value. The sight of Xiao Heng's face in her dream jolted Jinzhi awake. Perhaps it was due to the dream's vividness that Jinzhi felt as though she had been ensnared in its depths for an eternity. Even as the room remained shrouded in darkness, the dawn yet to fully unveil itself. How had Xiao Heng seamlessly woven himself into her dream? Jinzhi's thoughts were muddled as she lay in bed, staring blankly at the bed curtains, unable to untangle the myriad of emotions swirling within her. Events that transpired before the age of 7 had become mere wisps in her memory, blurred by the illness that accompanied her father's passing. Apart from her ever-present mother and her father, along with her occasionally visiting second brother, most people and occurrences felt like fragments lost in time, leaving only solitary snippets that never quite coalesced into a coherent whole. Since her arrival in Yongzhou, she had intermittently dreamt of this scene, but each instance had been disjointed and abrupt, awakening her before she could grasp its essence. This time, however, Xiao Heng had inexplicably entered the dream, and there was an uncanny sense of harmony, as if he were the very protagonist of that reverie. Taking a deep breath, Jinzhi closed her eyes and turned over, hoping to return to that dream and reclaim its sensations. But alas, upon waking, all details had slipped away like grains of sand. The outside world was beginning to brighten, and unable to find solace in sleep, Gu Jinzhi decided to throw off the covers and sit up. Just as she stirred, footsteps echoed from beyond the bed curtains. To her surprise, she realized someone was outside. Before she could discern who it was, a familiar voice gently called out, "Zatsa?" Startled, Gu Jinzhi lifted the bed curtain only to find Xiao Heng standing at the foot of her bed, lowering his head as if to lift the curtain for her. Their eyes met, and Gu Jinzhi, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "What brings you here again?" Xiao Heng, taking in her slightly flushed face, found the situation both amusing and bewildering. With a casual glance, he replied, "I came to get my clothes. Is that not permissible?" This was his room, and naturally his garments were kept here, so it was indeed reasonable for him to enter. Gu Jinzhi dismissed her earlier reservations. After all, they had been sharing the same space for over 2 months, and it would be absurd for her to act like a sheltered maiden, overly concerned about propriety. Noticing her silence, Xiao Heng turned away, bypassing the screen, and began to retrieve his attire from the wardrobe, leisurely shedding his garments to reveal his broad, muscular back. Gu Jinzhi was caught off guard, confronted with such an alluring sight so soon after waking. Internally, she recited a mantra of detachment, mentally categorizing his physique. Yet, the pure-hearted Gu Jinzhi found herself emboldened, gazing intently at him, grappling with the incredulity that this body, so imbued with desire, had only moments prior inhabited her dream. Had she, perhaps, encountered him before? This thought flickered through her mind momentarily. Xiao Heng, having donned his clothing, turned back with an unhurried demeanor, fastening his belt as he noticed Gu Jinzhi staring vacantly at his back. A smirk played at the corners of his lips as he quipped, "Do you enjoy the view?" Gu Jinzhi snapped back to reality at his words. Faced with his playful demeanor, she reciprocated with a smile and casually remarked, "It's acceptable." To be candid, Xiao Heng's beauty deserved a perfect score. However, she could only grant him a 9, for an additional point might inflate his ego. Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by her candid admission. With a scoff, he elongated his tone. Does that not suggest a hint of attraction? Is Gu Jinzhi really that kind of person? She was merely a curious observer, devoid of any malice. Moreover, a man's upper body holds little value. Thus, she firmly admonished him, "Do not attempt to seduce me with your looks. I am not swayed by such tactics." Xiao Heng chuckled softly several times, fastening his belt as he approached her. Leaning in closer, their gazes locked, his voice low and enticing, he inquired, "Then what does our Jinzhi prefer? Pray enlighten me." As Gu Jinzhi noticed him drawing nearer, her heart began to race, yet she feigned calmness, extending her finger to rest against his chest in a gesture of restraint. "I prefer to abide by the rules." The straightforward and honest approach. "Also, could you step back a bit?" A friendly reminder. Being overly provocative may lead one to a perilous fate. Xiao Heng glanced down, observing her delicate finger pressed against his heart. The girl lacked strength, causing a sensation that was both ticklish and numbing. He chuckled again. "Only infidelity leads to such consequences. What we are engaging in can hardly be deemed as such." Gu Jinzhi raised an eyebrow, prepared to listen to whatever absurdity he would utter next, only to hear him lazily declare, "Flirting." After teasing Gu Jinzhi, Xiao Heng's mood lifted considerably. He reached out to ruffle her hair, his tone inadvertently softening. "Go wash up and get ready. Soon, Zhao Dajiao will bring you warm milk." Gu Jinzhi felt her cheeks flush at his playful affection. Before she could respond, he patted her head once more and breezily exited the room. Tan Yun entered to assist her with her grooming and happened to encounter Xiao Heng leaving. She nervously saluted him, but upon entering, her expression morphed into one of confusion. "Princess, did you argue with the Lord last night? Why did you send him to sleep in the eastern chamber?" Gu Jinzhi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, thinking to herself that it was he who had chosen to sleep there, not her. However, such matters were not for Tan Yun's ears. She swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Let us not dwell on that. Has there been any news from my second brother? Why has it taken so long for a letter to arrive?" Tan Yun meticulously styled her hair and replied softly, "I heard arrived a few days ago, but the Lord has prohibited the permanent troops from Liangzhou from entering Yongzhou, so the second prince can only camp at the border." Gu Jinzhi's eyes brightened at this revelation. So, it had indeed arrived. No wonder Xiao Heng had hurriedly donned his riding attire this morning without sharing a word of news. However, it was clear that Gu Cheng's army could not enter. Their previous skirmishes suggested that any encounter could lead to further conflict. As Gu Jinzhi adorned herself with the new earrings she had purchased the previous night, she felt uplifted by her brother's impending arrival. "Make sure to inform me the moment my second brother arrives." Tan Yun acknowledged with a soft yes, then heard Gu Jinzhi asking if Xiao Jinwei had also accompanied the lord out of the city. Tan Yun subtly pressed his lips together and gestured toward the courtyard, indicating that was not the case. Today, the lord had gone with General Xia. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi casually tucked a jade hairpin in her hair and stood up, declaring, "Perfect. I have matters to discuss with him." Chapter 56. Did he share a close bond with my second brother in the past? As Gu Jinzhi stepped out of the room, she spotted Zhao Guan conversing with Yi Bo in the corridor. Hearing Gu Jinzhi call for him, Zhao Guan promptly approached and bowed respectfully, inquiring, "Princess, do you seek my assistance?" Seeing that the courtyard was relatively empty, Gu Jinzhi smiled and invited him into the main hall, taking a seat on the couch. In a gentle tone, she said, "I've summoned you to discuss a few matters. Please do not feel anxious." However, the more she urged him to relax, the more tense Zhao Guan became. Feeling a pang of unease, he hastily clasped his hands and replied, "Please ask away, princess." Gu Jinzhi wasted no time in beating around the bush and directly posed her question in a hushed voice. "When the lord was young and visited Zhongdu, I heard you had already been by his side." Zhao Guan was momentarily taken aback, having assumed Gu Jinzhi sought him out to discuss Tan Yun instead. After a brief hesitation, he nervously nodded and confessed, "Yes. I accompanied the lord in Zhongdu for 8 years before returning with him." Realizing she had indeed approached the right person, Gu Jinzhi lowered her voice even further. "I wish to inquire about something. However, if it is too inconvenient, you need not divulge it." Zhao Guan sensed the gravity of the situation, but still nodded in response. After all, this young princess had become a favored figure in front of the lord and was the rightful master of Tan Yun. He could not afford to offend her. Glancing quickly outside, as if wary of eavesdroppers, Gu Jinzhi lowered her voice once more. "Did the lord have anyone he favored during his time in Zhongdu?" Zhao Guan was taken aback by her inquiry, exclaiming, "I don't believe so." At that time, only the second prince was particularly close to the lord. "My second brother?" Gu Jinzhi's eyes widened in surprise. She had initially intended to inquire about whether Xiao Heng's childhood companion was known in Zhongdu, only to discover that it was her second brother instead. Her focus shifted entirely. "Did he share a close bond with my second brother in the past?" Zhao Guan chuckled lightly. "Close?" They were practically inseparable. Gu Jinzhi was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. The term inseparable is quite vivid. But is it appropriate to describe two men in such a manner? The closeness between Xiao Heng and Gu Chun during their time in Zhongdu was well known. Not a secret at all. Zhao Guan replied without hesitation. Why would there be an issue? They would often go out together, as thick as thieves, and sometimes even bathe together. The lord frequently bought sugar-coated hawthorns for the second prince to take back to the palace. Gu Jinzhi. Going out together? Thick as thieves? Bathing together? Buying sugar-coated hawthorns? Despite their close relationship, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of jealousy. Zhao Guan, taken aback by her overly shocked reaction, was unsure of which of his remarks had gone awry. He instinctively added, "The lord and the second prince used to share a particularly strong bond. But that changed a few years ago when the weapons purchased from us by Liangzhou encountered issues." Gu Jinzhi, somewhat distracted, responded with a disinterested "oh," forcing herself to dismiss images of those strong men in compromising situations. Yet, her mind betrayed her, as memories of yesterday, when Xiao Heng had taken her to the mountains to see the hot springs, flooded her thoughts, particularly the sight of Xiao Heng and Gu Cheng bathing together. It was a notion too scandalous to ponder, and the more she thought about it, the more unclean she felt. Had it not been for Xiao Heng's fervent assurances of his lack of interest in Gu Cheng, Gu Jinzhi might have concocted an elaborate tale of their brotherly affection. Suppressing her rising anxiety, she forced a smile and changed the topic. Let's not dwell on their past matters. My second brother has already arrived, hasn't he? When can we enter the city? Xiao Guan replied. The Lord has sent people out of the city to welcome him and intends to invite the second prince to reside at the manor, allowing him to accompany the princess. However, the troops from Liangzhou cannot enter the city, so we will need to discuss their arrangements. Gu Jinzhi could easily deduce that much. After all, Gu Cheng was now governor. Asking him to leave his army at the borders of Yongzhou and reside alone at the Dingbei prince's mansion was fraught with peril should any unforeseen events arise, as the state militia outside would be unable to rescue him in time. Initially, she thought the two would remain at an impasse over this issue for some time. Yet in the afternoon, as she took a brief rest, she was vaguely aware of a commotion outside, with voices raised, some seemingly laced with curses. Just as she sat up, Xiao Heng lifted the beaded curtain and entered. Noticing she had just awakened, he paused momentarily, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he inquired, "Awake?" Gu Jinji's cheeks were flushed from sleep, as if imbued with natural rouge. Xiao Heng felt a sudden urge to reach out and touch her to gauge the texture of her skin. Remarkably, they had shared a bed for over 2 months. Yet he had never taken the opportunity to embrace her properly, oblivious to his intense gaze fixed upon her face. Gu Jinji threw off the covers and curiously peered out the window. "Is someone out there? Has my second brother arrived?" Xiao Heng, still captivated by her innocent visage, softened his voice. "Yes, your second brother has come." Overjoyed, Gu Jinji immediately prepared to dash outside. But as she took a step, Xiao Heng grasped her sleeve, pulling her back with a hint of discontent and an imperceptible possessiveness. "Change your clothes before going out." Only then did Gu Jinji recall that she was still dressed in her nightwear. Swiftly, she dashed to the wardrobe, rummaging for her favorite attire, a delicate green dress. Watching her flit about the room like a jubilant little hamster, Xiao Heng found both amusement and an inexplicable agitation. He relished her happiness, her eyes sparkled, and her brows danced with joy. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that her delight was not meant for him. Gu Jinch retreated behind the screen to change her attire. As she removed her undergarment, she reached for the dress draped over the wooden rack, her voice light and cheerful as she inquired, "My lord, did you just go to fetch my second brother?" "Indeed," Xiao Heng replied, standing within the room. His gaze lowered as he idly toyed with the rouge and powder placed upon her vanity. Ever since she had taken residence in his quarters, the dressing table had accumulated an array of delicate containers for her use. There were several shades of blush, and he found himself wondering when her petite face, not much larger than his palm, would ever exhaust such a bounty. Oblivious to his musings, Gu Jinch expressed her surprise. "Isn't your brother concerned about you hosting him for a banquet of treachery? It's quite rare for him to willingly reside in your abode." Xiao Heng set down the rouge box, poised to respond, when his attention was suddenly drawn to a faint silhouette behind the screen. Chapter 57. Second brother. The screen in the inner chamber was crafted from silk and embroidered with a picturesque scene of southern rivers and mountains. Although it was not entirely translucent, the bright daylight revealed a subtle outline from behind. Gu Jinch, having just reached the age of maturity, still bore the visage of a youthful maiden at first glance. Yet, divested of her garments, she revealed a beauty akin to carved jade, delicate and exquisite. The young girl, unguarded, remained unaware that her form was not entirely concealed. While changing, she engaged him in light conversation. Startled by the sight, Xiao Heng hastily turned to face the window, his throat involuntarily tightening. After a moment of composure, he hoarsely replied, "At first, he was reluctant, but I persuaded him." Gu Jinch detected the rasp in his voice and felt a flicker of confusion. Why did the mention of Gu Ch render him so hoarse? However, she refrained from delving deeper into her thoughts and curiously tilted her head, asking, "How did you persuade him?" Xiao Heng, idly tracing the window rail, noticed the newly planted apricot tree beginning to bud, its tender green shoots fragile and delicate, uncertain if they would bloom this year. He withdrew his gaze, turning just as Gu Jinch emerged, having completed her change. The pale green dress accentuated her smooth, fair skin, resembling a tender sprout in need of careful nurturing. Xiao Heng regarded her and, with an unexpected smile, remarked, I merely spoke the truth. I informed him that you now reside in my quarters. He was eager to accompany me back to the estate. Gu Jinch replied, "You are indeed remarkable." Seeing her glare, Xiao Heng innocently shrugged. "I did not speak falsely. You truly are living in my quarters, albeit I have relocated to the eastern wing." Gu Jinch pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Just as they found themselves in an impasse, Xiao Heng, anticipating her displeasure, prepared to mollify her, when suddenly a male voice called from outside, "Jinzhi." Gu Jinch was momentarily taken aback before sprinting out. Xiao Heng, caught off guard, was left behind, his carefully prepared words falling into silence. He watched her retreating figure, a wave of inexplicable frustration washing over him. Why was this young lady so quick to divert her attention? Her second brother had already been brought back, yet she was so eager to see him. His desire to keep her close intensified suddenly. However, before he could step out of the house, he was abruptly halted by the sound of footsteps outside. The wind chimes hung in the porch jingled lightly as Gu Jinch hurried past, brushing her head against them. In the open space of the yard stood two figures. The one in the lead was of similar stature to Xiao Heng, adorned in a red robe embroidered with golden threads, exuding an aura befitting royalty at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, despite his tall frame, he slouched, his gaze unfocused and carefree, exuding an air of unreliability. Having not seen her second brother for several years, Gu Jinch almost failed to recognize him. But the unmistakable aura of nonchalance immediately gave him away. As soon as she identified him, she rushed forward eagerly, but just as her foot landed on the stairs, she suddenly recalled that she was no longer a mere child, and such familiarity seemed inappropriate. Instinctively, she halted, tripped slightly on the steps, and stood a few paces away, tinged with youthful shyness. Gu Cheng, after all, was a prince, raised in pampered surroundings, even though Xiao Heng did not allow him to bring many attendants into the residence. His regal demeanor remained intact. As he posed in the courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback when a lovely young lady dashed out from the house. Failing to recognize her at first, upon hearing her familiar call of second brother, his surprise turned to excitement as he promptly strode towards her. He had expected the girl to joyfully leap into his embrace, but to his astonishment, Gu Jinch stopped short, standing awkwardly a distance away. Gu Cheng paused, realization dawning upon him. Feeling a touch of nostalgia, he chuckled and exclaimed, "What are you doing standing there? Come here quickly. Have you grown so big since I last saw you?" Having not seen her for years, he had still envisioned her as the 7-year-old child he once knew, only to find that she had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Overcome with emotion, he stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, affectionately ruffling her hair, only to discover that she was not as tall as he imagined, barely reaching his chin. "How can you still be so short at this age?" he remarked bluntly, his excitement overshadowing his tact. "Have you not grown much these years?" Gu Jinch, initially moved to tears at their reunion, felt her emotions dissipate upon hearing his words. Leaning against Gu Cheng's chest, she murmured softly, "Second brother, could you please be quiet for a moment? I want to savor this feeling." Gu Cheng halted, pulling her from his embrace with an amused yet speechless expression. "You ungrateful girl. The first thing you say when we meet is for your brother to be quiet. Have you forgotten who brought you all those treats when you were little?" Of course, Gu Jinch remembered that it was her second brother who had brought her delicious snacks from outside the palace. She adored candied hawthorns, and nearly every time Gu Cheng entered the palace, he would bring her one. However, Gu Chen's mouth was undeniably as infuriating as Xiao Heng's. It is no wonder that these two have remained single to this day. Yet, she would never dare voice such thoughts in Gu Chen's presence. Thus, she persisted in clinging to him, showering him with affectionate compliments, proclaiming, "Second brother is the best to me. I like second brother the most." Just as Xiao Heng was about to step over the threshold, he paused upon hearing those words. "Second brother is the best. You like second brother the most?" His heart jolted, and he silently clenched his jaw. Xiao Heng was aware of the close bond between Gu Jinzhi and her second brother, but he had not anticipated it to be this profound. Witnessing such sibling affection was almost unbearable for him, and his irritation surged anew. He contemplated retreating to the study to avoid the scene, thinking that out of sight would mean out of mind. However, upon seeing Gu Jinzhi nuzzling against Gu Chun like a spoiled child, he felt compelled to witness just how many ways she could express her endearments. Neither of the two in the courtyard noticed when he emerged. Gu Chun, flattered by his beloved sister's praise, was in high spirits and affectionately tousled her hair, remarking, "Now that's more like it." His little sister had always been adept at flattering, albeit insincerely. It was still delightful to hear. Yet, Gu Jinzhi nestled against his chest, her eyes secretly glistening with tears. It had been nearly 8 years since she last saw her second brother after their father's passing. Despite some estrangement, the bond of blood provided her with an inexplicable sense of comfort. Chapter 58. Second brother takes you home at this moment. Gu Chen finally noticed the redness around the girl's eyes. He was not accustomed to comforting others and hurriedly attempted to wipe her tears away, exclaiming, "Why are you crying? At your age, you shouldn't be so childish." The emotional fragility that accompanied a family reunion left Gu Jinzhi feeling even more vulnerable. His words made her nose tingle with emotion. When she looked up, she noticed that Gu Chen's eyes were even redder than hers. Seizing the opportunity, she murmured softly, "You're 9 years older than me, and you're crying too?" They were siblings, and when they cried, their noses both turned shade of red. Gu Jinzhi, being a young girl, appeared pitiful, while Gu Chun, as a grown man, seemed rather comical. Her comment prompted him to hastily wipe his face and defensively retort, "Who cried?" Second brother was just happy. Even if he felt like crying, he could not do so here. Otherwise, Xiao Heng would witness it and mock him. The thought of being in Xiao Heng's territory only added to his discomfort, so he urged Gu Jinzhi, "Hurry up and gather your things. Second brother will take you home." Just as Gu Jinzhi was about to respond, she suddenly caught sight of Xiao Heng standing under the eaves, observing them. Instinctively, she closed her mouth. For reasons she could not comprehend, despite the fact that she had said nothing inappropriate to Gu Chun, her first reaction upon seeing him was one of guilt. Noticing that she had spotted him, Xiao Heng quelled his sinister expression, allowing a teasing smile to play on his lips as he crossed his arms, saying, "Has His Highness taken Yongzhou as his own Liangzhou, coming and going as he pleases?" Gu Chun abruptly turned around, his expression shifting from sunny to overcast in an instant. "Why is this dog everywhere?" He did not respond to Xiao Heng. Instead, he patted Gu Jinzhi's shoulder and said brusquely, "Ji, has this scoundrel been troubling you lately? If so, tell your second brother, and I will avenge you right away." Gu Jinzhi was uncertain whether Xiao Heng's previous behavior could be classified as troubling, although he often retorted at her and frequently threatened to send her back to Shenzhou to marry an old man. His demeanor was rather contradictory. He sought to kiss her after drinking and insisted she stay, promising to care for her in the future. Seeing her remain silent, Gu Ching assumed she had truly been wronged, his expression turning pale as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The guards of Xiao Heng, noticing that the threat was directed at their master, promptly drew their swords, the glint of silver flashing in the courtyard, blindingly bright. Gu Jinzhi had never witnessed such a scene before. She trembled with fear and instinctively sought refuge behind Gu Chun. Xiao Heng immediately descended from beneath the eaves and shouted sternly, "Sheathe your swords." At his command, the well-trained guards swiftly returned their weapons to their sheaths, standing solemnly at attention, yet still watching Gu Chun with vigilance. Upon seeing Gu Jinzhi hiding behind Gu Chun, Xiao Heng's heart raced with concern, fearing he had frightened her. He instinctively reached for her hand. Gu Jinzhi, caught off guard by his action, did not react in time, while Gu Chun seized her other hand, pulling her closer to him, glaring at Xiao Heng with gritted teeth. "Release her." Xiao Heng not only refused to let go, but tightened his grip as if to assert his claim, stating, "You release her first." Gu Chun was adamant. She was his dear sister, his only kin in this world. Who did Xiao Heng think he was, daring to hold his sister before him? He forcefully tugged Gu Jinzhi towards himself, provokingly smiling at Xiao Heng. "If you don't let go, I'll chop off your hand and feed it to the dogs." Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do you enjoy eating my hand?" Gu Chun retorted. Gu Jinzhi, petite as she was, found herself caught between these two strong men, each unaware of their strength. One held her left hand, the other her right, to the point that she nearly fainted from the pain. If you two dislike each other, why not settle it with a fight? Why must I be the target? Seeing Gu Jinzhi's pale face, Xiao Heng assumed she was suffering being caught in the middle and immediately pulled her into his embrace, asserting his claim. Gu Cheng, witnessing his sister in Xiao Heng's arms, felt this was an affront and instinctively reached for his sword again. Fearing that the two might indeed come to blows, Gu Jinzhi hastily intervened. Please, stop arguing. Let us talk this over peacefully. Don't lay a hand on me. Only then did Gu Cheng notice her ashen complexion, her lips seemingly devoid of color. And he anxiously inquired, Ji, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Gu Jinzhi was not merely pale. Her delicate features twisted in pain. While forcing a smile, she silently lamented, My hands are about to be crushed by you both. Can you guess where I might be feeling unwell? Xiao Heng, having cared for her for quite some time, understood her far better than Gu Cheng did. Upon glancing down, he noticed that Gu Jinzhi's wrists were reddened from their grip. His heart ached, and he relaxed his hold considerably, which allowed Gu Cheng to seize the opportunity and pull Gu Jinzhi away. Gu Cheng, brimming with self-satisfaction, tilted his chin at Xiao Heng and taunted, You think you can compete with me? No sooner had he spoken than Gu Jinzhi ruthlessly swatted his hand away. Gu Cheng's expression faltered momentarily, and Xiao Heng, having witnessed this, took delight in further mocking him. Look at that. Even if I were to relinquish what is rightfully mine, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. Gu Cheng's lips twitched as he retorted, If I don't regard you as human, then you truly have forsaken your humanity. Haven to you? Unperturbed by the accusation, Xiao Heng replied nonchalantly, Once you abandon your humanity, you will discover that there's a certain pleasure in it. Gu Cheng, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, disdainfully remarked, What pleasure? Preying on a naive? Bah, can your old stomach even digest that? Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is it truly unbearable for you not to mock my age? And what of being 24? It is the age of youthful exuberance. Desiring to marry is a perfectly normal reaction. He suggested sincerely, refrain from attacking age. Only you would engage in such self-destructive behavior. Gu Cheng huffed dismissively, True, we are of the same age, but I do not pursue the naive. The two exchanged barbs, their quarrel escalating in the courtyard and drawing the curious gazes of numerous guards and servants. The usually tranquil residence was disrupted by their raucous argument, reminiscent of a theatrical performance, as many gathered around them. In this world, there were 4 types of noise: clamor, din, brawl, and this peculiar uproar. Realizing the chaos was about to spiral out of control, Gu Jinzhi quickly seized the opportunity. While the two men were engrossed in their heated exchange, she stealthily returned to her room, retrieving her wooden jewelry box and beginning to collect tribute from the audience. Everyone, don't just stand there. Those with money, offer your financial support. Those without, lend your presence. Such a splendid spectacle is not to be missed. The servants chuckled, surprised at the little princess's playful spirit. Initially hesitant to toss money, Tan Yun boldly set the precedent by tossing a few coins into the box. Witnessing this, others soon followed suit, eager to partake in the merriment. Amidst their verbal sparring, Gu Cheng and Xiao Heng remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Jinzhi had already settled into the audience. By the time they regained their awareness, Gu Jinzhi was busy collecting a second round of tribute, her box jingling with coins. Her eyes sparkled with delight, embodying the very essence of a little money-loving enthusiast. Gu Chen pondered, Xiao Heng, Chapter 59, You can forever remain my little princess. Gu Chan silently reminded himself that this was his younger sister and that he should not resort to violence. He clenched his teeth, forcing a smile as he turned to Xiao Heng. All right, Xiao Heng, you summoned me to Yongzhou for a discussion, and now that I am here as a man, you ought to give me a straightforward answer. When do you plan to let me take Jinzhi away? Xiao Heng, skillfully evading the topic of Gu Jinzhi's return, responded languidly, It's not easy for the second prince to come down here. Why not stay a few more days? Gu Chun snorted dismissively, brimming with arrogance and an air of defiance. I'm quite busy and have no time to indulge you. Xiao Heng feigned disappointment, saying, Oh, if that's the case, then I shan't keep you. Travel safely. Leave? Just like that? Gu Chun's eyes brightened. Fine, I shall, before he could finish his thought. He heard Xiao Heng affectionately call out to Gu Jinzhi, who was seated in the audience. Jinzhi, your second brother is leaving. Come over and bid him farewell. Gu Jinzhi thought to herself. Compared to Xiao Heng's shamelessness, Gu Chun appeared rather youthful. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered once again, Gu Chun's attention was drawn to the way Xiao Heng had so affectionately addressed Jinzhi. He immediately raised an eyebrow and inquired, Wait, what did you just call her? Xiao Heng feigned innocence and confusion. Jinzhi, what's the issue? What issue? There was certainly an issue. Could a name like that be casually uttered by someone like you? Gu Chun nearly exploded, glaring at him. Is that a name you can call her? Xiao Heng Zito. Then what should I call her? Gu Chun declared. You should address her as Your Highness, the Princess. Xiao Heng turned to Gu Jinzhi and asked, Your Highness the Princess? Do you like it when I call you that? Gu Jinzhi, caught in the crossfire of their banter, was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Gu Chun and, in a bid for peace, wearily replied, It's just a name. Gu Chun immediately countered, No, that won't do. You are a princess, and he is a subject. How can he call you by a nickname? Xiao Heng nodded, as if he found merit in Gu Chun's argument. That makes sense. However, I have not bowed to the Great Way for quite some time now. Have you forgotten, Second Prince? Since returning to Yongzhou from the capital, Xiao Heng had decisively dealt with his uncle and brother, subsequently rebelling and leading Yongzhou to break free from the court's control. His words left Gu Chun momentarily speechless. Just as Gu Chun was about to erupt, he observed Xiao Heng casually turning to Gu Jinzhi, speaking softly, However, if Jinzhi wishes, she can always remain my little princess. Gu Jinzhi almost fell for his charm again. Gu Chun, even with Gu Chun's blunt demeanor, he could discern the look Xiao Heng cast upon Gu Jinzhi, one that a man would give a woman. His heart raced, a surge of urgency flooding over him, and he swiftly pulled Gu Jinzhi behind him in a protective manner, exclaiming, I don't like it. I don't need it. I refuse. If you dare to harbor any designs on Jinzhi, I'll have you dealt with. Xiao Heng smiled subtly, his expression laden with meaning. Gu Chun was taken aback by the unsettling smile on his face. What could such a smile imply? Could it be that during Jinzhi's stay here, he has already bullied her? If he truly had his way with Gu Jinzhi, the situation would not merely involve taking her away. The mere thought left Gu Chun feeling suffocated, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. Wait a moment, he said, biting his lip to suppress his violent impulses. I need to speak with my sister privately. Xiao Heng, contemplating that this dog would soon be his future brother-in-law, maintained a courteous demeanor. The room for His Highness is arranged in the side courtyard. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Gu Chun replied with a muffled sound, unwilling to endure the sight of Xiao Heng's smug expression any longer. He took Gu Jinzhi by the arm and turned to leave. The Duke of Dingbei's residence was a compound of 3 paths and 5 courtyards, with side courtyards on either side. The eastern courtyard served as the quarters for his aides and meeting place, while the western courtyard lay vacant for the time being. Xiao Heng had arranged for him to stay in the western courtyard, previously occupied by his younger brother, Xiao Chong. Since Xiao Chong had been executed by him, the courtyard had remained empty, with only occasional visits from maids for cleaning. The courtyard was kept quite tidy, and in a rare show of goodwill, Xiao Heng had assigned a few maids to attend to him, completely disregarding the fact that just 2 months prior, they had been adversaries on the battlefield. Gu Chun pulled Gu Jinzhi into the room, slamming the door shut to keep out any intruders. It was now just the 2 of them inside. The courtyard was guarded by his own men. Yet Gu Chun still felt uneasy and thoroughly inspected the window and door, seems to ensure no one was outside eavesdropping at Xiao Heng's behest. Finally, he turned to his sister, his face etched with solemnity. Jinzhi, you must tell the truth to your second brother. His tone was so mournful that Gu Jinzhi was left utterly bewildered, staring at him in confusion. What's wrong? This was the first time she had seen Gu Chun appear so serious. Was he finally being dependable? Her eyes sparkled with clarity. But Gu Chun found himself feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. Although they were siblings, the distinction between genders made such discussions inappropriate for him to initiate. However, with their parents gone, He, as her elder brother, felt compelled to take on both parental roles and shoulder more responsibility. Has Xiao Heng touched you? Gu Chun stammered, his voice thick with hesitation. Gu Jinzhi, hearing this, quickly shook her head. No, no, what are you thinking? Then that is good. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chang felt a significant sense of relief. However, recalling the way Gu Jinzhi had cautiously endeavored to please Xiao Heng, he surmised that she had also endured considerable grievances here. Frustrated, Gu Chang rubbed the back of his neck and regretfully remarked, Jinzhi, your second brother should have come to fetch you sooner. Gu Jinzhi nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, I have been residing here for 3 months, nearly becoming attached. Have you developed feelings for Xiao Heng? Gu Chang exclaimed, unable to suppress his voice in alarm. Gu Jinzhi responded with confusion. Have you ever studied language? Is that how one interprets such words? Yet, Gu Chang's statement prompted her to recall Xiao Heng's words from that day, as well as the kiss that had landed upon her palm. To claim there were no feelings seemed merely self-deceptive. After all, she could sense that she did not reject Xiao Heng's touch or closeness. In fact, she found herself quite fond of the refreshing scent that enveloped her whenever he held her close, providing an inexplicable sense of comfort. Lacking experience in matters of affection, Gu Jinzhi feared that her youth and sheltered upbringing in the palace might lead her to easily develop feelings for anyone who showed her even a modicum of kindness. His attentiveness and care led her to mistakenly believe that this constituted genuine affection. She worried that a mere beckoning from him would send her rushing to his side. Yet, she also feared that he might eventually find her tiresome and cast her aside. This is precisely why, despite sensing a subtle affection for Xiao Heng, she was hesitant to embrace it fully. Gu Jinzhi resolved to consult Gu Chang first, for he was considerably older and had undoubtedly experienced more of the world than she. Tentatively, she inquired, Second brother, what if I find myself developing feelings for Xiao Heng? Before she could finish, Gu Chang interrupted her with a stern expression. Then I shall break your legs. Gu Jinzhi retorted, Do you hold a grudge against us? Gu Chang's threat was no jest. He understood that his younger sister was growing up and would eventually marry. However, he could not fathom the notion of Gu Jinzhi marrying Xiao Heng. Setting aside the endless grievances between himself and Xiao Heng over the years, he remembered how, back in the capital, he had often dragged Xiao Heng along to entertain his little sister. Gu Jinzhi had been just a sweet little girl, affectionately calling him Brother Xiao. He had watched her grow up, and the thought of the girl he had nurtured becoming involved with someone like Xiao Heng unsettled him greatly. Recalling his past mistake of inviting a wolf into the fold, Gu Chang regretted it deeply, almost slapping his thigh in frustration. Moreover, the Xiao Heng of today was no longer the young gentleman he had first met in the capital. He was ruthless and unfeeling, having imprisoned his own mother for years. Who could guarantee that he would not treat a wife with the same cruelty? Just as Gu Chang prepared to caution Gu Jinzhi to be wary of Xiao Heng's dubious intentions and not be deceived by his flowery words, he suddenly heard the voice of Xiao Heng outside. My lord, young Master Xiao requests your presence and that of the princess for a meal. Thus, Gu Chang's threats and warnings were abruptly halted. As she was about to step out, a thought suddenly struck her, prompting her to swiftly turn her head and inquire. You two aren't sharing a room, are you? Gu Jinzhi urgently halted her steps, narrowly avoiding a collision with him. She vigorously shook her head, exclaiming, No, it's just one courtyard, different rooms. It was not her intention to deceive Gu Chang. This was indeed the truth. Furthermore, she wished to keep her own legs intact. Gu Chang then sighed in relief, coldly huffing. At least he is somewhat human. Gu Jinzhi trailed behind him, nervously fiddling with her fingers, contemplating that he might not be so human after all. The weather had been splendid these past few days, although spring had not yet arrived. The sun shone brightly under a clear blue sky. Xiao Heng had arranged the banquet in the main hall and had dispatched Zhao Guan to invite guests. Just as Gu Chang and Gu Jinzhi arrived outside the hall, they spotted Xiao Heng seated at the head of the table, with 2 maidservants standing by, ready to serve the dishes. Zhao Guan stood at the side, his vigilant gaze fixed on Gu Chang. Only Xiao Heng accompanied Gu Chang for his personal protection. Observing the situation, Xiao Heng instinctively stepped forward, exuding a sense of rivalry. Seeing this, Gu Jinzhi felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that these two regional leaders, whose ages collectively approached 50, might engage in a petty squabble at the dining table. However, Xiao Heng smiled gently at Gu Jinzhi and kindly beckoned, "Come and sit." Gu Cheng seized his younger sister, then, without a hint of guilt, plopped himself down beside Xiao Heng. The two men instantly sat shoulder to shoulder, their hands brushing against one another, exuding an air of camaraderie. Xiao Heng remarked, "What is causing this slight nausea?" upon witnessing their overly familiar seating arrangement. Gu Jinzhi's complexion paled, and she quietly took a seat opposite them. Today's banquet consisted solely of the three of them, yet the table was lavishly adorned with 18 exquisite dishes. Although Yongzhou was situated in the north, today's menu leaned towards the sweeter flavors, featuring delicacies such as the exquisite 9-layered 3-strand tower and imperial bamboo shoots. Gu Jinzhi's eyes sparkled upon spotting a dish of Jiang and 100-flower chicken. Her gloomy mood instantly lifted. As the host, Xiao Heng was expected to utter a few pleasantries, stating that the fare was simple and humble, and apologizing for any shortcomings in hospitality. Gu Cheng nodded, affirming, "Well, it's rare that you remember my taste preferences. I suppose that shows some filial piety." Before Xiao Heng could retort, Gu Cheng took the initiative, picking up his chopsticks and deftly transferring a large chicken leg directly into Gu Jinzhi's bowl. "Jinzhi, eat up. You used to love this." Gu Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback, nearly moved to tears. She had been eyeing that chicken leg for quite some time. "Brother, you should eat as well," she sweetly suggested. Gu Cheng responded with a nonchalant grunt and naturally placed the other chicken leg into his own bowl. Then, he looked up, feigning surprise at the glum-faced Xiao Heng beside him, asking in confusion, "Why aren't you eating? You're not waiting for me to feed you, are you?" Xiao Heng tilted his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, replying, "It's not out of the question." Gu Cheng nearly retched, unable to suppress a scoff. "Come on, we're eating here. Don't gross me out." Xiao Heng extended his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish, deftly navigating the bones, while casually remarking, "Did you not suggest this yourself? It is rare for my son to wish to show filial piety. How could I possibly refuse?" Gu Cheng, upon hearing Xiao Heng's words and having successfully removed the fish bones, naturally placed the meticulously clean piece of fish into Gu Jinzhi's bowl. Gu Cheng, noticing this, keenly sensed that Xiao Heng was deliberately trying to provoke him. In a show of defiance, he swiftly added a piece of braised pork to Gu Jinzhi's bowl. The two of them, competing fervently, soon turned Gu Jinzhi's bowl into a small mountain, brimming with various delicacies, nearly obscuring her face. Gu Jinzhi stared in disbelief. "Do you two harbor some grudge against me?" Xiao Heng, recognizing her predicament, promptly reached over with his chopsticks to remove the braised pork that Gu Cheng had just placed in her bowl, saying, "If you cannot finish it, do not force yourself. As the saying goes, it is best to drink moderately and eat until you're only 7/10 full. Being considerate towards others is just right." Gu Cheng's face turned pale at this. The piece of meat he had offered, a perfect balance of fat and lean, which he had been reluctant to eat himself, had now ended up in Xiao Heng's bowl for no reason. Immediately, he too extended his chopsticks, taking the fish meat he had just deboned from Gu Jinzhi's bowl. "Eat less meat and more vegetables. No doctor prescribes medicine for that. You should consume less of the lavish dishes." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Heng's chopsticks came forward again, taking away the chicken leg. "That is sound advice. It is better to leave food in the pot than to fill your belly excessively. Jinzhi should indeed eat less." Gu Jinzhi, biting her lip, looked up at the two of them, their eyes exchanging glances filled with unspoken tension. It felt like a perilous meal, having barely eaten a few bites. She set down her chopsticks, interrupting their intense gaze. "Have you both had enough?" Xiao Heng and Gu Cheng turned their heads in unison, with Gu Cheng being the first to discard his chopsticks, exclaiming impatiently, "I am done." Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng immediately responded, "Since His Highness, the second prince, has finished, Guan, see our guest out." Gu Cheng, he hadn't even taken a single bite. Shouldn't he have been urged to eat a few more morsels? Chapter 61. Why do you always speak on his behalf? With Gu Cheng's departure, Xiao Heng felt a significant sense of calm wash over him, the very air seeming fresher and more pleasant. However, Jinzhi, witnessing her second brother being sent away in such a manner, turned pale and hesitantly asked in a soft voice, "What do you intend to do to my second brother?" Xiao Heng looked at her and set down his chopsticks. "Why do you believe I would do anything to your second brother?" In that moment, Jinzhi observed his expression, which was unexpectedly calm, and she felt a twinge of fear. After all, this was Xiao Heng's territory. Should he truly wish to scheme against Gu Cheng, she feared she could not intervene. After a moment's contemplation, she mustered her courage to say, "My lord, my second brother is still of use to you. So, please do not harm him." Xiao Heng's eyelashes fluttered slightly, seemingly taken aback by her words. For a moment, he was at a loss, gazing at her in silence before casually inquiring, "What purpose does he serve for me?" Jinzhi surmised that there was a delicate balance that needed to be maintained between him and Gu Cheng. However, Xiao Heng had never shared such matters with her, and given the presence of others in the room, she dared not speak freely, opting instead for a vague response. With him around, Liangzhou will remain stable. Only then can Yongzhou continue its grain trade with Liangzhou. Xiao Heng was surprised that she had considered this perspective. He paused for a moment, then gently smiled. "Rest assured, even for your sake, I will not lay a hand on him. After all, he was to become her future brother-in-law. One must not act harshly towards a person who could harbor resentment later." With his reassurance, Jinzhi felt a significant relief. In the afternoon, Xiao Heng departed for the barracks, where he would remain for several days. Gu Cheng, newly arrived, found himself left to languish in the royal residence. Although the servants treated him with courtesy and did not trouble the second prince, he felt uncomfortable in his surroundings, haunted by the feeling that he had not performed well during their earlier verbal sparring. Seizing the opportunity in Xiao Heng's absence, he pulled Jinzhi aside to reminisce about their glorious past. You know, Xiao Heng really was not impressive. Back when he was in Zhongdu, the scions of noble families would not associate with him, Gu Cheng remarked, seated across a small table, peeling chestnuts for her while chattering endlessly. At that time, the Xiao family held significant power, and Xiao Heng was positioned in Zhongdu as a pawn to restrain Yongzhou. Naturally, other noble figures dared not draw too close to him, lest they be suspected of forming factions. Yet, what he intentionally concealed was that, at a young age, Xiao Heng had already been a striking gentleman of the world. Tall and possessing deep-set features, he exuded an air of aloofness. Every time they rode through the streets together, it was a scene of youthful exuberance, with the delicate spring attire fluttering and the vibrant red sleeves beckoning from the balconies. Gu Cheng deliberately refrained from mentioning this detail, fearing that Jinzhi might glimpse a side of Xiao Heng that reflected his past triumphs. Jinzhi remained silent, content to sit on the couch, savoring the chestnuts he had peeled. She seemed to possess some hazy recollection, vaguely remembering that Gu Cheng had indeed been close to a certain young gentleman, not realizing it was Xiao Heng. But why, she pondered, did she have no recollection of him now? Gu Cheng, oblivious to her distraction, continued to disparage Xiao Heng. Had it not been for my compassion towards him in the past, he would have struggled alone in Zhongdu. Who would have thought he could be such a beast, treating my sister in this manner? His intention was to unveil Xiao Heng's ungrateful nature to Jinzhi, but unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, she felt a surge of sympathy for him. As a child, he had been sent to Zhongdu alone and vulnerable. Now an adult in Yongzhou, he still found himself solitary. It was no wonder he hesitated to leave. Perhaps he had grown weary of loneliness. Gu Cheng, immersed in his own thoughts, began to feel a sense of unease. Logically, he had been quite popular among young ladies in the past, yet he wondered why he had remained unmarried all these years. Was there perhaps a flaw in his health? This suspicion is not merely a product of his unfounded jealousy. There have long been whispers circulating among the populace, suggesting that this formidable young Master Xiao, now the ruler of Yongzhou, should easily be able to marry any woman he desires. Yet, at the age of 24, he remains solitary, prompting a flurry of rumors. Some claim he is physically inadequate, while others insinuate he harbors a preference for men. Such personal attacks have escalated to a matter of male dignity. At this juncture, Jinzhi could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Brother, you are of the same age as him." have you taken a wife? Although she had yet to accept Xiao Heng's proposal and was uncertain of his capabilities, she felt compelled to defend his honor to some extent. Gu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Gu Jinzhi would strike at his Achilles heel, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he awkwardly touched the back of his neck, attempting to deflect. Well, there must be a reason for my single status. I can't possibly be like that dog Xiao Heng, falling for every woman I meet. In that moment, Gu Jinzhi's heart ached for Xiao Heng. The solitude must be profoundly lonely. As Gu Cheng, once a close friend of Xiao Heng's, delivered a blow from behind, her dissatisfaction grew, leading her to retort, he hasn't fallen for every woman, either. If he were that kind of person, Meng Qingyan would have been in his courtyard long ago, given her affection for him all this time. Originally, she intended merely to offer a few words of defense for Xiao Heng, but Gu Cheng suddenly widened his eyes, belatedly questioning, wait a moment. Why are you continually defending him? Gu Jinzhi, taken aback by his accusation, instinctively felt a pang of guilt and stammered, I'm not defending anyone. I'm merely stating the truth. However, Gu Cheng, being significantly older, could easily discern her unease and shook his head in disbelief, pressing on with suspicion, no, you are defending him. You can't possibly have feelings for him, can you? As the saying goes, confession brings leniency, while resistance leads to harsh consequences. Gu Jinzhi's heart raced, and she immediately denied it, exclaiming, that's not true. I'm not defending him. What I said is simply the truth, all right. I still want to keep my legs intact. Since Gu Cheng would be lingering for a while, she resolved to gradually build his understanding, hoping that he and Xiao Heng would eventually reconcile, and then she could find an opportunity to reveal the truth to him. Gu Cheng continued to scrutinize her eyes, as if trying to pierce through her facade, questioning her sincerity. Having been single for so long, Gu Cheng was not particularly well-versed in matters of love. Yet he understood that women are often more vulnerable in relationships, especially with a man as calculating and cold as Xiao Heng. Thus, it seemed improbable that Gu Jinzhi would harbor any affection for him. Reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, Gu Jinzhi dismissed him with a nonchalant, it's true. I only deceive fools. Her earnest demeanor was highly deceptive. With this, Gu Cheng finally withdrew his gaze, resuming his carefree posture against the cushions, casually stating, that's good to hear. Rest assured, once we return to Liangzhou, my second brother will surely take care to find you someone even better, ensuring a grand marriage for you. Just as Gu Jinzhi was about to respond, her attention shifted, and she suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing before the moon gate in the side courtyard. Chapter 62. The Lord appears weary. Xiao Heng had just returned from the military camp. To his surprise, before he even set foot in the courtyard, he heard Gu Jinzhi's unequivocal declaration of disinterest. His foot paused at the moon gate, and as his gaze met hers, a mutual silence enveloped them. It felt as though a wildcat, untamed and fierce, had clawed at his heart, sending a sharp pain piercing through him. Indeed, she had been taken against her will. How could she harbor any affection for him? He wished for her to stay, yet she merely stated she needed to think it over, perhaps merely indulging him while eagerly awaiting an opportunity to escape with her second brother. Contemplating these thoughts darkened his expression, and he turned to leave. Sensing his departure, Gu Jinzhi sprang up from the couch, her conscience gnawing at her, prompting her to pursue him. I'll head back first, she flustered, hastily bidding farewell to Gu Cheng, and hurriedly made her way towards the courtyard exit. Gu Cheng, seated with his back to the moon gate, remained oblivious to Xiao Heng's presence and was puzzled by Gu Jinzhi's sudden departure. Observing her flustered demeanor, he called out in confusion, aren't you going to stay and chat a while longer with your second brother? Gu Jinzhi had little inclination to linger with him. Clutching her skirt, she rushed toward Xiao Heng's main courtyard. In truth, he was rather pitiable. He had not treated her poorly, yet her blunt declaration of disinterest felt excessively hurtful. Upon reaching the courtyard, she caught sight of Xiao Heng entering the eastern chamber and slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Zhao Guan awaited at the entrance, unaware of the events that had transpired between them. Noticing Gu Jinzhi's anxious approach, he hesitated before softly informing the interior, my lord, the princess has arrived. Silence met his words, the rejection unmistakable. Xiao Guan glanced awkwardly at Gu Jinzhi. It seems the Lord is weary and wishes to rest. Gu Jinzhi nodded, disregarding his troubled expression, and boldly approached to knock on the door. My lord, could you please open the door? She yearned to apologize, to clarify that her earlier remark was not sincere. She wanted to explain that her feelings for him were not rooted in disdain. It was merely that Gu Cheng was currently unable to accept her affection, compelling her to conceal it for now. However, Xiao Heng remained silent within, seemingly engaged in his own thoughts. Gu Jinzhi knocked again, fearing he might be sulking inside. My lord, if you do not respond, I shall enter. No sooner had the words left her lips than the door swung open abruptly. Xiao Heng stood there, his expression dark and forbidding, towering over her as he glared down. What do you want now? Taken aback, Gu Jinzhi felt a twinge of embarrassment with Xiao Guan still present. My lord, let me come in to speak, she implored. Not necessary. Xiao Heng's tone was indifferent, as if he already anticipated the purpose of her visit. He had never expected that Gu Jinzhi would harbor any genuine affection for him. As a privileged princess born with a silver spoon, cherished by her parents and 2 brothers, she would naturally regard his kindness with indifference. Yet, was it too much to hope for a hint of affection from her? Xiao Heng felt as though he had become the subject of a cruel joke during this period. His heart and mind were consumed by thoughts of her, longing to keep her by his side and protect her earnestly. Yet, all he received in return was a fleeting remark of indifference, I don't like you. The mere recollection of this left Xiao Heng's expression even more somber. He suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh, his gaze turning icy as he looked at her, as if to say, is it amusing to toy with my emotions? Gu Jinzhi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. From a young age, she had been taught that when one errs, it is imperative to apologize sincerely. She immediately wished to clarify, no, I wasn't toying with you. Gu Jinzhi wanted to express that, in truth, she did harbor some feelings for him. Thus, when he implored her not to leave, she had merely stated that she needed to think it over. She was genuinely contemplating the possibility of staying. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Hebo unexpectedly entered the courtyard, bowing respectfully as he announced, My lord, Miss Meng has arrived. Meng Qingyan? Gu Jinzhi momentarily froze. Her words caught in her throat, momentarily forgetting what she intended to say. What does she possibly want at this hour? Did Xiao Heng wish to see her? A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over Gu Jinzhi, her tear-filled eyes darting toward Xiao Heng. Their eyes briefly met, his gaze light and seemingly unperturbed by Meng Qingyan's arrival. He nonchalantly averted his gaze and instructed Hebo, arrange for her to stay in the West Wing and ensure she is closely guarded. Hebo accepted the order and departed to fetch her. She is moving in? During Gu Jinzhi's moment of distraction, Xiao Heng had already left the room, heading towards the discussion hall. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with the presence of another person. Having just finished her dinner, Gu Jinzhi soon heard the voices of Meng Qingyan and her maid outside. Tan Yun, who had also heard them, rushed to the door to take a look. After a brief moment, she returned with a somewhat uneasy expression. Gu Jinzhi glanced at her and, sensing her discomfort, gently inquired, did the Lord allow her to enter? Tan Yun nodded, hastily adding, perhaps she has something important to discuss with the Lord. Gu Jinzhi harbored doubts about this. Why discuss serious matters at night? Of all times, a sense of unease settled within her, yet she refused to let her grievances linger overnight. She felt compelled to voice her discontent immediately. Although Meng Qingyan had no clear reason for moving into his residence, was he not going to offer her any explanation? She took a handkerchief to dab her mouth, stood up, and prepared to seek out Xiao Heng for a conversation. Chapter 63. You Cannot Control Me. A candle flickered in Xiao Heng's chamber. After a considerable wait, the door finally creaked open, and Meng Qingyan emerged, her expression one of defiance. Upon seeing her, Gu Jinzhi stepped aside to allow her passage. To her surprise, Meng Qingyan still harbored a grudge against her. Upon noticing Gu Jinzhi at the door, her face soured, and she spat through gritted teeth. Are you here to witness my humiliation? Gu Jinzhi had no desire to engage with her. Casting her gaze elsewhere, she replied coolly, "You are mistaken. I hold no interest in your affairs." Meng Qingyan noticed her displeased expression today and, understanding her feelings, deliberately sought to provoke her further. "Why you seek my cousin? Is it because he has allowed you to stay in his royal residence? Are you unhappy about it? You may have to endure, as he just mentioned that I should remain here for a while." Gu Jinzhi initially intended to ignore her, yet upon witnessing her repeated provocations, she turned her head to regard her with an expression of profound indifference. Calmly, she replied, "You are quite fond of Xiao Heng, aren't you? Given that I have resided in his courtyard for so long, you must have endured it for quite a while as well. But tell me, why do you target me? Did Xiao Heng invite you here before I arrived?" Some individuals cannot be expected to possess even a modicum of self-awareness. Otherwise, they might put on a performance akin to a dung beetle donning a mask, utterly shameless. Meng Qingyan did not anticipate that her words would render her speechless, and she instinctively sought to retort. However, before their argument could escalate, Xiao Heng emerged from the room. As soon as he appeared, Meng Qingyan fell silent. Yet, he did not cast a glance at Gu Jinzhi. Instead, he addressed Meng Qingyan with a detached tone, "Return to your own room." Pouting, Meng Qingyan wished to complain, but Xiao Heng had already turned his gaze away from her, directing it towards Gu Jinzhi with an unusually indifferent and calm demeanor. Meng Qingyan sensed that there was an underlying discord between the two, and after a moment's thought, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Casting a mocking glance at Gu Jinzhi, she turned and retreated to her own room. Once she had departed, Xiao Heng regarded Gu Jinzhi with an impassive expression. "What is it?" Gu Jinzhi, observing his cold visage, struggled to maintain her composure and softly inquired, "My lord, did you hear?" Xiao Heng gazed at her. "Hear what? That you claim not to like me?" Gu Jinzhi replied, "I was merely deceiving my brother." She understood her own feelings for him, which was why, upon her second brother's arrival, she found it difficult to leave. Yet, Xiao Heng remained unmoved, his eyes icy. "Were you deceiving your brother, or were you deceiving me?" From the moment they met, he recognized her talent for feigning ignorance, and coupled with her pretty and demure appearance, it was all too easy for others to be misled. Gu Jinzhi bit her lip. "I did not deceive you." Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Heng felt an increasing agitation within him. This delicate creature wept so easily, believing that her tears might soften his heart. Observing her reddened nose, his fingers instinctively curled slightly, yet he maintained his cold demeanor, laced with an unspoken mockery. "Gu Jinzhi, is it so difficult to remain by my side?" He exerted every effort to treat her well, yet in the end, he could not even garner a shred of affection. A sense of bitterness and desolation filled his heart, leading him to yearn for a response he so desperately hoped to receive from her. If remaining by his side was not a hardship, could she not offer him even a modicum of affection? Gu Jinzhi was taken aback, blinking her eyes, and with a bittersweet pang, she murmured, "I do not dislike you. That was merely something I said for my brother's sake. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do." After speaking, she felt overwhelmed with embarrassment and turned to leave, only to have Xiao Heng suddenly grasp her hand. "What did you say?" Suddenly, he quietly inquired from behind her. Gu Jinzhi halted, pulled by him. She turned her back to him, unwilling to face him. Suppressing her impending emotional turmoil, she stammered with a quivering voice, "It's nothing. Even if I say I like you now, you surely wouldn't believe me." Xiao Heng unexpectedly embraced her from behind. Gu Jinzhi was taken aback, glancing down to see his hand resting on her abdomen, instantly causing her to forget the words she intended to say. She blinked in bewilderment. Just as she was about to turn around, Xiao Heng lowered his head, burying it in the crook of her neck, his nose brushing against her nape. His voice husky and heartfelt, "I believe you." He had been waiting for her to utter these words, and at last, he had received them. Gu Jinzhi's mind was still blank, her body tingling from his touch. She struggled a few times, but could not free herself from his embrace. Instead, he gently turned her to face him. The light in the room was dim, the cool moonlight filtering in, casting a glow on his face, his usually deep-set eyes half shut, concealing inscrutable emotions. In that moment, the indifference and ferocity that usually adorned his countenance dissipated, leaving only tenderness and affection. He leaned down, resting his forehead against hers. Tightening his embrace once more, his voice soft and indulgent. "Whatever you say, I will believe." Jinzhi gazed at him, her almond-shaped eyes misty and glistening, her small hands instinctively clutching his clothing. The distance between them was but a breath, their breaths entwined. At that moment, Xiao Heng's heart ached at the sight of her, as if an invisible hand were squeezing his heart, making it difficult to breathe, yet he willingly succumbed to the sensation. Noticing her silence, her eyes reddened. Xiao Heng felt his heart suspended in midair, fearing she had been wronged and would no longer draw near to him. Unable to restrain himself, he bent down, cradling her delicate face, carefully kissing the corner of her eye. "Please don't be upset, all right?" His lips were soft and warm, brushing gently against her eye, causing a ticklish sensation that made her cheeks flush. Jinzhi felt a twinge of awkwardness. She pressed her lips tightly together, turning her head to evade his kiss. Her mouth was set in a tight line. Contemplating that Meng Qingyan had moved in today, she couldn't help but murmur softly, "You've allowed another woman to reside in your home. Am I not allowed to feel a little upset?" As she expressed her displeasure, her cheeks puffed up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking both sympathy and amusement. Xiao Heng felt an irresistible urge to kiss her again. How could even her anger be so endearing? He gently caressed her earlobe, his voice coaxing, "Of course, you could be upset. However, I shall provide you with an explanation." Jinzhi met his gaze. Her reflection mirrored in his eyes. Her face flushed. She averted her eyes and huffed softly. Aware that she was still vexed, Xiao Heng simply bent down, lifting her in his arms, striding towards the inner chamber. Jinzhi. She was caught off guard, suddenly being carried into the bedroom by him. Xiao Heng gently placed her on his lap, tenderly tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear. In a hushed voice, he inquired, "Can you now allow me to explain?" Jinzhi, leaning against his chest, pushed back slightly and sniffled, reluctantly acquiescing. "Then please go ahead." Xiao Heng gazed into her sparkling eyes, his heart gradually filled with tenderness. After a brief moment of silence, he began to speak slowly. "There's a reason for having her move under my watchful eye. 4 days ago, on the second day after Gu Qin's arrival in Yong City, the capital issued a demand for Shenzhou to dispatch troops to Yongzhou, citing the abduction of the little princess by Xiao Heng as justification. Shenzhou, compelled by this order, had no choice but to send 20,000 soldiers to advance toward Yongzhou. At this moment, the troops from Shenzhou are already assembled at the border of Yongzhou, poised to strike at any moment. It is peculiar that Shenzhou chose to act now, especially since Gu Qin's Liangzhou forces were also stationed at the Yongzhou border. This indicates they had received intelligence and came prepared. Xiao Heng had long harbored suspicions that a spy had infiltrated his ranks. Just yesterday, he had deliberately reprimanded Meng Jinghe for the insufficient defense of the city, allowing a large number of refugees to enter, and, as a consequence, had him punished with 20 strokes and placed under house arrest in the Meng residence. Subsequently, Xiao Heng sent someone to bring Meng Qingyan into the residence, ostensibly to care for her, but in reality, it was to keep her under close surveillance to coerce Meng Jinghe into restraint. However, Meng Qingyan was unaware of the underlying circumstances and happily moved in when summoned. Chapter 64. Are you not angry with me anymore? After hearing Xiao Heng's explanation, Jinzhi understood. Following his words, she contemplated the current situation, which indeed appeared dire. The capital's request for Shenzhou to mobilize its troops indicated that, having dealt with incursions from the Ruren and Xiliang over the past 2 years, the capital had been unable to address the internal turmoil. Furthermore, Shenzhou might not genuinely wish to engage in battle. Yongzhou's military strength was formidable, and they were not their equal. Coupled with this year's calamity, a considerable number of citizens had fled, and the granaries were likely depleted, unable to sustain the prolonged costs of war. Thus, they were waiting for my second brother to be in Yongzhou, coordinating internal and external forces, anticipating a conflict between you and my second brother. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, both would suffer significant losses. They were poised to reap the benefits of that turmoil. Yongzhou, rich in resources and military prowess, had rebelled for many years. The capital had harbored apprehensions towards Yongzhou, yet due to their preoccupation with repelling foreign invasions, they had never managed to mobilize an army to quell it. Currently, the only region capable of posing a challenge since that recent military mishap was Liangzhou, which, relying on its fertile lands and full granaries, had no concerns about military funding and continued to have frequent skirmishes. The capital had been wary of Yongzhou for years, and now they had finally found a legitimate reason to command Shenzhou to retaliate against the traitors in the name of the emperor. Shenzhou, however, was reluctant, as its current strength could hardly contend with Xiao Heng. They also feared that other states might take advantage of the chaos to stab them in the back. Nevertheless, Gu Yu had assured them that Gu Chen was indeed in Yongzhou, and with tensions mounting between the two states, this presented a rare opportunity. Moreover, should Shenzhou choose to engage, they would be promised half of Yongzhou's territory upon conquest, along with the marriage of a princess to the Prince of Jinan as his consort. Gu Yu painted an elaborate picture, and the Duke of Jinan, this unfortunate soul, truly believed him. He immediately devoted everything, personally leading 20,000 troops from Shenzhou to Yongzhou, preparing to intervene and disrupt the battlefield once Gu Chen and Xiao Heng fell out with each other. However, what was even more surprising was that as soon as the troops from Shenzhou set out, Yuzhou, which had previously occupied 5 cities in Yongzhou, sought to partake in the spoils, as it saw Yongzhou surrounded on all sides. It was reported that they were busily gathering their forces, ready to join the fray at any moment. Yongzhou found itself beset by wolves, and at this juncture, Xiao Heng chose to hold Meng Jinghe captive, remaining inactive, essentially casting a bait and waiting for the fish to bite. He speculated that now that the troops from Shenzhou had reached the border of the two states, they could only wait for Yongzhou and Liangzhou to clash first. Given their insufficient military provisions, they would undoubtedly be eager for a swift resolution. Although he and Gu Chen appeared to be at odds, they were far from the brink of conflict. Therefore, the opposing side would surely have some arrangements in place. If there were indeed spies from the other party within the residence, this would be the moment for them to sow discord. Upon hearing Xiao Heng's strategy, Gu Jinzhi understood everything in her heart. Yet, being a girl, her thoughts were intricate and sensitive. Although Meng Qingyan was living under Xiao Heng's roof as a hostage, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Heng wrapped his arms around her, noticing her silence and sensing her discontent. After a moment of contemplation, he changed his mind, suggesting, "If you feel uneasy, perhaps we should let her move to Gu Chen's courtyard?" "No way," Gu Jinzhi firmly rejected. Matters of romance are difficult to navigate. What if her unreliable second brother, in a moment of whimsy, inadvertently turned Meng Qingyan into her sister-in-law? Gu Jinzhi instinctively shuddered, believing it safer to keep her under Xiao Heng's watchful gaze. The two sat in silence, with Gu Jinzhi still preoccupied with the impending threat from Shenzhou. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng was worried that she might feel wronged and end up crying when they returned. "You're not angry with me, are you?" he asked, playfully tugging at her little finger, a clear plea for forgiveness. Gu Jinzhi snapped back to reality, glancing at him without uttering a word. If she were to be honest, she had indeed felt anger. She was upset with him for his cold demeanor and for not listening to her explanations. She was also vexed that he had brought Meng Qingyan into their midst without a word. However, as Xiao Heng clarified his intentions, her irritation dissipated. After all, he too faced great challenges. The people of Yongzhou depended on him for their well-being. If Yongzhou were to fall to Shenzhou, its citizens would face separation from their families and displacement. With this thought in mind, Gu Jinzhi reluctantly shook her head and murmured, "I'm not angry with you. Being the ruler of a state is no easy task. One must possess foresight and resolve, unable to remain mired in romantic sentiments while neglecting the greater picture and the welfare of the people." However, having witnessed Xiao Heng's handsome visage and alluring physique, she felt that such beauty could easily attract unwanted attention. Thus, she couldn't help but add, "She can stay in your courtyard, but you're not allowed to visit her room." Xiao Heng was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly chuckled softly, a blend of helplessness and amusement coloring his voice. "What business do I have in her room? Though she has moved in, she remains merely a pawn in my hands." Gu Jinzhi immediately seized upon his inconsistency, retorting, "Who knows what you intend to do in her quarters? Was I not once your captive? Did you not visit my room at night?" Xiao Heng Mu said, "Dig in my own grave?" He had indeed contemplated using Gu Jinzhi to coerce Gu Cheng, but he had resolved against such tactics now. The delicate young lady was charmingly soft and adept at evoking one's concern. Who else could care for her as he did? His only worry was that a moment's inattention might allow her to slip away. Yet, Gu Jinzhi's thoughts diverged sharply from his own. In the intimacy of a shared space between a man and a woman, should something untoward occur, it could lead to a scandalous narrative of a mother leveraging her child for advancement. Such plots were common in stories. While she could overlook his past indiscretions, being with her required him to be utterly unsullied and virtuous. Xiao Heng observed the young lady, who was blissfully unaware of her jealousy. A smile involuntarily graced his lips, tinged with playful intrigue. "If you're so worried about my visit to her room, why not simply stay here from tonight onward?" Gu Jinzhi raised her gaze to him. The man's features were striking and profound, and under the dim light, his brows and eyes bore an air of levity, yet his expression exuded an inexplicable tenderness and seriousness. Recalling that Gu Cheng resided in the adjacent courtyard, and having recently assured him that they were not sharing a bed, she was poised to decline. However, before she could speak, Xiao Heng suddenly embraced her, flipping her over, and leaned forward, pressing her down onto the soft cushion. Caught off guard, Gu Jinzhi found herself lying beneath him, her heart racing. Her eyelashes fluttered as she tried to process what happened, only to see him lowering his gaze upon her. The man's physique was firm, carrying a fresh and inviting scent. They were so close that Gu Jinzhi could discern each of his eyelashes, long and thick, accentuating the allure in his gaze. As she momentarily lost herself in thought, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her ear, the warmth of his breath sending shivers down her spine, teasing her reason. In a husky voice, he repeated the lingering question that awaited an answer. "Will you stay with me from now on?" Gu Jinzhi's ears tingled, her mind clouded by the intimacy of his gesture, rendering her incapable of discerning her own response. Instinctively, she shrank back, yet he had already lowered his head, softly sealing his lips over hers. Chapter 65. A moment longer, a flash of white light seemed to streak before her eyes, followed by the sudden crack of thunder in her ears. Gu Jinzhi widened her eyes, acutely aware of his hand cradling the back of her head, gently tilting it upward. She instinctively parted her lips, only to have him seize the moment, entering her with his kiss. His kiss was prolonged, intricate, marked by an abundance of patience and care, as if he were cherishing the most precious of treasures. As Gu Jinzhi was gently kissed, she felt a haze enveloping her, her eyes blinking in bewilderment, hardly able to believe what was transpiring. Her body stiffened, her lips caught between his gentle bites, their breaths intertwining. It took her a moment to realize that this was indeed a kiss. Perhaps sensing her confusion, Xiao Heng did not prolong the kiss, gradually releasing her lips and leaning back on his elbows, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her mouth. He raised his hand, tenderly brushing away the glistening sheen from her lips. Noticing her still in a daze, he planted a soft kiss on her chin before lying down beside her, pulling the bewildered young girl back into his embrace. Gu Jinzhi took a moment to steady her breath against his chest, her fingers unconsciously gripping the fabric of his collar. The sensation of the kiss was utterly exquisite, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest, her mind swirling in a delightful haze. It felt as though her body was no longer her own, ignited by his touch. She discreetly touched her flushed face, still warm to the touch, then brushed her fingers against her lips, tingling from the recent kiss, the sensation vividly etched in her memory. Her cheeks flushed anew, instinctively lowering her head to bury her face in his chest, fearing his gaze. Understanding her shyness, Xiao Heng allowed her to hide within his embrace, his large hand resting on her lower back, holding her close. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on the crown of her head, a hidden smile glimmering in his eyes. After all, she was still quite young and inexperienced with her first kiss, and he did not wish to startle her, opting for a tender approach instead. They lay together in a semi-lit haze for a considerable while. Feeling her heartbeat returning to a semblance of normalcy, Gu Jinzhi decided to move her legs, contemplating returning to her own room to sleep. However, as she stirred, Xiao Heng's arm around her back tightened, pulling her closer without a hint of hesitation. "What are you doing?" she murmured, her voice still somewhat raspy, as if just waking. Gu Jinzhi tilted her head slightly to meet his gaze, softly explaining, "I'm going back to sleep." Surprised by her intention to leave, Xiao Heng lowered his eyelashes to look at her with a hint of exasperation, asking, "Can't you sleep here?" Under his penetrating gaze, her heart quickened once more, prompting her to reply earnestly, "I can't sleep when I'm with you." Xiao Heng propped himself up on his elbows, looking down at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. "You can't sleep with me?" For some reason, Gu Jinzhi felt a flutter of unease at his playful tone and the mischievous glimmer in his eyes. True to her instincts the next moment, Xiao Heng lifted her waist, drawing her closer once again, his lips descending upon hers once more. "Then let us kiss a little longer." Outside, the moonlight was bright and clear, filtering through the bed curtains to weave an intimate glow. How Gu Jinzhi ultimately found herself nestled beneath the covers, lulled into a dreamy slumber by his tender coaxing, she could not recall. Upon awakening, she found herself nestled under the same covers as Xiao Heng, his fingers entwined with hers, as memories of their intimate entanglement from the previous night began to resurface. She recalled how he had seemingly entranced her into planting a gentle kiss on his Adam's apple. Gu Jinzhi, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, swiftly sat up, desperately trying to expel the blush-inducing images from her mind. However, as they were sharing the same blanket, her sudden movement inadvertently roused Xiao Heng from his slumber. He groggily opened his eyes, and their gazes met, both still shrouded in drowsiness. Instinctively, Gu Jinzhi averted her gaze, only to realize that her abrupt motion had caused the blanket to slip away considerably, leaving them exposed. Her eyes inadvertently fell upon his abdomen. Despite her youth, the unexpected sight of what she had previously mistaken for concealed treasures jolted her comprehension. Goodness, this man possesses quite a physique. The audacity of his early morning display was rather unbecoming. As her face flushed even more, she thought to herself, hastily redirecting her gaze, fearful of what might happen if she continued to look. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng, noticing her crimson cheeks, playfully wrapped the blanket around his waist, bemused yet speechless. "Where are your eyes wandering so early in the day?" he teased. Gu Jinzhi immediately protested, "Do not slander me. I saw nothing." Xiao Heng propped his arm beneath his head, raising an eyebrow at her. How could one possibly not see? Gu Jinzhi felt an inkling that there was more to his words than met the eye. However, their playful banter was interrupted by the sound of Meng Qingyan outside the room. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Jinzhi had spent the night in Xiao Heng's quarters, and she was eager to find him. Fortunately, Zhao Guan stood guard outside and swiftly prevented Meng Qingyan from knocking on the door. With a hesitant smile, he implored, "Miss Meng, the Lord has yet to rise. It would be inappropriate for you to barge in." His words, however, were tinged with uncertainty, as sounds from within indicated that someone was indeed awake. Meng Qingyan retracted her hand and smiled at him from the eaves. "Zhao Jingwei, I have matters to discuss with my cousin. Please relay my message." Zhao Guan dared not enter without his master's permission, especially with a young lady resting inside. He hesitated, bowing slightly. "Miss Meng, please do not put me in a difficult position." Understanding Xiao Heng's nature, Meng Qingyan found his reluctance reasonable. She shrugged, leaning against the wall. "Very well, I shall wait here." As Zhao Guan was about to respond, Tan Yun approached with a basin of warm water, ready to assist Gu Jinzhi with her morning routine. Noticing Meng Qingyan blocking the entrance, she spoke without glancing aside, her tone calm. "Please step aside." Meng Qingyan, seizing her arm, questioned with a hint of hostility, "Wait. Since when has it become your duty to attend to my cousin?" Tan Yun met her grip with a steady gaze, slowly replying, "I am here to attend to my princess." Meng Qingyan was taken aback, pulling her companion with force. "What did you say? That shameless little wretch is sleeping in my cousin's room?" Although Meng Qingyan had previously known that a man and a woman were living in the same courtyard, it was entirely possible they had already shared the same room. Nevertheless, when confronted with the reality, she found it difficult to accept. Before she could process the shock, Tan Yun forcefully shook off her hand and retorted sarcastically, "What does it matter to you?" With that, she raised her foot to enter the house, but Meng Qingyan was relentless, determined to follow. However, Zhao Guan stepped forward to block her path. "Miss Meng, you cannot go in." Meng Qingyan retaliated without hesitation, striking him across the face. "How dare you stop me, you cur?" Chapter 66. They have long been together. Seeing Zhao Guan struck, Tan Yun halted her steps, turning back with anger. "How could you hit someone?" Meng Qingyan arrogantly raised an eyebrow, poised to strike her as well. "I can hit whoever I please." However, this time her hand did not land, as Zhao Guan firmly grasped it. "Miss, the master is still inside. If he caused a scene here, he might be displeased." His cheek bore the mark of her earlier slap, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor. Meng Qingyan gritted her teeth, freeing her hand. "Just wait." With that, she refused to linger any longer, storming off to her own chamber in a huff. Tan Yun, observing the redness blooming on Zhao Guan's cheek, felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly set the hot water aside and reached out to touch his face. "Does it hurt?" Zhao Guan took her hand, softly reassuring her, "It's nothing. You should go inside. Don't mention this to the master." Tan Yun, feeling indignant, retorted, "Why shouldn't I say anything? Should I just let her slap me without consequence?" Zhao Guan helplessly caressed her face. "The master has been preoccupied lately. Let us not add to his troubles." Reluctantly, Tan Yun regarded him, but, seeing his insistence, complied and carried the hot water into the house. Gu Jinzhi had not had the chance to bathe the night before, so she asked Tan Yun to prepare hot water for her breakfast, first heading to the bathroom for a wash. When she emerged, Gu Chun and Meng Qingyan had both come to Xiao Heng's courtyard, encountering each other unexpectedly. Gu Chun had not anticipated that Xiao Heng would introduce yet another woman into the courtyard, and he frowned, casting a curious and disdainful glance at Meng Qingyan. Feeling irritable under his scrutiny, and misjudging Gu Chun as merely a new subordinate of Xiao Heng due to his nonchalant demeanor, Meng Qingyan retorted sharply, "What are you staring at? Am I someone you can gawk at?" Gu Chun clicked his tongue, snickering, "Quite fierce, aren't you? Is this the type Xiao Heng fancies?" Meng Qingyan rolled her eyes. Although she did not know who he was, her usual arrogance left her unafraid of anyone. Thus, witnessing his playful demeanor, she could no longer hold back. "Indeed, he likes someone like me. What business is it of yours? Or shall I gouge your eyes out?" Gu Chun had never encountered such a fierce woman before. Shaking his head, he sighed, "To not win my sister's heart, he has certainly lowered his standards significantly. TSK, has he really grown old and resorted to desperate measures?" Meng Qingyan exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. "What is wrong with you? Why have standards fallen so low? Are you perhaps bitter because you cannot reach the grapes?" Gu Chun tilted his head and chuckled. "Me? Unable to reach the grapes? You chased me bare-bodied for 10 miles. Me glancing back even once would be considered lewd." As the two appeared ready to quarrel in the courtyard, Gu Jinzhi rushed out, calling second brother. Gu Chun turned to see Gu Jinzhi sprinting from the eastern wing. It is said that comparisons breed discontent. At first glance, Meng Qingyan seemed youthful and radiant. Yet when juxtaposed against the delicate beauty of Gu Jinzhi's features, she paled in comparison, especially with Gu Chun viewing Gu Jinzhi through the lens of a protective brother. The more he looked, the more she appeared enchanting and adorable, further fueling his disdain for Xiao Heng. How dare that cur lay claim to his little sister? Such a lovely young lady, was she truly within his grasp? He pulled Gu Jinzhi closer, lowering his voice to share his thoughts. "Look at that dog Xiao. He claims to love every woman he meets. I've only been in Yong City for a few days, and yet another woman has appeared in the household. Even boars do not mate this swiftly." Gu Jinzhi nudged him with her elbow, softly clarifying, "That is his cousin. It is not as you imagine." Just then, Meng Qingyan, astonished, interjected, "So you are her elder brother?" Gu Chun turned back, casting her a cold glance, nonchalantly replying, "Indeed. Only just realizing, having been bested by Gu Jinzhi earlier." Meng Qingyan could no longer contain herself and hastily began to lodge a complaint. You arrived at the perfect time. Do you know what sort of person your sister is? Even before marriage, she has shared a room with my cousin. Gu Chun, unconvinced, raised a hand to interrupt. You are in no position to judge the character of my sister. However, should you dare to slander her in my presence, I shall not hesitate to silence you. Meng Qingyan was indeed intimidated by the murderous intent in his eyes. Gu Jinzhi, feeling a pang of guilt, cast a furtive glance at Gu Chun, noting his serious demeanor, which inexplicably stirred feelings of remorse within her. Her elder brother had traveled a great distance to bring her home. Yet she had already developed feelings for Xiao Heng and had not only shared a bed with him the previous night, but also shared a kiss. Gu Jinzhi nervously licked her lips, resolved to find an opportunity to confront Gu Chun today, while the three remained in a stalemate in the courtyard. Xiao Heng emerged from the study, taking a seat at the table to prepare for breakfast. Upon spotting Gu Jinzhi, he reached out to draw the nearby chair closer. Just as he intended to gesture for her to sit, Meng Qingyan boldly stepped forward, affectionately calling out, "Cousin." Gu Jinzhi, witnessing this, thought, wow, she is truly a picture of innocence. Yet that seat was clearly meant for me. Determined not to be outdone, she transformed into a feisty competitor, squeezing her way over to reclaim her position beside Xiao Heng. Unexpectedly, as she and Meng Qingyan were on the verge of determining the victor, Gu Chun suddenly executed a flamboyant serpentine maneuver, effortlessly surpassing them and claiming victory, promptly seating himself beside Xiao Heng. Gu Jinzhi was utterly astonished by his audacity. She had anticipated defending against Meng Qingyan, but had not foreseen Gu Chun's cunning. The proverbial green hat was unceremoniously placed upon her head. Xiao Heng, equally exasperated, cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring, "Do you have a problem?" Gu Chun, unabashed and brazen, confidently replied, "Let us have a meal together." Xiao Heng Zito, could you possibly keep your distance? Gu Chun raised his gaze, casting a meaningful look at Gu Jinzhi, and said, "Then could you please keep your distance from my sister?" Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow and politely responded, "I cannot." Gu Jinzhi felt the tension rise. Gu Chun, with a mocking chuckle, remarked, "You can't just say you can't." Xiao Heng, I'll tell you plainly, Jinzhi has already made it clear that she does not harbor feelings for you, so I'm certainly taking her away with me. Gu Jinzhi's heart raced. Observing Gu Chun unwittingly striking at his own face filled her with guilt, just as she was about to offer a quiet explanation. The bystander Meng Qingyan interjected, "Take her away? Don't you know? They've been sleeping together for quite some time." This statement struck Gu Jinzhi like a bolt from the blue. However, Gu Chun chose not to believe it. Rather, he coldly turned his gaze toward Meng Qingyan and asked, "Do you wish to lose your tongue?" Meng Qingyan laughed lightly, dismissively replying, "Why are you being aggressive? If you don't believe me, ask her yourself." Initially skeptical, Gu Chun, upon seeing her assertiveness, instinctively directed a doubtful glance at Gu Jinzhi. The moment his gaze swept over her, Gu Jinzhi's heart sank. Was it true? Gu Chun, observing her anxious expression, impassively inquired, "Is it true?" Gu Jinzhi hesitated to deceive him further, yet found herself at a loss for words. Blushing, she managed to stammer, "Brother, please allow me to explain." Gu Chun's eyes darkened, his understanding dawning. He licked his back teeth, a mix of fury and irony crossing his features. "Fine, take your time to explain. I'll just contemplate which of your legs I shall break first." Chapter 67. He said he would take care of me. Gu Jinzhi was terrified by his overly stern countenance. After a prolonged silence, she finally mustered, "Why do you have such an aversion to your sister possessing a pair of healthy legs?" Gu Chun regarded her with an almost amused expression, countering her query with one of his own. "Did you really sleep in his room last night?" Gu Jinzhi was too intimidated to respond, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had already risen to his feet, his tall figure blocking much of the light in the room. In that moment, Gu Chun seemed to grasp something from her silence. Sensing the shift in the room's ambience, he suddenly pivoted and launched a swift punch toward Xiao Heng. The speed of his attack was astonishing. Everyone was caught off guard, yet Xiao Heng adeptly evaded and skillfully caught his fist. Gu Chun, consumed by anger, swiftly leveraged his strength to flip into the air, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Xiao Heng's face. Xiao Heng released his grip and raised his arm to block, successfully intercepting the strike and sending Gu Chun crashing to the ground. In the instant Gu Chun landed, he retaliated with a punch. Xiao Heng once again bent his arm to shield himself, and both combatants unleashed their blows simultaneously. This time, neither held back, and the fierce winds of their fists left Gu Jinzhi breathless with anxiety. Arriving on the scene, Xiao Heng and Zhao Guan intended to protect their lord, but upon witnessing the brawl, they found themselves unable to intervene, helplessly watching from the sidelines. Gu Chen's strength was remarkable, and his punches came at an astonishing speed, each one targeting Xiao Heng's face. Normally, their skills were evenly matched, but today, for reasons unknown, Xiao Heng appeared out of sorts, being forced to retreat under the relentless assault. The fight escalated from indoors to the courtyard, and as Gu Chen began to gain the upper hand, Xiao Heng suddenly lifted his elbow and struck fiercely at Gu Chen's midsection. Gu Jinzhi gasped, fearing Gu Chen would be injured, but to her astonishment, he seized Xiao Heng's collar, flipping over him and delivering a powerful blow to his waist. Xiao Heng staggered back 2 steps, barely regaining his footing. Cousin Meng, Qing Yin, rushed forward to support his arm, eager to check for injuries, but Gu Chun quietly pushed him away. Just as Gu Jinzhi approached, Gu Chen's cold voice rang out from behind her. "If you choose to be with him, then never acknowledge me as your second brother again." Startled, Gu Jinzhi turned to face him, her expression one of disbelief. It was at that moment she noticed the bruise forming at the corner of Gu Chen's eye, a stark contrast to his otherwise fair complexion, which marked him as a nobleman. The injury made him appear somewhat disheveled. Realizing he was injured because of her, Gu Jinzhi hesitated, biting her lip in frustration as she moved closer, wanting to examine his wound. Gu Chun brushed her hand away, his tone icy. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Tears welled in Gu Jinzhi's eyes as they spilled down her cheeks, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Brother, I'm sorry." Xiao Heng stood behind them, silently observing her trembling shoulders. This was the first time he had witnessed her cry so sorrowfully. Gu Chun towered over her, making Gu Jinzhi appear like a small child caught in a misdeed. But what had she done wrong? She was merely experiencing the innocent pangs of first love. At that moment, as he watched her weep, Gu Chun pressed his lips tightly together. Gu Jinzhi was his only sister, raised in a nurturing environment, and had seldom faced any hardships. He had always been particularly fond of her, granting her every wish during their childhood. Yet, he maintained a stoic demeanor, allowing her to cry in front of him as he forced himself not to relent, asking in a sparse tone, "Did he give you some sort of potion?" Gu Jinzhi shook her head vigorously, fighting back her sobs as she attempted to reason with him. "Am I not allowed to have someone I like?" Gu Chen remained unmoved, gazing at her with a detached expression. "Very well. But he cannot." Gu Jinzhi, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" Gu Chen, suppressing his fury and striving to maintain a calm tone, replied, "Are you unaware of our relationship?" Before Gu Jinzhi could respond, Gu Chen answered himself, his voice growing increasingly frigid. "We are enemies, sworn foes." A moment of silence enveloped the air. Xiao Heng's gaze transcended Gu Jinzhi's shoulder, momentarily clashing with Gu Chen's. Their expressions mirrored indifference, as if the camaraderie of their youth had entirely dissipated amidst the present turmoil of their nation. Gu Jinzhi fixed her gaze on his face, utterly unconvinced, and murmured, "But I heard you two shared a bath together." Gu Chun immediately exploded. Who the hell bathed with him? Upon witnessing his reaction, Gu Jinzhi realized there was truth to her words. She quickly added, "He even bought you candied hawthorn." Gu Chen sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaiming in exasperation, "I never eat sweets." He had always detested those cloyingly sweet treats. It was only Xiao Heng who persistently stuffed him with candied hawthorn, insisting on purchasing them even after he had declined. He had long suspected something was amiss with that man's inclinations. Noticing Gu Chun was on the verge of exploding, Gu Jinzhi dared not bring up their past. Instead, she cautiously remarked, "He said he would take care of me." Gu Chun paused, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "Do you need him to take care of you? Your second brother is not dead. Can he not look after you?" Gu Jinzhi was aware that Gu Chun would certainly take care of her. But he was already 24 years old. Even if he wished to care for her, there was no guarantee that his future wife would be accommodating. Thus, she mustered the courage to say, "But you will eventually have to marry. Once you have a wife, will you still be able to look after me?" Gu Chun lowered his head, tilting it as he poked her forehead with his finger. "What do you mean by that? Are you planning to marry him?" Gu Jinzhi fell silent, daunted. She had not yet contemplated such long-term matters. Yet it felt exceedingly regrettable to harbor feelings for someone she could not marry in the future. Observing her silence, Gu Chun found himself both amused and exasperated. He smirked slightly, asking, "Have you slept with him?" Such a question in public was undeniably awkward. Just as Xiao Heng was about to interject, Gu Jinzhi immediately raised 4 fingers in assurance. "No, we are completely innocent." Gu Chun licked his teeth and patted her head, teasingly stating, "All right, for today, you have temporarily saved those legs of yours." The siblings had been bickering for quite some time in the courtyard, attracting the attention of numerous curious servants lurking nearby. Once Xiao Heng noticed they had argued enough, he stepped forward, grasping Gu Jinzhi's wrist and discreetly shielding her behind him, before addressing Gu Chun. "I need to speak with you." Gu Chun's expression darkened upon observing his subtle gesture. "I have nothing to discuss with you." However, catching sight of Gu Jinzhi's reddened eyes glaring at him, he irritably rubbed his hands together and impatiently told Xiao Heng, "Fine, fine. Let's talk." Chapter 68. Do you think Jinzhi is still too young? Xiao Heng first took the little crying girl back to her room. Gu Jinzhi's eyes and the tip of her nose were red from weeping. She rubbed her eyes and, sitting on the couch, asked with a hint of worry, "What do you intend to discuss with my brother?" Xiao Heng had warm water brought in and personally wrung a hot towel to wipe her face. With a calm voice, he replied, "I will speak with him to see what it would take for him to entrust you to me." Gu Jinzhi allowed him to clean her face, and upon hearing his words, she felt a slight relief, though her anxiety lingered. She inquired, "What if he refuses?" Xiao Heng gazed at her flushed face, which was etched with concern and unease. He gently caressed her cheek and reassured her, "Then the conversation will continue until he agrees." Gu Jinzhi silently watched him, trusting that he would find a way to negotiate with Gu Chun appropriately. Yet she couldn't shake the worry that they might end up in a confrontation. As if sensing her apprehension, Xiao Heng leaned down and kissed the corner of her reddened eyes. "It will be fine, I assure you. There will absolutely be no violence this time." Still unconvinced, Gu Jinzhi gazed at him with misty eyes, asking, "What if he does resort to violence?" Xiao Heng, noticing the tension in the young lady, couldn't help but smile gently. He leaned down once more to kiss her forehead and softly reminded her, "This is the residence of the Duke of Dingbei. It would not be advantageous for him to act violently on my territory. If I hadn't deliberately stepped back earlier, Gu Chun would have gained the upper hand." Feeling considerably reassured, Gu Jinzhi nodded. She watched as he turned and exited the room, heading towards Gu Cheng's side courtyard. At that moment, Gu Cheng was seated beside a table in the side courtyard hall, as the two were to discuss matters. A servant had set up a small folding screen beside the table, creating a moderately private space. Xiao Heng changed his shoes and sat across from him at the table, dismissing the attendants who usually served tea. Once the other individuals had left the room, Gu Cheng finally could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table and, suppressing his anger, asked, "You must explain how you could lay hands on a girl barely in her teens. Is it due to the thick skin inherited from your family over generations?" Xiao Heng was not intimidated by the punch, but instead looked up at him with a calm demeanor, following his line of questioning. "Do you think Jinzhi is still too young?" Gu Chun was nearly infuriated by his response and retorted, "Don't you think so?" 15. Though Gu Jinzhi had reached maturity in this day and age, unless poverty forced a family's hand, who would willingly allow their beloved daughter to marry and bear children at such a tender age. Moreover, Gu Jinzhi was, after all, still a princess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng thoughtfully stroked the jade ring on his thumb, paused for a moment, and, in an unusual concession, suggested, "Shall I wait a few more years?" Gu Chun scoffed, mercilessly criticizing him. "You're already half in the grave. How can you afford to wait?" Xiao Heng, unfazed by this sudden and inexplicable jab about age, raised an eyebrow at him and, with a hint of humor, reminded him, "If I recall correctly, we're the same age?" Gu Cheng replied with a cold laugh. Feigning righteousness, "Rest assured, I am not like you, leading a chaotic and unrestrained private life. I am fit and healthy, and I could live for another 500 years. Xiao Heng let out a lamenting sigh, expressing his regret. What is the meaning of living so long without a personal life? Gu Cheng engaged in a sharp exchange of words with him, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Observing his lack of success, Gu Cheng pushed aside the table in front of him, boldly crossed one leg, and fixed his intense gaze upon Xiao Heng, stating earnestly, Jinzhi has asked me to take her away. This time, Zhongdu has ordered the various states to mobilize their armies against you, and I promise I will not interfere. The forces from Shenzhou alone, gathered near the Hui region, numbered around 20,000, not including the ever-ready troops from Yuzhou and the Zhongdu army. When the armies approached the city, even if Xiao Heng were to survive, he would still suffer greatly. Xiao Heng also pushed aside the table before him and met his gaze directly, unflinching. What if I refuse? Gu Cheng smirked, lightly raising his chin, his tone sparse. Then I shall be the first to attack Yongzhou. At these words, Xiao Heng fell silent. Gu Cheng, believing he had instilled fear, slowly sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting his response. It was no wonder Xiao Heng hesitated. The situation in Yongzhou was far from favorable. Although Yongzhou boasted a standing army of 200,000, the majority were stationed along the northern frontier to fend off the incursions from the Ruren. Currently, the forces Xiao Heng could mobilize amounted to only around 80,000, gathered from Yinping and the Hui camps. With war looming, should Gu Cheng position himself against him, Yongzhou would find itself utterly isolated and defenseless. Xiao Heng pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, was that batch of arms truly worth turning us against each other? If this matter had not been raised, Gu Cheng could have maintained his composure, but upon its mention, he erupted in fury, kicking over the table before him with a crash. How dare you bring this up? It was your shoddy weapons that led to over 7,000 brothers of the Liangzhou standing army perishing on the southern battlefield. The faulty arms have been intended to defend against the southern barbarians. Yet, when Liangzhou's troops reached the battlefield, they discovered that the supposedly indestructible round shields could be pierced with a mere poke, and the long swords and waist daggers were made of rusted iron. The heads of their cavalry lances and hooked spears would snap upon impact. That battle cost Liangzhou over 7,000 soldiers and resulted in the loss of 5 cities, allowing the southern barbarians to advance unchecked into the heart of the central plains. In a fit of rage, Gu Cheng suddenly lunged at Xiao Heng. Seizing his collar and staring intently into his eyes, Xiao Heng, do not test my patience any further. Despite being grasped by the collar, Xiao Heng remained as composed as ever. He lifted his gaze, his narrow eyes slightly arched, exuding a vibrant and dangerous allure. Does His Highness harbor no suspicions about that batch of arms? We have traded grain and weapons for years without incident. Why would I jeopardize the hard-won friendship between our two states? Gu Cheng was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, loosening his grip on Xiao Heng's collar. In truth, he had also harbored doubts when the arms had initially malfunctioned. Gu Cheng and Xiao Heng have known each other since their youth, their bond once so close that they could share a pair of trousers. Initially, he found it hard to believe that Xiao Heng would tamper with his armaments. Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Heng grasped his wrist, gently removing his hand from the collar of his garment, and gazed into his eyes with a steady demeanor, saying, Your Highness, it is understandable to grieve for your brother who met an untimely demise, but simultaneously, you must remain vigilant not to be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Chapter 69. Do not touch recklessly upon returning to the main courtyard. Gu Jinzhi was still seated on the couch, absent-mindedly flipping through the pages of a book, frequently glancing outside, evidently awaiting his return. As soon as he entered through the moon gate, Gu Jinzhi immediately discarded her book and rushed over, eagerly inquiring, Have you finished speaking with my brother? Xiao Heng took her hand and led her into the room, replying, Yes, I have finished. What about you? Gu Jinzhi, filled with anxiety, whispered, What did my brother say? Did he agree in the end? Amused by her anxious demeanor, Xiao Heng teased her by asking, If he disagreed, would you still choose to follow him? Gu Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback. Assuming that Gu Chun truly remained opposed, she became flustered, abruptly withdrawing her hand from his. "I will go find him." However, her sudden movement inadvertently brushed against Xiao Heng's waist, where Gu Chun had recently delivered a punch. He instinctively tensed his muscles, slightly furrowing his brow to evade the contact. Gu Jinzhi paused, quickly realizing her error, and lowered her head to inspect his injury. "Let me see where you are hurt." Just as Xiao Heng was about to respond, he noticed Meng Qing Yin seemingly approaching from outside. So he grasped her hand and urged, "Let us check in the room." Without allowing her a moment to protest, he pulled her into the bedroom. Gu Jinzhi, focused solely on his waist, did not perceive what was unfolding outside. Assuming he was merely shy about undressing in the main hall, she obediently followed him into the inner chamber. Once inside the bedroom, she reached for Xiao Heng's belt, eager to examine his wounds. Xiao Heng watched as her delicate hand deftly loosened his belt, her intent clear as she prepared to lift his garments. He chuckled softly, grasping her wrist with a playful smirk. "So eager, are we?" Gu Jinzhi understood his teasing, but remained unfazed, for she knew that to negotiate with someone as seasoned as Xiao Heng, the most effective strategy was to be even bolder. Thus, she straightened her lips and calmly replied, "Be rational. The one who should be anxious is you. At 24, struggling with your waist, what meaning does a long life hold?" Xiao Heng retorted, "Whose waist is faltering?" Unjustly accused by this pampered girl, he felt a sudden urge to prove himself. Yet he found himself at a loss, for the delicate creature before him was scarcely out of her adolescence. Thus, he chose silence, temporarily accepting the stigma of having a weak waist, thinking to himself that there would come a time when she would be the one to weep. Seizing the moment of his speechlessness, Gu Jinzhi, oblivious to his thoughts, skillfully removed his outer garment and reached for his inner clothing. Seeing her with an expression of intense focus, Xiao Heng decisively settled onto the soft couch, allowing her to assist in removing his garments. However, as she truly unfastened his sash and was on the verge of peeling away his attire, he suddenly paused, a flicker of discomfort surfacing in his demeanor. Typically, when they shared a bed, he was clad in undergarments. Even when changing in her presence, he maintained a respectful distance. This moment felt unprecedented as he bared himself so near to her. In contrast, during his military campaigns, amidst the harsh conditions and while bathing alongside his soldiers, he had never felt any unease about being exposed. Yet now, in front of Gu Jinzhi, an inexplicable sense of urgency washed over him. Xiao Heng's gaze lingered on her downcast face, his eyes drawn to her soft, delicate lips, igniting a parched yearning within him. Nevertheless, Gu Jinzhi's attention was wholly devoted to his waist, oblivious to the restrained ardor of his gaze upon her lips. With meticulous care, she began to peel away his garments, her focus unwavering as she examined the purplish bruise on his abdomen. The injury, while not severe, was a result of Gu Cheng's unyielding strike, leaving a disconcerting mark of darkened blood pooling beneath the skin. Pained by the sight, Gu Jinzhi gently touched it, her voice barely above a whisper as she inquired, "Does it still hurt?" In truth, the pain was negligible. In the chaos of battle, such wounds paled in comparison to the injuries he had endured, akin to merely scraping the skin. Yet, her soft, cool fingertips provided a soothing touch, akin to the gentle melt of snow melt nurturing the parched earth below. Xiao Heng swallowed hard, his voice low as he replied, "It hurts quite a bit." Believing him, Gu Jinzhi's guilt deepened, prompting her to soften her touch further as she cautiously probed. "Does this hurt? How about here? Or here?" Her cool hands glided across his waist, eliciting a sensation that was both ticklish and addictive. Xiao Heng averted his gaze hurriedly, striving to suppress the rising heat within him. However, with his eyes diverted, the loss of visual distraction only heightened the clarity of sensation. Her delicate hands pressed against the skin, each contour of her palm felt distinctly. As the weather warmed slightly, Thibaut had arranged for the heavy curtains to be replaced with airy bamboo shades. The warm sunlight filtered through the gaps, fracturing into countless fragments. Gu Jinzhi's small face shone bright beneath the sun, the warm hues casting a radiant glow around her. A faint scent of milk, mingled with the honey essence she used for skincare, enveloped him, filling his senses with languorous delight and stirring a yearning within him to act. Suddenly, he grasped her small hand, his voice husky as he murmured, "All right, enough of the wandering hands." Gu Jinch remained oblivious to the oddity in his voice, assuming he was merely in pain from her actions. She straightened up and walked to the foot of the bed to retrieve the ointment from the cabinet, asserting with unwavering certainty, "I shall apply some medicine. Bear with it." Before Xiao Heng could protest, she had already procured the small box of ointment. He initially thought it rather undignified for a man to require salve for such minor injuries, fearing it would give Gu something to jest about. Yet, upon observing Gu Jinch's serious demeanor, he resigned himself and reclined lazily, adopting an attitude of surrender. Very well. Seeing him acquiesce, Gu Jinch carefully scooped a portion of the ointment with her delicate fingers and applied it meticulously to his bruise. The ointment felt cooler than her fingertips, causing Xiao Heng to tense momentarily. As a practitioner of martial arts, his muscles were well-defined, and this sudden tautness accentuated their clean lines. Gu Jinch had intended to treat the injury on his lower back, but his overt reaction caught her off guard, and her gaze inadvertently followed the contours of his physique downward. When reality struck her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hand, stammering, "All right, all right." Xiao Heng adjusted his clothing slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her flushed face, his eyes brimming with a simmering desire. Suddenly, he grasped her arm and forcefully pulled her onto himself. Gu Jinch, taken by surprise, fell against him, nearly colliding with his chin. As she braced herself on her elbows to rise, Xiao Heng grasped the nape of her neck, applying gentle pressure to lift her head. His palm, slightly coarse, grazed her delicate skin, evoking an itch. Gu Jinch instinctively recoiled slightly, prompting him to cradle her head and lean in for a kiss. Chapter 70. If he were wise, he would not involve himself in this. Her lips were captured and teased, eliciting a subtle sting. Gu Jinch's face ignited with heat, and she instinctively pushed against him. However, her efforts were in vain, as the arm encircling her waist tightened even further. Sensing her slight struggle, Xiao Heng bent one knee and deftly rolled over, pinning her against the soft couch. His fingers wove through hers, entwining them above her head, deepening the kiss and rendering her utterly unable to resist. Time slipped away, and eventually, he withdrew, allowing her a moment to breathe. Gu Jinch's lips were flushed, her cheeks aflame, her eyes glistening with a hint of dazed enchantment. Once satiated, the intensity of desire in his gaze diminished, and he gradually released her hands, supporting her lower back to help her sit up. A smudge of the ointment he had just applied to himself marred her dress. Noticing her vexation, he gingerly grasped the stained hem and attempted to wipe it clean. However, the oily ointment clung stubbornly to the fabric, leaving Gu Jinch frowning at her soiled attire, a mix of distaste and displeasure evident on her face. Xiao Heng gazed at her wrinkled little face, amused as he pinched the tip of her ear. "Is it merely a dress? I shall compensate you for it. Is it merely a dress? This is my most cherished RU skirt." Gu Jinji huffed, seizing the opportunity to bargain. "Then you must compensate me with 10. Xiao Heng chuckled uncontrollably, yielding without a hint of principle. "I shall grant you 100. Gu Jinji's eyes sparkled with delight, satisfaction washing over her. The cheerful young lady's brows arched, her lips curving upward in pride, her eyes shimmering like they were filled with starlight. Observing her radiant smile, Xiao Heng felt his lips twitch in response. He adored seeing her smile so brightly, her joy evident and unrestrained. She was meant to be cherished, a princess destined for a life of ease and carefree happiness. Once he resolved the encircling troubles outside, he intended to formally propose to Guchun, bringing her home in a grand manner, ensuring she remained his beloved little princess forever. In the past, he had been consumed by the quest for power, skilled in manipulation, and alienated from all. For years, he had walked alone, never envisioning such a future. The thought of what lay ahead filled his heart with warmth. After observing her for a moment longer, he finally straightened his posture. Gu Jinji, catching a glimpse of him leaning closer, instinctively sensed he had something serious to discuss. She inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Heng gently stroked her head. "I must depart the day after tomorrow." A sudden heaviness settled in Gu Jinzhi's heart, an unsettling premonition arising as she looked up at him. "Where to?" Xiao Heng's eyes darkened with solemnity as he held her close, whispering 2 words, "Away." Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Xiao Heng seldom spoke of matters beyond the estate, yet she was not entirely oblivious. Recently, with Gu Qin's arrival in Yongzhou, various regions were closely monitoring the situation there. Even in Yong City, the populace had begun to feel apprehensive. While Gu Jinzhi had observed a temporary peace between him and Gu Chen, it now seemed that the true threat to Yongzhou was not her second brother, but rather the ravenous wolves that had been eyeing Yongzhou's rise. Noticing the worry etched on her face, Xiao Heng gently caressed her back, softly reassuring her. "The troops of Shenzhou are gathering at Hawei, and Xiao Wei has already led the army into battle. The situation in Yuzhou is indeed precarious. However, as long as your second brother remains uninvolved, there is still a chance of victory." Seated on his lap, Gu Jinzhi saw the calmness in his eyes, devoid of any trace of panic, and nodded softly in response. Ultimately, this day was inevitable. As a commanding general, he would one day face the battlefield. Her only concern was about her second brother. Gu Chen appeared rather unreliable, and Gu Jinzhi feared that his interference could complicate the situation. Yet Xiao Heng chuckled, sitting upright and sweeping her hair behind her shoulder, playfully brushing against her ear. If he were wise, he would refrain from meddling. Gu Jinzhi felt her body weaken as he brushed against her, instinctively retracting her neck and murmuring, "But last time you had someone bring a pig's head and told him to exchange it for a new brain?" Xiao Heng replied, "I almost forgot." After a moment's contemplation, he earnestly amended, if he had changed his brain, he wouldn't have meddled in this affair. At that moment, Gu Chen, who had yet to replace his brain, inexplicably sneezed in his own room. His head felt slightly itchy. Could it be time for a wash? He pondered in bewilderment. Gu Jinzhi had a habit of napping, so Xiao Heng did not rush to depart. He attentively assisted her in changing out of her soiled clothes, and then lay beside her, gently patting her back in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child to sleep. Despite the approaching warmth of early spring, the room still held a chill. Xiao Heng touched the nape of her neck and felt the coolness, prompting him to retrieve the silver fox fur blanket he had made for her, gently draping it over her. When she slumbered, she liked to curl up, and the silvery blanket made her resemble a plump little kitten. Their time together was dwindling. His impending journey to the front lines left him uncertain of when he would return. Xiao Heng gazed deeply at her, as if wishing to etch this image into his memory. After a prolonged moment, he rose and quietly exited the inner chamber, hastening to the side courtyard. When Gu Jinzhi awoke from her afternoon nap, Xiao Heng had already gone to the side courtyard to discuss matters with his aides. Still in a daze, she initially failed to grasp the passage of time until Tan Yun entered to attend to her, announcing that it was already the hour of shun. Only then did she realize she had slept longer than intended, due to the unpleasant confrontation with Gu Chen earlier in the day. Gu Jinzhi resolved to seek him out that evening. After all, she felt guilty for having intentionally concealed matters from him. With a sense of remorse, she planned to visit the kitchen to find Zhao Dajiao and prepare some snacks to present to him as a gesture of reconciliation. Zhao Dajiao was diligently working in the kitchen, accompanied by a young maid assisting her. The maid was unfamiliar to Gu Jinzhi, but she appeared quiet and obedient, moving deftly without drawing attention. Gu Jinzhi paid her little mind and went straight to Zhao Dajiao. Upon learning that Gu Jinzhi wished to learn how to make a simple pastry, Zhao Dajiao cheerfully brought out the jar of sugar and began to fry the flour while engaging her in light conversation. Since Xiao Heng typically abstained from sweets, it was only after Gu Jinzhi moved in that Zhao Dajiao had begun to learn how to make pastries. Consequently, the kitchen lacked a variety of ingredients, limiting them to crafting a basic dragon wisp pastry. To create dragon wisp pastries, one must first boil sugar syrup. Following Zhao Dajiao's instructions, Gu Jinzhi heated water in a pot, then added sugar and a dash of vinegar. Afterward, She reduced the heat to allow the mixture to thicken until the water evaporated, pouring out the syrup to cool. Once the syrup cooled slightly, it was wrapped around the fried flour, repeatedly folded and stretched until it reached a fine, hair-like consistency. Gu Jinzhi, unaccustomed to such labor and having never touched anything resembling dough, found herself utterly exhausted after stretching the sugar strands for the first time. Her clothing dusted with flour. It was certainly inappropriate to approach Gu Cheng in such a disheveled manner. Therefore, Gu Jinzhi instructed Zhao Dejiao to first place the dragon beard candy into a small dish, while she returned to her room to change her attire before personally delivering the delicacy to Gu Cheng. In Chapter 71, A Brother's Betrayal for His Sister, Gu Cheng was still sulking in his courtyard. Upon seeing her enter with the food box, he coldly snorted and turned his back to her in a huff. Aware that she had previously concealed her time spent with Xiao Heng from him, Gu Jinzhi recognized her fault. Thus, even though Gu Cheng was not particularly welcoming, she diligently carried the food box inside, eagerly presenting the dragon beard candy before him, her intentions to reconcile unmistakable. Despite harboring displeasure, Gu Cheng could not remain stern with his beloved sister. He frowned and disdainfully inquired, "What is this?" "It's dragon beard candy. Second brother, do try it. It's delicious," Gu Jinzhi urged, offering him a pair of chopsticks with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Her delicate face bore the softness of youth, complemented by a hint of cherubic charm. Gu Cheng found it difficult to scold her when she smiled so sweetly. He thus maintained a stern facade, gruffly declaring, "A grown man like me has no interest in such things." Understanding that he spoke out of irritation, Gu Jinzhi summoned all her years of charm, pressing the chopsticks into his hand and softly imploring, "Second brother, just taste it. I made it for you, having learned how to prepare it just today." As the only sister cherished by the entire family, Gu Cheng was reluctantly softened by her endearing mannerisms. He raised an eyebrow, skepticism creeping into his voice the first time. "You haven't made it for that dog Xiao Heng before?" Gu Jinzhi immediately denied it. "No, I just learned today." Upon hearing her words, Gu Cheng felt a sense of ease wash over him. It seemed that Xiao Heng was not as fortunate as he had presumed, and Gu Jinzhi's bond with him did not surpass that of a devoted brother. He feigned indifference, snorting again, before begrudgingly picking a small piece of candy to taste. "Oomph, I thought you were already bewitched by that dog." Feeling a little guilty, Gu Jinzhi touched her ear shyly. "We simply have a normal mutual affection. It is not some kind of bewitchment." As he chewed the dragon beard candy, Gu Cheng rolled his eyes in disdain. His voice, muffled by the sugary treat, became somewhat indistinct. "Mutual affection means little. How long have you known him? Do you really understand the kind of person he is? Have you considered why he remains unmarried at 24? If he were a decent man, there would be no shortage of girls willing to marry him." Gu Jinzhi had grown accustomed to his daily criticisms of Xiao Heng's age and character, yet she could not resist countering, "Brother, what about you? You are 24 as well. Where's my sister-in-law?" Gu Cheng felt no shame in her retort. He swallowed the dry dragon beard candy with effort and impatiently tapped her head with his knuckles, declaring, "I am nothing like him. His own uncle and brother have perished at his hands. That alone renders him indefensible." "You're being rather frivolous while I'm trying to discuss something serious," Gu Jinzhi remarked, placing her hands neatly on her knees, obediently adding, "Please continue, second brother." Gu Cheng let out a scoff, finally tempering his playful demeanor, and earnestly advised, "Jinzhi, you are still quite young, easily misled by a man's overt attentiveness, mistaking it for genuine affection. In truth, men often present one facade while concealing another. Once they have successfully wooed you, they may find temptation in the allure of other suitors. Furthermore, severing ties does not stem the flow. Love is less fulfilling than a simple drink. You may believe your love for him is all-consuming, but in a few years, you will realize that there are countless other flowers in the world, and solitude can be quite fulfilling." Gu Jinzhi listened with a distracted air. She found Gu Cheng's earnest advice rather peculiar. Despite the long-standing acquaintance between him and Xiao Heng, their deep understanding of each other, he vehemently opposed their union, going so far as to malign Xiao Heng without restraint. What could possibly lie at the heart of their enmity? Jinzhi pressed her lips together and murmured, "You, a single man, are quite the authority on guiding others in matters of the heart." Gu Cheng playfully poked her forehead, exasperation evident in his voice. "If you were my sister, I wouldn't bother with you at all." Jinzhi's forehead flushed from his poke, but familial ties stifled her resistance, leaving her to mutter, "I know you mean well. Don't you wish for my happiness and joy in the future?" Raising an eyebrow, Gu Cheng coldly replied, "To seek happiness, one must first have a future. Have you not seen the perilous situation in Yongzhou, beset by wolves and tigers alike? If you truly pursue a relationship with him, be prepared to guard his memory." Upon hearing him mention Yongzhou's predicament, Gu Jinzhi felt a pang of anxiety. Recalling Xiao Heng's words from earlier, she secretly hoped Gu Cheng would set aside past grievances and extend a helping hand to him. However, as soon as she cast a pleading glance toward Gu Cheng, he immediately countered, "Do not look at me like that. I will not assist him. I once considered him a brother, yet he harbors inappropriate intentions toward my sister. It would be a kindness to merely refrain from stabbing him in the back." Gu Jinzhi thought, "Is this what they call loyalty to a brother and betrayal to a sister?" Though Gu Cheng firmly asserted he would not lend aid, his words implied he at least would not act against Xiao Heng. Gu Jinzhi felt a slight sense of relief. Then, she heard Gu Cheng's voice tinged with melancholy. "In a few days, Xiao Heng will likely be deployed to the front lines, and then he will be preoccupied with his duties. I shall take you home." Gu Jinzhi resolutely rejected the notion, "I will not leave." Despite the tense situation in Yongzhou, there remained a glimmer of hope. Even if she could not envision a shared future with him, she could not abandon him during this critical time. However, Gu Cheng gazed at her with a knowing smile, causing a sense of unease to wash over Gu Jinzhi. She hesitantly whispered, "Second brother, speak up. You're so quiet that I feel like you're hiding some grand scheme against me." Gu Cheng reached out and pinched the young girl's face, his gaze laden with meaning as he replied, "Don't rush. You'll know soon enough." Gu Jinzhi, her face contorted from the pinch, wondered why Gu Cheng's smile gave her an unsettling feeling of impending fate. Chapter 72. Urgent summons to the court physician unable to extract any information from Gu Cheng. Gu Jinzhi retired to bed early, yet sleep eluded her. The sounds of footsteps echoing from the study indicated that Xiao Heng was busy summoning people to discuss the matter of deploying troops. During dinner, Gu Jinzhi overheard the servants discussing that the troops from Yuzhou were also mobilizing, gathering 40,000 soldiers. Xiao Heng had already dispatched his deputy, Ji Duan, with 20,000 troops to stand guard at the border between the two states. Consequently, only 60,000 troops remained at Xiao Heng's disposal, and it remained uncertain whether other states would take advantage of the chaos to plunder. Troubled thoughts kept Gu Jinzhi awake. She lay in a daze, listening to the wind's whispers throughout the night, until she finally sensed the bed curtains sway and someone lay down beside her. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt his warm body draw near, his arm enveloping her in an embrace as he gently kissed her forehead. Gu Jinzhi felt as though she were cradled in his hands, surrounded by boundless tenderness and affection, as if he were cherishing a priceless treasure. Her heart softened instantly, yielding to his caresses and kisses. His kisses were a testament to his genuine feelings. She could sense his unwavering love and endless doting, making it even harder for her to part from him. Thus, Gu Jinzhi wrapped her arms around his waist, nestling her head against his chest, affectionately calling out, "My lord." Xiao Heng, taken aback that she was still awake, paused momentarily before leaning down to kiss the tip of her ear, his voice husky as he urged her, "Call me Xiao Gij." A warmth spread through Gu Jinzhi's ears. As if enchanted by his words, she obediently called out, "Xiao Gij." Her voice was still tinged with sleepiness, soft and melodic. Xiao Heng's heart melted at her call. He propped himself up on his elbow, gazing down at her youthful face, which seemed almost ethereal in its beauty. He longed to cradle her in his hands, to hide her within his heart, to guard her forever. Perhaps it was the bittersweet emotion of parting weighing on them, for they indulged in tender intimacy on the bed for quite some time. Typically, they would share brief kisses and cuddles before drifting off to sleep, but tonight, Xiao Heng was bolder. Gu Jinzhi found herself overwhelmed by his ardor, squirming on the bed as he showered her with kisses. Yet, She was no match for the strength and size of a man. Before long, he had her pinned to the pillow, her hair trembling from his fervent kisses. In a moment of realization, Jinzhi felt a twinge of regret. If he possessed such vigor before their union, what would happen after they were married? The next morning, the morning light filtered through the window curtains. Xiao Heng, as was his habit, woke early, despite having gone to bed late the night before. The satisfaction of the previous night left him invigorated, his face radiating with a spring-like delight. As Jinzhi remained in a deep slumber, her delicate face nestled into the pillow. Faint red marks adorned her fair neck and shoulders. Taking advantage of her peaceful repose, Xiao Heng lowered his long eyelashes and gently caressed her warm visage before leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her chin. Jinzhi murmured drowsily a couple of times before surrendering once more to her dreams. Reluctant to disturb her, Xiao Heng rose to wash up and instructed Zhao Guan to head to the kitchen, requesting that Zhao Dajiao prepare some sweet treats as a form of compensation for the poor girl who had endured a restless night. Meanwhile, in the eastern courtyard, Gu Cheng had just awakened. Zhou Heng delivered military reports, placing them on the small table beside the couch. Today's news remained grim. Yuzhou and Shenzhou were eyeing Yongzhou with hostility and had readied themselves for war. Gu Cheng pondered that rather than lingering here as a mere scapegoat for Xiao Heng, it would be wiser to hasten back to Liangzhou with Jinzhi and watch the unfolding chaos from a distance. As he was lost in thought, a maid entered with a plate of pastries. Upon seeing the dragon whisker pastry, Gu Cheng furrowed his brow. He was no longer a young girl. What need had he for such sweets? Yet, the maid, appearing obedient and courteous, respectfully placed the small dish before him, softly explaining that the princess had seen how much the second prince enjoyed dragon whisker pastries, and had specially sent them. Upon realizing the pastries were a gift from Jinzhi, Gu Cheng dismissed any further thoughts, feeling a sense of gratitude for his thoughtful sister who had taken the time to prepare a treat. He nodded and replied, "Then leave it here." He intended to boast about this delightful gesture when Xiao Heng visited him later to discuss serious matters. His wish was soon fulfilled, as Xiao Heng lifted the bamboo curtain and entered shortly thereafter. Today, he meant to converse with Gu Cheng regarding the handling of the Liangzhou troops stationed outside the city. Upon seeing him, Gu Cheng, eager to be noticed, exaggeratedly tossed a piece of dragon whisker pastry into his mouth, chewing while mumbling, "Withdraw the troops? That is out of the question unless you allow me to take Jinzhi with me. Otherwise, I refuse to leave." After all, Xiao Heng's family was affluent. Indulging for a few days was hardly excessive. His manner of eating was rather theatrical, and Xiao Heng frowned in mild disdain. Had this second prince never tasted dragon whisker pastry before? It was evident he was deliberately teasing him. Yet out of respect for Jinzhi, Xiao Heng could only swallow his irritation and negotiate. If you wish to stay, then stay. But how do you plan to accommodate those people outside the city? Each day they remain consumes military funds. Do you not care at all? Gu Cheng stuffed another dragon whisker pastry into his mouth, cheekily responding, "I do not care. Liangzhou has plenty of grain and wealth. Staying here for a few months would be no issue." This was indeed the truth. Liangzhou had always been prosperous, bustling with merchants, and coupled with its fertile land, it was renowned as the granary of the realm. Aside from the recent skirmishes with Xiao Heng, it had remained relatively peaceful. Xiao Heng observed Gu Cheng, lounging on the couch, indulging in pastries with no semblance of decorum, and could not help but frown in disapproval, asking, "What on earth are you eating?" Gu Cheng had been waiting for him to inquire. Upon hearing these words, he immediately straightened his posture and pushed the small plate towards him, feigning innocence as he said, "Ah, I forgot to ask, do you eat this?" Xiao Heng glanced at it. It was merely the unremarkable dragon beard candy. How sheltered could Gu Cheng be, indulging in such sweet delicacies without a hint of embarrassment for a grown man? Before he could voice his thoughts, Gu Cheng unexpectedly reached out, reclaiming the small plate with a look of regret, exclaiming, "Oh no, this was specially made for me by Jinzhi. If you eat it, it would squander her heartfelt intentions." Xiao Heng, "So you were just waiting here for me? But wait a moment, Jinzhi made this by hand? That delicate creature might not even be out of bed yet." Did she rush to the kitchen to prepare this after he had made her cry last night? In his silence, Gu Cheng mistakenly interpreted his demeanor as jealousy, which only fueled his pride. He reached for another piece of dragonbeard candy, declaring that a biological brother and an adopted brother were indeed different. The distinction of kinship was apparent. Jinzhi may seem oblivious, yet she undoubtedly understood whom to treat with kindness. Before he could finish his thought, the half-eaten piece of dragonbeard candy was suddenly snatched away. Gu Cheng's eyes widened in shock, his mouth still holding the remaining half. His voice muffled with disbelief. "Xiao Heng, have you gone mad with hunger?" Snatching food from my mouth. Xiao Heng ignored him, swiftly delivering a firm slap to Gu Cheng's back, forcing the other half of the candy from his mouth. Gu Cheng coughed violently several times, slamming his hand against the table in fury. "Xiao Heng, you gluttonous dog of a man!" With so much food still on the table, he had to resort to stealing from him. However, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Heng suddenly commanded from outside, "Quick, summon the physician, Gu Cheng." Before the physician could arrive, Gu Cheng succumbed to the effects of the poison. His complexion turned ashen, his abdomen racked with pain, and he began to froth at the mouth. When Xiao Heng saw that his lord had been poisoned, and with only Xiao Heng present in the room, he quickly unsheathed his blade, pointing the tip menacingly at Xiao Heng. Before Xiao Heng could utter a word, the military commanders outside simultaneously drew their swords, the chilling glint of the blades flashing in unison, creating a tense standoff in the courtyard. By the time Jinzhi and the physician hurriedly arrived, they were met with this hostile situation, swords drawn on either side. Ignoring the sharpness of the blades, she pushed Xiao Heng's sword aside and rushed to Gu Cheng's side. "Brother, how are you?" Gu Cheng, pale and clutching his abdomen, glared at Xiao Heng. Jinzhi, bewildered, followed his gaze toward Xiao Heng, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Did you do this?" Xiao Heng crouched down, his gaze unwavering, speaking in a tone barely audible to the three of them. "It was not I. Someone has employed my hand to enact this." Chapter 73. Should we meet again, let our own merits contend for the world. The matter of Gu Cheng being poisoned was no trivial affair. He had been poisoned within Xiao Heng's estate, possibly entangling them in a web of political intrigue. Fortunately, Gu Cheng had little fondness for sweets, having only consumed a couple of pieces in Xiao Heng's presence. The poison was not deeply ingrained, and the physician prescribed a remedy along with a purgative, aiming to detoxify while hastening the expulsion of the toxin. Gu Cheng lay in bed, utterly weakened and in a state of disarray, yet he clung to Jinzhi's hand, suppressing a surge of indignation. "Have you finally seen through his true nature? I've only stayed at his residence for a few days, yet he has caused me such distress, leading to violent retching and purging." With a dry heave, Gu Cheng found his stomach completely emptied, unable to expel anything further, and after a prolonged cough, he managed to regain some composure, awkwardly wiping the corner of his mouth. Jinzhi quickly assisted him to recline once more, softly explaining, "Xiao Heng has already claimed he is not responsible. Someone is attempting to sow discord between you two." Gu Cheng, now unable to tolerate the mention of Xiao Heng, felt a surge of anger at the mere sound of his name. He struggled to sit up, irate. "Just because he says he didn't do it means he didn't? Have you begun to heed his every word?" Taken aback by his outburst, Jinzhi timidly replied, "But what benefit would he gain from poisoning you at this moment?" Gu Chen's mind remained remarkably clear, and upon hearing her words, he retorted vehemently, "The benefit lies in his unimpeded pursuit of younger prey." Jinzhi conceded, "That may be true. However, I trust in Xiao Heng's character. He would not resort to such lethal means simply to eliminate your opposition. Besides, he is currently surrounded by threats. Gaining an ally is far more advantageous than acquiring another foe." Though Jinzhi wished to defend Xiao Heng further, Gu Cheng waved her off, clearly distressed and lying back down, signaling his unwillingness to reconcile. Feeling powerless to change his mind, she tucked him in and exited quietly. Unbeknownst to her, after she departed hastily, Gu Cheng threw off the covers and sat up, enduring his discomfort as he summoned someone to bring Xiao Heng. The news of Gu Chen's poisoning spread rapidly. Upon hearing of their lord's predicament at Xiao Heng's residence, the troops stationed in Liangzhou began to stir. preparing to march against Yongzhou. Simultaneously, word reached the central capital, where the military swiftly coordinated with the troops from Shenzhou, readying themselves for an offensive from the south. Even the typically unoffending Ruren forces began to gather along the northern border, waiting to seize an opportunity. The situation escalated dramatically, and the following day, Xiao Heng, having skipped dinner, led the remaining 60,000 soldiers to confront the impending threat. Just before his departure, Gu Qiang called out to him once more. After 2 days of purging, he felt utterly drained, yet he mustered the strength to rise, his gaze faintly fixed on Xiao Heng as he inquired. Having agreed to assist you in this charade, how do you intend to repay the favor? Outside the city, the Liangzhou soldiers had been vociferous for an entire day, but their intent was not to genuinely invade. Rather, they aimed to project an illusion to both the central capital and Shenzhou. Once those forces commenced their siege, the Liangzhou troops would promptly retreat, allowing Xiao Heng to fully focus on the true adversary. Xiao Heng's eyes were as dark as night, his gaze calm and resolute, declaring that everything could be negotiated except for Jinzhi. Gu Qiang had anticipated this response, offering a cold, dismissive laugh as he replied, "Aside from Jinzhi, I desire nothing else." Sitting upright, his tone grew unexpectedly grave. "Xiao Heng, I can refrain from becoming embroiled in this conflict. However, consider your situation. You are besieged on all sides, and Yongzhou is on the brink of being breached, with the Ruren arriving uninvited, poised to strike. How do you intend to protect Jinzhi?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed Xiao Heng's otherwise impassive demeanor as he glanced at Gu Qiang. He had painstakingly leveraged past loyalties to persuade Gu Qiang to align with him, believing it would ensure a decisive victory against the coalition of Zhongdu and Shenzhou. Yet, the unforeseen emergence of Ruren had indeed muddied the waters. Noticing Xiao Heng's hesitation, Gu Qiang pressed on, "Let us consider another angle. Even if you possess a significant advantage on the battlefield, leaving Jinzhi alone in the residence poses a considerable risk. In merely a few days of my presence, I was nearly poisoned without anyone's knowledge. If you're absent, how can you guarantee Jinzhi will not be the next victim?" He understood that the only leverage he had over Xiao Heng was the safety of Gu Jinzhi. Thus, for her sake, he felt compelled to draw her into the conversation, delivering another blow to Xiao Heng's heart. Zhongdu has harbored animosity towards you for years, and their current military campaign is driven by a desire for retribution. Moreover, your past actions of ruthlessly slaying your own uncle and brother have provided them with ample ammunition. Now they accuse you of treason, cruelty, and kidnapping a princess, while vilifying you publicly. Even if you achieve victory this time, will you drag Jinzhi into the quagmire of public condemnation? A fleeting glimmer of ferocity darkened Xiao Heng's eyes. Yet this violent impulse quickly gave way to a tumult of emotions. Deep down, he recognized the truth in Gu Qiang's words. The best course for Gu Jinzhi was for her to return to Liangzhou with Gu Qiang. Accusations of treason, cruelty, and fratricide were indelibly etched upon him. His hands had long been stained with blood. If she were to follow him, her innocence would be overshadowed by the weight of his infamy. In a moment of profound self-loathing, Xiao Heng resented his own lineage. Initially, he was held in Zhongdu as a pawn to constrain Yongzhou, and as his father's health waned, the specter of death loomed. However, after Gu Yu ascended to power, fearing Xiao Heng's capabilities and dreading his return to Yongzhou, he delayed matters while secretly promoting Xiao Heng's younger brother. If not for Xiao Heng's desperate escape with Zhao Gu and returning to Yongzhou before his father's demise, the fate of Yongzhou could have been drastically different. Thus, upon reclaiming Yongzhou, he declared his rebellion, swiftly executing his brother Xiao Chong and imprisoning his uncle who conspired against him, while confining his mother in Yinlin Temple, thereby acquiring the epithet of a tyrant. Now, with his brilliance on full display, he became a figure of dread. Should he show any sign of weakness, the world would surely rise against him, and inevitably, Gu Jinzhi would suffer the consequences of his actions. In Xiao Heng's silence, Gu Qiang discerned the wavering of his resolve. He stood up, bracing himself against the edge of the bed, his typically carefree demeanor replaced by an uncharacteristic solemnity. He patted Xiao Heng on the shoulder, reminiscent of their youth spent together. Yet the scene was no longer one of youthful exuberance and pride. A sudden spring breeze brushed against their faces, stirring the hair at their temples. Gu Chang gazed deeply into his eyes, his tone resolute and unyielding. For the sake of the times when Jinzhi called you Brother Xiao, allow me to take her away this time, and let the past grievances be laid to rest. Xiao Heng, with eyes flushed crimson, slowly lifted his head. A burning pain seared through his chest, and his fingertips trembled involuntarily. In the fading warmth of the last golden rays of the setting sun, Gu Chang fixed his piercing gaze upon him, and Xiao Heng heard him utter, "If we meet again in the future, let each rely on their own abilities to contend for the world." Chapter 74. Return home with your second brother. Xiao Heng exited Gu Cheng's courtyard and retreated to his own chamber, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally allowing Zhao Gu to drape the heavy black armor over him. This armor weighed several dozen pounds, although it was burdensome. It would shield his flesh from the onslaught of blades and arrows on the battlefield. He possessed remarkable strength and had never before felt the weight of this armor so acutely. Yet this time, the iron encasing him felt almost suffocating. The moment Gu Jinzhi saw him emerge clad in armor, she rushed towards him. Unaware of the events that had transpired, she pressed a piece pendant into his hand, her eyes bright with a mixture of anxiety and steadfast trust. "My lord, take care and return safely." As her words echoed in the air, Xiao Heng felt the warmth of the jade piece nestled in his palm, his fingers instinctively curling slightly. He glanced down to recognize the pendant, one she had carried since childhood, now bestowed upon him as a talisman for his safety in battle. Xiao Heng held the jade tightly and raised his gaze to meet Gu Jinzhi's bright eyes, which brimmed with unwavering trust and joy. She had grown a bit rounder during her time in the estate, her delicate features softening, yet her exquisite countenance remained strikingly beautiful. He longed to caress her tender face. The memory of its soft, cool touch lingered on his fingertips, enticing him into a daze of longing. However, he understood that he must remain rational today. Clad in armor, he was a drawn blade, a protector of the people of Yongzhou, a war god in their eyes. Following him was never the wisest choice. History is penned by the victors, and should he falter on the battlefield, the sins of treachery and betrayal would be etched upon him, leaving her alone to contend with the aftermath of their shared fate. How would she navigate the rest of her life? A heaviness settled in his chest, accompanied by waves of sharp pain. They gazed at one another, yet their hearts were worlds apart. Nearly 3 months had passed, the winds had begun to soften, and the newly planted flora in the courtyard had started to bud, promising a vibrant spring ahead. Yet, with his impending departure for war, he feared he would not witness it. Gu Jinzhi gazed into his eyes, where emotions she could not comprehend swirled. For a moment, she felt a pang of confusion and unease, and thus tilted her head back, raising her hand to caress his face. Yet, before her fingertips could graze his skin, he grasped her hand firmly. Under the gentle embrace of the setting sun, shadows enveloped them. As Gu Jinzhi looked down at their intertwined fingers, she heard his hoarse voice declare, "Zatsa, return home with your second brother." The winter's afterglow stretched their silhouettes, long and slender. Gu Jinzhi stared at his backlit figure, momentarily unable to process his intent. Was he truly sending her away? Xiao Heng's gaze bore into her, revealing a profound reluctance, devoid of indifference. Gu Jinzhi surmised that Gu Chang had spoken to him, and gathering her courage, she softly inquired, "Did my second brother say something to you?" Xiao Heng fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Words seemed futile. He must ultimately guide her back to a safe haven. Such a perceptive young lady was not easily deceived. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he regarded her for a long while before resolutely shaking his head, turning away, and murmuring, "I have been remiss in my considerations." He had brought her close, cared for her tenderly, and sought to bring her joy, only to sever that bond himself. Gu Jinzhi looked at his retreating figure, her feet instinctively taking a half step back. She understood the meaning behind his words. Initially, she believed he held deep affection for her. Each embrace and kiss had conveyed his tenderness and fervor. His desire to send her away at this moment surely stemmed from profound reasoning. Gu Jinzhi had intended to protest. asserting her royal status, that she could not simply come and go at his whim. However, faced with Xiao Heng's broad and indifferent back, she abruptly reconsidered, swallowing her pride along with her words. Since he had spoken so decisively, further entreaties would only seem tedious. Jinzhi took 2 steps back, lightly blinking away the bitterness in her eyes, and with a self-deprecating smile, acquiesced. Very well. There would be no entanglement, no lingering farewells. She departed with an air of finality, as though leaving was her destined course. She was a princess. If he wished her to leave, then she would do so decisively. Yet, her swift agreement took Xiao Heng by surprise, causing him to turn abruptly. However, Jinzhi had already fled without a backward glance. The wind in the courtyard rustled, causing the newly sprouted buds to sway precariously. Jinzhi shut herself away in her room, while Tan Yun, believing a quarrel had ensued between her and Xiao Heng, refrained from entering to offer comfort. To say she felt no resentment would be a falsehood. The emotions of first love, the desire to be together at all times, were undeniable. Even when he playfully poked at her, only to embrace her afterward, she had once naively thought this was the essence of love. As darkness fell, Jinzhi heard the clamor of hooves outside, followed shortly by the return of silence to the Wang residence. Realizing he had truly departed, with his leaving, all her unexpressed grievances and resentments faded into the void. Jinzhi rubbed her eyes, stood up, and began to pack her belongings with a certain numbness. When she arrived, her hands were empty. Nearly everything she possessed had been provided by Xiao Heng. Thus, the packing process was swift, as there was little to take with her. The silver fox cloak, embroidered shoes, earrings, silver bracelet, and rouge she received from him were all of the finest quality. Ultimately, she only wore the silver bracelet she had discovered at a market stall, leaving the remaining silver coins for Tan Yun while returning the rest of her items to their original places. As dawn approached, Gu Cheng rose from his slumber. He had received news of Xiao Heng leading the troops in a battle the previous night, and today he intended to escort Jinzhi back to Liangzhou. While Xiao Heng assisted him in changing clothes, a sense of unease lingered. My lord, what if the princess is unwilling to depart? After all, during her stay at the royal residence, he had observed the interactions between Jinzhi and Xiao Heng quite clearly. Although Xiao Heng appeared cold and unfeeling, he truly cherished the princess. Given their time together, it was only natural that feelings had developed. Gu Cheng seemed to sense Xiao Heng's thoughts, casting him a cold glance. If she refuses to leave, I shall knock her unconscious and carry her away. No sooner had he spoken than Jinzhi, fully dressed, arrived at his door. Gu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, assuming she was reluctant to go, and was about to signal Xiao Heng to take action. To his surprise, she spoke, "Let us go." Second brother, we are returning home. Chapter 75. He is the snow upon the eaves. She is the stunning swallow of the mortal realm. The news of Jinzhi's departure from Yongzhou spread swiftly throughout the royal residence. On the morning of her departure, Zhao Dajiao and He Bo came to bid her farewell. During her stay, she had received considerable care from them, for which Jinzhi felt grateful. However, Zhao Dajiao and He Bo were equally reluctant to see her go. The charming and radiant young lady was naturally endearing. What was more remarkable was her unpretentious nature. Since her arrival, even Xiao Heng's demeanor had softened considerably. As she prepared to leave, many of his servants gathered to see her off. He Bo helped her load her belongings onto the carriage, while Zhao Dajiao, with reddened eyes, pressed a bag of freshly roasted chestnuts into her hand just before she boarded. She patted the back of her hand, her voice choked with emotion. Take these for the journey. Don't let yourself go hungry. She understood that the young princess was at an age where she was growing and could not bear hunger, often seeking her out in the kitchen for snack. As Zhao Dajiao spoke, Jinzhi, who had been striving to contain her emotions, found herself unable to hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face as she sniffed and lowered her head, tightly clutching the bag of chestnuts. Tan Yun, determined to stay behind, began to cry upon witnessing Jinzhi's departure. The two embraced, reluctant to part, and only after a prolonged moment did they finally release each other upon Gu Cheng's insistence. The journey from Yongzhou to Liangzhou was facilitated by a horse path. In the past, trade between the two provinces flourished, and the horse path was well trafficked. However, due to ongoing conflicts, trade had ceased, and the path had fallen into disrepair for a time. As Gu Jinzhi sat in the carriage, she wiped away her tears and gazed through the veil of the carriage. Her vision blurred. The spring in Yongzhou arrives tardily, and the landscape remains predominantly desolate. The snow-drenched mud is splattered by the hooves of horses, while the towering city walls gradually recede into the distance. Although March is fast approaching, the chill lingers persistently in the air. Gu Jinzhi cradles warm chestnuts, managing to warm her frostbitten hands slightly. She reflects that this land, which chills her to the bone, might never welcome her back again. Since Xiao Heng's departure, he has yet to return. Even the news of Gu Jinzhi's return reached him only through a letter delivered by He Bo to the military camp, revealing the resoluteness of her departure. Holding the letter, his eyelashes quivered slightly as bitterness and solitude silently spread within his heart. It was he who had pushed her away, fully aware that sending her back to Liangzhou was the wisest choice. Yet, regret and guilt continued to fill his chest, leaving him stifled and speechless. Caught in internal strife and external pressures, surrounded by foes, how could he possibly keep her by his side? He clenched the safety talisman that Gu Jinzhi had gifted him before their parting, taking deep breaths to calm the turmoil within, his fingertips turning pale from his grip. After all, he was but a fleeting snow atop the eaves, while she was a transcendent swallow of the mortal realm. It was he who had reached too high. The situation in Yongzhou soon took a turn for the worse. In the south, the battlefield at Hue is now besieged by the armies of Shenzhou and Zhongdu, while behind them lurks the predatory Ruren, and in the middle, Yuzhou stretches its neck, waiting to seize the spoils. Spies from Zhongdu have infiltrated Xiao Heng's ranks, occasionally slipping internal news through. The soldiers of Zhongdu and Shenzhou had not engaged in battle for years, leading to a complacency that rendered them ineffective. As expected, news soon emerged that Xiao Heng had left 120,000 troops stationed at the northern frontier, leaving him with only 60,000 soldiers at his disposal. With the possibility of conflict between Liangzhou and Yongzhou looming, various factions began to stir in the shadows. The aged king of Jinan from Shenzhou, seasoned in the tumult of war, remained skeptical of the news, fearing deception. Thus, he merely sent out cries beneath the city walls rather than launching a genuine assault. This delay extended for over a month. Xiao Heng estimated that the supplies for Shenzhou and Zhongdu were nearly exhausted, prompting him to summon Meng Jinghe. Meng Jinghe had been confined in the Meng residence for nearly 2 months, his hair now tinged with gray and his visage visibly haggard. He had initially thought Xiao Heng's men would escort him to the battlefield at Yinping, but to his surprise, Xiao Heng awaited him at Hue. Zhao Guan brought him into the military camp. As he arrived, he realized that Xiao Heng had concentrated most of his forces here, contradicting the intelligence he had initially disseminated. Upon seeing him, Xiao Heng set down his teacup, lifting his gaze with a detached expression. After a long separation, the angles of his features were even sharper, his eyes shadowed with a hint of coldness and malevolence. Meng Jinghe felt the weight of Xiao Heng's piercing gaze, and beads of sweat began to form at his temples. Then, he heard Xiao Heng let out a low chuckle, idly stroking his jade ring, and casually remarked, "I trust you have been well, uncle." Meng Jinghe lowered his eyes slightly, feigning utmost respect. However, he was interrupted by Lord Xiao Heng, whose tone was languid and laced with mockery. "Uncle, you needn't be so formal with me. It's no wonder you keep your remarkable talents concealed. Despite being imprisoned within the Meng residence, you always seem to be the first to learn of events occurring in the Wang estate." Startled, Meng Jinghe immediately knelt in fear. "What do you mean, my lord?" Xiao Heng clicked his tongue, speaking leisurely. "Have you not been colluding with Zhongdu for years, merely awaiting the day when I and Liangzhou turn against each other?" Meng Jinghe was taken aback, about to speak, but Xiao Heng raised his hand to silence him. He smirked slightly and continued, "As soon as Gu Chan was poisoned at the residence, the news reached Zhongdu almost instantly. If you believe that there are no spies within the residence, uncle, do you truly trust that?" Meng Jinghe gazed up in shock, meeting Xiao Heng's exceptionally calm and piercing gaze. He had concealed himself in Yongzhou for many years, believing himself undetected. Little did he know that Xiao Heng had already begun to suspect him. As Xiao Heng's maternal uncle, they were supposed to be bound by blood and kinship. Yet, since Xiao Heng returned to Yongzhou, ruthlessly eliminating brothers and uncles and confining his mother in Yunlin Temple, individuals from Zhongdu had quietly arrived in Yongzhou to find him. Meng Jinghe had a close relationship with his sister. In their youth, he was playful and irresponsible, and whenever he got into trouble, it was his sister who defended him. Zhongdu exploited this sibling bond, promising that once Xiao Heng was dealt with, they would rescue his sister and support him in becoming the ruler of Yongzhou. From that point onward, Meng Jinghe became the eyes and ears placed by Zhongdu beside Xiao Heng, orchestrating the arms incident that ultimately severed ties between Liangzhou and Yongzhou, aiming to incite discord and mutual depletion, preventing either from becoming a threat to Zhongdu. When did Xiao Heng begin to harbor suspicions about him? During a time when their father was gravely ill and he was trapped in Zhongdu. His mother and uncle conspired to elevate his brother, Xiao Chong. Meng Jinghe had remained unscathed in that affair, but subsequently, while leading troops, he often felt the military's morale wavering and his own prestige faltering. From that moment, Xiao Heng had taken greater notice of him. A flicker of panic crossed Meng Jinghe's eyes, but it quickly faded into despondency. He struggled to lift the corners of his lips, offering a self-deprecating smile that revealed his despair and numbness. Truly, my lord, you possess such wariness even towards those close to you. At this juncture, neither party wished to extend the conversation further. Xiao Heng rose, propping himself on his knees. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he approached, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. He suppressed the murderous intent in his gaze, managing a half-smile as he said, "I shall not trouble you today. I merely wish for you to convey a message to Zhongdu. Inform them that Gu Chan and I will soon engage in a decisive battle at Yinping. They should swiftly mobilize their forces to reap the benefits." Upon hearing this, Meng Jinghe was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" The forces amassed around Yongzhou far exceed its own military strength. As Xiao Heng felt his focus waning and fatigue setting in, how could he allow Zhongdu to continue sending troops? His gaze burned fiercely, and a crimson hue spread within his eyes, akin to a fish caught in a net, ready to fight for survival. Having safely sent Gu Jinzhi away, he found himself unburdened by any remaining concerns. Yet, Meng Jinghe laughed heartily, shaking his head with a sigh. Our bond of loyalty and affection as sovereign and subject has reached its end. What reason do I have to assist you now? Anticipating this final act of defiance, Xiao Heng curled the corners of his lips, coldly retorting, "My cousin resides in my household, and all is well. Should misfortune befall my uncle, I shall ensure she is well cared for." Meng Jinghe abruptly attempted to rise. However, Zhao Guan, swift and decisive, struck his knee with the hilt of his sword, forcing him to kneel. Chapter 76. The safe and smooth return home with Meng Jinghe's intelligence. Shenzhou and Zhongdu were led to believe the situation was genuine. At dawn the following day, they launched a fierce assault at Hue. Yet, as they commenced their siege, they quickly sensed something amiss. Hadn't they promised to concentrate their forces on the northern border? Hadn't they vowed to engage in a decisive battle with Yinping and Gushan? Hadn't they anticipated reaping the benefits of others' conflicts? Why were there still so many foes? Each soldier fought with reckless abandon, their ferocity palpable. The regular army of Shenzhou, caught off guard, struggled to withstand the vigorous onslaught of the Yongzhou troops, suffering a swift and staggering retreat. Seeing Yongzhou as an insurmountable challenge, the Prince of Jianan abandoned pride and face, issuing a prompt command to retreat, leading the charge himself with surprising speed for a man nearing 50. It is said that one should not pursue a desperate foe. Initially believing he had retreated to the borders of Shenzhou, Xiao Heng, like a rabid dog, relentlessly pursued, capturing 2 of his cities and forcing Jianan into a pitiful retreat, abandoning the civilians within. Standing atop the city walls to survey the battlefield, Xiao Heng observed that the Shenzhou troops could no longer pose a threat and finally signaled the retreat. This victory was achieved by early April. Seizing the opportunity, while Shenzhou lay exhausted and incapable of further assault, he returned home for a brief respite. Since the departure of Gu Jinzhi and her brother, Hibo had followed his instructions, confining Meng Qingyan to the side courtyard, leaving the main courtyard entirely vacant, still arranged as it had been during Gu Jinzhi's stay. He returned home late at night, greeted only by Hibo, who held a lantern to welcome him. Weary, Xiao Heng loosened his cloak, standing outside for a moment before entering the inner chamber alone. The room remained unchanged, just as he had instructed. Her small pillow and blanket retained their places, and her cosmetics still adorned the vanity. Yet, in just over a month, everything had transformed, and the world felt foreign. He touched the bed, sitting in silence as he drew the small pillow she had always used towards him. The pillow was soft, embroidered with a delicate gardenia, still faintly imbued with her subtle, milky fragrance. Though there was a hint of sweetness, a sense of heaviness weighed upon his chest, akin to a multitude of fine needles incessantly pricking at his heart. He regretted bringing her here. Had she never set foot in this place, he would not have succumbed to such profound emotions, leading to an accumulation of bitterness and heartache that felt insurmountable. Xiao Heng exhaled deeply, closing his eyes in a daze. The room had remained cold and silent throughout the night, yet there would be no delicate figure to whimper and curl up under the blankets, blissfully unaware as she nestled into his bed. Nevertheless, he had ensured her safe return along her journey. Just as dawn broke, Zhao Guan knocked on his door. Xiao Heng had hardly slept and rose at the sound. He threw on a loose garment, only to realize his voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke. "What is it?" Zhao Guan, with an urgent tone, handed him a military report. "The front lines have reported that Ro Ran launched an attack last night." Gu Jinzhi had returned to Liangzhou with Gu Cheng, who had arranged for her to reside in a large courtyard, assigning a new maid to attend her needs. The newly appointed maid, Xiongyu, merely 15 and younger than Gu Jinzhi, was lively and couldn't help but steal glances at her beauty. Noticing the girl's gaze, Gu Jinzhi softly inquired, "What is it?" Xiongyu shyly murmured, "The princess is truly beautiful." Gu Jinzhi smiled faintly, offering no response. However, her subtle smile revealed two charming dimples, rendering her even more radiant. Xiongyu was utterly captivated, having never before encountered such a breathtaking beauty. "With the princess being so lovely, surely many will admire you," she began. But before she could finish, Gu Cheng, who had just stepped outside, burst through the door with a loud bang, reproaching, "What nonsense are you speaking in front of the princess?" Startled, Xiongyu immediately knelt. "My lord, please forgive me." Gu Jinzhi understood the cause of his ire and, after a brief silence, reached out to lift Xiongyu. "There's no need for my second brother to be so harsh. She has not spoken wrongly." Gu Cheng gazed at her with a hint of concern. Yet Gu Jinzhi maintained her composure, appearing unperturbed. The two exchanged silent glances for a long moment before Gu Cheng finally spoke, albeit with difficulty. "In 2 years, my second brother will help you select a worthy suitor." Gu Jinzhi pressed her lips together, a smile playing at the corners as she feigned cheerfulness. Very well. After all, wounds would eventually heal, and she would let go in due time. After leaving Yongzhou, Gu Jinzhi had not heard any news of Xiao Heng for quite some time. It was only later, when Gu Cheng mentioned that Xiao Heng was heading to confront Ro Ran, that she learned of the troubling circumstances. It was the first time she had heard his name since departing from Yongzhou. Instinctively, her heart tightened, and she felt an unexplainable worry for him. Secretly, she devoted herself to fasting and praying, seeking the Buddha's blessings for his safety. Within a few months, she learned that he had repelled Ro Ran, now an unstoppable force, instilling fear across all provinces. Some had even begun to send beautiful women to win his favor, hoping to align themselves with this future ruler. After that, Gu Jinzhi no longer heard any news of him. Gradually relinquishing her concerns, she transformed all fervent emotions into mere embers, as if it were of little consequence. After all, no one truly cannot survive without another. Yet, occasionally, when her fingers inadvertently brushed against the silver bell bracelet she wore, the familiar jingling sound would cause her to pause ever so lightly, leading her into a tranquil reverie for a considerable while. Thus, the days languidly drifted by for several months. Gu Jinzhi gradually acclimatized to the climate and lifestyle of Liangzhou, beginning to manage the backyard for Gu Chun. Whenever Gu Chun was absent, all expenditures, large and small, would pass through her hands. Within Gu Chun's estate resided an aide named Chi Su, 3 years her senior, who frequently assisted her with bookkeeping. Through their interactions, he developed a fondness for her. Chi Su possessed a handsome countenance and a gentle demeanor, exuding the calm elegance of a refined gentleman. He proposed to Gu Chun for the hand of the princess, yet Gu Chun remained noncommittal, neither yielding a definitive acceptance nor outright refusal, merely remarking that the princess was still quite young and there was no rush for marriage. Nevertheless, Chi Su had keenly observed that Gu Jinzhi often drifted into long moments of distraction while engaged in her accounting. It seemed he understood that to help her move past her previous affections, she must first learn to liberate herself. Time flew swiftly, and soon the year-end approached. On the Lantern Festival, Changzhou, an ally of Liangzhou, sent an array of local specialties and treasures. Gu Chun selected some exquisite jewelry to gift to Gu Jinzhi, while the rest was stored away. Among the gifts for Gu Jinzhi were a rare pair of jade bangles of the coveted Nuo Bing variety. Upon opening the box, Xiongyu briefly displayed them, expressing her envy, remarking that the quality of these bangles was exceptional, and even in Gaochong, such treasures were not guaranteed every year. Upon hearing the name Gaochong, Gu Jinzhi abruptly froze, recalling the exquisite jadeite fortune bean earrings that Xiao Heng had once bestowed upon her. Despite their remarkable quality, he had dismissed them as trifles, suggesting she wear them for mere amusement. Consequently, she had never found the heart to wear them and returned them to him before her departure. Outside the window, delicate snowflakes began to fall. Reminiscent of the day she was taken away by Xiao Heng. It had been during a similar snowy season. He had intercepted her escape to seek refuge with her second brother, mounted on a magnificent steed. Unbeknownst to her, nearly a year had elapsed since their separation. Chapter 77. His Strategy of Deception 2 years later. Ever since the defeat of Zhongdu and Shenzhou by Yongzhou, the Great Way had been adrift amidst tumultuous storms, precariously vulnerable. Compounded by incessant natural disasters, the nation's strength had been depleted, leaving the treasury barren, prompting several formidable provinces to stir with treasonous intent. Gu Yu, an ineffectual emperor, could hardly suppress such brewing unrest. 3 years prior, the sudden invasion by Ruren had preoccupied Xiao Heng, but as he now witnessed Yongzhou repel Ruren and grow increasingly formidable, he felt a gnawing anxiety akin to sitting on pins and needles. Lu Miao, the prince of Jinan and Shenzhou, was thoroughly intimidated by the forces of Yongzhou. Despite Gu Yu's promise to reward him with a princess as a consort upon successful military endeavors, Lu Miao resolutely declined any assistance, choosing instead to remain ensconced within the confines of his provincial capital, deaf to all entreaties. Meanwhile, he, the king of Yuzhou, who had come to spectate the tumult, refrained from engaging in the fray, but, fearing retribution from Xiao Heng, diligently sought to discern his preferences. He procured several beautiful maidens, modeled after Gu Jinzhi, to present to him. Xiao Heng graciously accepted these offerings, reciprocating Zheng Yi's generosity by gifting his cousin, Meng Qingyan, to him as a concubine. On the surface, Zheng Yi, in his early 30s and possessing a well-regarded stature in Yuzhou, appeared to be a suitable match for Meng Qingyan. However, she was infatuated with Xiao Heng and harbored resentment towards Gu Jinzhi. Following Xiao Heng's decisive actions against her father, she did not hold a grudge against him, yet directed all her animosity toward Gu Jinzhi. After being bestowed upon Zheng Yi, she continued to malign Gu Jinzhi in secret, fabricating slanderous tales, claiming that Gu Jinzhi was once a discarded woman offered to the late Prince Lu Miao, only to later shamelessly ascend to Xiao Heng's bed. Eventually discarded when he grew weary of her, Zheng Yi, being somewhat cowardly, feared that Meng Qingyan's loose tongue might embroil him in trouble. Thus he refrained from bringing her into his household. Seizing an opportunity, he sent her off to the lecherous Lu Miao instead. Although Lu Miao was nearly of the same age as Meng Qingyan's father, he remained captivated by youthful beauty, surrounded by a harem of wives and concubines, embroiled in daily squabbles over jealousy. Upon her arrival at Lu Miao's side, Meng Qingyan initially wept and lamented her unfortunate fate of marrying an aging lecher. However, as time passed, she discovered that the life of a young wife to an older man had its own merits. Despite Lu Miao's lecherous tendencies, he was quite taken by the charms of a woman's coquettishness. Thus, Meng Qingyan, leveraging her youth and beauty, whispered sweet nothings into his ear, urging him to mobilize troops against Liangzhou to avenge her grievances. Initially hesitant, Lu Miao was unexpectedly presented with an opportunity when Liangzhou faced a once-in-a-century flood at the start of the year. Contemplating this divine chance, Lu Miao reasoned that while he might not be able to challenge Xiao Heng, defeating the idle prince Gu Cheng was within reach. Should he conquer Liangzhou, his personal vendetta against Gu Jinzhi would be secondary. The real prize was the exquisite princess, a rare beauty he regretted losing 3 years prior. Thus, emboldened by these thoughts, he resolved to lead his troops into battle. This year, Liangzhou was beset by catastrophic floods. Shortly after the arrival of spring, relentless rain began to pour, sometimes lasting for days and nights on end. By the time the rainy season officially commenced in summer, the mountains to the south of Liangzhou were saturated, presenting a grave risk of landslides. As predicted, shortly after the minor solar term of Xiao Shu, news of landslides from the south reached them. During this tumultuous period, Gu Cheng was tirelessly engaged, personally overseeing construction efforts and evacuating residents from the foothills. However, as the rains intensified, torrential downpours obliterated the mountains, inundating vast swathes of farmland and devastating the crops sown during the spring. Before Gu Cheng could contemplate the harvest for the coming year, he received military reports indicating that the troops from Shenzhou were gathering in Liangzhou amidst the torrential rain, poised to seize the opportunity for plunder. At that moment, as Gu Cheng was busy arranging for Xiao Heng to lead a relief effort to the disaster-stricken areas, he was taken aback by this alarming news. Lu Miao had brought with him an army of 100,000, a formidable force against Liangzhou's mere 60,000. 3 years prior, Gu Cheng and Xiao Heng had deftly outmaneuvered them, leaving them humiliated and a subject of jest among the populace. Now, with a chance for retribution, the spirits of Lu Miao's troops soared, fueled by a fervent desire to crush Liangzhou. Standing atop the city walls, Gu Cheng watched as the relentless rain transformed the landscape into a vast network of water, beneath which lay the densely packed Shenzhou regulars. Xiao Heng held an umbrella over him, but the rain drenched Gu Cheng's face as his gaze remained fixed upon Lu Miao, who rode with an air of triumph. Seemingly oblivious to the defeat he had suffered at Xiao Heng's hands 3 years prior. Impatiently, Gu Cheng queried, "Was Lu Miao born to meddle in everything?" Xiao Heng's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened as he quietly explained, "After being thoroughly defeated by young Master Xiao, he has spent years recuperating and regaining his strength. He must be eager to avenge that humiliation." Gu Cheng responded with a dismissive "oh," wiping the rain from his face. Perplexed as to why Lu Miao sought him out, he was beaten by Xiao Heng. "Why does he come to Liangzhou?" Xiao Heng muttered under his breath. "Because he cannot contend with young Master Xiao." Gu Cheng shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "If he cannot best Xiao Heng, does he think he can overcome me? In a one-on-one, he would hardly stand a chance. Can he not play the game of numbers?" Xiao Heng, glancing at the countless soldiers below, felt a shiver run down his spine and quietly suggested, "My lord, should we call for reinforcements? After all, the report states there are 100,000 regulars from Shenzhou, outnumbering us by 40,000. Moreover, our troops are weary from recent calamities in the south and lack morale." Gu Cheng scoffed, "Call for help? From whom? The state of Dalwei is weak, each province a pack of starving wolves, eagerly awaiting the misfortune of others to reclaim their share of the land. Who would come to our aid at this time?" As they spoke, the rain began to subside, revealing the massed ranks of Shenzhou's soldiers below, dark and ominous as they loomed like a dense fog. With the weather clearing, the Shenzhou forces began to deploy their siege engines, preparing for a forceful assault on the city. Gu Cheng, cold and resolute, let out a disdainful huff and waved his hand. Instantly, his trained archers raised their bows in unison atop the walls. The air crackled with the impending clash of war. Lu Miao tightened the reins and called out to his subordinate beside him, urging Gu Chen to surrender, saying that the prince would show mercy as he was the brother of a princess, allowing him a chance to escape. Before he could finish his words, a sharp arrow whizzed down from the city wall, piercing his chest with deadly precision. His subordinate, eyes wide with shock, grasped the arrow's shaft and fell from his horse with a thud, lifeless. How absurd! Did everyone wish to be his sister's husband? He even found Xiao Heng too old, let alone Lu Miao, who was nearing 50. Gu Chun, having slain the boastful subordinate, felt quite pleased. Unhurriedly, he passed his bow to Xiao Heng, smirking arrogantly. What is this? With the rain ceased and the skies cleared, do you think you stand a chance? Lu Miao, taken aback by the audacity of Gu Chen's actions, drew his sword and pointed it at Gu Chun, shouting furiously, Gu Chun, do not overstep your bounds. Gu Chun merely clicked his tongue, raising a hand to his ear, dismissively saying, old men are so tiresome. This remark nearly ground Lu Miao's dignity into the dirt. Lu Miao's face turned an ugly shade, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, attack the city. The Shenzhou garrison swiftly drew their swords, rushing towards the city gates amidst the thunderous beat of war drums. Behind them, catapults and siege engines began to advance, mud and water splashing as the sounds of battle erupted. The city gates swung wide open, and Gu Chun mounted his horse, brandishing his sword as he charged forth. The glint of blades mingled with the biting wind as the Liangzhou garrison drew their bows atop the walls, raining arrows down like a torrential storm, tearing through the ranks of the Shenzhou soldiers. However, as Gu Chun fought on, he sensed something amiss. Reports had indicated that Shenzhou had mobilized 100,000 troops, yet he witnessed their soldiers retreating in disarray, seemingly lacking any numerical advantage, even falling short of half his own forces. This realization only deepened his suspicions. He felt a Shenzhou soldier who attempted to ambush him from behind and looked towards the Liangzhou garrison, which was gaining the upper hand and pursuing the fleeing Shenzhou troops. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on his back as he grabbed Xiao Heng, who was preoccupied with slaying enemies, and shouted, where is the disruptor? Xiao Heng, bloodied and confused, wiped his face but was momentarily at a loss. Huh? Gu Chun raised his voice, Lu Miao. Xiao Heng glanced around and soon realized that Lu Miao had vanished without a trace. Gu Chen's heart sank as he suddenly grasped that he had fallen into a trap. It was a feint. In a state of disarray, he wiped his face in the mud, narrowly dodging a Shenzhou soldier who lunged at him from behind, and in one fluid motion, drove his blade into the soldier's chest. As he leapt back up, the words of the deceased subordinate echoed in his mind, future brother-in-law. His expression darkened, and he gasped out, this is bad. Jinzhi. Chapter 78. Reunion. Gu Chun felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he mounted his horse in a frenzy, galloping out of the enemy ranks, racing tirelessly towards the direction of Liang City. Behind him, soldiers from Shenzhou were entangled and lunged forward, only to be struck down by a single blow, blood spurting from their mouths. Gu Chun swiftly remounted his horse and urged it into a frenzied gallop. He had not anticipated that the old man Lu Miao would still harbor intentions towards his sister. In a moment of heated frustration, a sharp pain surged in his chest as he breathed heavily. His lord, Xiao Heng, fought his way through the Shenzhou soldiers and spurred his horse to catch up. Gasping for breath as he exclaimed, scouts report. Yinping has discovered the troops from Yongzhou. Gu Chen's frantic ride came to a brief halt. He turned his head sharply. What was Xiao Heng doing here at such a moment? Was he attempting to take advantage of the chaos? Xiao Heng, unaware of Xiao Heng's intentions, recognized the peril of being trapped between enemies. But where was his own lord? Before he could gather his thoughts, Gu Chen had already tightened his grip on the horse's flanks and darted away like a bolt from a crossbow. His mind throbbed painfully. He wished fervently for wings to fly back home. Troublemakers abound every year, but this year seemed particularly rife with them. Lu Miao had originally targeted Gu Jinzhi, and now, with Xiao Heng complicating matters, Gu Chun felt as if his head might explode from the mounting frustration. In Liangcheng, relentless rain had poured for several days, inundating farmlands and collapsing numerous houses. Since the disaster befell Liangcheng, Gu Jinzhi had been tirelessly assisting in distributing relief supplies on the outskirts of the city, directing the military to gradually relocate the frail women, children, and elderly to safer areas. In her efforts to serve porridge, she had rolled up her sleeves, appearing both capable and efficient as she bustled about the soup kitchen. Displaced citizens formed a long queue, eagerly pressing forward to the porridge barrels. Some women, clutching children in their arms, looked emaciated, their hands trembling from hunger. Gu Jinzhi promptly helped these mothers and their children into the soup kitchen, arranging for them to receive bowls of porridge and steamed buns to sit and eat. Xiao, observing the lengthy line outside, expressed her confusion. Why are there still so many people today? Wasn't it said that the floodwaters had receded? Gu Jinzhi glanced up at the overcast sky and shook her head in resignation. The rain has fallen for so long. The farmlands are completely submerged. Even if the waters recede, it will likely take a while for conditions to improve. The weight of these thoughts plunged her into a deep silence. Liangzhou had once been fertile and abundant, rarely afflicted by famine. Yet, with such a difficult start to this year, many would surely face starvation. She wiped her hands with a cloth, turning to Xiongyu with instructions, ensure that we have enough porridge and buns. We cannot allow any disturbances over food. Xiongyu acknowledged her command, but before she could finish speaking, a sudden commotion erupted at the front of the soup kitchen. A group clad in the armor of Liangzhou's garrison surged forward. The leader displayed a badge to affirm his identity and then bowed respectfully, saying, "Princess, the floodwaters are about to pass. Our lord has sent us to escort you back to the palace." The badge he held was indeed the standard issue of Liangzhou's garrison, inscribed with the name Li Ping. A sudden influx of individuals left Gu Jinzhi momentarily stunned, and with a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "Isn't my second brother on the battlefield?" The robust man smiled reassuringly and elucidated, "The lord is deeply concerned for the princess's safety. Hence he has dispatched us to escort you back." Gu Jinzhi responded with a soft "oh" and nodded, saying, "Then please wait a moment. I must convey a few words to them first." She then turned, seemingly unguarded, and approached the porridge stall, whispering a few sentences to the soldiers distributing the porridge. The commander, along with his men, stood waiting outside, growing increasingly impatient as time passed without her reappearance. He called out, "Princess, the hour grows late. Please make haste and accompany us." The porridge stall was filled predominantly with frail women and children, gradually shifting with the movement of the crowd. However, Gu Jinzhi's figure had vanished from within. Li Ping suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and kicked over a porridge barrel, striding inside to roughly inspect the faces of the women. The ordinary townsfolk, having never encountered such intimidation, turned pale with fear and began to scream in panic. Some soldiers attempted to intervene, but Li Ping forcefully shoved one aside. Bellowing, they fled. "Quickly pursue them." Behind him, dozens of men clad in regular army attire swiftly mounted their horses. Without waiting for the soldiers to block their path, they blew their whistles and hurriedly raced southward. The wind howled past her ears, and ominous clouds loomed overhead, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Gu Jinzhi, astride her horse, felt nausea rising within her due to the jarring motion. Yet she dared not relent, gripping the reins tightly and racing toward the military camp outside the city. How could Gu Cheng, amidst the chaos of battle, possibly send someone to retrieve her at this moment? Moreover, with the floodwaters having receded, the claim that the deluge was approaching was evidently a deceitful ruse. Gu Jinzhi keenly discerned that these individuals were not affiliated with Gu Cheng. Their identities were dubious and their intentions nefarious. Her instinct was to flee immediately. Should she fall into their hands, they might use her as leverage against Gu Cheng, thereby placing him in a precarious position. Thus, she hastily sent word to Gu Cheng, while simultaneously making her way to the military camp to seek reinforcements. Gu Cheng maintained a training ground on the outskirts of Liang City, where he had left a small contingent of soldiers prior to his departure. As long as she could reach the camp, the thousands of elite troops stationed there would be more than sufficient to deal with the mere dozens of impostors. Though Gu Jinzhi was not adept at riding, she clung desperately to her horse, which swayed perilously beneath her. Just as she neared her destination, She heard the ominous sound of hooves pursuing her relentlessly. In a bid to evade her pursuers, she plunged into the woods. Branches and thorns lashed against her face, but she paid no heed to the stinging pain, propelling herself forward without pause. The military camp was now in sight, but unexpectedly, Lu Miao's subordinates were also swift in their pursuit. As Gu Cheng's camp drew nearer, one of them, fearing to attract the sentry's attention, suddenly launched a concealed weapon. The hooked projectile struck the horse's hind leg, causing the steed to rear in agony and throw Gu Jinzhi off its back. A piercing pain radiated from her calf. Yet Gu Jinzhi could not afford to pause and inspect the injury. As she lifted her gaze, she saw the pursuers charging towards her, encircling her completely. Li Ping, atop his steed, curled the corners of his mouth into a cruel and sinister smile. "Princess, your horse has been injured. It is best you come with us." As he spoke, one of his men advanced on horseback, bending low in an attempt to drag Gu Jinzhi onto the mount. Struggling futilely, her left foot throbbed with pain, rendering her immobile. With a disparity of strength, she was effortlessly hoisted onto the horse, landing unceremoniously across its back. Realizing their success, the group understood the urgency of their situation and prepared to retreat swiftly. At that moment, a sharp arrow suddenly shot forth from the ominous clouds ahead, embedding itself before the hooves of the commanding officer's horse. Startled, the animal reared back, and Li Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he drew his sword in alarm. An ambush! No sooner had he uttered the words than the ground beneath them trembled slightly, as if 1,000 steeds were thundering towards their position. All eyes turned anxiously to the horizon, where the sky darkened ominously. The thick, black clouds rolled in like an approaching tempest. Li Ping unsheathed his sword, suppressing the prickling sensation on the back of his neck, and barked sternly, "Who goes there?" A rumble of thunder echoed, and a flash of lightning split the sky into countless fragments. The military horses finally broke through the clouds amidst the thunder, the lead black stallion surging forward like a bolt from a crossbow, swiftly closing the distance to Li Ping. The stallion was powerful and majestic, its coat as dark as the night. The man atop it was tall and imposing, with sharply defined features and eyes that glimmered with an inscrutable coldness. Gu Jinzhi, precariously balancing on the horse, vaguely perceived that this figure bore a striking resemblance to Gu Chen. Instinctively, she cried out, "Second brother." The girl's tearful voice, tinged with a nasal tone, pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Before the impostors masquerading as the Liangzhou garrison could react, the man on the black horse charged through the throng, and in a flash, Gu Jinzhi found herself grasped at the waist and lifted onto his mount with a single hand. She instinctively clung to his waist. Ji. He noted her trembling fear and immediately enveloped her in his embrace, leaning down to respond softly. His warm lips brushed gently against her hair, and this familiar yet strange voice left Gu Jinzhi momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to raise her head in protest, he enveloped her tightly in his cloak. Chapter 79. Is it him? The wind howled fiercely. The man on horseback possessed eyes as dark and clear as glass, brimming with ferocity. Beneath his black armor, his broad shoulders stood tall and unwavering, resembling a sharp sword piercing through the mist-laden depths of the forest. The cloak was warm, infused with the crispness of mountains and lakes, instantly extricating her from the perilous situation. His protective gesture was unquestionable, his large hand cradling the back of her head, gently urging her not to look up. As this familiar yet ambiguous action stirred an absurd and daring thought within Gu Jinzhi, she scarcely dared to believe it. Could it be him? But how could he be here? This was Liangzhou. Yet when he spoke again, her heart raced, confirming her suspicions. In a hushed tone, he leaned close to her ear and softly uttered, "Do not be afraid." The two words, emerging from his lips, carried a familiar tenderness and soothing quality. Gu Jinzhi was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed him. As his voice resonated, it ignited a spark within her mind, startling her and momentarily halting her thoughts. The one she had deliberately sought to forget, convinced that their paths would never cross again in this lifetime, had suddenly reappeared, rendering her previous efforts at forgetting utterly futile. Gu Jinzhi blinked in bewilderment, her gaze obscured by his cloak, allowing her only a faint glimpse of his tightly drawn jawline. Could this possibly be a dream? Yet, it felt all too vivid, she mused. Xiao Heng cradled her in his arms, and the anxiety and worry that had surged within him finally found solace. He gently caressed the back of her head, soothing her emotions, before lifting his gaze with cold indifference toward the group of impostors masquerading as Liangzhou soldiers. Initially unaware of the unfolding situation, those individuals felt an inexplicable panic and fear wash over them as they met his frigid and fierce stare. It soon dawned on them that he was none other than the notorious king of Dingbei, known for his brutality. But why had he come here? Xiao Heng did not afford them much time to ponder. With a cruel gesture, he mimed slitting his throat, conveying a clear intent to leave no survivors. The cavalry of Yongzhou was a force that instilled terror across the land, trained and ruthless. Upon receiving the command, they swiftly drew their blades. As the gleaming edges approached the impostors, their faces reflected a shock that rendered them momentarily paralyzed with fear. At this moment, Xiao Heng openly revealed his ruthless and cold nature. Yet, when the young girl in his embrace let out a soft whimper, he lowered his head and tenderly murmured, "Do not look." His familiar voice carried an unconscious affection, while his warm palm gently covered her eyes. As the blades sliced through the sunlight and swiftly ended the lives of the impostors, the air was soon thick with the scent of blood. Jinzhi was shielded from the grim reality by his hand. Although she could not see the scene before her, the chilling atmosphere of imminent violence filled her with trepidation. However, the warmth of his palm, broad and comforting, rested upon her cool eyelids, its heat seeping into her skin, soothing her frayed nerves. Startled by the unexpected warmth, Jinzhi instinctively wanted to recoil. Yet, as if enchanted by his words, "Do not look," her limbs stiffened, rendering her immobile, and she obediently closed her eyes. The girl's long eyelashes brushed softly against his palm, ticklish and numbing, akin to a delicate feather that inadvertently grazed his heart, stirring an old sensation within him. 3 years ago, she had nestled in his embrace, evoking the same flutter of emotions. After countless days and nights apart, he thought he had nearly forgotten what that feeling was like. However, upon encountering her, that familiar, suffocating sweetness surged from the depths of his heart. Just a mere proximity set his heart aflutter, and a single embrace sent him spiraling into chaos, leading him to foolishly yearn to reclaim what he once had. Xiao Heng discreetly swallowed hard and instinctively tightened his embrace around her. With deftness, his hand dispatched the group of impostors, only to then behold the approaching Liangzhou garrison. Gu Cheng, having ridden tirelessly for 3 days and nights, was taken aback by the scene before him. He raised his gaze to meet Xiao Heng's indifferent, icy stare and noticed how he held Jinzhi securely in his arms. Gu Cheng, what the hell? Once again, he had arrived a step too late. Just as before, his current feelings of frustration mirrored those he had experienced previously. The oppressive sense of an impending storm loomed over everyone present, and the man's features were now more profound and enigmatic than 3 years prior. Beneath his thick lashes lay inscrutable emotions, as he appeared to coldly survey all those around him, yet bestowed every ounce of tenderness upon a young girl in his embrace. Gu Cheng noted his actions, took a moment to catch his breath, and then distantly clasped his hands in gratitude, thanking young Master Xiao for his assistance. Xiao Heng remained non-committal, slowly lowering his hand. As he released her, Jinzhi peeked out from within Xiao Heng's cloak, catching sight of the weary Gu Cheng and the body strewn about. Being merely 17, the sight filled her with fear, causing her to instinctively hold her breath. Her voice, imbued with the softness typical of young maidens, trembled as she called out, "Second brother." Gu Cheng immediately spurred his horse forward, extending his hand to gently soothe her. "Second brother will take you home." Jinzhi, frightened, nodded slightly, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, yet she dared not lift her gaze to meet Xiao Heng's. Xiao Heng remained silent, his eyes fixed on the young girl's reddened nose, and he gently curled his fingers, ultimately allowing Gu Cheng to lift Jinzhi back onto his own steed. With the emptiness in his arms, his heart constricted sharply, and a restless agitation took hold once more. He inhaled deeply, watching as Gu Jinzhi was safely settled in Gu Cheng's arms. As she mounted, she lightly furrowed her brows, seemingly enduring a pain. Xiao Heng's heart ached in tandem with her small gesture, as though pricked by a needle, both sour and painful. He soon realized her foot seemed injured. Gu Cheng adjusted the horse's direction, blocking Xiao Heng's view of Gu Jinzhi's foot, and with a wary tone, stated, "Although you saved Jinzhi this time, I must ask you, young Master Xiao, what is the meaning of bringing such a large number of troops to Yongzhou?" Xiao Heng discerned the vigilance in his eyes, a smirk playing upon his lips as he casually replied, "To assist you." "Assist me?" Gu Cheng laughed, as if witnessing a pig climb a tree, a miraculous sight indeed. Given the past grievances between him and Xiao Heng, it was hard to believe he would offer help. It would be remarkable enough if he didn't stab him in the back. Would he truly come to aid him? Such an idea was as absurd as a eunuch convening a meeting. They say nothing comes without a price, and every dark deed has its motive. Gu Chun felt a wave of unease wash over him as he contemplated the reasons for Xiao Heng's presence here, especially after witnessing the seemingly tender embrace he shared with Gu Jinzhi. This was yet another man with dubious intentions towards his sister. However, this particular man was different from Lu Miao, the older gentleman. While both were guilty of pursuing younger women, there existed a hierarchy among such bulls. For instance, despite Gu Chen's reluctance to admit it, he had to acknowledge that aside from age and character flaws, Xiao Heng was indeed impeccable in stature, looks, and influence. For the past 2 years, he had been diligently searching for a suitor worthy of Gu Jinzhi, but after much deliberation, he had yet to find anyone whose qualifications surpassed those of Xiao Heng. With a resigned sigh, Gu Chun maintained his impassive demeanor and said, "If you do not mind, young Master Xiao, you may stay in my residence for a while. We can discuss our strategies to collectively repel the forces of the Shenzhou garrison." Gu Jinzhi exclaimed. "Huh?" Surprised, she lifted her head, ready to voice her thoughts, only to have Gu Chun mercilessly press her head back down, whispering, "He saved your life. We cannot be too ungrateful." Gu Jinzhi retorted, "So you are selling me out like this?" Chapter 80. Hold tight. The three of them rode ahead, trailed by a formidable contingent of troops from both states. Xiao Heng lagged slightly behind, observing Gu Jinzhi seated on Gu Chen's horse, her small hands gripping the reins tightly. Her petite figure nestled beneath Gu Chen's large cloak. In the past, when she had been abducted by him, she would huddle in his embrace, her face shielded by his cloak to ward off the cold. Yet now, she found comfort and affection in her elder brother's care, rendering his presence unnecessary. His fingers curled around the reins, a pang of bitterness creeping into his heart. "By the way, how many men did you bring to Yongzhou?" Gu Chun turned his head back to glance at him, seemingly asking casually. Xiao Heng diverted his gaze from Gu Jinzhi and replied flatly, 100,000. 100,000? Gu Chun exclaimed involuntarily, and even Gu Jinzhi looked at him in astonishment. The young girl's eyes sparkled with surprise, filled with clarity. Just the fleeting glance from her caused Xiao Heng's heart to race uncontrollably. However, the siblings were more concerned about the staggering number of troops he had brought along. With 100,000 troops from Yongzhou and an additional 100,000 from Shenzhou, a confrontation would certainly devastate Liangzhou. Gu Chun shuddered internally, taking a deep breath as he cautiously inquired, "Isn't that excessive? It's just Lu Miao we're dealing with. There is no need for such a large force." Xiao Heng cast his eyes downwards towards Gu Jinzhi, who sat in front of Gu Chun, appearing small and innocent, her gaze clear and unwavering. However, as their eyes met, she effortlessly averted her gaze. The truth of their past affection lingered in the air. Despite the passage of 3 years, their reunion remained awkward. Gu Jinzhi wished to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. Thus, she intentionally distanced herself. Noticing her withdrawal, Xiao Heng smirked wryly, appearing indifferent as he replied, "Not too many. For the nearly 300,000 troops currently stationed in Yongzhou, deploying a mere 100,000 is indeed not a significant number. More crucially, his objective extends beyond merely defending Liangzhou. He intends to utterly incapacitate Lu Miao, preventing him from futilely aspiring to something beyond his reach." The thought that had he arrived just a moment later, Gu Jinzhi might have been taken by Lu Miao's men, stirred a tempest of wrath within Xiao Heng, compelling him to press his finger against the scabbard, manipulating the blade in and out, its cold gleam flickering ominously. Observing this, Gu Cheng involuntarily gasped, instinctively touching the cool nape of his neck, and discreetly urged Gu Jinzhi to move ahead, distancing them from the volatile king of Dingbei. The journey from the outskirts to the royal palace took nearly an hour. The standing army Xiao Heng had brought remains stationed at the horse racing grounds on the city's fringes, while he, accompanied by Zhao Guan, returned to the palace with Gu Cheng. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Cheng dismounted and extended his hand to assist Gu Jinzhi. However, as soon as she touched the ground, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, and her small hands clutched the saddle tightly. The expression of pain on her face prompted Xiao Heng to instinctively step forward to embrace her. Yet, before his hands could reach her, Gu Jinzhi instinctively retreated 2 steps, hesitantly halting him. What should she call him now? Once they shared an intimate bond, but now, confronted again, even the simplest form of address felt awkward and laden with unspoken ridicule. Gu Jinzhi pressed her lips together and finally spoke softly, "Xiao Gij, I can walk on my own." By addressing him as brother, she placed him on the same pedestal as Gu Cheng, thereby making her refusal to rekindle their past relationship abundantly clear. Xiao Heng remained silent, gazing down at her. After 3 years apart, the young girl had blossomed significantly. Her delicate, fair face had shed its childishness, revealing a striking beauty that was both familiar and strangely altered. In the past, she had been soft and delicate, delighting in playful affection and radiantly smiling, her eyes alight with stars. Yet now, her gaze was filled with distance and indifference, leaving him at a loss, unsure how to bridge the chasm between them. As the two stood in awkward silence, Gu Cheng noticed the injury on Gu Jinzhi's foot and immediately exclaimed, "How did you injure your foot? Why didn't you say anything along the way?" Before Gu Jinzhi could respond, he rushed over, pushing Xiao Heng aside. "Don't move. Second brother will carry you back inside. We need to find a physician at once." With that, he bent down, intending to lift her, but suddenly, with a crack, he unexpectedly strained his back. Gu Jinzhi, this back strain was remarkably well-timed. Gu Cheng attempted to stretch his spine, but found even bending over impossible. He offered an awkward smile, gingerly supporting his aching back, and sheepishly remarked, "I've been burning the midnight oil lately. It's taken a toll on me." His sudden back strain rendered him unable to carry Gu Jinzhi. Among those present, the other identities appeared equally unsuitable. Brothers? What happened to the notion of inappropriateness? How'd he end up taking action? Gu Cheng was contemplating how to coax Gu Jinzhi back into the house when he suddenly beheld Xiao Heng, composed and unperturbed, bending down to effortlessly lift her in his arms, cradling her horizontally. The action was executed with such familiarity, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind. Gu Cheng found himself wanting to inquire whether this proficiency was truly appropriate, and if he might share a morsel of his self-awareness. Did he not notice the strain in Gu Chen's waist? Yet Xiao Heng paid no heed to his aging back. He clenched his fist lightly, having failed to take advantage of Gu Jinzhi, and proceeded towards the rear courtyard. Gu Jinzhi's cheeks flushed as she instinctively grasped his neck, fearing a fall. As her hand moved, the silver bracelet she wore jingled softly. In haste, she used her other hand to discreetly adjust her sleeve, concealing the bracelet. Xiao Heng seemed oblivious, his expression unreadable. It was only then that Gu Jinzhi exhaled cautiously. Despite the absence of direct contact from him, they were undeniably entwined. Nearby, a maid hid and watched, occasionally stifling giggles with her hand. Gu Jinzhi's face turned a deeper shade of crimson. Although most of the household staff had never seen Xiao Heng before, his striking and tall figure, tenderly holding the princess, was a rare sight that stirred a flurry of gossip among them. They devoured the sweet spectacle, buzzing with excitement and declaring themselves almost overcome by the sweetness of the moment. Embarrassed, Gu Jinzhi instinctively tried to retract her hand, but the moment she moved, Xiao Heng, seemingly indifferent, murmured, "Hold on tighter. Otherwise, if you fall, don't blame me." Gu Jinzhi thought, "Is this even human?" He had no qualms about sending her away before, and now he dares to threaten her with a fall? The memories of grievances endured 3 years prior resurfaced, fueling her indignation, and she retaliated by tightening her grip around his neck, causing a flush to rise upon his skin. Yet, Xiao Heng appeared impervious to discomfort, even chuckling softly at her actions. "What are you laughing at? I'll strangle you later and see if you still find it amusing." Gu Jinzhi seethed inwardly. Chapter 81. Is this not Xiao Heng? Their subtle interplay did not escape Gu Qin's notice as he limped behind them. An involuntary silence enveloped him. Was this what they referred to as playful banter? Strangely, the sight of Xiao Heng holding Gu Jinzhi evoked memories of their youth, back when they resided in Zhongdu. During the Lantern Festival or the Qiqiao Festival, the palace grounds would be alive with vibrant festivities, and his younger sister would always beg him to take her out to enjoy the revelry. Once, he stealthily took Gu Jinzhi out of the palace for a day of revelry. However, after indulging in the lanterns for too long, they lost track of time, and on their way back, Gu Jinzhi grew weary and refused to walk any further. Since their escape from the palace had been clandestine, they dared not take a carriage, and the journey back was indeed quite lengthy. At that time, she was merely 3 or 4 years old, her cherubic face scrunched up in a pitiful expression as she stood before him, arms raised high, persistently demanding to be carried. Gu Cheng obliged, lifting her into his arms and proceeding toward her quarters. Initially, Gu Cheng had thought the distance from the palace gates to the inner chambers was insignificant. However, even though the little bundle of joy was not particularly heavy, carrying her for an extended period began to take its toll on his arms. As he switched her from one side to the other once more, Xiao Heng approached from behind, extending his hands. "Allow me to take over." Upon seeing his friend willing to assist, Gu Cheng eagerly passed Gu Jinzhi to him, patting his shoulder with delight. "Good brother, you truly are a lifesaver." Thus, Xiao Heng carried Gu Jinzhi the rest of the way. Reflecting on these memories, Gu Cheng blinked in confusion, gazing at the figure before him, which seemed to overlap with the youthful companion of his past. He belatedly realized that the good brother he had known in childhood now seemed to have transformed into a clumsy boar, trampling through his home. Gu Cheng's residence, although smaller than Xiao Heng's, compelled the latter to slow his pace, allowing Xiao Heng to wait for him ahead. Gu Jinzhi held for quite some time, felt her cheeks growing increasingly warm, and she could not help but wonder, having been apart for merely 3 years, how he had aged so much. Why was his gait so slow? Was he perhaps unwell? She had heard that Zheng Yi from Yuzhou had sent him numerous beauties. Could it be that he had been drained of vitality by their charms? Fortunately, Gu Cheng urged from behind, and, at last, Xiao Heng leisurely carried her into the house. The chamber where Gu Jinzhi now resided was the largest in the side courtyard, filled with an abundance of flowers and plants according to her preferences, with even a few freshly picked wild lilies adorning the vases. Xiao Heng discreetly surveyed her room before entering the bedroom and gently placing her on a large bed. The physician arrived promptly, and upon seeing Gu Cheng alongside an unfamiliar, tall, and austere man, both wearing expressions of concern, he hastily knelt on the footstool to examine Gu Jinzhi's injuries. Xiao Heng stood nearby, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her feet. Gu Cheng suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly shifted to block Xiao Heng's view, suggesting, "Let us step outside for a cup of tea." Xiao Heng acknowledged with a grunt, yet remained motionless, his eyes still lingering on Gu Jinzhi's feet. A maid was bending down to roll up Gu Jinzhi's muddy pant legs, revealing a delicate, pale ankle. Suddenly, Xiao Heng felt a tightness in his throat, recalling the time she had injured herself in his residence, when he had once held her ankle while tending to her wounds. The vivid memories of 3 years prior, filled with intimacy, had transformed into a blade, mercilessly carving his heart with sorrow during countless midnight reveries. No one knew that after her departure, all his fervor had been crushed to dust, plunging him into a perpetual darkness with each passing day. Fortunately, he had finally found her again. Gu Cheng noticed that he was staring intently at Gu Jinzhi and could not help but clear his throat twice as a reminder. It is inappropriate for men and women to be too close. Only then did Xiao Heng retract his gaze, a sardonic smile gracing his lips at the notion of propriety. In the past, He would have longed to hold her every night until she fell asleep. Now, he could barely stand to look at her. Gu Cheng supported his waist, dragging him out. The two of them stumbled into the main room and finally sat down by the table, just as a maid entered with this year's new tea. Xiao Heng glanced at the swirling tea leaves in the bottom of his cup, his mind wandering, and he instinctively cast another glance towards the screen. Observing this, Gu Cheng straightened his back, deliberately blocking his line of sight in an attempt to redirect his attention. "Let's have an earnest conversation," he suggested. Xiao Heng nodded, retracting his gaze and indicating that he was all ears. Gu Cheng cleared his throat and ventured, "I deeply appreciate your assistance in the campaign against Liangzhou. However, I find myself perplexed by one question. How did your 100,000 troops bypass the defenses I established?" Xiao Heng regained his composure and replied calmly. "I had someone disguise themselves as your soldiers, infiltrating your border camps and stations to set them ablaze." Gu Cheng, "Burn them." Xiao Heng replied with a faint smile. "Indeed, burn them. They were too busy extinguishing the flames to send any messages." Gu Cheng, "You cunning rascal. Truly unpredictable." Due to his engagement in disaster relief and responding to the assault from Shenzhou, Gu Cheng had indeed withdrawn most of the troops from the Yinping border camp, resulting in a shortage of sentinels at the stations and outposts. Unexpectedly, within just a few days, Xiao Heng had discovered the vulnerabilities in his defenses. Noticing Gu Cheng's stunned expression, his mouth agape in shock, Xiao Heng patted his shoulder, offering a heartless consolation. "Look on the bright side. If I hadn't set fire to your border camps and stations, Jinzhi would likely have fallen into Lu Miao's hands by now." Gu Cheng slowly returned to reality, gazing at him with a somewhat vacant expression, and after a while, he nodded, touching his aching heart, and said slowly, "Burning them was well done. Next time, you must not burn them." Xiao Heng politely acknowledged this. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, casually remarking, "With so many of your stations and camps in flames, there should have been military reports arriving by now." Although most of his army consisted of cavalry, moving swiftly, it was unusual for scouts to be slow to report such a breach. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the sound of urgent hoofbeats came to a halt at the gate of the Wang residence. Shortly thereafter, a scout dismounted hastily, tumbling and scrambling into the room, exclaiming, "The troops of Xiao Heng from Yongzhou have invaded. It is estimated that the army will soon arrive at Liang City." Gu Chen's lips twitched slightly, and before the man could finish speaking, he interrupted him, raising a hand in exasperation to indicate Xiao Heng. "Look at him. Doesn't he seem familiar?" The scout, puzzled, lifted his gaze and met Xiao Heng's playful, leisurely expression. He was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly realize, "Isn't this Xiao Heng?" The scout was dumbfounded, opening his mouth in front of Xiao Heng, feeling as though the man's face was emblazoned with the words. Surprised? Unexpected? It was truly exhilarating. Chapter 82. Your stay in my manor makes me uneasy. Gu Cheng kicked the stunned scout out and, with a sullen expression, resumed his seat opposite Xiao Heng. Upon glancing up, he noticed that Xiao Heng was still smiling. Even a deputy commander accompanying Xiao Heng stood at the door with a grin, which inexplicably fueled Gu Chen's ire. It was no surprise that he was amused. The border defense was in such disarray that the enemy had already infiltrated his home. While the scout foolishly rushed in to announce that the army would soon arrive, only this unreliable second prince could manage such a feat. Gu Cheng felt a bit embarrassed. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck, attempting to explain, "Let me clarify, the border garrison has been somewhat weakened during this period, allowing you to take advantage of the situation. This indicates my trust in you. I Haven T deployed most of my forces to guard against you." In truth, he was simply too preoccupied to attend to it. Currently, Shenzhou had already begun its siege in Enyang. And if Lu Miao had indeed brought an army of 100,000, with only the 60,000 troops he had just dispatched to disaster relief, Enyang would inevitably fall. He hardly had the luxury to guard against the old dog, Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng chuckled dismissively, responding with feigned nonchalance, "Thank you for your trust." He chose not to expose Gu Chen's embarrassment. The reason he was able to discern the vulnerabilities in Gu Chen's border defense so swiftly was that he had been secretly monitoring Liangzhou for the past 3 years. Since the crisis in Yongzhou had been resolved, He had sent envoys numerous times to discuss the return of Gu Jinzhi, but Gu Chun had refused to meet with them. He had even covertly strengthened the border defenses to guard against Xiao Heng's possible attempts to seize her. Xiao Heng did not confront him directly, fearing that Gu Jinzhi might not forgive him. It was only upon hearing that Lu Miao was mobilizing troops to attack Liangzhou that he broke through the defenses in Yinping to enter Liangzhou. Gu Chun detected the insincerity in his tone, but at that moment he was too preoccupied to hold it against him. After all, the fact that Xiao Heng was here sharing tea with him clearly indicated that he had genuinely come to assist him. What he lacked most at present was soldiers, so any help was most welcome. He tentatively inquired, "Have you truly brought 100,000 troops?" Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Do you not believe me? Why not count them yourself in the barracks?" Counting was out of the question. However, with his assurance, Gu Chun felt relieved. "That is good. Lu Miao, that old scoundrel, has set his sights on Jinzhi this time. The army is currently mustered in Enyang and will soon commence the siege. When do you think we should set out?" Xiao Heng set down his teacup and replied leisurely, "I can lend you the troops, but I will not accompany you." Gu Chun was taken aback, utterly perplexed. "You won't come with me? Then who will accompany me?" Xiao Heng lifted his chin, gesturing for him to look towards the door. Gu Chun followed his indication and caught sight of Xiao Wei's ambiguous expression, a smile barely contained. Gu Chun recognized him as Xiao Heng's deputy, someone he had seemingly encountered a few times at Xiao Heng's residence. However, despite the man's tall stature and handsome features, he appeared somewhat too slender and delicate, seemingly unfit for wielding weapons. Hesitating for a moment, Gu Chun inquired, "May I ask, are you a warrior?" Xiao Wei's lips curled downwards as he interrupted with a flat expression, "I am a woman." "A woman?" Gu Chun gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. He was face to face with a female general? Xiao Wei, interpreting his expression, mocked him with a slight lift of her chin, holding her sword and smirking. "Do you look down upon female generals?" Gu Chun quickly retorted, No. Turning to Xiao Heng, he lowered his voice and remarked, "Your deputy is rather fierce." Xiao Heng nodded in agreement. How else could one become a general? Gu Chun found himself momentarily speechless, realizing there was some truth to that. However, the thought of bringing such a fierce female warrior to the battlefield unsettled him, prompting him to ask, "What about you? If you're not going to the battlefield, what will you do?" Xiao Heng smirked slightly, politely stating, "I will remain in your residence." Gu Chun, although Xiao Heng maintained his usual calm demeanor, keenly sensed his eagerness to reconcile with his younger sister. Considering his absence from home, Gu Chun worried that Xiao Heng might indulge in reckless behavior without supervision, leading him to firmly oppose, "No, I cannot allow you to stay in my residence." Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, retorting, "What is there for you to worry about if I stay in your residence?" Yet, the more nonchalant Xiao Heng appeared, the more uneasy Gu Chun felt, as if a thorn was lodged in his throat, making him restless. Gu Chun fixed a wary gaze upon him, declaring, "I fear you might set fire to my backyard." Xiao Heng replied, "Am I that obvious?" Noticing his silence, Gu Chun felt even more compelled to prevent him from residing in his home. Otherwise, with Xiao Heng's accumulated experience at the age of 27, it was only a matter of time before he swept away Gu Jinzhi, his innocent sister. Thus, Gu Chun stood up, earnestly grasping Xiao Heng's hand, and solemnly stated, "I certainly cannot take your soldiers. Only if you accompany me to the battlefield do we stand a chance against Lu Miao." Just as Xiao Heng was about to politely decline again, Gu Chun decisively patted the back of his hand, exclaiming, "It's settled then, good brother." Without giving Xiao Heng a chance to object, he strode out of the room, instructing Xiao Heng, "Ensure everyone rests well tonight. We set off early tomorrow to confront the rogue Lu Miao." Xiao Heng realized Gu Chun's insistence on bringing him to battle was clearly intended to limit his interactions with Gu Jinzhi. However, after some contemplation, he devised an alternate plan and chose not to refuse any longer. At that moment, the physician of the residence emerged from the inner chamber after tending to Gu Jinzhi's injuries. Gu Chun and Xiao Heng both stood simultaneously, with Gu Chun hastening forward, his tone anxious. "How is it? The princess is not seriously hurt, is she?" Xiao Heng intended to pose a question, but it was instead voiced by another, prompting him to stand aside and listen. The two imposing men towered over others, their stature exuding an innate aura of authority. The court physician, trembling with fear, promptly lowered his head in deference and replied, "The princess has a minor fracture in her calf and a sprained ankle. I have already treated her injuries. She will require a month or so to regain the ability to walk. As for the other wounds, they are superficial and should heal within a few days." Upon hearing this, Gu Chan furrowed his brow. A month before she could walk, with the battlefield imminent. It would be inconvenient for Gu Jinzhi to remain at the estate in such a condition. Fortunately, Xiao Heng stepped forward with a suggestion, "My lord, perhaps we could arrange a four-wheeled chair for the princess." Gu Chen considered this and found it to be a reasonable solution. He nodded in agreement and instructed that the arrangement be made promptly. Turning to Xiao Heng, he noticed his gaze lingering on the inner chamber. Aware of his concern for Gu Jinzhi, however, he interjected firmly, "Do not look any longer. I have prepared a room for you in the side courtyard. You should rest there." This time, Xiao Heng did not yield. He insisted, "I just want to take a glance." Even if she remained distant and unwilling to forgive him, he wished to ensure her well-being throughout her life. Gu Chun, resolute, declared no. A dog cannot change its nature. An old bull cannot resist tender grass. He did not intend to obstruct Xiao Heng's pursuit of Gu Jinzhi. Over the past 3 years, he had observed her often lost in thought, and he had come to understand much. The military arms case had been clarified by Xiao Heng, and the long-standing conflicts between the two provinces could also be considered resolved. Yet, he could not shake his unease, for Xiao Heng had known Gu Jinzhi since childhood, and it troubled him to think that he might have developed an interest in her under his very nose. This notion left Gu Chun with a knot in his heart, fostering a bias against Xiao Heng, whom he perceived as overly cunning, believing that Gu Jinzhi would struggle to manage him in the future. Nevertheless, Xiao Heng pressed his lips together and, with a calm yet undeniable tone, stated, "We leave tomorrow. Is it too much to ask for a final glance?" Gu Chun regarded him and felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy for the once spirited ruler of Yongzhou, now appearing so forlorn and diminished. Perhaps allowing him a fleeting glimpse would help sever any lingering hopes. With a resigned sigh, Gu Chun reluctantly acquiesced. However, before they could enter the inner chamber, a maid emerged, carefully blocking their path. "My lord, young Master Xiao, the princess has expressed her fatigue and requests that you both return." As Xiao Heng prepared to speak, Gu Chun swiftly interjected, "You see, it is not that I am unwilling to let you see her. It is Gu Ji who does not wish to see you." Xiao Heng paused, his expression darkening. He stood silently for a moment before reluctantly managing a faint smile and nodding. If she did not wish to see him, then he would wait. The circumstances surrounding their decisions were fraught with a momentary lapse in judgment. He believed he had guided her toward a secure future, only to realize later that without her, each day felt like an eternity. His gaze, dry and pained, instinctively lingered on Gu Jinzhi's dwelling. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Chapter 83. He had always waited for her. Gu Chang had arranged for him to stay in the western courtyard, situated far from the eastern courtyard where Gu Jinzhi resided, with his own central courtyard lying in between. The considerable distance, coupled with the presence of his elder brother, made the intention to thwart any midnight escapades abundantly clear. Xiao Heng found this precaution rather unnecessary. If he wished to see Gu Jinzhi, such trivial measures would not deter him. After dinner, Xiao Heng retreated to the study to confer with Gu Cheng. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Guan and Xiao Wei visited Gu Jinzhi. Since their parting 3 years ago, she had not seen the two of them. Their reunion was naturally filled with excitement and joy. "General Zhao, General Xia, how have you been lately?" Gu Jinzhi inquired with genuine concern for their well-being. Zhao Guan was touched by the princess's thoughtfulness, replying respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Everything has been well these past 2 years." Seeing that they were thriving, Gu Jinzhi eagerly asked, "And what of Tan Yun? Is she well?" Zhao Guan hesitated for a moment, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. "Thanks to your blessings. Tan Yun is expecting." Gu Jinzhi was taken aback. Tan Yun is already with child so soon. However, upon reflection, she noted that Tan Yun was a year older than herself, now 19, an age at which many young women were already settled in a family life. Glancing at her own circumstances, approaching 18 without a suitable match, she felt a pang of envy for Tan Yun and Zhao Guan's happiness. That is wonderful. When you return, I must prepare a gift for her. Please, Zhao Guan, do help me deliver it. Zhao Guan stammered his thanks, uncertain whether he should agree to carry a gift. As the purpose of their mission to Liangzhou was quite evident, it seemed unlikely that they would leave without bringing the young princess back with them. Thus, scratching his head awkwardly, he chose to remain silent. As night enveloped the surroundings, thick fog hung in the air. Following their discussion, Xiao Heng dismissed the maidservants and made his way to the eastern courtyard alone. At this hour, the maidservants had returned to their quarters, leaving the courtyard in tranquil silence, interrupted only by the occasional cool breeze. Inside Gu Jinzhi's chamber, an oil lamp flickered, casting a faint glow through the window curtains. The small figure within remained uncertain. Whether asleep or awake, the room enveloped in stillness. Xiao Heng lingered in the courtyard, surveying her residence. Gu Cheng indeed treated his little sister with great care. The courtyard was adorned with pavilions and terraces, the osmanthus trees casting a delicate shadow, creating a unique atmosphere. Unconsciously, Xiao Heng found himself at the threshold of her door, a thin veil of window fabric separating him from her. In his dark eyes lay an endless yearning and longing. Not long after, rain began to fall, drenching Xiao Heng's shoulders and seeping a chill through his garments. Instinctively, he thought of Gu Jinzhi, who was sensitive to the cold, and wondered how she was enduring the long, frigid night. Inside the house, Gu Jinzhi had yet to fall asleep. The sound of the rain prompted her to sit up. The pain in her injured foot was unbearable, but more importantly, Xiao Heng resided in the adjacent courtyard, making it impossible for her to rest. As she pondered, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. His arrival in Liangzhou at this hour could not bode well. She had once believed her life with him was concluded, yet 3 years had passed, and here he was again. While uncertain of his intentions, the prospect of reuniting with an old acquaintance stirred a mixture of emotions within her, both delicate and anxious. Gu Jinzhi sat on the large bed, cradling her uninjured leg, her thoughts drifting. A gust of wind seemed to brush against the window screen, casting faint shadows that flickered. Uncertain if the rain would seep into the porch, she, barefoot, strained to rise from the bed and ventured to assess the downpour outside. To her surprise, as she opened the door, she was met unexpectedly by the sight of a figure standing beneath the eaves. Xiao Heng stood in the porch, clad in black, his clothing mostly soaked, suggesting he had been standing there for some time. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. Remembering her foot injury, he instinctively moved to lift her. But Gu Jinzhi stepped back, leaning against the doorframe, her brow slightly furrowed as she asked, "What are you doing here?" Her voice was calm, yet distant, with a clear undertone of rejection, starkly contrasting with the girl he once remembered. Xiao Heng's fingers trembled slightly, hesitating to reach for her. His gaze fixed intently on her delicate face as he softly advised, "The ground is cold. You should return inside." Gu Jinzhi acknowledged him with a nonchalant "oh," yet showed no gratitude, maintaining a serious demeanor as she remarked, "Wandering in my courtyard at this hour, are you not afraid I might call my brother?" His eyes remained locked on her face, seemingly unable to get enough of her, yet his tone remained gentle, laced with enduring indulgence. "Afraid? I shall take my leave now." "Afraid?" She blinked, feeling a bit awkward as she responded. After all, he had saved her life today, making it difficult for Gu Jinzhi to be resolute in sending him away. She turned to close the door, but he suddenly called out to her, "Jinzhi." Gu Jinzhi lightly furrowed her brow again and turned back, asking, "What is it?" Her small face, nearly the size of his palm, glowed with a faint luminescence in the nighttime, her deliberate attempt to appear stern and aloof, though it came off as somewhat adorable. A surge of indescribable tenderness and sorrow welled up within Xiao Heng. He realized not how much his earlier decision had caused her distress, nor could he comprehend how this delicate young lady had emerged from her previous discontent and sorrow. Now, she stood before him, composed and steady, yet he felt an acute pain in his heart, as if it were being torn apart. There were countless words he wished to share with her, to express how deeply he missed her, to convey that he had been waiting for her all along. Yet upon meeting her cold, distant gaze, his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. "Take care of your injury." He merely uttered a single phrase in the end. Jinzhi puffed her cheeks, letting out a stiff HM, before turning to close the door to her room. As she turned back, she became aware that her voice had unexpectedly taken on a hint of emotion. The fervor of her past affections was met with an equally profound sense of unresolved feelings upon their reunion. The person she believed she would never see again now stood just outside her door, a situation as absurd as a dream, in a place unseen by Xiao Heng. She leaned against the door, her hands covering her face, as a solitary tear silently rolled down her cheek. Chapter 84. My Jinzhi is irreplaceable. The appearance of Xiao Heng rendered Jinzhi nearly sleepless throughout the night. By the time she awoke the next morning, daylight had already broken, and she learned that Xiao Heng and Gu Chun had departed early with their troops. Xiong Yu entered the room to attend to her, noticing the faint shadows under her eyes, and couldn't help but express concern. "Your Highness, did you not sleep well last night? Why does your complexion seem so poor?" Before Gu Jinzhi could respond, she spotted a familiar figure waiting in the corridor, prompting her to ask Xiong Yu to invite him in. When Chi Su entered, he was pushing a four-wheeled chair. Noticing Gu Jinzhi's astonished expression, he smiled and explained, "I heard about your foot injury, so I made you a four-wheeled chair last night. Would you like to try it?" He then maneuvered the chair to the table and reached out to assist Gu Jinzhi. Remembering that Gu Chan had indeed mentioned creating a four-wheeled chair for her, Gu Jinzhi was surprised to find it was Chi Su who had crafted it. She bit her lip in astonishment and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." Chi Su, feeling nervous, rubbed his hands together and smiled warmly. "It was nothing." Seeing this, Xiong Yu came forward to lend a hand, helping Gu Jinzhi settle into the chair. The chair, made by Chi Su overnight from wood, still bore some rough edges, yet the wheels rolled smoothly. Xiong Yu pushed her to test it, confirming that it functioned well as a substitute for walking. Pleased that she accepted his creation, Chi Su gently inquired, "Your Highness, shall I take you out for a stroll?" He felt for Gu Jinzhi, a young lady facing such circumstances, fearing that she might feel lonely if left alone for too long. However, Gu Jinzhi shook her head, saying, "Chi Su, you need not concern yourself with me. Please attend to your duties." She held him in high regard, aware of his diligent nature and not wishing to impose on his time. Chi Su chuckled warmly. It's no trouble at all. He cherished the moments spent in her company, content as long as she was happy. Hearing his words, Gu Jinzhi relented, allowing him to push her outside to enjoy the fresh air. Xiong Yu, recognizing that Chi Su could manage well, refrained from following too closely, standing at the entrance to observe them. Chi Su wheeled her over to admire the lotus flowers in the pond. Gu Chun had gathered many varieties for her, knowing her fondness for flowers. This season, the emerald leaves stretched across the water, and the pond was adorned with vibrant blooms. As Chi Su expertly pushed her along, Gu Jinzhi couldn't help but compliment. "Chi Su, I never knew your hands were so skillful." Chi Su, who served as her elder brother's aide, conducted himself with such steadiness, exuding a sense of reliability. Chi Su gently pushed her towards the shade, anxious to shield her from the sun. He explained in a soft and calm voice that he had learned a bit of carpentry from his grandfather when he was young, never expecting it would come in handy. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinzhi instinctively showered him with compliments, exclaiming, "Wow, not only are you kind-hearted, but you can also craft. The girl who marries you will undoubtedly be very happy." The wheelchair came to a halt. After a moment of silence, Chi Su's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. "Princess, did I say something wrong?" Gu Jinzhi turned back, puzzled. "What's the matter?" Chi Su remained silent, his gaze lowered as he looked at her, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Gu Jinzhi quickly understood. "You have someone you like?" Chi Su bit his lip and eventually nodded, surprised, yet realizing that it was quite normal for someone his age to have affections. Gu Jinzhi promptly offered, "If you have someone you adore, you can tell me. I can ask my brother to help you propose." Her earnestness and sincerity rendered him speechless, unable to voice the feelings he harbored within. As Chi Su gazed at her beautiful, innocent face, he struggled to manage a smile, bitterly chuckling, "My second brother knows, and he says that girl is still young." advising me to wait a bit longer. Understanding dawned on Gu Jinzhi, yet she failed to notice the restrained affection in his eyes. Nodding, she comforted him. Oh, then don't rush. Just wait a little longer. No matter how young that girl is, she will eventually grow up. Chi Su found her words amusing and lightly nodded. Yes, the princess is right. She will grow up eventually. I might as well wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng and Xiao Heng, after years of love-hate dynamics, stood side by side on the city wall, united against a common enemy, gazing at the approaching troops of Shenzhou in the distance. The Shenzhou military flag fluttered fiercely in the wind, and atop a majestic steed sat Lu Miao. He had dispatched men amidst the chaos to abduct Gu Jinzhi. Yet to this day, there had been no news, and those he sent seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving him with an unsettling sense of foreboding and suspicion of unforeseen developments. Nevertheless, Lu Miao, confident in his 100,000-strong army, was unafraid to confront Gu Cheng head-on. Thus, he personally took the field today, intent on breaching the city gates and seizing Liangsheng. Gu Cheng, on the city wall, chewed on a piece of dried grass, mumbling indistinctly. What is this old man thinking? At his age, why can't he just leave my Jinzhi alone? Xiao Heng turned his head, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Gu Cheng paused, sensing the lethal glare directed at him, quickly spitting out the grass root and patting Xiao Heng on the shoulder, his survival instincts kicking in as he pleaded, I wasn't referring to you at all. You are far younger and more accomplished than he is. Only then did Xiao Heng subtly retract his gaze. Observing Xiao Heng's cold demeanor, Gu Cheng couldn't resist bending one leg and resting it on the city wall, curiously inquiring, But brother, when exactly did you start liking my sister? Care to share? And you've been unmarried all these years. Surely, you can't be waiting for her? Xiao Heng replied with an air of nonchalance. Why not? Gu Cheng exclaimed, What a good dog of a man. At that moment, he became increasingly convinced that Xiao Heng's visit had nothing to do with aiding him. It was evidently an attempt to woo the young lady. However, he was currently in need of Xiao Heng's assistance and dared not offend him. Thus, he could only cautiously inquire, Did Zhengyi not send you a beauty later? I heard that among them, there are two sisters from Yuzhou who bear a striking resemblance to Jinzhi. Do you not fancy them? Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow and glanced over. Gu Cheng was involuntarily chilled by his icy gaze. He had not spoken anything erroneous. The fact that Zheng Yi had sent beauties was common knowledge throughout the realm. Gu Jinzhi was indeed beautiful, yet there were countless lovely maidens in the world. How could Xiao Heng be so deeply infatuated, insisting on her alone? After observing him for a moment, Xiao Heng finally turned his gaze toward the distance and replied in a calm tone, My Jinzhi is irreplaceable. Gu Cheng forced a laugh, refraining from responding, thinking to himself that it was indeed true that what one cannot obtain is often deemed the best. Once acquired, such sentiments would surely change. As the two conversed, Lu Miao's army had already arrived at the city gates, forming an offensive formation. Just as the battle was about to commence, Xiao Heng suddenly said, Gu my assistance in attacking Lu Miao comes with conditions. Gu Cheng exclaimed inwardly, Damn it, I knew it. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If there is, it's certainly one to be offered by Xiao Heng. Chapter 85. Thank you, brother-in-law, for your support. Gu Cheng cursed internally. Yet outwardly he maintained a facade of utmost respect, grinding his teeth while smilingly asking, What are your conditions? Xiao Heng smirked, seeing that Gu Cheng had taken the bait, and finally revealed his terms. In exchange for my help this time, you cannot obstruct my pursuit of Jinzhi in the future. Gu Cheng gasped, his teeth clenching audibly as he begrudgingly replied, What if I refuse? Xiao Heng lightly clicked his tongue, seemingly unconcerned, and said, Oh, then my 100,000 cavalry from Yongzhou shall remain on the sidelines, and we will merely be spectators. If you manage to defeat Lu Miao, I shall have everyone stand on the city walls to applaud and cheer for you. And when we return, I shall even arrange for a plaque to be hung at your door. Gu Cheng thought to himself, Thank you for this, for without you, I would be furious tonight. Yet, he was indeed infuriated. Was there any difference between this and robbing someone in their moment of vulnerability? After all, this involved the lifelong happiness of his younger sister, and the sensation of being coerced was quite unpleasant. Gu Cheng, feeling discontent, said through gritted teeth, "Are you taking advantage of my predicament to threaten me?" Xiao Heng did not deny it, calmly observing as the Shenzhou soldiers readied their siege engines. Replying in a flat tone, "When you urged me to give up on Jinzhi, was that not also taking advantage of a vulnerable moment?" Gu Cheng was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had once threatened Xiao Heng to secure Gu Jinzhi's departure, pretending to be the first to attack Yongzhou. Reflecting on this, Gu Cheng opened his mouth, uncertain of how to refute. Ultimately, he fell silent, swallowing his indignation, and reluctantly conceded, "I can refrain from obstructing your pursuit of Jinzhi. However, whether Jinzhi is willing to forgive you is another matter entirely. If she does not wish to accompany you, then I certainly cannot force her." His words indicated a concession. Xiao Heng, finally satisfied, flashed a grin and replied playfully, "Thank you, brother-in-law, for your support." Upon hearing these words, Gu Cheng nearly expelled his last meal. At that moment, he raised his hand to halt the conversation, insisting that they first soothe Jinzhi before discussing any change of terms. What a brother-in-law indeed. Who was he trying to disgust? Xiao Heng chuckled softly as he turned his head. With Gu Cheng's words, how could he fail to placate her? Lu Miao's troops were poised to besiege the city. As was customary before an assault, he instructed his deputy to issue a proclamation. The second prince was to surrender promptly to spare the lives of the civilians within. The previous deputy who had delivered a similar message met his demise by Gu Cheng's arrow, leaving this current speaker trembling, fearful that he too might meet a similar fate. However, Gu Cheng heard the proclamation and, with a derisive laugh, poked his head above the city wall. "Lu Miao, it has been a few days since we last met, and yet you still trudge behind your little frog, attempting to play the tortoise?" Though Lu Miao was nearly old enough to be his father, he found himself repeatedly humiliated, his face pale with shame. Suppressing his fury, he bellowed, "Gu Cheng, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. You find yourself trapped within the city. How can you possibly contend with my 100,000 troops from Shenzhou? I advise you to surrender now, and for the sake of the princess, I might grant you a complete corpse." No sooner had he uttered these words than another imposing figure emerged atop the wall, clad in jet-black armor. The man exuded an aura of reckless abandon. His gaze was piercing, and he raised an eyebrow in defiance as he spoke with a tone laced with scorn. "On what grounds do you presume to speak for my Jinzhi? Has my Jinzhi consented to this?" Startled, Lu Miao immediately recognized the figure on the wall, Xiao Heng. Why had no one informed him that Xiao Heng was present? Yet, one had to wonder, when had that little princess become part of the Xiao family? 3 years prior, he had fled back to Shenzhou, thoroughly defeated by Xiao Heng, and the memory of that humiliation lingered painfully. Instinctively, he felt as if Xiao Heng might once again transform into a vicious dog, ready to pounce. Seeing Xiao Heng standing alongside Gu Cheng, it appeared they had formed an alliance. Lu Miao's legs began to weaken, and he strained to maintain his composure, calling out, "Young Master Xiao, today is a private matter between the second prince and myself. I implore you not to interfere." Xiao Heng tilted his head, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "What if I insist on intervening?" Lu Miao replied, "If you insist, then I am left with no recourse." He was drenched in sweat, hoping to negotiate with Xiao Heng amicably, but to his astonishment, the city gates suddenly swung open and the Yangzhou garrison surged forth, followed by a swarm of cavalry clad in black armor from Yongzhou. Upon witnessing this, Lu Miao realized that defeat was inevitable. He promptly made a sagacious decision to flee. The soldiers of Shenzhou were still processing the situation when they saw a figure galloping across the fields like the wind. By the time they comprehended what was happening, Lu Miao had vanished without a trace. With their commander gone, did the soldiers of Shenzhou dare to remain? In a flurry, they turned their horses around, racing back in a panic. The absurdity of the battle was palpable. Lu Miao had painstakingly gathered an army of 100,000, yet they barely dared to engage, retreating instead, akin to leading one's dog to Gu Cheng's doorstep only to leave the pet behind for the latter's disposal. Gu Cheng stood atop the city wall, doubled over with laughter at the scene before him. Although this old man was not adept at warfare, His physique was commendable. Just look at his swift reaction as he fled, his figure darting away like a shooting star, truly a testament to his vitality in old age. Lu Miao fled at an astonishing speed, as if pursued by a pack of ravenous hounds, disappearing in a flash. Gu Chun watched the disheveled figure on horseback vanish into the distance, a tear of mirth escaping from the corner of his eye as he raised his hand to beckon Xiao Heng. "Brother, thank you. Let us retreat." Xiao Heng remained unmoved, calm amidst the chaos. His gaze turned icy as he observed the disorganized retreat of the Shenzhou army, a formidable presence that silenced all below him. His voice, cold as frost and laced with undisguised menace, resonated as he declared, "Capture Lu Miao alive, and a reward of 10,000 taels of silver shall be yours." Immediately, morale surged among the troops, the war drums thunderous. Zhao Guan was the first to brandish his sword and charge forth, the smoke of battle enveloping the scene as the cavalry of Yongzhou surged like a dark cloud, overwhelming the fleeing soldiers of Shenzhou in fierce combat. Gu Chun, observing the Shenzhou forces being utterly overwhelmed, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and raised a thumb in admiration, acknowledging Xiao Heng's ruthlessness. Fortuitously, Xiao Heng had come to target Lu Miao. Had he turned his blade towards Liangzhou, even Gu Chun would have been defenseless against the tyrant's seasoned troops. Xiao Heng's expression remained impassive, a slight curl of his lips betraying his contempt. Those who dared covet his Jinzhi would find themselves remade anew. Chapter 86. I miss you. Half a month had passed before the battlefield was finally settled. Lu Miao was captured before he could escape Liangzhou and was imprisoned in the dungeons of Enyang. Xiao Heng and Gu Chun returned to Liang City in early July. Amidst the sweltering heat, Gu Jinzhi sat in a four-wheeled chair, being pushed into the courtyard by Qiongyu to enjoy the coolness. In her yard stood a sweet osmanthus tree, now adorned with blossoms the size of millet, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Chi Su plucked a flower and placed it on her lap, just as a commotion of footsteps erupted from outside. Before anyone could be seen, Gu Chen's boisterous voice carried in from the front hall. "Ji." Upon hearing Gu Chen's voice, Gu Jinzhi pivoted her chair, locking eyes with the hurriedly returning Gu Chun and Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had urged Gu Chun to hasten back to see her, only to arrive and witness a scene where a gentle gentleman offered Gu Jinzhi a flower. A frown creased his brow, and a sharp pang of jealousy pierced his heart, as if a needle, seared by fire, had drawn blood, struggling to suppress the impulse to kick the man over. Xiao Heng tightened his lips, his jaw clenched, casting a cold glance at the young gentleman of similar age to Gu Jinzhi. Before he could utter a word, Gu Chun stepped forward, exuberantly tousling Gu Jinzhi's hair, proudly exclaiming, "Second brother has returned victorious." Gu Jinzhi's eyes sparkled, their brilliance flickering like stars, undeniably beautiful. Xiao Heng heard her sweet and delighted voice exclaim, "Second brother is truly remarkable." Gu Chun cherished the compliments from Gu Jinzhi, who had a knack for flattering him. Though her praise may not have been entirely sincere, it never failed to bring him immense joy. Just as he contemplated displaying his own charm in hopes of receiving further accolades from Gu Jinzhi, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Heng's cold and austere expression. With a forced smile, he touched the back of his neck and decided to share the credit, stating, "It is largely thanks to you, Brother Xiao." Gu Jinzhi raised her gaze, meeting Xiao Heng's dark eyes, and suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Despite her determination to sever ties with him, he repeatedly came to her in Gu Cheng's rescue. As Gu Jinzhi hesitated, Xiao Heng unexpectedly asked, "May I speak with Jinzhi privately?" Gu Cheng furrowed his brow, reluctant to comply. Why must it be a private conversation? What could he possibly say that Gu Cheng, as her elder brother, should not hear? Yet, recalling that had it not been for Xiao Heng's assistance, he might still be on the battlefield under Lu Miao's duress, he resolved to show gratitude. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, effectively sacrificing his own sister for the sake of their conversation. "All right, you may converse." Gu Jinzhi was taken aback, realizing that she was the one being sold out by her own brother. Gu Cheng, feeling quite at ease with his decision, dismissed everyone else, granting Xiao Heng the opportunity to reconnect with Gu Jinzhi. Initially, Chi Su sensed something was amiss. Gu Cheng had never mentioned Xiao Heng, leaving everyone in the household unaware of the connection between the princess and the Lord of Yongzhou. However, upon observing the way Xiao Heng gazed at Gu Jinzhi, Su began to grasp the situation. It was not a fervent affection, but rather a gaze that suggested a deeper, unspoken bond. He pressed his lips together, concerned for Gu Jinzhi, fearing that she had not entirely moved on from this man and might, in a moment of weakness, rekindle their past. However, as Gu Cheng urged him to depart, he had no choice but to join the others in retreating. With their exit, the courtyard was left with only Gu Jinzhi and Xiao Heng. In this solitary space, Gu Jinzhi felt a sense of discomfort. She fidgeted with the hem of her garment, watching as Xiao Heng approached her. The earnestness of her past affections now felt tinged with irony upon their reunion. As he drew closer, Gu Jinzhi felt her heart race, her toes twitching with the urge to flee. Yet, seated in her wheelchair, escape was not an option. She felt helpless, like a fish on a chopping board. Xiao Heng noticed her unease and knelt before her, his gaze falling upon her injured leg. In a hushed voice, he inquired, "Is your foot feeling any better?" Gu Jinzhi bit her lip and replied softly, "Much improved. In a few days I should be able to walk." Xiao Heng nodded, lifting his eyes to focus on her delicate face. After years apart, he could finally observe her up close. The young girl retained her soft and tender demeanor, her skin as delicate as fine jade, almost fragile to the touch. The depths of her eyes shimmered with a delicate mist, clear and pristine, as if no matter how much time passed, she would forever retain this innocent and beautiful visage. Xiao Heng's gaze was dark, reflecting only her presence within his pupils, his expression a mix of unspoken seriousness and focus, as though he wished to etch her image deeply into his memory. Gu Jinzhi felt a twinge of embarrassment under his unwavering stare, and thus diverted her gaze, softly murmuring, "Xiao Gij, thank you for saving me and my second brother." The sudden assault on Shenzhou had caught them off guard. Had it not been for Xiao Heng's timely intervention, their circumstances would likely have been dire. Yet, what Xiao Heng longed to hear was not merely this expression of gratitude. Everything he had done for her required no acknowledgement. He swallowed hard, tilting his head slightly to meet her eyes, lowering his voice to ask, "Is that all you wish to say?" He sought not her gratitude. Gu Jinzhi paused, blinking in surprise, seemingly grasping his implication. A simple thank you felt woefully insufficient. However, now that they had met again, she felt indebted to him in a substantial way. Navigating through life's complexities, one often feared the burden of owing a favor.